Cedric Diggory. And The Secret Garden. By Mr. Oblivious. 1. The Last Offering. He placed the resignation letter on his manager's desk with both hands, because grandfather had always said a man should end one road properly before he stepped onto the next. The office windows looked down over Shanghai in clean glass and pale morning light, all towers, traffic, and money moving faster than thought. For 8 years he had belonged to that rhythm, to screens full of numbers, careful reports, risk models, and polite meetings where everyone smiled while pretending not to measure one another. Now his desk was already cleared, his personal files copied, his few photographs wrapped in a padded envelope beside his laptop bag, and the quiet finality of it felt stranger than grief. His manager read the letter twice before lowering it with a sigh. "I knew you were serious when you asked for leave after the funeral, but I hoped you'd come back with a clearer head." "My head is clear," he said, though he kept his hands folded so the man wouldn't see how tightly his fingers pressed together. "That's the problem. My grandfather's ashes need to go home. The house needs decisions made. The ancestral hall hasn't been properly cared for since my parents died. I can't keep treating my family like something I'll handle during holidays." "You have a future here," his manager said, not unkindly. He tapped the letter once, then looked past it to the young man who had made himself valuable by being calm when markets weren't. "You know that. Your portfolio work is excellent, and clients trust you. Take 6 months. Take a year, if you must. I'll keep the door open as long as I can." He bowed his head, grateful despite himself. "Thank you, truly, but I don't think I'm only going home to settle paperwork." His manager studied him for a moment, then leaned back with a tired smile. "Then go and find out what you're doing. Just don't sell all your investments and become a poet. The world has enough poor poets." He laughed softly, and the sound surprised him by not hurting. "No promises about farming. I grew up knowing how to plant vegetables before I knew how to read a balance sheet." By afternoon he was on the train with grandfather's ashes secured in a plain, dignified box inside his bag. Shanghai loosened its grip station by station, towers giving way to lower buildings, then fields, then the older shapes of land he had known as a child. He watched the countryside pass and thought of grandfather's hands, brown and lined, pointing toward stories that had held famine, war, work, laughter, and peace without ever making suffering sound noble. The old man had been ready to go. He had said so plainly, with his eyes already turned toward the wife waiting somewhere beyond breath. When the train slowed near the county station, he touched the bag at his feet and breathed in. He had money enough, time enough, and no excuse left. The village was waiting, and so were the dead. The house waited at the end of a lane that had grown narrower in his memory and somehow wider in truth, as if the village had stepped back to make room for weeds, dust, and neglect. The tiled roof sagged along one corner. The courtyard gate hung crooked on old hinges, and when he pushed it open, the wood complained in a long rasp that made 2 sparrows explode out from beneath the eaves. He stood there with his bag in one hand and grandfather's ashes in the other, looking at the place where 3 generations had eaten, argued, slept, married, mourned, and left fingerprints on walls no one else would ever care about. The foreman arrived 10 minutes later with 2 builders, a clipboard, and the careful expression of a man preparing to explain expensive bad news. "It can be repaired," he said, after they had walked the main room, the leaning kitchen, and the back corner where the old wash area looked as if it had given up sometime in the previous century. "But repaired is not the same as sensible. If you knock it flat, you can build new for less trouble." "I know," he said, because the numbers were obvious even without a spreadsheet. He crouched near the threshold and brushed dirt away from a worn groove in the stone, remembering grandfather wiping his boots there before coming in from the fields. New would be cheaper per square meter, cleaner, easier to heat, easier to insure. The foreman looked faintly relieved. "Exactly. A new villa here would be very comfortable. Good windows, proper plumbing, modern wiring. You have enough land for something nice." He rose and walked across the courtyard, measuring with his eyes while the builders followed. The old house faced inward, tired but stubborn. The yard still knew where the shade fell in the afternoon. Along the side wall, he could almost see a line of rooms rebuilt around a central space, proper bathrooms hidden behind old-style doors, and a kitchen that worked without making the place pretend it had never been poor. It would cost more than knocking everything down. It would take patience. It would be annoying in exactly the way living things were annoying. No, he said at last, and the word settled more firmly than he expected. We keep the main house. Repair the roof, strengthen the walls, replace what's rotten, but keep the shape. Add rooms around the courtyard. I want it to feel like this family lived here, not like a developer erased them. The foreman studied him for a moment, then nodded and made a note. That will take longer. He looked toward the ancestral hall beyond the lane, where the next duty waited behind closed doors. Then it takes longer. The ancestral hall had been swept badly by whoever last opened it, which meant dust remained in the corners, incense ash clung to the brass burner, and the framed photographs on the altar wore a gray veil over faces that deserved better. He set grandfather's ashes down with both hands, then took off his jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and began cleaning from the highest shelf downward because grandfather had always mocked people who washed the floor before dusting the table. The work steadied him as cloth, water, ash, wood, photograph glass, and tablet edges became one small task after another, each simple enough that grief had no room to become theatrical. When the altar was clean, he arranged oranges, tea, rice wine, and incense with care, then stood before the tablets and photographs in the afternoon quiet. I'm home, he said, feeling foolish and comforted at once. The house looks terrible, but I'm fixing it, not replacing it. I know that's probably financially stupid, so any ancestor who cares about return on investment can complain later. He placed 3 incense sticks between his palms, bowed, and smiled despite the ache in his chest. I'm opening half an acre first. Vegetables, maybe fruit trees later. Chickens and ducks if I don't lose my nerve. Grandfather would say ducks are more trouble than they're worth, but he always said that while feeding them. A sound behind him snapped the quiet in half. His arm jerked, his elbow struck the wooden corner of the altar, and pain flashed sharp enough to make him hiss through his teeth. He turned, pressing his fingers to the sting, and found the foreman frozen just inside the doorway with one hand half raised. Sorry to disturb you, the foreman said quickly, wincing as if he had been the one struck. We're done for the day. I only came to say we'll be back early tomorrow. He breathed out, forcing his shoulders down. It's fine. You startled me, that's all. When he looked at his elbow, a thin bead of blood had risen where the skin had split. Thank you for telling me. Lock the side gate when you leave, please. Of course. The foreman glanced at the altar, then lowered his voice. Again, sorry, I should have called from outside. After the man left, he turned back to the altar and dabbed at the cut with a folded tissue. A smear of blood had marked the wood where his elbow had hit, and beneath it a hairline crack had opened along a carved border he had just cleaned. Frowning, he leaned closer and pressed one thumb against the raised pattern, intending only to see whether the old wood had split badly enough to need repair. Something inside the altar clicked with a clean, mechanical sound that did not belong to rotting timber. He froze, hand still on the carving, as a narrow hidden drawer slid out from beneath the altar top. For several seconds he did nothing at all. The hidden drawer sat open as if it had always belonged there, as if every broom, every incense stick, and every bowed head before this altar had passed within a handspan of a secret no one had thought to touch. He listened for the foreman's footsteps beyond the hall, heard the side gate scrape shut in the distance, and only then reached into the drawer with the careful fingers of a man handling something older than his right to be curious. The first bundle was wrapped in yellowing cloth and tied with string gone soft from age. He loosened it over the altar, laying each paper flat beneath the lamplight. They were deeds, mostly, or things that had once been deeds before the country changed around them. Names he knew appeared in brush strokes and official stamps, some belonging to men whose photographs watched him from the altar, others only half familiar from grandfather's stories. There were old receipts, a marriage paper, a brittle map of fields now divided by roads and other people's fences, and photographs so faded that the faces looked like ghosts pretending to be ink. Well, he murmured, because silence had grown too large again. You were all better at hiding things than grandfather admitted. Behind the papers lay a lacquered box no longer than his forearm. Its lid stuck at first, and he nearly left it alone until fear of damaging it made him fetch a clean cloth and work gently around the seam. When it opened, the smell of old wood and enclosed time rose out. Inside, nestled in padded silk, were jade pieces in green, white, and cloudy brown, pendants, beads, 2 old rings, a small carved plaque, and a broken ornament shaped like a fish. They were not imperial treasures. No museum would have sent men running. But they were family things, hidden through years when family things could be dangerous, and that made his throat tighten more than gold would have done. One ring drew his eye. Dark green, almost black until the light touched it, plain at first glance but carved along the side with a pattern like curled leaves or water around roots. He picked it up with his injured hand, meaning only to set it beside the papers, and the small cut on his elbow brushed the ring where his sleeve had shifted. A smear of blood marked the jade. He frowned and wiped at it with his thumb. The mark vanished too quickly, sinking into the stone instead of smearing away, and the ring felt warm for one breath before cooling again. He stared, then gave a short, embarrassed laugh and set it carefully on the cloth. Too much incense, he told the ancestors, though the words did not sound convincing in the still room. 2. The jade ring. He did not sleep well. The box of jade sat on the small table beside his bed in the half-repaired house, wrapped again in its old silk, while the dark green ring lay separately on a clean saucer because he could not quite bring himself to return it to the box. That was ridiculous, and he knew it. He had spent years trusting numbers over moods, audited statements over hunches, and market data over stories people told themselves to feel less frightened. A warm ring was not magic. Blood did not sink into stone. Ancestors did not hide supernatural inheritances inside altar drawers for their descendants to trip over like fools in a web novel. Morning made the thought sound less convincing than it should have. He washed, dressed, brewed tea on a portable hob because the real kitchen was still a battlefield, and carried the saucer outside to the courtyard where the light was honest. The ring looked ordinary there, heavy and dark and faintly green along the carved lines. He picked it up with chopsticks first, felt stupid, set the chopsticks down, and took it between his fingers. Nothing happened for several breaths, and relief began to make him feel foolish. Good, he said to the empty courtyard. Excellent, we're sensible people again. The ring warmed, and he went very still, every fine hair along his arms lifting as if the air had changed pressure. The warmth pulsed once, not hot enough to burn but alive enough that his stomach tightened. He tried to drop it. His fingers opened, but the ring did not fall. It clung to his skin, softened like wax without losing shape, then sank through his finger in one smooth, impossible motion. He lurched back so hard his chair scraped across the brick. No, 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 absolutely not. The ring was gone. Around the base of his right ring finger, where the jade had touched, a faint green band rested beneath the skin like a shadow made of polished stone. He rubbed it with his thumb. It didn't smear. It didn't hurt. It only sat there, cool now, waiting. His first thought was hospital. His second was poison. His third, arriving with the horrible precision of a man who had read too many cheap online novels during long train rides, was storage space. He stared at the teacup on the table, felt his own heartbeat thudding in his throat, and whispered, "This is stupid." The cup vanished. For a full breath he forgot how to move. Then he thought, with a desperate clarity, cup, and the teacup reappeared in his hand, still warm, still half full, and still entirely impossible. He set the teacup down with both hands and watched the tea tremble against the porcelain rim. His hand was steady only because he made it steady. Panic would not help. Panic would make him run into the lane, shout for a doctor, or tell the foreman that an ancestral ring had melted into his finger and stolen his teacup. None of those choices seemed likely to improve the morning. He pressed his thumb against the faint jade band beneath his skin. It felt like skin, not hot, not sore, not swollen. If he had not seen the ring vanish, he might have believed the mark had always been there. "Fine," he said to the empty courtyard. "We are not screaming, we are checking." That sounded sensible enough to keep him moving. He fetched a notebook from his bag, tore out the page where he had been sketching renovation costs, and wrote the date at the top. For a moment he only stared at the blank line beneath it, because there was no respectable way to describe what had happened. In the end he wrote, "Jade ring problem," then underlined it twice. It looked childish. It also looked honest. A coin went first because coins were small, solid, and unlikely to accuse him of madness. He placed it on the table, took his hand away, and thought, in. The coin vanished. He shut his eyes, opened them, and found the table still empty. When he thought coin, it returned with a small click against the brick. He sat back slowly. Right, that's worse. He wrote it down anyway. Coin vanished. Coin came back. Then he tried a screwdriver, a clean towel, and one of the old receipts from the hidden drawer. Each disappeared when he wanted it gone and returned when he called it back. He did the teacup again, marking the level with a pencil on a scrap of paper first. When it came back, the tea was still inside, still warm, and still sitting exactly where the pencil line said it should be. By noon, the courtyard table looked like a strange little market stall. A steamed bun, a bowl of water, a battery, a folded shirt, a kitchen knife, and a smooth stone had all gone into nowhere and come back again. He refused to test anything alive. Not an ant, not a weed, not even a cut flower. Curiosity was one thing. Being cruel because he was frightened was another. The foreman called from the gate, "Boss, we're starting on the roof frame." He slapped the notebook shut so quickly the pen rolled off the table. "Good," he called back, too loudly. "Be careful with the east wall. It's older than it looks." The foreman laughed. "Everything here is older than it looks." He looked down at the green shadow around his finger and found that he could not laugh with him. By late afternoon the builders had gone, leaving the house full of new timber smell, covered stacks of tiles, and the tired silence that came after other people's work stopped. He waited until the lane outside had emptied and the last motorbike had grumbled away, then carried his notebook, a torch, a bottle of water, and a steamed bun into the ancestral hall. The hidden drawer remained closed now, the papers and jade box locked in his suitcase, but the altar seemed different anyway. Not brighter, not darker, only aware, which was a stupid thing to think about furniture. He sat on the clean floor before the altar and held his right hand in his left. The jade band beneath his skin looked faint unless the light touched it at an angle. He had learned how to put things away and bring them back. That was already too much. But every story he had half read on late trains insisted the next part existed. And if he was going mad, he preferred to know how much madness he had inherited. "All right," he said softly, glancing at the photographs above him. "If anyone is listening, this would be a good time to object." No one objected. The hall smelled of incense, damp wood, and dust he had missed despite all his cleaning. He pressed the jade mark with his thumb, closed his eyes, and thought about going where the cup had gone. For a moment, nothing happened except his knees complaining against the floor. Then his stomach turned over, the air folded strangely around him, and the hard floor vanished beneath his weight. He landed badly in soft black soil, one hand plunging wrist deep into earth so rich and clean it looked almost unreal. He froze there on hands and knees, breathing too fast, while sunlight that did not belong to the ancestral hall warmed the back of his neck. Slowly, he lifted his head. A small cottage stood a short distance away, white-walled and plain, with a dark tiled roof and a wooden door. Beside it rose a warehouse large enough to make his mouth go dry. A stone wall sat between the two buildings, its round mouth capped neatly. Beyond them stretched a garden plot of dark empty soil, perhaps the size of a generous courtyard, but farther out the world blurred into pale mist. He could see shapes behind it, hills perhaps, and the suggestion of moving water, but the mist swallowed distance before certainty could form. He stood with soil falling from his hand and laughed once, helplessly. "Of course," he said, because terror had become too large for silence. "Of course it has land." He did not go to the cottage first. The sensible part of him wanted doors, walls, and something like shelter, but the farmer's grandson in him bent down and pinched the black soil between his fingers. It crumbled softly, neither too wet nor too dry, with a clean smell that made his chest tighten. No stones, no weeds, no insects, no roots. It was perfect in the way an empty bank account was perfect before the first transaction ruined the balance. He crossed to the well next, moving slowly because part of him expected the ground to vanish if he trusted it too quickly. The rope was new, the bucket clean, and when he drew water up, it rose clear and cold enough to bead the stone rim with droplets. He touched it to his tongue, then stopped himself from drinking more because mystery water in impossible places probably deserved more caution than a thirsty idiot with a notebook. "Good soil, clean water, empty land," he said, and his voice sounded small beneath the open sky. "That's not comforting, that's preparation." The warehouse doors opened without a key. Inside, shelves lined the walls in neat rows, all bare. The space smelled faintly of dry wood and waiting, and the emptiness was somehow more frightening than a monster would have been. A monster could be run from. Empty shelves asked what he intended to put on them. He walked between them with his torch held uselessly in daylight, counting rows because numbers were easier than fear, then stopped at the far wall where a plain stone tablet stood upright on a low base. There were markings on it, but when he leaned close they blurred away from meaning, not Chinese, not English, not any script he knew. The jade mark on his finger warmed faintly, and for one uneasy moment he felt as if the tablet had looked back. He stepped away at once. No, he told it firmly. One impossible thing at a time. The cottage was plain inside, almost kindly so. Table, bed, stove, cupboards, clean floor, no food, no tools, no note from helpful ancestors explaining why their descendant had been given a private farm in nowhere. By the time he returned to the garden, his first shock had thinned into something worse. The shape was too familiar. Storage, land, water, warehouse, cottage, empty shelves, empty soil. Every cheap apocalypse novel he had skimmed during bored train rides had started with some poor fool receiving a miraculous space before the world fell apart. He looked toward the mist where hills and water hid behind pale distance, then down at the dark soil waiting under his shoes. "I'm not laughing at those stories again," he whispered. Apparently they were training manuals. 3. The Wrong Apocalypse. The first purchase was reasonable enough to let him lie to himself. Rice, flour, oil, salt, dried noodles, bottled water, tinned fish, batteries, torches, matches, medical alcohol, bandages, and more seed packets than any man with half an acre needed could all be explained by renovation, village living, and the sensible desire not to run to town every time he wanted soup. He paid in cash at 3 different shops, accepted the sellers, jokes about becoming an old farmer before 30, and carried everything through the courtyard gate with a face so calm it almost convinced him. The second purchase was less reasonable. By then he had spent 2 evenings walking the empty warehouse aisles, measuring shelves, counting storage rows, and imagining them filled while the black soil waited outside with the patience of something that did not care whether he believed in it. Fear had a way of dressing itself as planning. He knew that from markets. People called it hedging when they were educated, hoarding when they were embarrassed, and panic when someone else did it badly. He told himself he was hedging. At the town wholesaler, the owner watched him stack boxes of noodles onto a trolley and raised both eyebrows. Having relatives come for a wedding? Renovation workers, he said, which was nearly true if one did not ask how many men he planned to feed or for how many years. He added bottled water, powdered milk, soap, toothbrushes, candles, cheap cooking pots, and enough toilet paper to make the owner's expression turn from amused to openly curious. "You city people are strange," the owner said, leaning on the counter while his nephew rang everything up. "In the village we buy more when we need more. You buy like the road will vanish." He smiled with all the dignity left to him. "The road is terrible when it rains." "That is true," the owner admitted, which felt less like victory than rescue. The books came next. Farming manuals, seed catalogs, first aid guides, repair books, cooking books, herbal references, novels, language texts, and anything practical enough to be useful if the world became inconvenient. Electronics followed because boredom had killed many men in stories before monsters reached them. He bought spare players, discs, drives, screens, cables, adapters, and a better computer than he could justify with any argument except that a private impossible warehouse deserved proper record-keeping. Each night he carried boxes into the space until his arms ached, shelved them neatly, wrote lists, and told himself that preparedness was not madness. Then he stood in the doorway of the warehouse, looking at the growing rows of ordinary goods under impossible light, and wondered whether every doomed fool in every cheap novel had said the same thing. The house became beautiful before his dignity recovered. New tiles settled over old beams, the courtyard walls were patched and lime-washed, drainage channels ran cleanly toward the gate, and the rooms around the central yard began to look like a home instead of an accusation. The builders praised his patience. The foreman praised his willingness to pay properly for good materials. Neighbors praised the decision to keep the old shape. He accepted all of it with a smile while knowing that the most expensive thing happening on the property was not the restoration anyone could see. The deliveries kept coming. "Another truck?" the foreman asked one afternoon, squinting down the lane as a driver reversed carefully toward the gate. "Boss, are you opening a shop?" "Supplies for the finished house," he said, because that explanation had served loyally for 3 weeks and deserved respect. The foreman looked at the boxes being unloaded, then at the already crowded side room where spare tiles, tools, paint, and actual renovation supplies were stacked with decreasing credibility. "Your house will be very supplied." "That's the hope," he said, and signed the delivery slip before shame could make him honest. He waited until the crew left, then moved everything in batches. Boxes vanished from the side room into the ring space, and he reappeared in the warehouse to stack them by category. Food on the left, water and drinks along the back, household goods near the front, medicine and first aid in sealed crates, books and media in the dry inner rows, electronics in the cottage until he could decide whether impossible space air was kind to circuit boards. Seeds went into labeled metal tins, then into a cooler corner where he hoped heat, damp, and stupidity would not ruin them before disaster bothered to arrive. The warehouse filled faster than he liked admitting. Empty shelves had frightened him. Full shelves made him feel like an idiot with good handwriting. He made a ledger anyway, because embarrassment was not a reason to be disorganized. By the end of the month, he had lists for food, water, sanitation, tools, medical supplies, entertainment, seeds, batteries, clothing, bedding, and items he had no honest excuse for buying except that a website had suggested them under emergency preparedness. One evening, standing between a stack of instant noodles and a tower of toilet paper, he pressed both hands over his face and laughed until it nearly became something else. "You are a grown man," he told himself, lowering his hands. "You quit a respectable job, restored an ancestral home, and filled a magic warehouse like a frightened Andy preparing for a typhoon." The warehouse, being warehouse-shaped and merciless, offered no defense. The animal question was where panic finally met conscience and lost. He spent 3 days circling it, first in thought, then in lists, then in a humiliating late-night search history full of poultry care, duck housing, goat fencing, pig feed, livestock transport, and whether cows became depressed if kept alone. The answer, in every practical direction, was yes, no, maybe, and what was wrong with him. A planting space with clean water and rich soil looked like the sort of place where chickens should scratch, ducks should complain, and a cow should stand in a soft pasture looking at him as if he owed it hay. But wanting an apocalypse farm did not mean he had the right to drag living animals into a private miracle he barely understood. He went to the agricultural supply shop anyway, because indecision was easier when disguised as research. Sacks of feed leaned in neat stacks near the back, and wire cages, fencing rolls, water troughs, heat lamps, gloves, seedling trays, hose, pruning shears, and sprayers filled the aisles with the useful smell of dust, oil, and work. An older woman behind the counter watched him read labels with too much seriousness for someone buying chicken feeders without chickens. "You starting poultry?" she asked, setting down her tea. "Thinking about it," he said, then looked at a stack of chick drinkers and felt the lie turn sour. "No, preparing, maybe. I'm not ready for animals." "That is the first sensible thing I've heard from someone your age all week," she said. "Animals don't care about your plans. They care about food, water, space, sickness, noise, and escaping just when you need sleep." He laughed because the warning sounded like grandfather speaking through a stranger. "Then I'll buy the things that don't suffer if I make mistakes." The woman nodded as if he had passed a small test. Tools first, animals later. That's how fewer animals die. So he bought no chicks, no ducklings, no rabbits, no piglets, and no absurd emergency goat. He bought collapsible pens, empty feeders, waterers, spare buckets, fencing, rope, gloves, feed storage bins, disinfectant, bedding materials sealed in bales, veterinary books, and enough basic equipment to make a future farmer look either prepared or suspiciously lonely. He added more seeds, fruit tree rootstock, soil testing kits, grafting tape, and gardening knives because plants, at least, could fail without screaming. That night in the warehouse, he stacked the empty animal equipment beside the seed tins and stood looking at it for a long while. "Not yet," he said quietly, and the words felt better than surrender. "If the world ends, I'll find living things then. Until it does, I'm not kidnapping anyone's chickens into nowhere." Autumn arrived, and the world refused to end. The new roof held through 2 hard rains. The courtyard drained properly. The vegetable beds outside the real house produced greens, radishes, and enough beans to make him feel smug in a small, private way. Inside the space, the black soil accepted ordinary seeds as if it had been waiting for them, and the first neat rows of cabbage, spinach, spring onion, coriander, and garlic grew with a vigor that should have delighted him more than it did. Nothing screamed, nothing burned, no plague crept through the village. No news broadcast showed cities falling while anchors tried not to panic. He watched them anyway. Every evening he sat in the restored main room with a bowl of rice or noodles, the television murmuring across the table while his notebook lay open beside him. Floods, accidents, political arguments, storms, market noise, celebrity divorces, disease warnings, border tensions, food prices, rumors, speculation, nothing and everything. Each item made his shoulders tighten for a moment, then loosen when ordinary life swallowed it again. After 2 months, he began to feel less like a man preparing for disaster and more like a man looking for excuses. His old manager called near the end of the year, just as he was carrying another crate of tinned food from the entry room into the space. He nearly let it ring out, then answered because avoiding sensible people was how fools became permanent. "You sound alive," his manager said. "That's better than poetic, at least." "I'm alive," he said, looking at the crate in his arms. "The house is finished, mostly. The fields are being stubborn, but I expected that." "And your head? Has the village cured you, or are you ready to admit finance is easier than mud?" He smiled despite the shame sitting under his ribs. "Mud is honest. Finance only pretends to be." "That sounds like a man who still checks market movements before breakfast." He looked toward the closed door that led, in a way no sensible person could understand, to shelves of noodles, batteries, soap, books, and emergency blankets. Some habits remain useful. After the call, he entered the space and set the crate with the others. The warehouse looked full enough now that he could not pretend it was a temporary experiment. It was an inventory of fear, paid for with savings, pride, and too many late-night delivery orders. He walked slowly between the rows, touching labels as he passed, and stopped before the empty animal pens stacked beside the seed tins. No apocalypse had come, no zombies, no war at his gate, no plague carts, no falling satellites, no cities gone silent. The world outside remained rude, busy, complicated, and alive. He rubbed the jade band beneath his skin and exhaled. "I may," he told the warehouse, "have overreacted." The warehouse did not argue. That was the cruelest part. It simply stood there, neat and obedient, while he understood that he had made himself ready for the wrong ending. 4. Not the end of the world. By the second spring, shame had become less sharp and more useful. He still could not walk through the warehouse without seeing an inventory of fear, but embarrassment alone did not refill savings, and ordinary life had continued long enough to make panic look like a poor investment strategy. The house was finished. The courtyard herbs grew well. The real vegetable beds outside needed weeding. Inside the space, the ordinary plants had proved healthy, edible, and stubbornly non-magical, which meant they were food rather than destiny. That was fine. Food had value. So did admitting one had been foolish before becoming more foolish out of pride. He set up his work desk in the restored side room that faced the courtyard, where morning light came in softly and the old walls made the computer look like a visiting alien. The laptop, external drives, notebooks, and printed statements formed a little island of Shanghai among clay pots, seed trays, and drying bundles of garlic. He made tea, opened his portfolio files, and stared at the numbers with the uncomfortable affection of a man returning to an old profession after pretending mud had cured him. "All right," he said, flexing his fingers above the keyboard. "You made the mess. Now earn it back." The first hour was painful. He had spent more than he liked seeing in one place, and the warehouse ledger made it worse because each row of goods had once been money with better manners. Rice, noodles, water, soap, batteries, books, screens, medical supplies, empty animal equipment. He did not regret every purchase, not exactly, but there was a difference between being prepared and giving fear permission to shop unsupervised. By noon he had drawn up 3 columns. Keep, sell, never admit. The last column was emotionally satisfying but financially useless, so he crossed it out and replaced it with reassess later. He marked duplicate household goods, extra cooking equipment, surplus water, and some tools for possible resale. Books, computers, storage drives, films, seeds, medicines, and technical manuals went firmly into keep. He did not know why yet, but some part of him refused to waste knowledge merely because the apocalypse had been rude enough not to arrive. His phone rang while he was comparing two stock positions. The wholesaler's number flashed on the screen, and he answered with a wariness that felt earned. "You still alive out there?" the owner asked cheerfully. "Or did your road vanish?" He looked at the keep sell list, then at the courtyard where the beans climbed their supports as if nothing strange had ever happened. "Still here." "Good. My nephew says you might want to sell back some unopened goods." "That true?" He closed his eyes for one brief, humbling breath. "Possibly." The owner laughed, not unkindly. "Come by tomorrow. We'll see what your terrible road has done to your business sense." Selling back goods was more humiliating than buying them, but it was also healthier for the soul. The wholesaler inspected unopened boxes with the solemnity of a magistrate, rejected anything dented, bought back less than half at a discount that made him wince, and then softened the blow by adding tea and advice while the nephew loaded accepted stock into the storeroom. "You paid panic prices," the owner said, pouring tea into chipped cups behind the counter. "Now you sell at regret prices. That is how the market punishes drama." He accepted the cup with both hands because fair judgment deserved respect. "I'm aware." "Good. Awareness is cheaper than storage." The owner pointed at him over the rim of his tea. "Keep what you use. Sell what you bought because your stomach was shouting. And don't buy supplies to cure worry. Worry eats everything." That was annoyingly wise, so he bought nothing except 2 bags of rice he actually needed and went home poorer in goods but lighter in spirit. Over the next week he made order out of the ridiculousness. The warehouse stopped being a monument to fear and became a storehouse with rules. Food rotated by date. Water stayed sealed and counted. Medical goods were sorted, checked, and labeled. Books moved to the cottage shelves. Electronics received dust covers and careful notes. The empty animal equipment was tied, stacked, and marked future only, because he had decided conscience was not a temporary condition. The garden became routine as well. Each morning he entered the space before the village fully woke, watered cabbage and greens from the well, checked seed trays, pulled nothing because no weed seemed brave enough to grow there, and harvested only what he could eat without feeling like a thief in paradise. The soil remained too perfect, the air too gentle, and the mist beyond the garden too quiet. That unsettled him less when his hands were busy. He kept records on the computer because paper alone suddenly felt too easy to lose. Inventory, planting dates, germination notes, harvest weights, spending, resale losses, portfolio positions, and a private file titled "Things I Am Not Telling Anyone." The title embarrassed him every time, but not enough to change it. One afternoon, after weighing a basket of spinach that had grown faster than ordinary spinach had any right to grow, he sat at the cottage table and typed. Mundane plants grow unusually well, but no obvious miracle beyond yield. Then he stared at the sentence and laughed under his breath. "No obvious miracle," he said, glancing through the cottage window at impossible sunlight on impossible soil. "Listen to yourself." The space, as usual, declined to defend him from his own foolishness. By summer, the old rhythm had found him again. He rose early, worked the real fields until the sun grew rude, entered the space to water and harvest, ate breakfast with dirt still under his nails, then sat before the computer and watched markets behave like markets instead of omens. It was almost peaceful. Almost. Peace, he had discovered, was not the absence of strange things. It was the ability to put them in folders, label them, and decide what could wait until after lunch. His portfolio recovered slowly at first, then with enough steadiness that shame loosened its grip. He stopped thinking of every sold box of noodles as proof of stupidity and began treating the whole affair as an expensive lesson in risk management. He had an asset no one else had. He had a storage space, a private garden, time, and enough old discipline to rebuild. That was not disaster. It was leverage. If the world refused to end, he would simply have to make money in it. His old manager called again during a late afternoon rain, when water ran silver down the courtyard stones and the computer screen glowed with charts, notes, and a half-finished plan to rebalance holdings before the next quarter. "I'm starting to think you really aren't coming back," the man said, amused and mildly accusing. "I told you I wasn't sure," he said, leaning back while the rain tapped at the window frame. "The house keeps finding new things to need." Houses do that. So do clients. At least clients pay you. Sometimes, he said. Other times they ask you to save them from choices they already made. That sounds suspiciously like experience. Are you trading again? He glanced at the screen, where his accounts had begun to look less wounded. Carefully. Good. Mud hasn't ruined you. No, he said, smiling faintly. Mud has diversified me. After the call ended, he stayed at the desk, entering notes with the comfort of old habits. Sell this. Hold that. Watch currency exposure. Recheck energy. Reduce sentimental positions. The rain softened the courtyard. The beans climbed their poles, and inside the ring space a warehouse full of misjudged fear had begun, little by little, to look like capital waiting for the right market. Then the jade band under his skin warmed. He stopped typing. The warmth deepened, not like the first binding flare, not hot and shocking, but steady and inward, as if a hand had closed gently around the center of him. The room tilted without moving. The screen blurred. Somewhere behind his ribs, the space pulled, not asking this time but gathering. No, he said, gripping the desk. Wait. The keyboard vanished beneath his fingers, and the rain went silent. He expected the space. For one confused instant, he braced for black soil under his knees, impossible sunlight, the cottage, the warehouse, and the stone well sitting patiently between them. Instead, there was pressure, darkness, cold, and a terrible sense of being squeezed through a place too narrow for thought. He tried to breathe and could not. He tried to reach for the jade band and had no proper hand with which to reach. Panic tore through him, huge and animal, wiping out language, plans, shame, and every careful ledger he had ever made. Sound returned first. A woman cried out nearby, raw with pain and effort. A man's voice answered, frightened and trying not to be. Other voices moved around them, quick and practical. Something bright pressed against closed eyes that did not know how to open properly. His body was wrong, not injured, not numb, but impossible in proportion, all helpless limbs, weak lungs, and a head too heavy for his neck. He wanted to shout that something had gone wrong. What came out was a thin, furious cry. There he is, a woman said, breathless and laughing through tears. Oh, Amos, listen to him. English. The shock of it cut strangely through the larger terror. He understood the words before he had time to question them, not as magic, not as some miracle of rebirth, but because English had been years of college study, finance articles, reports, conference calls, and market work. Even so, hearing it here, in the first moments after being torn out of his own life and dropped into helpless flesh, made everything feel further from home. How could this happen? Where was he? What had the ring done? The answer came with cold, ugly certainty. The blasted ring had done this. The jade mark, the space, the pull, the vanishing rain. Of course it had been the ring. Amos. He caught the name properly this time and clung to it because names were the first handles people found in chaos. Amos was the frightened man nearby. Amos was his new father, apparently, which was absurd enough that part of him wanted to laugh and part of him wanted to keep screaming. Amos Diggory, if he had heard the woman's breathless whisper and the man's answered murmurs correctly. The full name meant nothing to him. It was English, unfamiliar, and attached to a life he had not chosen. A broad hand trembled near him, not quite touching until someone guided it. He's perfect, the man whispered, and the pride in that voice was so immediate, so helplessly bright, that it hurt. Look at him. That's my boy. That's my Cedric. Cedric. The name settled over him before he could decide whether it meant anything. It was a new name, an English name, a stranger's name, and somehow now his. He was lifted, cleaned, wrapped, and placed against a woman's warm chest. Her heart beat beneath his ear, steady and alive. His new mother smelled of sweat and something sweetly human that made the terrified animal part of his mind quiet for half a breath. There you are, she murmured, her hand cupping his tiny back with impossible gentleness. Cedric, my beautiful boy. He could not answer. He could not move except to curl weak fingers against the blanket. But deep beneath the softness of baby skin, around the base of his right ring finger, something cool and familiar rested like a hidden band of jade. The space was still there. The warehouse was still there. The wrong apocalypse had not come at all. He had prepared for the wrong ending, and woken inside a different life. He did not yet know whose life it was, and that made the fear worse. 5. Cedric Diggory. For the first few hours, The world arrived in fragments too large for him to hold. Light pressed through closed eyelids. Cloth brushed skin that seemed to feel everything too sharply. Voices rose and fell above him, gentle, relieved, exhausted, and impossible to escape. He slept without choosing to sleep, woke without deciding to wake, and discovered that hunger was no longer an idea but an instruction shouted through his whole body. It was humiliating, terrifying, and so complete that thought had to fight for room inside it. His mother held him most often. He understood that before he understood her face, because warmth and scent became facts faster than sight. Her hands were careful but possessive, one cupping his head, the other stroking his back through the blanket in slow, soothing passes that made the baby body soften even while the old mind watched in horror. She spoke to him in English, sometimes nonsense, sometimes his new name, sometimes words too quiet for anyone else. "My Cedric," she murmured, shifting him higher against her shoulder while he stared at a blur that might have been curtains. "You gave us a fright at the end, didn't you? But you're here now. That's what matters." He wanted to ask what had happened. He wanted to ask what year it was, where they were, why the ring had done this, and how one went about reversing a reincarnation while trapped in a blanket. His mouth opened, a small bubble formed at his lips, and his own body answered the crisis by hiccuping. His mother laughed softly, and the sound was so tender that resentment faltered before it could fully form. "Oh, very serious. I see. We have opinions already." Amos was worse in a different way. He entered the room as if trying to be quiet had become a moral examination, placed each foot with exaggerated care, then ruined the effort by breathing too loudly near the bed. When his mother let him hold Cedric, the man's broad hands shook with such honest awe that Cedric forgot to be offended for several seconds. "Look at him," Amos whispered, as if the room had not already been asked to look at him several times. "He's got a grip. Feel that? Strong lad. Clever eyes too, you can tell." "He's a newborn, Amos," his mother said, amused and tired. "He can barely see your nose." "A Diggory newborn," Amos replied, with complete seriousness. "There's a difference." Cedric stared up at the blurred shape of his new father and understood, with a sinking helplessness deeper than fear, that he had been loved before he had done anything to earn it. Love did not make babyhood easier. It only made resentment more complicated. Over the next blurred stretch of days, his world narrowed to arms, blankets, milk, sleep, light, discomfort, and the deeply unfair fact that his own body held veto power over his mind. He could not turn his head properly. He could not focus his eyes. He could not lift a hand without it wobbling away from intention. Worst of all, he could not stay awake long enough to think in a straight line. Every attempt to plan ended in darkness, hunger, or someone gently patting his back as if he were a small, beloved wineskin full of trapped air. His mother noticed his staring and decided it meant brilliance. Amos noticed his grip and decided it meant destiny. Between them, Cedric found himself studied like an oracle who communicated mostly by blinking badly and making faces against gas. "He watches everything," his mother said one afternoon, her voice low with wonder as she sat propped among pillows with him tucked against her. "It's as though he's trying to understand us." "Of course he is," Amos said from somewhere nearby, far too pleased with himself. "Told you, clever eyes. You also said he had your jaw." "He does." "He has no jaw, Amos. He has cheeks." "Diggory cheeks," Amos said, undeterred. "Strong foundation." Cedric would have sighed if he had possessed the muscular control. Instead, his mouth made a soft, damp noise, which both adults received as further evidence of charm. He endured this with the grim dignity available to someone wearing a cloth around his bottom. The jade mark returned to his awareness on the fourth night, or perhaps the fifth. Time had become unreliable. He lay in a cradle beside the bed, half awake, listening to his mother breathe and Amos shift in restless sleep, when a cool thread of familiarity brushed the base of his right ring finger. He could not see it clearly in the dim room, and his hand was too useless to inspect, but he felt it. Beneath the baby's softness, where the ring had marked his old body, the jade presence waited. Fear sharpened him enough to hold one thought. He reached inward, not with words but with the old pressure of intention that had once taken cups, crates, and his own body into impossible daylight. Nothing opened properly. The answer came faint and distant, like touching a door through thick cloth. The space existed. It was there, but it did not open for this weak body, not with this tiny thread of power, and the effort made his breath hitch until the baby body betrayed him with a thin cry. His mother woke at once. "Hush, sweetheart," she murmured, lifting him with sleepy, practiced tenderness. "I'm here." Cedric pressed his useless fingers against her nightdress and held to the only victory he had. The ring remained. The space remained. He was helpless, but he had not arrived empty. Sleep became the only door he could reach. Cedric learned that slowly, through failed attempts and helpless frustration, while the days folded over him in warmth, milk, voices, and the soft tyranny of being carried wherever adults decided he belonged. Awake, the jade presence remained distant, a cool promise beneath useless baby fingers. Half asleep, when the body loosened and the mind drifted free of hunger and cloth in bright rooms, the doors sometimes thinned. The first true crossing came during an afternoon nap while rain tapped gently against the window and his mother hummed nearby. He felt the cradle beneath him, felt his own tiny breath hitching in and out, and then felt the inward pull answer before fear could ruin it. The room softened around the edges. Warmth became sunlight. The scent of milk and clean linen faded beneath the smell of black soil. Cedric did not arrive with feet under him or hands to brace against the ground. He arrived as awareness, clear and weightless, held inside the garden without standing in it. For one impossible, blessed moment, he could perceive without the blur of infant eyes, think without the fog of hunger, and exist without a body that answered every problem by crying. The cottage still stood nearby, white-walled and plain. The warehouse rose beside it, smaller than it had been in old life yet still solid, still full. The well waited between them, but the garden had shrunk cruelly. What had once been a generous plot was now no larger than a modest yard, with the edges swallowed by pale mist that pressed close on every side. Beyond the mist, he could feel distance without seeing it. Fields, slopes, perhaps the stream, all hidden behind a wall his current magic could not push back. He turned his attention to the warehouse because fear wanted proof. The doors opened to thought rather than touch, and the shelves inside made his awareness still. Boxes of food, tools, electronics, books, films, medical supplies, sealed tins of seeds, folded bedding, batteries, lamps, and all the embarrassing survival goods he had once cursed himself for buying waited in neat rows. No animals, no sound of wings, hooves, claws, or frightened breath. The empty pens were stacked where he had left them. Relief and grief moved through him together. "Thank you," he tried to say, though without a mouth the words became a soft pressure of gratitude instead. He did not know whether he was thanking the ring, his own restraint, or the version of himself who had refused to drag living things into danger. The pull came again before he could reach the steel. The warehouse tilted, sunlight broke apart, and Cedric woke in the cradle with his mother bending over him. "There you are," she murmured. "Dreaming already, my darling?" Cedric blinked up at her, trapped again in softness and helpless skin, while the memory of black soil remained beneath him like a promise. The memory of the space did not settle cleanly after he woke. The more he tried to hold the visit in order, the less certain his first impressions became. Some old habit in his mind tried to translate the experience into walking, touching, and looking with eyes, but the next quiet nap stripped that lie away. He had no body there at all. He was awareness inside the garden. Sight without eyes, intention without fingers, presence without weight. The cottage, warehouse, well, and small square of dark soil existed around him with perfect clarity, but he did not stand among them. He simply was, held by the jade mark and spread thin through the little space like breath against glass. The realization frightened him less than it should have, perhaps because babyhood had already taken dignity, strength, speech, and choice. Being reduced to thought was only one more insult in a growing collection. "All right," he tried to say, but there was no mouth, so the words became intent instead. "Move." A small packet of cabbage seeds shifted on a warehouse shelf. It slid perhaps 2 finger widths, stopped, and the effort struck him like a fever. His awareness wavered. The mist beyond the garden pressed closer, and the warehouse shelves blurred at the edges. Cedric held on stubbornly, furious at being defeated by a packet of seeds after once managing investment reports, contractors, inventories, and an entire household relocation. He focused again, more carefully this time, not pushing like a hand but asking the space to obey a shape in his mind. The packet lifted, trembled through the air, and dropped onto the cottage table. The victory exhausted him so completely that the garden dimmed. He woke crying, not from fear, not really, but because the baby body had no better language for spirit-deep fatigue. His mother gathered him up at once, warm and alarmed, and Amos stumbled awake nearby with the heroic panic of a man prepared to fight whatever had offended his son at 3 in the morning. "What is it?" Amos asked, voice rough with sleep. "Is he hungry? Cold? Did something bite him?" "He's a baby, Amos," his mother murmured, though worry sharpened the tenderness as she rocked Cedric against her chest. "Sometimes they cry." Cedric pressed his face into her nightdress and let the body sob because fighting it wasted strength he no longer had. The space was real. The warehouse was real. He could move things inside by thought, perhaps plant, tidy, sort, and prepare, but every touch cost him as if he were lifting with his soul. Magic power had to be the key. More of it would mean more space, more reach, more time, and one day a real body entering properly instead of this thin, exhausting awareness. For now, all he could do was wait, observe, survive infancy, and accept the first hard lesson of Cedric Diggory's new life. The old adult self could advise, remember, and warn, but it could not drive every moment. Not from a cradle, not from a body that cried when his spirit was tired, not from a life where 2 frightened parents loved him before he could explain anything at all. 6. The small garden. Infancy did not end so much as loosen its grip one small betrayal at a time. Cedric learned to hold his head steady before he learned to endure being praised for it. He learned to roll, then to sit, then to reach without smacking himself in the face, while Amos treated every improvement like proof that the family line had produced a prodigy and his mother treated every bump like evidence that furniture had declared war. The old adult self watched at first with impatience, measuring progress as if babyhood were a badly managed project. Then one morning Cedric caught his mother laughing because he had discovered his own toes and was trying, with grave concentration, to put one in his mouth. He had no defense for that. The body was delighted. The old mind was appalled. The room was warm, his mother's smile was soft, and Amos stood in the doorway with a cup of tea looking as if his son had solved a great mystery. "Look at him," Amos said. "Flexible. That'll matter on a broom one day." "He's chewing his foot," his mother said, though fondness ruined the rebuke. "Balance starts somewhere." Cedric stopped chewing only because he lost the foot, which made both adults laugh and made something in him unclench despite himself. He could call it biology if he wanted. He could call it infant reflex, new brain softness, or the humiliating chemistry of being loved. None of that changed the fact that he liked the sound. His first word became another defeat. He had intended, in a private and foolish way, to choose something useful. Water, perhaps, or no, a ring, though he knew better than to draw attention to the mark beneath his skin. Instead, after weeks of babbling, while his mother leaned over him with tired eyes and a smile that asked for nothing, Cedric opened his mouth and said, "Mum." She froze. Amos dropped something in the next room. "Oh," she whispered, pressing both hands to her mouth before gathering him up too tightly. "Oh, Cedric." From the doorway, Amos said in a wounded voice, "Could have been Da." "It was Mum," she said fiercely. Cedric endured the hug, the tears, the bragging letter Amos wrote before supper, and the unbearable warmth that followed. By the time toddling came, with wobbly steps between his parents' outstretched hands and cheers for distances too short to cross a kitchen, he had learned the first rhythm of the Diggory house. Love arrived loudly from Amos, quietly from his mother, and from both of them before he had done anything clever at all. The old self remained, watchful and useful, but Cedric was beginning to understand that this life would break if he treated every day as something to survive instead of something to live. The garden waited in the spaces between sleep, and Cedric learned to reach it by patience rather than force. As an infant, the attempt had thrown him back crying after a few breaths. As a toddler, with stronger lungs, steadier thoughts, and enough control to stay asleep without immediately betraying himself, he could slip into the jade space for longer moments. His body stayed behind, curled in a cot or tucked against a blanket during afternoon rest, while his awareness unfolded inside the small garden like a candle flame sheltered from wind. He had no hands there, no feet, no weight, and no face to turn toward the sun. He was thought and sight, held by the jade mark, able to look, listen, and nudge the space by intention. That still felt strange, but babyhood had taught him to accept strange things if refusing them accomplished nothing. The cottage stood where it had always stood. The warehouse remained smaller than old memory insisted it should be, but solid, orderly, and full of impossible future goods. The well sat between them with its capped stone mouth, and the small square of black soil waited beyond, neat and empty except for the few ordinary seed packets he had managed to move onto the cottage table by exhausting himself like an idiot. The steel stood at the back of the warehouse. He turned his awareness toward it with more caution than pride. Its surface no longer blurred completely when he looked. The marks still refused to become proper language, but they answered him faintly now, warming in the same inward way the ring mark warmed beneath his skin. Cottage, warehouse, well, small garden, missed boundary. Those meanings did not appear as words so much as settled into him, simple and firm, like someone placing labeled boxes in a dark room. All right, he thought toward it, careful not to push too hard. So you can hear me. The steel's markings shimmered once, then faded. That tiny response pleased him more than it should have, and he spent the rest of the visit doing nothing ambitious. He drifted through the cottage, checked the warehouse rows, counted the visible garden beds, and looked into the mist without pressing against it. The hidden fields remained beyond him. Hills, stream, orchard, paddocks, all possible and all closed. The message was plain even without words. Grow first. When he woke, his mother was sitting beside the cot with mending in her lap. There you are, she said softly. You always look so solemn after naps. Cedric blinked at her, still full of sunlight that did not belong in the room. Garden, he said before caution caught him. His mother smiled and brushed his hair back from his forehead. Yes, sweetheart, we'll go into the garden after tea. Cedric let himself be lifted, warm and heavy and real in her arms, while the secret garden waited behind his thoughts. After tea, his mother carried him into the real garden and set him on a blanket near the herb bed with a wooden spoon, a cloth ball, and 3 carved blocks that had clearly been chosen by adults who believed toddlers could be trusted to find wonder in rectangles. Cedric accepted them with the grave patience of a soul who had once owned a computer, a stock portfolio, and several boxes of films he might never be able to explain to anyone. Then his mother drew a wand from her sleeve, murmured something gentle, and sent weeds lifting out of the soil in neat little clumps. Cedric stared at the floating weeds with the spoon locked in his fist. They shook themselves free of dirt and dropped into a basket. His mother did not notice his horror because she had mistaken it for interest. Useful little charm, she said, brushing soil from her skirt. You'll learn things like that one day. Magic, not metaphor, not ring space nonsense, not a private ancestral miracle, but household magic, done in daylight by the woman who kissed his forehead and checked his nappies. Cedric clutched the wooden spoon until his fingers ached. The world had shifted again, but not far enough to name. Magic meant impossible, not specific. It did not yet tell him where he was. That afternoon, during his nap, he entered the secret garden with fresh urgency. He turned his awareness through the warehouse rows and looked at the hoard with new eyes. Bottled water, noodles, batteries, toilet paper, soap, films, books, screens, tools, spare cables, seed tins, medical supplies, cooking pots, lamps, folded clothes, and everything else he had once bought for the end of the world sat patiently on the shelves. In a world with magic, most of it was not treasure. It was awkward, useful, perhaps, but awkward. Batteries would run out, electronics needed power, care, and secrecy. Films required screens. Screens required explanations. Books might be valuable or dangerous, depending on whether this world's history matched his own. Toilet paper was still toilet paper, which made it both ridiculous and possibly immortal in usefulness. The seeds disappointed him most. He nudged one tin open with careful intent and brought a packet of spring onion seed into the cottage. The effort made the air around his awareness tremble, but he held on. Seeds were life. They had to matter, yet as he studied the plain paper packet, the truth sat heavy and obvious. Mundane seeds were not a miracle simply because they had crossed worlds. They were food, not destiny. Fine, he thought, tired but stubborn. Then we start with food. By the time he woke, his mother was laughing because he had apparently fallen asleep clutching the wooden spoon like a sword. Cedric blinked at her, exhausted, hungry, and strangely calmer. Magic existed outside the ring. The warehouse was less miraculous than he had hoped. The garden was smaller than he wanted. But small things grew if someone cared for them properly, and he had already learned that waiting was not the same as doing nothing. The first planting took him 3 naps and a temper tantrum. Not a deliberate tantrum, which would at least have given him dignity, but the honest toddler kind that arrived after he tried to move soil, seed, and water by thought until his awareness shivered apart and his body woke hungry, furious, and unable to explain that spring onions had defeated him. His mother found him red-faced in the cot, kicking the blanket with tragic conviction, and took one look before gathering him up. "Oh, dear," she said, rocking him against her shoulder. "That is a very serious opinion." "Bad," Cedric said, because it was the only word available and it covered soil, fatigue, infancy, reincarnation, and spring onions with admirable economy. "Yes," she agreed solemnly. "Terrible things happen when little boys wake before they're ready." He pressed his face into her shoulder and resented how comforting she was. Later, after food, a nap that was only ordinary sleep, and an outdoor hour in which Amos tried to teach him to roll a softball and Cedric kept throwing it sideways, the anger loosened. His father chased the ball across the grass as if recovering a quaffle from enemy territory, came back with leaves stuck to one knee, and presented it with a bow. "Your aim is improving," Amos declared. "Unexpected direction, very strategic." "He threw it into the rosemary," his mother said from the bench. Rosemary looked suspicious. Cedric laughed before he could stop himself. It burst out of him high and bright, and both adults went still for half a heartbeat before smiling at each other as if he had performed something wonderful. He had not meant to laugh. The old self had been ready with judgment, waste of time, childish nonsense, you have work to do. But the ball was soft, Amos had leaves on his knee, his mother was smiling in the afternoon light, and Cedric was warm and fed and alive. That night, when sleep opened the garden again, he did not rush at the seed packet like a tiny general commanding a campaign. He moved one thought at a time. A shallow line in the soil. A few seeds. A crumble of dark earth over them. Water called carefully from the well in droplets rather than a bucket he could not lift. The work still exhausted him, but it no longer felt like punishment. It felt like beginning. When he woke, morning had touched the curtains, and his mother was asleep in the chair beside him, one hand still near the cot as if she had reached for him in the night and forgotten to pull away. Cedric watched her breathing and made the choice quietly, with no steel, no numbers, and no dramatic sign from the jade ring. The man he had been could advise him. He could remember, warn, plan, and keep accounts. But he would not be allowed to steal this life before Cedric had even learned to run through it. He was not only trapped in childhood. He had been given one. 7. Pots everywhere. The war ended before Cedric was old enough to understand war properly, but not before he was old enough to remember the house changing. There had been whispers by the flow, hurried visitors, his mother crying quietly in the kitchen, and Amos coming home pale before relief made him loud again. The Potters were dead. You know who was gone. A baby had lived. People said Dumbledore's name with awe, the Ministry's name with arguments, and Hogwarts with the kind of certainty reserved for places everyone expected children to go one day. Cedric sat on the rug with a wooden dragon in his hands and felt the old self go very still as those loose scraps of old-world memory finally found their shape. Potter, Dumbledore, Ministry, and Hogwarts did not mean an apocalypse novel after all. They meant something worse in some ways, stranger in others, and far less useful because he knew only the broad outline of a children's story he had never respected enough to learn properly. By 4, Cedric had discovered that childhood came with more dirt than dignity, and by 5 he had stopped pretending he minded. The old self still noticed when his trousers were muddy, when his hair stuck up from running, and when Amos called a game of chase training reflexes, with the seriousness of a man discussing aura drills. The Cedric who belonged to this life noticed that mud felt cool between his fingers, that his mother laughed when he came in with grass stains, and that the world was easier to love when he stopped measuring every hour by usefulness. The small garden did not share that patience. It remained too small no matter how carefully he arranged it, a neat patch of black soil hemmed in by mist that refused to move simply because a determined child glared at it. Cedric could enter physically now, but only when he was sure no one would notice his absence, and even then the act took enough effort to make him careful. His body vanished from the outside world when he crossed, which turned secrecy from a theory into a household survival rule. He used afternoon quiet, locked sheds, and the blessed moments when adults believed small boys were safely absorbed in harmless projects. Inside the space, harmless projects had become pots. Clay pots, tin pots, wooden boxes, cracked bowls, hanging baskets, old buckets with holes punched for drainage, and anything else that could hold soil found a place. Cedric dragged a low stool through the cottage and stood on it to set containers along the window ledges. He stacked shelves against the warehouse wall, hung baskets from beams, and arranged shallow trays along the edges of the small roof where sunlight touched them without crowding the ground beds. "This is not madness," he told the row of spring onions occupying 3 old cooking pots. "This is efficient." The spring onions offered no opinion. That was probably wise. The problem with pots was that they behaved like arguments. 1 seemed sensible, 3 seemed practical, 27 created a need for shelves, labels, watering order, and a private explanation for why a 5-year-old boy had developed opinions about root depth. Cedric might have left it at ordinary gardening if the steel had not become annoying in exactly the right way. It was no longer blank, but it was still not helpful in the manner of a proper ledger. It did not name him as Cedric Diggory or by the name he had once carried. It did not list every box in the warehouse. It did not offer a polite explanation of rules. It only gave him fragments that settled into his mind when he stood before it inside the space. Planting space, level 0, was clear enough. Baseline. Beginning. Barely more than a private courtyard with ambitions. Cultivation sources, 0, was also understandable, if insulting. Active properties, none, made sense because nothing truly useful had rooted yet. Feedback, unavailable, was the part that made him stare until the markings blurred and the jade mark beneath his skin began to ache faintly. Feedback had no business being attached to cabbage. Cabbage was food. Spring onions were food. Coriander was food pretending to be important. But the steel did not feel like it was joking. The word stayed there, calm and irritating, suggesting that something in the space could grow, give, and change him if he found the right living source and cared for it properly. So he planted because the steel had asked a question without asking one. He made his first farming ledger in a school exercise book his mother had bought because he had asked for paper with lines. The first page said spring onion, cabbage, spinach, coriander, garlic in careful letters, followed by columns for pot size, soil depth, water, sunlight, and notes. It looked ridiculous beside the old life memory of spreadsheets and portfolio models, but it worked. He counted leaves, measured height with a string, and drew small angry faces beside the spinach tray that had flopped because he had placed it too close to the cottage wall. After the first trays rooted, the steel changed. Cultivation sources, 5 mundane. Active properties, food. Feedback, pending. Cedric stood very still in the warehouse, his heart beating too hard for something as silly as onions in pots. Pending did not mean none. Pending meant wait. Pending meant grow. Pending meant 1 tray had been enough to make the stone answer, and if 1 tray could do that, then 10 might matter, and 100 might matter more, and 1,000 might become a reason to turn every spare corner of the secret garden into soil, shelf, root, and leaf. Outside, his mother found him sitting on the kitchen floor with the exercise book open, lips moving silently as he compared 2 pots of real-world parsley. "Cedric, sweetheart, are you doing sums with herbs?" Cedric looked up, pencil in hand, and chose the answer most likely to make her smile rather than worry. "They grow different." "They do," she said, coming closer and crouching beside him. "But most children only notice whether they can pull them up before their mothers catch them." "I'm not pulling," Cedric said with dignity. "No, you're apparently conducting an inquiry." Her eyes softened as she looked over the page. "Your letters are getting very neat." That was dangerous praise because it pleased both halves of him. Neat, or I won't know. Know what? Cedric looked at the parsley, then at the secret weight of the jade mark beneath his skin. Too much truth pressed behind his teeth. He settled for the safe piece. "What helps?" His mother touched his hair, her hand gentle and warm. "That's a good thing to want to know." For 3 days, Cedric treated the word pending like a challenge issued by a stone with no manners. He rearranged pots by height, moved leafy trays away from anything that cast too much shade, and learned that the secret garden liked order in the same plain way his mother liked clean boots by the door. When the shelves were crooked and the buckets blocked the cottage path, the steel's meaning remained fuzzy, stubborn, and faintly smug. When he swept spilled soil, turned the pots so every plant had light, and grouped spring onions with spring onions instead of shoving them wherever space existed, the markings settled more clearly in his mind. It still did not give him the useful answer. Cultivation sources, 5 mundane. Active properties, food, feedback, pending. But the words arrived cleaner now, without the old blur at the edges. Cedric stood before the steel with dirty hands, a damp sleeve, and a child's knees sore from crouching beside pots too long, and understood that the stone was not only measuring what grew. It was measuring care. Healthy plants mattered. Organized space mattered. Labor mattered. Hufflepuff cheat, he muttered, and then almost laughed because he had not even been sorted yet and already the house sounded inevitable. He wanted to test one more thing. A bucket tray along the warehouse wall had too little light, and the coriander in it leaned sadly toward the door like a crowd trying to escape a dull lecture. Cedric dragged the stool over, pushed the tray onto it inch by inch, and began shifting it toward the cottage window. The tray was not heavy for an adult. For a 5-year-old body that had already spent too long inside the space, it was heavy enough to make his arms shake and his breath go thin. Outside, somewhere far away and close at once, his mother called, "Cedric, where have you hidden yourself?" Fear went through him faster than fatigue. He shoved the tray into place, scattered soil across the stool, and snapped back into the real shed with a gasp. The world returned as wood smell, dust, dim light, and his own small body wobbling beside a stack of ordinary pots. His mother opened the shed door before he had fully caught his breath. "There you are," she said, relief turning into a narrow look as she took in his dirty hands. "I called 3 times. Cedric held up the nearest innocent object, which happened to be an empty flower pot. "Pot. I can see that." Her mouth twitched despite the worry. "Come along. The Weasley boys are outside with a ball, and if you don't go play, your father will join them and hurt his pride." Cedric looked once toward the hidden garden he could not mention, then at his mother's waiting hand. The coriander could wait. Pending could wait. Childhood, apparently, had scheduled an interruption. He took her hand and went to play. The Weasley boys had brought a ball, 2 sticks, and the sort of confidence that suggested rules were something other people invented after the fun had already gone wrong. Fred had a smudge on his nose. George had mud on one knee. Cedric could not yet tell them apart every time unless they were standing still, which they almost never were, but he already understood that together they created a local disaster no sensible adult should trust near windows. "We're playing Dragon Raid," Fred announced, thrusting one stick into Cedric's hand as if knighthood had been decided without consultation. "That's the dragon." "The ball?" Cedric asked. "No, that's the egg," George said, scandalized. "The dragon is Dad when he finds out we borrowed his good boot." Cedric looked across the lawn and saw, with dawning horror and delight, a large muddy boot lying on its side near the hedge. "You borrowed 1 boot? 2 would be stealing," Fred said. "1 is strategy," George added. The old self opened its mouth somewhere inside him, ready to say that this was foolish, messy, and likely to end in consequences. Cedric tightened his grip on the stick, glanced toward the shed where the secret garden waited with its pots, ledgers, and maddening pending, and then looked at the twins' bright, expectant faces. The coriander would survive an hour without him. The steel would not sulk more than usual. A boy who could not step away from spring onions to defend a stolen boot from imaginary dragons had misunderstood the entire point of being 5. "I'm guarding the egg," Cedric said. "Excellent," Fred said. "He's serious. I like serious." George grinned. "Serious ones fall funniest." They were right. Cedric fell twice, once over the boot and once because Fred shouted, "Fire breath," directly into his ear and made him dodge into a patch of damp grass. Amos laughed so hard from the gate that Cedric's mother had to tell him not to encourage them, which only encouraged all 4 of them. By the time the game collapsed into accusations, muddy knees, and George trying to ransom the boot back to its owner for biscuits, Cedric was breathless, dirty, and happier than his old self knew what to do with. Later, inside the space, he washed his hands at the well, watered the pots, and wrote 3 careful lines in his notebook. Spring onion stable. Cabbage healthy. Feedback still pending. Then, after a pause, he added a 4th line that made him smile despite the ache in his arms. Played Dragon Raid. Important. The garden remained tiny. The work remained real. But Cedric slept that night with soil under one fingernail and grass stains on both knees, knowing the secret was not to choose between labor and childhood. It was to make room for both. 8. The Diggory Shed. The trouble with making room for both labor and childhood was that labor still needed somewhere to hide. Cedric could play Dragon Raid, fall in the grass, laugh until Amos laughed with him, and mean every muddy minute of it, but the secret garden did not stop existing when the Weasley boys went home. Pots still needed water, shelves still needed straightening, the steel still sat in the warehouse with its irritating pending, and every physical visit still removed Cedric's body from the outside world like a magician's trick performed for the worst possible audience. The shed had been useful for a while because it already existed in a tired, leaning way near the back fence. It held old tools, cracked pots, a coil of rope, 2 brooms that had lost their dignity, and enough spiders to make it convincing as a place adults preferred not to inspect closely. But it was too small, too dark, and too unreliable as a cover. If his mother opened the door while he was gone, she would find only a room full of ordinary clutter and no Cedric. If Amos came looking, he would shout first, panic second, and probably alert half the county before Cedric managed to return. So Cedric waited for a morning when both parents were cheerful, breakfast had gone well, and Amos had not yet begun explaining why Diggory boys naturally needed more fresh air than other children. He carried his exercise book to the kitchen table, climbed into a chair, and opened it to a page where he had drawn something that looked, if one were generous, like a shed with ambitions. His mother looked up from peeling apples. "That is a very serious face." "Project," Cedric said. Amos lowered the Daily Prophet with immediate interest. "A Diggory project?" "A shed," Cedric said, tapping the drawing. "For pots, tools, seeds, my things." His mother's knife paused. "You already have half the garden trying to become your things." "Need shelves," Cedric said, because the safest arguments were practical ones. "And a bench, and hooks, and a roof that doesn't drip on the labels." Amos leaned over the drawing and nodded as though Cedric had presented architectural plans to the Wizengamot. "Good thinking. Can't have dripping on labels. Ruins organization." His mother gave Amos a look that said he was not helping, then turned it gently on Cedric. "Sweetheart, why do you need your own shed?" Cedric looked down at the wobbly little drawing, at the crooked roof and the row of badly drawn pots, and let the child in him answer first because it was true too. "Secret den." Her expression softened before caution could harden it. Amos smiled, slow and proud. Cedric kept his finger on the page and tried very hard not to look like a boy who needed a secret door to another world hidden behind shelves of parsley. His mother did not say yes at once, which meant she was sensible enough to be dangerous. She took the exercise book, studied Cedric's wobbling shed drawing, and then looked past him toward the back garden where the old shed leaned as if it had spent years listening to family secrets and was tired of the responsibility. Cedric kept both hands flat on the table and tried not to appear as if the fate of several pots, one secret dimension, and his future sanity depended on her answer. "A secret den," she said slowly, "with shelves, hooks, a bench, and labels." Cedric nodded. "And a lock." Amos made a pleased sound behind the newspaper. "Hear that? Security-minded." His mother turned the full force of her stare on him. "Amos. What? A boy needs somewhere to keep important things. He is 5. All the more reason. 5-year-old important things are always being moved by people who don't understand their importance." Amos folded the Prophet with the confidence of a man entering debate on favorable ground. "When I was his age, I had a box under the bed for beetle cards, string, bottle caps, and a stone shaped like a Kneasel's head. My mother tidied it once. I still remember the betrayal." Cedric looked at Amos with new respect. That was not a terrible argument. His mother pinched the bridge of her nose, but her mouth softened at the corners. "This is not a box under the bed. This is a shed." "Exactly," Amos said. "Promotion." Cedric felt the old self preparing a careful speech about responsibility, tool storage, practical skill development, and the educational benefits of horticultural independence. He swallowed most of it because no real 5-year-old should sound like a planning committee. "I'll keep it tidy," he said instead. "No spiders in the labels." "That may not be entirely under your control," his mother said. "I'll ask them to move." Amos laughed, then caught himself when she looked at him again. "Sorry, but that was a good answer." It was the wrong sort of praise, warm and bright enough to make Cedric want to preen like a fool. He sat very still, because if he smiled too much his mother would suspect the secret den had already become a victory. She tapped the drawing once, then sighed in the way adults sighed when they had decided to surrender but intended to make surrender look like a managed policy. "We can repair the old shed properly," she said. "Not build some grand fortress. New roof, shelves, a small bench, hooks, and a proper latch. No locking yourself inside. No tools without one of us nearby. And if I call, you answer." Cedric nodded so quickly he nearly bumped the table. "I answer." Amos reached across and ruffled his hair. "There you are, first headquarters. Practical enough to shame grown men, are Cedric." Cedric tried very hard not to glow under that. He was not plotting. He was not pleased with himself. He was merely a small boy getting a shed, and if the shed happened to become the visible face of a secret garden, that was only because labels needed somewhere dry. The shed repairs took 2 weekends, 1 borrowed ladder, 3 trips to a hardware shop in town, and enough paternal advice from Amos to make the hired handyman blink politely at least twice. Cedric was allowed to carry small nails in a tin, hold labels, pass tools when asked, and stand solemnly beside the bench while grown men did things badly enough that his old self wanted to request a measuring tape and take over. His mother saved everyone by giving him a cloth and assigning him the shelves once they were installed. "Dust first," she said, setting him inside the doorway where she could see him. No climbing, no touching sharp things, no vanishing behind boxes. Cedric froze for one guilty heartbeat before realizing she meant ordinary small boy vanishing. "I don't vanish. You become suspiciously quiet," she said. Amos laughed from outside. "That is different. Quiet means thinking." "Quiet means trouble with better manners," she replied, but she smiled as she said it. By Sunday afternoon, the shed had become respectable. The roof no longer dripped. The shelves ran along one wall. Hooks held string, gloves, a small watering can, and harmless tools with blunt edges. A low bench sat beneath the little window, and Cedric's labels rested in a tin beside his exercise book. It was not a fortress, but it was dry, ordinary, and believable, which made it better than a fortress. The first transfer had to be small. Cedric waited until his mother went inside to put the kettle on, and Amos followed the handyman around the side gate, still praising the workmanship as if he had personally defended the shed from collapse. Cedric closed the door halfway, pressed his thumb against the jade mark, and entered the space with a careful breath. He did not take anything impressive. No computer, no films, no sealed medical kit, no tools too new, too sharp, or too strange. From the warehouse he chose 3 packets of ordinary seeds, a bundle of cheap notebooks, 2 pencils, a roll of string, several small plastic containers, a packet of wrapped biscuits, and 1 bright torch that he immediately put back because even at 5 he knew glowing muggle things invited questions. He returned with the safe items tucked into a cloth bag and arranged them slowly on the shed shelf. His mother opened the door just as he was lining up the plastic containers. "Where did those come from?" Cedric pointed toward a cardboard box near the bench, which contained real odds and ends from the old shed. "Box." She stepped in, picked up 1 container, and turned it in her fingers. "This is very neat. Good for seeds," Cedric said, and because truth worked best when it was small, he added, "and biscuits." Amos appeared behind her at exactly the wrong moment. "Biscuits?" Cedric held one up. His mother gave him a long look, then took the biscuit, unwrapped it, and broke it neatly in half. "Your secret den may have biscuits," she said, passing him 1 piece. "But not ants." Cedric accepted the half biscuit with grave relief. The shed had passed its first test. It could hold ordinary wonders, small lies, and enough truth to keep everyone smiling. The shed became more believable because his parents helped build the lie without knowing it was one. His mother added a small cushion to the bench because little backs are not made of oak, then insisted on a covered tin for biscuits so ants would not declare war. Amos found an old wooden crate, sanded the rough edges, and announced that every headquarters needed storage with character. Cedric accepted each improvement with gratitude and a private, complicated guilt, because love made better cover than cleverness and hurt more to misuse. He made rules for himself that evening, sitting cross-legged on the shed floor with his exercise book balanced on his knees. No staying in the space if someone had recently called his name. No entering when his mother was in the garden. No carrying out anything that looked too new, too strange, or too impossible to explain. No using the shed as an excuse to stop playing. The last rule was the one he underlined twice. because the secret garden could become a cage if he let it. Amos knocked on the doorframe instead of walking in, which was so unexpectedly respectful that Cedric looked up in surprise. His father stood outside with 2 mugs, one large and one small, both steaming. "Headquarters inspection," Amos said solemnly. "May I enter?" Cedric considered making him wait because dens had rules, but the small mug smelled of warm milk and honey, which made tyranny difficult. "Yes." Amos ducked inside, looked around at the shelves, labels, seed pots, string, notebooks, and biscuit tin, then nodded as if he had been invited into a ministry department. "Very fine. Tidy. Strategic. Needs a flag." "No flag," Cedric said at once. "Secret headquarters, then." "Good point." Amos handed him the small mug and sat carefully on the floor because the bench was too low for dignity. "Your mum says I'm not to encourage you too much." Cedric sipped the milk and tried not to smile. "Are you?" "Absolutely." Amos leaned closer, lowering his voice as if sharing state secrets. "But responsibly." The word made Cedric laugh, and Amos looked so pleased that guilt pinched again beneath the warmth. This shed existed because Cedric needed somewhere to vanish from. It also existed because Amos believed his son deserved a place of his own, and because his mother trusted him with shelves, labels, and biscuits. Those were not small things. They were the first walls of his outside life, just as much as the cottage and warehouse were the walls of his hidden one. Later, when Amos had gone and the shed settled into evening quiet, Cedric touched the jade mark but did not enter the space. He only sat there, drinking warm milk under his own repaired roof, and understood that his parents' affection was both safety net and danger. They gave him cover because they loved him. If he frightened them, that love would become search parties, questions, and locks. The secret den had worked, but it had also taught him that every good lie needed enough truth to deserve being believed. 9. Ottery Street Catchpole. The shed made Cedric's secret safer, but it also made his ordinary world larger, because parents who believed a child had a healthy project were more willing to let that child be carried along on errands. His mother took him to Ottery Street Catchpole for parchment, soap, flow powder, and ordinary village business that somehow required 3 conversations before any purchase could be made. Cedric went willingly, because the road toward the village passed hedges, lanes, muggle cottages, wizarding oddities tucked politely behind charms, and, most importantly, the burrow. The Weasley house looked as if architecture had lost an argument with family life and decided to keep adding rooms until everyone surrendered. It rose crooked and busy beyond the lane, surrounded by garden, chickens, laundry, noise, and the kind of warmth that made disorder look less like failure and more like abundance. Cedric had seen it before from a distance, but this time Molly Weasley was at the gate with a basket on her hip and a baby balanced against her shoulder, and his mother slowed because adults with children were powerless against one another. "Morning," Molly called, smiling despite the baby's determined attempt to eat her collar. "You're brave, bringing him through on market morning." His mother laughed and shifted her basket. "Brave or foolish, I haven't decided." Cedric stood beside her skirt and counted quickly. Older boys moved in the garden, one redhead after another, and Fred and George were instantly visible not because he could tell them apart with certainty, but because trouble bent around them like grass in wind. One twin was trying to balance a turnip on a fence post. The other held a stick and wore the expression of someone about to discover whether turnips could fly. "Cedric," one of them shouted, abandoning the experiment at once. "Come here, we need a judge." "You need supervision," Molly said sharply. "That too," George said, "or perhaps Fred. He can supervise." Cedric looked up at his mother, who gave him the look that meant mud was expected but blood was not. "Stay where I can see you," she said. He nodded and ran, because walking would have been an insult to the moment. The twins pulled him into a complicated game involving turnips, a chalk line, and accusations of cheating made before anyone had explained the rules. Cedric listened, watched, laughed, and learned more in 10 minutes than any adult introduction could have taught him. Percy, neat and disapproving near the steps, reported unfairness too quickly. Ron, younger and loud, repeated anything interesting at once. Fred and George lied badly when cornered, but they lied together, protected the joke, and understood instinctively that secrets were part of play. By the time his mother called him back, Cedric's shoes were dirty and his mind was full of useful warnings. The Weasleys were not strangers anymore. They were noise, danger, warmth, and possibility, and 2 of them already looked like future trouble worth keeping. Ottery St. Catchpole became larger once Cedric was inside it. From the road it looked like a sensible village with a paper shop, a post office, a green, a few ordinary storefronts, and enough baskets, dogs, prams, and gossip to make every errand take twice as long as the purchase required. Up close, the wizarding lair showed itself in careful little slips. A narrow alley that muggles ignored held a blue-painted door with a brass owl knocker. A grocer's back room smelled faintly of dried herbs, owl treats, and flow powder. A sign that said private yard had a habit of making muggle eyes slide past it, while witches stepped through as if it were an invitation. His mother took these things in stride, which told Cedric more than any lecture could have done. Ottery was not Diagon Alley. It did not glitter. It did not announce itself. It tucked magic behind shelves, side doors, and familiar faces, the way country families tucked spare keys under flower pots and pretended no one knew. "Don't stare too hard," his mother murmured as they left the grocer with soap, parchment, and a small paper twist of owl treats. "It's rude." Cedric looked up at her. "At what?" She gave him a pleased little smile, as if he had passed a test by pretending innocence. "Exactly." They found the Lovegoods near a stall selling second-hand books, repaired cauldrons, and teacups that hummed when handled. Xenophilius Lovegood wore robes of a yellow so determined that Cedric briefly wondered whether the color had committed to him or he to it. Pandora Lovegood stood beside him with calm eyes and a basket of wrapped jars on one arm, quietly amused by something Xenophilius was explaining to a man who clearly regretted asking. Pandora turned as Cedric and his mother approached. "And this must be Cedric," she said warmly. Molly said he had serious eyes. His mother sighed in the fondly resigned manner of someone used to local reports arriving before she did. "Molly says many things. Mostly accurate things," Pandora said. A little girl with pale hair sat on a folded blanket near the stall, watching a beetle crawl across the back of her hand as if it were telling her news. She looked up at Cedric without shyness, tilted her head, and said, "He's got quiet around him." Xenophilius brightened. "Excellent observation, Luna. Very possibly a sign of good turnip resistance." Cedric blinked. "Turnips again?" Pandora laughed softly. "Around here, they're more socially important than people admit." Other children drifted closer while the adults talked. 2 Harper cousins with ink on their fingers, a round-faced boy named Martin Poke who wanted everyone to see his toy wand, and a solemn girl called Elsie Trimble who informed Cedric that cauldrons should never be bought if they smelled like onions. Fred and George reappeared as if summoned by the possibility of an audience, and within minutes the group had become noisy enough that 3 mothers began issuing warnings by surname alone. Cedric watched Luna watching them all, tiny and strange and unbothered, and felt the Ottery circle settle another thread around him. Not strangers, neighbors, witnesses, future friends, perhaps, future risks too, but not only risks, and that difference mattered. The first lesson circle happened the following week at the Burrow, though Cedric gathered from the adults' tone that calling it a lesson circle made it sound more organized than anyone trusted it to be. It was really 3 mothers, 1 folding table, 7 children of different ages, a stack of battered primers, and Molly Weasley's firm belief that no child should reach Hogwarts unable to write a decent thank you note or explain why muggles must not be shown self-stirring soup. Cedric arrived with his mother, a slate, 2 pencils, and the private worry that he might accidentally sound like a university graduate trapped among spelling lists. Molly clapped her hands. "Right, reading first, sums after, and then we'll talk about the statute. Fred, George, if I see 1 beetle in anyone's ink, you'll copy wand safety rules until your fingers fall off." "They'd grow back," Fred whispered. "Not if Mum keeps them," George whispered back. Cedric kept his face solemn with heroic effort. Percy sat very straight and opened his book before being asked. Ron, still small enough to be more noise than judgment, leaned over to see what the twins had hidden under the table and immediately announced, "They've got string." Molly closed her eyes for one breath. "Thank you, Ron." Fred looked betrayed. George looked thoughtful, as if making a note that Ron was not to be trusted with operations requiring silence. Cedric noticed that and tucked it away. Ron was not malicious. He was a broadcast charm with freckles. The lesson itself was simple, but not useless. Wizarding children needed reading, sums, and handwriting like everyone else, but they also needed the things Muggle schools could not teach. What the Ministry did, when to call an adult, why broken wands were not toys, why flow powder was measured and not thrown, why goblins were to be treated politely, why Muggle policemen were never to be confronted by children under any circumstances, and why, "I only showed him a little magic," was not a defense. Pandora handled the history portion with a calm voice that made even the twins listen for almost 5 minutes. "Secrecy is not only a law," she said, setting a small globe on the table and turning it with one finger. "It is a habit. Habits save people when excitement makes them foolish." Luna, sitting on the floor with a picture book upside down, looked at Cedric and said, "Some secrets are houses." Cedric froze for half a heartbeat, pencil resting on the slate. Xenophilius, who had appeared with biscuits at exactly the wrong moment, nodded gravely. "And some houses are secretly hats, if the roof is ambitious enough." The children laughed, and the moment passed. Cedric made himself laugh too, because that was what a 5-year-old should do when an adult said something ridiculous. Still, when he bent over his slate again, he wrote his letters neatly and listened harder than before. The lessons were not only lessons. They were maps of who obeyed, who blurted, who watched, who joked, and who understood that a secret was not the same thing as a lie. After lessons, the children spilled outside with the relief of prisoners granted sunlight, and Cedric found himself drawn into a game that began as tag, became a chase for a stolen biscuit tin, and ended beside the burrow's garden wall where Fred and George cornered him with the solemnity of investigators uncovering a conspiracy. Their timing was not accidental. Percy had gone inside to ask Molly whether the day's handwriting copy should be kept for review, and Ron had followed because he had heard the word biscuit from 3 rooms away. For once, the twins had arranged privacy by letting noisier people chase the wrong prize. Fred pointed at Cedric's pocket. "You had a pencil today." "I'm allowed pencils," Cedric said. "Not that kind," George said. "It was smooth, yellow, no bite marks, not from the post office." Cedric looked between them and felt the old adult self rise with warning, "Careful, careful, careful." The child part of him felt something else too, a quick bright pleasure that they had noticed. Fred and George did not only see jokes. They saw details, patterns, possibilities, and weak points in adult explanations. That made them dangerous. It also made them useful. More than that, it made them interesting. "My shed has things," Cedric said. Fred's eyes sharpened. "What things?" "Project things." George leaned closer. "That means secret things." Cedric considered denying it, but denial was wasted on boys who could smell a prank before it had been invented. He took the small plastic container from his pocket instead. It had once held screws in another world. Now it held 2 wrapped biscuits and 3 spring onion seeds because 5-year-old logic still seemed to require mixed cargo. He opened it just enough for them to see. Fred breathed in as if Cedric had revealed buried treasure. "That box is brilliant." "Waterproof," George said, tapping it with one dirty fingernail. "Good for beetles." "Not beetles," Cedric said firmly. "Seeds. Biscuits. Small things." "Small things are the best kind," Fred said. From the kitchen window, Molly called, "Fred. George, if you're plotting, do it where I can hear enough to stop you." "We're not plotting," George shouted back with wounded dignity. Cedric shut the container before Ron could hear and come running. Percy would report rules. Ron would repeat wonders. The twins would pry, exaggerate, steal one biscuit, and somehow keep the shape of the secret because the secret itself was part of the fun. Cedric did not trust them with the garden. Not yet, but he trusted them with curiosity, and that was the first gate. "Come to my shed next time," he said quietly. "I'll show you some things. Not all things." Fred grinned. "A limited secret." George nodded. "Introductory level." Cedric smiled despite the danger. "Exactly." 10. Commission for Mischief. Fred and George arrived at the Diggory shed 3 days later with the solemnity of boys attending a secret ceremony and the poorly hidden excitement of boys who expected contraband. Cedric had spent those 3 days preparing the visible version of the truth. The shed shelves were tidy. The biscuit tin was in plain sight. The seed packets sat beside his exercise book. Behind an old crate, where curious eyes would have to be invited rather than accidentally fall, he had arranged the first controlled stock from the warehouse. 6 packets of instant noodles, 4 small bottles of water, 2 wrapped rolls of toilet paper, a bundle of cheap pencils, 3 little screwdrivers, a tin of batteries, and a packet of plastic cable ties whose usefulness in the hands of Weasley twins made him nervous. George stepped inside first, looked around, and whispered, "He really does have a headquarters." Fred followed, shutting the door with exaggerated care. "Smells like biscuits and planning." "That is the smell of civilization," Cedric said, because he had decided that sounding slightly odd was safer than trying too hard to sound ordinary. George pointed at the crate. "What's behind there?" Cedric folded his arms. "Rules first." Fred put one hand over his heart. "We are wounded." "Deeply wounded," George agreed. "Possibly dying." "No dying in the shed," Cedric said. "Rule 1. That made both of them grin, which helped. He dragged the crate aside and let them see the stock. For one bright second there was no joke, no interruption, no twinly performance. Fred crouched. George leaned close. They stared at the noodles, the smooth bottles, the neat pencils, the strange little tools, and the clean paper wrappers as if Cedric had opened a treasure chest instead of the embarrassing remains of old life apocalypse shopping. "What are those?" Fred asked, pointing at the noodles. "Food," Cedric said. "Muggle food. Fast. Cheap. Needs hot water." George's eyes widened. "Pocket soup?" "Sort of." Fred picked up a roll of toilet paper and turned it with reverent confusion. "And this?" Cedric felt his face warm. "Useful paper." "For what?" "Private things," Cedric said with enough finality that both twins immediately looked delighted. George set it down as if it had become sacred. "Secret paper." "No calling it that," Cedric said. "And no telling Ron." Fred's grin sharpened. "Ah, this is that sort of secret." Cedric looked at the small stock, then at the two boys who could turn anything into trouble and somehow make trouble look like a business plan. "It's project stock," he said carefully. "Some can be sold, some can be traded, some is useful for experiments. Nothing dangerous, nothing magical, no lies that get adults angry." George lifted the packet of cable ties and smiled like a future problem. "What about lies that get adults confused?" Cedric took the packet from him. "Those cost extra." The twins took the word extra with the stunned delight of boys who had just discovered commerce could be rude. Fred sat back on his heels. George held the cable ties protectively against his chest until Cedric took them away again, and both of them looked at the stock as if every packet of noodles had begun whispering possibilities. Cedric knew that expression. He had seen adults wear it over market tips, half-legal tax schemes, and investment products they did not understand. On Fred and George, it was far more alarming. "We can sell these," Fred said. "We can demonstrate these," George said, picking up one noodle packet and squinting at the bright writing. "People like food that does tricks." "It doesn't do tricks," Cedric said. "It becomes soup." "That is a trick," Fred said. "Most food starts as food." "Hot water, pocket soup, strange muggle writing," George said, counting on his fingers. "That's at least 3 tricks." Cedric took the packet back before the argument could become branding. "No saying it's magical." Both twins stared at him as if he had banned breathing. Fred recovered first. "We would never." "You absolutely would," Cedric said. George sighed. "Fine. We say it's mysterious." "No. Unusual." "Maybe." "Imported?" Cedric hesitated because that was true, useful, and vague enough not to invite a court case from the universe. "Imported is allowed." Fred leaned forward. "And commission?" Cedric had expected that part. He had also expected outrage, performance, betrayal, and at least one attempt to claim danger money for handling toilet paper. He opened his exercise book to a page where he had drawn 3 columns in neat pencil. Stock, sale price, split. "Half for me, half for you two to share." The silence was immediate and suspicious. George narrowed his eyes. "Half? Between us?" Fred asked. "Yes," Cedric said. "That's very generous," George said slowly, which somehow made it sound like an accusation. Fred looked at him. "Why?" Cedric tapped the stock list with his pencil. "Because you know people. You're brave. You're noisy. You can sell things without looking like you're selling things. I have stock. You have chaos. Together, that's business." The twins looked at each other, and Cedric saw the exact moment greed, pride, and friendship shook hands. George held out his palm. "We accept this sacred burden." Fred placed his hand on top of George's. "For the advancement of pocket soup." Cedric put his smaller hand over theirs before he could think better of it. And experiments, he said. Both twins brightened so fiercely that Cedric knew he had chosen the right bait. Money alone would have interested them. Experiment money made them loyal. Mischief money made them dangerous. He smiled anyway, because the shed smelled of biscuits and planning, and because for once the old apocalypse horde did not feel embarrassing. It felt like the beginning of something wonderfully unwise. Cedric let the handshake last only long enough to feel ceremonial, then pulled his hand back and opened the exercise book again before the twins could turn sacred burden into sacred nonsense. Rules, he said, and tapped the pencil against the page. Real ones, not the sort where you pretend not to understand because pretending is fun. Fred sat cross-legged on the floorboards with instant noodles in his lap. That sounds unfairly specific. It sounds like he knows us, George said, sounding pleased rather than offended. I'm learning, Cedric said. He wrote Rule 1 carefully, because handwriting mattered when one was trying to turn two agents of chaos into a sales force. No dangerous goods, no batteries to little children, no tools to anyone who looks like they might try to take something apart in public. No cable ties unless I say so. Fred glanced longingly at the packet. He fears innovation. I fear explaining innovation to your mum, Cedric said. George nodded with grave sympathy. That is reasonable fear. Cedric wrote the second rule. No family trouble. If someone's mum says no, that means no. If someone's dad asks where it came from, you say imported Muggle stock. That's true. China, mostly. See the writing? Fred turned a noodle packet over and traced the Chinese characters with one finger. Can you read this? Yes. Both twins stared. Cedric realized too late that yes was more interesting than I think so. He added quickly, some of it. Not all. It's imported, and it's food, and it's not magical. That's Rule 3. You don't say it's magical, cursed, enchanted, blessed, goblin-made, dragon-dried, haunted, or illegal. George's expression brightened with each forbidden word. You're giving us marvelous ideas. I'm taking them away, Cedric said. That's different. Fred leaned over the book. What about rare? Cedric considered that. Rare locally. Exotic? Careful. Mysterious? No. George sighed. You're a hard man, Cedric Diggory. I'm 5, Cedric said, then pointed the pencil at both of them because the next rule mattered more than the rest. And no telling Percy or Ron anything important. The twins did not laugh that time. Fred's fingers stilled on the noodle packet, and George looked toward the shed door as if Percy's rule-loving shadow might be listening from outside. Percy reports, George said. Ron repeats, Fred added. They're not bad, Cedric said, because it felt important not to let caution become meanness. They're just not for this. George looked back at him with sharper interest. But we are? Cedric shut the exercise book and held it against his chest. Introductory level, he said. For now. Fred grinned slowly. Then we'd better earn advanced. Earning advanced began with 3 packets of noodles, 2 bundles of pencils, and 1 wrapped roll of toilet paper that Fred insisted had a destiny beyond Cedric's imagination. Cedric refused to let the first sale happen anywhere near the shed. He packed the stock into an old satchel, made the twins repeat the rules until even George began rolling his eyes, and led them toward the edge of Ottery's Market where Muggle stalls, church jumble tables, and wizarding families pretending not to notice one another created the sort of noise that made small transactions disappear. Remember, Cedric said, stopping beside a low wall before they joined the crowd. Imported Muggle food, needs hot water, not magic. Fred patted the satchel. Imported Chinese pocket soup, rare locally, not magic, tragically not haunted. George lifted 2 pencils like display wands, then lowered them when Cedric looked at him. Fine, pencils, ordinary, smooth, bite-free pencils. The first customer was not a customer at all, but Martin Polk's older cousin, who wandered over because Fred had the gift of looking as if something interesting was happening even while standing still. Cedric stayed beside the wall and let the twins work, because that was the point of commission. Fred showed the noodle packet with both hands. George pointed at the Chinese writing as if it were a royal seal. It's food, Fred said. Real Muggle food from China. Needs hot water, George added. Then it becomes soup. Cedric says that isn't magic, but Cedric is very strict about fun. The cousin squinted. Can you eat it? That is the usual plan with food, Cedric said before he could stop himself. Fred nodded wisely. He's our technical advisor. The sale took too long, involved 3 questions none of them expected, and ended with 2 coins in Fred's palm and a promise to bring another packet if the first one did not poison anyone. Cedric watched the coins pass from Fred to George, then to him for counting, and felt a strange, ridiculous shift inside his chest. The Apocalypse hoard had bought its first breath of usefulness. By the end of the afternoon, they had sold 2 noodle packets, 4 pencils, and 1 screwdriver to a man who said it looked handy. Cedric divided the money behind the shed door while the twins leaned close enough to breathe on his knuckles. Half went into Cedric's tin, half went into Fred's hand, then George's, then back again as they argued over custody. "This," Fred said, staring at their share, "is experiment money." "And biscuit money," George said. "And not Ron money," Cedric said. Both twins looked at him, then tucked the coins away with matching solemnity. Fred tapped the exercise book once. Introductory level completed. George grinned. Advanced will need more stock. Cedric looked at the small tin, the shrinking pile of goods, and the 2 red-headed disasters who had just become business partners, secret keepers in training, and possibly the most dangerous salesman in Devon. "Then we do it properly," he said. "Small amounts, good records, no showing off." Fred opened the shed door with a flourish. "He says, to us." George stepped out after him, already laughing. Poor Cedric, so clever, yet so hopeful. Cedric shut the tin and smiled despite himself. They were trouble, but they were his trouble now, at least at the introductory level, and the secret felt a little less lonely because of it. 11. The dog that answered. The first trouble with becoming business partners with Fred and George Weasley was that success made them louder. Cedric discovered this the morning after their first proper sales, when the twins arrived at the edge of the lane not to sell anything, not to collect stock, and not even to complain about rules, but simply to inform him that Pocket Soup had a future. They delivered this verdict while walking backwards in front of him, taking turns describing markets, demonstrations, and a possible traveling sign that Cedric banned before George finished saying the word exploding. "It wouldn't explode," George said, wounded. "It would unfurl." Violently, Fred added, which did not improve the argument. Cedric tightened his grip on the little cloth bag of biscuits his mother had given him for the walk and kept his voice calm. "No signs, no unfurling, no violence. We're walking to the green because Mum thinks fresh air keeps boys from becoming suspicious indoors." Fred looked at George with deep concern. "Does she know us?" "Not well enough," Cedric said, and that made both twins laugh so loudly that a blackbird shot out of the hedge in protest. They were halfway past Mrs. Polk's low stone wall when the dog began barking. It was a broad, scruffy village dog with muddy paws, 1 folded ear, and the confident ownership of every smell within half a mile. Cedric knew it by sight. Everyone called it Badger, mostly because it was the wrong shape, color, and attitude for the name, and because Ottery children thought this was excellent logic. Badger had been lying in a patch of weak sun near the gate, but the moment Cedric came close, the dog lurched upright and barked with the full force of personal discovery. Cedric heard the bark as sound first. Then, beneath the rough noise, meaning landed in his head with the cheerful bluntness of a wet nose shoved into his palm. 2 smells. Boy smells. Old smell. Biscuit smell. Strange boy. Good biscuit boy. Cedric stopped so abruptly that George bumped into his shoulder. The twins kept talking for another second before they noticed his face. "What?" Fred asked, glancing toward the hedge. "Did you see Percy?" Badger barked again, tail thumping against the gatepost. "Strange boy has old inside. Also biscuit. Give biscuit." Cedric stared at the dog. His mouth had already opened before caution arrived, and what came out was not a bark, not English exactly, and not any language he knew. It was a warm, shaped answer pushed through ordinary words. "You're very rude for someone begging." Badger's ears shot up. The dog froze, then barked once in delighted outrage. Boy heard. Biscuit now." Fred turned very slowly to look at Cedric. George turned just as slowly from the other side. Their expressions matched too perfectly, which was never a good sign. Cedric felt the biscuit bag crinkle in his fist and realized, with a cold little drop inside his stomach, that he had just answered a dog in front of the Weasley twins. For several long seconds nobody moved except Badger, whose tail thumped against the gatepost with the steady confidence of a creature certain that all mysteries could be solved by sharing food. Cedric considered 3 lies and rejected all of them before they reached his mouth. Saying he had been talking to Fred wouldn't work because Fred was on the wrong side. Saying he had been talking to himself would only interest the twins more. Saying he had been joking was technically possible, but George already had the look of a boy who had heard the truth fall off a shelf and was waiting to see whether it broke. Fred pointed slowly at the dog. "Did you just scold Badger?" "No," Cedric said, then cursed himself because no was always weaker when it arrived too quickly. "I mean, yes, but only because he was being rude." George's eyebrows climbed. "How did you know he was being rude?" Badger barked again, louder this time, and Cedric flinched because the meaning came through more clearly now that he knew to listen. Red boy's loud. Strange boy slow. Biscuit. 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 "He's asking for biscuits," Cedric said, mostly because the words had slipped too far into his head to keep pretending they weren't there. Fred looked down at the cloth bag in Cedric's hand, then at Badger, then back at Cedric with dawning joy. "He is asking for biscuits." "All dogs ask for biscuits," Cedric said. "That's not special." George crouched by the wall, careful not to put his fingers through the gate. "Badger, are you asking for biscuits?" Badger shoved his nose between 2 bars and snorted. "Red boy smells like grass. Other red boy smells like pocket soup. Strange boy has old smell. Biscuit." Cedric's stomach sank. He should have walked away. He should have laughed and said the dog was obvious. He should not have let curiosity, fear, and the deeply unfair phrase old smell pin him in place like a beetle under glass. Instead he crouched too, holding 1 biscuit between finger and thumb. "You don't get this for free," Cedric said softly. Badger went very still. "Biscuit has rules?" Fred whispered, with enormous satisfaction, "He's negotiating with a dog." Cedric ignored him, though his ears warmed. "You have to sit." Badger's hindquarters hit the dirt so fast dust puffed around his tail. "Sit. Biscuit now. Good dog. Best dog. Gate dog. Biscuit dog." George made a strangled sound that might have been laughter trying not to become shouting. Fred leaned against the wall, grinning so hard it looked painful. Cedric fed the biscuit through the bars, and Badger took it with surprising delicacy before chewing with his whole face. Cedric watched the dog's eyes half close in bliss and tried to make himself breathe evenly. This could still be coincidence. It could be magic reacting to tone, posture, and old experience with animals. It could be childhood imagination dressing instinct in words. It could be anything except the obvious, because the obvious meant another private miracle had just stepped into public daylight and asked him for biscuits. Badger licked crumbs from his nose and barked once, cheerful and certain. "Strange old boy gives good biscuit. Keep him." Fred and George turned together. Cedric looked at them and knew, with awful clarity, that introductory level secrecy had just become much more complicated. Fred recovered first, because Fred usually did when the prize was teasing someone into panic. He pushed away from the wall, folded his arms, and looked Cedric over as if expecting to find dog ears hidden under his hair. "So," he said, much too casually, "our business partner speaks dog." "I don't speak dog," Cedric said, which was almost true and therefore the safest sort of lie. "I understood 1 dog, maybe, a little." George's grin widened. "That is worse." "How is that worse?" "Because speaking dog sounds like a skill," George said, counting on his fingers as if this were a lesson. "Understanding 1 dog sounds like Badger chose you." Badger barked agreement with enormous satisfaction. "Chose Biscuit Boy. Gate dog chooses. Important." Cedric closed his eyes for 1 breath, then opened them again because refusing to look at a problem had never made it less interested in biscuits. "We're testing this somewhere quieter." "Excellent," Fred said at once. "Scientific dog business." "Not here," Cedric said, glancing down the lane where Mrs. Polk might appear at any moment and ask why 3 boys were conducting an interview with her dog. "And not loudly. We walk normally." They did not walk normally. The twins walked like boys trying so hard to look innocent that guilt practically followed them in a parade. Cedric kept his hands in his pockets and his face forward while Badger trotted behind the gate until the wall ended, then slipped through a gap in the hedge with the illegal ease of a creature who considered boundaries suggestions. He followed them at Cedric's heel, panting, tail high, sending a steady stream of smells, opinions, and biscuit-related policy into Cedric's head. By the green, Cedric stopped near an old bench under a chestnut tree. A pair of sparrows hopped in the dust nearby, sharp-eyed and busy. A ginger cat lay on the far wall with one paw hanging over the edge, pretending sleep while watching everything. Cedric felt suddenly ridiculous, like a child about to ask a committee of animals whether he was mad. Fred sat on the bench backward. "Proceed, Professor Diggory." "I'm not a professor," Cedric said. "And you're not helping." George settled beside him, lowering his voice with impressive solemnity. "We are witnessing history." Cedric took a crumb from the biscuit bag and held it on his palm. He looked toward the sparrows first, because Bird seemed less personally invested than Badger. "Do you want this?" The sparrows startled at the sound, but what reached him from them wasn't speech the way Badger's thoughts had been. It came as quick flashes: crumb, hand, danger, boy, dog, sky. One bird darted forward, snatched the crumb, and sprang away with a fierce little burst of triumph. The second bird scolded in bright, sharp notes that felt like mine, late, unfair, and Cedric almost laughed despite himself. "Well?" Fred asked, leaning so far forward he nearly slid off the bench. "Not words," Cedric said slowly. "Pictures, feelings, wants." George looked at the sparrows with new respect. "That one called the other a thief, didn't it?" "Possibly," Cedric said. The ginger cat opened one yellow eye from the wall. Cedric turned toward it, and the impression that came back was colder, clearer, and much more insulting. "Dog noisy, red kit's noisy, small golden kit thinks too much, has food, might be tolerable." Cedric stared. Fred's grin became dangerous. "The cat said something." "No," Cedric said. George leaned in. "It absolutely did." Cedric looked at the cat again. "It said you're noisy." The twins gasped with theatrical betrayal while the cat closed its eye in smug agreement. Badger barked joyfully beside Cedric's knee. "Cat rude. Biscuit boy knows. Good pack." Cedric crouched and put one hand on Badger's head before the dog could bark again. The fur was warm under his fingers, the lane smelled of grass, dust, biscuits, and summer, and the impossible had somehow become ordinary enough to have witnesses. He swallowed. This was real, not cleanly, not fully, not like speaking a human language, but real enough to be dangerous. Fred's voice softened just a little. "Cedric, are you scared?" Cedric looked from the dog to the cat to the sparrows fighting over crumbs, then back to the twins. "Yes," he said, "because lying badly would only insult all three of them. But I'm also curious." Curiosity won because fear had never been able to resist a notebook. Cedric led the twins away from the green before Mrs. Polk, a passing adult, or the ginger cat's owner could catch them holding what Fred had already begun calling a council of beasts. Badger came with them for 3 hedgerows, then abandoned the mission at the smell of something dead and interesting near a ditch. His final bark left Cedric with an impression of pride, ownership, biscuit debt, and a very firm opinion that cats were narrow dogs with broken manners. Fred waited until Badger vanished through the grass before speaking. "We need rules." Cedric stopped walking and stared at him. George looked equally disturbed. "Fred, don't say things like that. It sounds unnatural." "I mean our kind of rules," Fred said quickly. "Important rules. Secret rules. The kind that stop Percy finding out and asking Mum whether talking to dogs counts as dangerous creature handling." Cedric's stomach tightened at the thought of Mrs. Weasley, Amos, or his mother hearing about this before he understood it himself. He looked down the lane, then toward the low trees beyond the field where the Diggory shed waited hidden behind ordinary childhood. "No telling anyone," he said. "Not Percy, not Ron, not your parents, not mine, not yet." George's grin faded into something steadier. "Because you don't know what it is." "Because I don't know what it is," Cedric said, grateful enough that he nearly smiled. "And because adults will either worry, forbid it, report it, test it, or talk about it where someone else can hear." Fred nodded with grave approval. "Advanced secret, then." "Introductory advanced," Cedric said. "That's not a thing," George said. "It is now." By the time they reached the shed, the twins had argued the wording of the secret into something they considered official and Cedric considered barely survivable. They put one hand each on the biscuit tin because Fred said secret ceremonies needed props and George said biscuit tin oaths were legally binding among sensible people. Cedric made them repeat the actual promise twice, without flourishes, without invented titles, and without describing him as the Beast King of Devon. Inside the shed, With the door closed and sunlight falling in dusty stripes through the plank gaps, Cedric opened his exercise book to a fresh page. His hand hovered over the paper for a moment. Writing made things real. Ledgers turned fear into records, and records became responsibilities. He wrote the date, then beneath it, carefully, animal understanding, first confirmed. Fred leaned over his shoulder. You should write dog speech. I'm not writing dog speech. George crouched beside the crate. Dr. Diggory's Dictionary of Dogs. No. Badger's biscuit-based philosophy, Fred suggested. Cedric pressed his lips together because laughing would only encourage them, and he had already learned that the twins treated encouragement like dry tinder. He wrote, dog, clear simple meaning. Birds, impressions. Cat, clearer impressions and rude. Then, after a pause that made his fingers feel oddly heavy, he added, possible trait, creature speech. Faint. The jade mark beneath his skin cooled, then warmed once, so softly he might have missed it if he had not been listening to every part of himself. Cedric froze. No words appeared before his eyes. No shining message declared success. But somewhere in the back of his awareness, the steel seemed to acknowledge the shape of what he had written, not awarding him something new so much as agreeing that he had finally named what had woken. Fred noticed his stillness. Cedric? Cedric shut the book slowly and held it against his chest. Outside, a bird scolded from the hedge, all sharp hunger and stolen crumbs. For once, Cedric understood enough to blush. It's real, he said quietly. George sat back on his heels, his face bright with mischief and wonder both. Then we're definitely advanced. Cedric looked at the twins, the biscuit tin, the hidden stock, and the closed notebook where another impossible thing had become part of his life. No, he said, though warmth had begun to push through the fear. Now we're careful. 12. The first steel reading. Cedric waited until the twins had gone before he risked entering the space. That took longer than patience wanted. Fred and George left by the lane with the solemn expressions of boys carrying a secret too exciting for ordinary walking, then ruined the effect by arguing over whether Badger should receive an official business title. Cedric stood at the shed door until their red heads vanished beyond the hedge, listened for their voices fading toward the burrow, and only then let himself breathe properly. The notebook felt heavier under his arm than paper had any right to feel. He did not go into the house. His mother was in the kitchen, and one look at his face would invite questions he could not answer without making everything worse. Instead, he slipped behind the shed, checked the lane, the hedge, the backfield, and the old apple tree where a magpie sometimes lurked like a feathered spy, then pressed 2 fingers to the faint jade mark beneath his skin. In, he whispered, because old habits liked words even when the ring answered thought. The world folded gently, and the shed shadow vanished. Cedric landed on his feet this time, properly inside the space, not as infant awareness and not as a tired toddler's drifting mind. The small garden breathed around him in clean green silence. Pots crowded the cottage wall, shelves, roof edge, and every spare corner he had bullied into usefulness. The warehouse stood steady beyond the well, and the mist still waited at the borders, pale and patient, refusing him the hidden fields beyond. A sparrow scolded somewhere outside in the real world, or perhaps memory supplied the sound. Cedric rubbed his thumb over the closed notebook and looked toward the warehouse. No obsessing, he told himself. We are checking, recording, and then watering the cabbages. That sounded sensible enough to survive being said aloud. The steel waited at the back of the warehouse, upright on its low base, neither shining nor hiding. Its surface had always been half-readable, offering shape more than statement, meaning more than language. Today, as Cedric stepped closer, the jade mark cooled beneath his skin and the markings sharpened with a soft inward click. Lines arranged themselves like a ledger deciding to stop being coy. Strength 9.5, Agility 10.5, Constitution 11, Magic Power 10, and Charisma 13. Cedric stared until the numbers blurred, then forced himself to blink. Below the 5 clear lines, fainter markings stirred like roots seen through water. Space control, basic. Creature speech, faint. Plant affinity, dormant faint. Regeneration, none. Potion ingredient sense, latent. His mouth had gone dry. He opened the notebook with careful hands and copied every line exactly, including the ones that made his heart beat too fast. The steel did not cheer, reward, or explain itself. It simply stood there, calm as stone, while Cedric understood that the private miracle had become measurable. "That," he said softly, "is going to be a problem." Cedric did not write anything after the trait list for almost a full minute. The numbers sat on the page looking too small to be dangerous, which only made them worse. He had spent enough of his old life around ledgers to know that numbers were never harmless once people began chasing them. A profit target could turn sensible men greedy. A risk score could make cowards look prudent. A neat upward line could persuade someone that falling was no longer possible. He shut the notebook halfway, opened it again, and forced himself to look at the steel instead of the thrill moving under his ribs. "Meaning," he said quietly. "Not just numbers." "What do you mean?" The steel did not become kinder. It did not give him definitions in tidy schoolbook sentences. But as Cedric focused on each line, impressions settled into his mind with the same quiet firmness as cottage, warehouse, well, and garden. Strength was body force. Lifting, carrying, digging, gripping, striking if he ever had to. Agility was movement. Balance, reflexes, coordination, the quick adjustments that kept feet under a boy when mud, broomsticks, or mischief tried to steal them. Constitution was endurance and recovery, the ability to keep going without becoming fragile. Then his attention touched magic power, and the space answered. The little garden seemed to deepen around him. Not expand, not visibly, but listen. The mist at the borders remained exactly where it was, yet Cedric felt the pressure behind it. Hidden fields, more soil, more room for plants, more life waiting behind a locked door. Magic power was not intelligence. It was not knowledge, not spellcraft, not wisdom, and certainly not common sense. It was the depth of the well inside him. Raw reserve, magical pressure, the force that would one day push spells harder, sustain work longer, and, most importantly, roll the mist back from the secret garden. Cedric's fingers tightened around the pencil. "So you're the land key." The steel remained silent, which Cedric chose to take as stone, pretending not to agree. He wrote, "Magic power equals raw reserve and space expansion. Not spell mastery, not knowledge. Main wizard stat, but dangerous to overvalue." The moment the last sentence touched the page, the jade mark warmed once. Cedric swallowed and looked toward the pots along the cottage wall, suddenly seeing all of them as part of a circle. More magic power meant more space. More space meant more plants. More plants might one day mean more feedback, more ingredients, more practice, more everything. It was a rich man's compound interest wearing green leaves and pretending to be gardening. "That's how idiots become monsters," he murmured. A faint bark drifted from somewhere beyond the real-world boundary, distant and muffled through the ring. Cedric almost smiled despite himself. Badger, probably, announcing that a hedge had failed its duties. The ordinary sound helped. He was not a monster in a tower. He was a boy hiding in a garden because a dog had called him strange and demanded biscuits. He turned back to the steel and tapped the page beside magic power. "Priority," he said, "not master. You don't get to run the whole life." The word priority stayed on the page like a dare. Cedric looked at it, then at the neat line of magic power, and felt the familiar itch to make a plan that swallowed everything else. More magic power meant more land, more workspace, more hidden advantage. The old analyst in him could already build the argument. Allocate effort to the highest return stat, compound early, reinvest gains, expand capacity, then diversify later. It was a clean strategy, and that was exactly why he distrusted it. He closed the notebook, stood, and walked out of the warehouse before the steel could tempt him into staring at himself like a balance sheet. The small garden waited under its impossible sky, full of pots, trays, and ordinary green things that needed hands more than theories. Cedric picked up the little watering can by the well, filled it, and carried it to the cabbage pots first. Water darkened the soil in slow circles, and the simple weight of the can pulled at his arm in a way numbers could not argue with. "You," he told the first row of cabbages, "do not care how much raw magic I have if I'm too weak to carry water." The cabbages, being sensible vegetables, offered no opinion. Cedric moved down the line anyway, watering each pot properly instead of rushing. Strength mattered because sacks, soil, crates, tools, cauldrons, and one-day creatures would not lift themselves. Agility mattered because children fell, seekers dodged, broomsticks punished stiff bodies, and George Weasley had once proved that a thrown apple could become a combat situation if Fred shouted encouragement. Constitution mattered because a boy who could work only in short bursts would be ruled by naps, appetite, and his mother's worried eyes. He set the watering can down, rolled his shoulders, and looked toward the mist. The hidden land might belong to magic power, but the labor would belong to his body. A secret garden still needed digging. A future creature handler needed hands that did not shake when a frightened animal struggled. A wizard who wanted to survive a fate he did not understand could not be a glowing battery with knees like wet string. Cedric returned to the notebook and opened it beneath the steel's quiet face. "Revision," he said, because saying it aloud made the decision feel less slippery. He drew a box around all 5 stats, not just magic power, then wrote, "Body first enough to support magic. Farmer, seeker, creature handler, and wizard. No hollow power." The jade mark warmed softly, not as a reward, more like agreement from something old and irritatingly patient. Cedric tapped the pencil against charisma last and hesitated. That one was harder. Strength could lift, agility could dodge, constitution could endure, magic power could open the mist. Charisma looked softer, but Amos's pride, his mother's trust, the twins' secrecy, Badger's biscuit faith, and even the ginger cat's grudging tolerance all said otherwise. "People are not stats," Cedric said firmly, then added beneath the line, "Charisma is trust pressure. Use carefully." From outside the space, faint and distant, his mother called his name. Cedric snapped the notebook shut at once, heart-jumping like a guilty thing. The garden, the steel, and the numbers all became less important in the same breath, because a real voice had reached through the hidden miracle and reminded him that life waited on the other side. "I'm coming, Mum," he whispered, and for once the interruption felt like rescue rather than nuisance. Cedric left the space with the notebook clutched to his chest and landed behind the shed in the same patch of shade, knees bending slightly as his shoes found real earth. For one breath he stood still, listening. The lane was quiet, the hedge rustled. Somewhere nearby, Badger barked twice with great authority, and the meaning reached Cedric faintly through distance and leaves. "Bad smell. Good ditch. Mine." Cedric almost answered, then remembered he was already in trouble with the universe and hurried toward the house instead. His mother stood at the kitchen door with a tea towel over one shoulder and the expression she used when patience had begun measuring itself against worry. "There you are," she said, looking him over from hair to shoes. "I called twice. Were you in the shed again?" "Yes," Cedric said, which was true enough to keep his face steady. "I was writing." "Writing what?" He tightened his arms around the notebook before he could stop himself. His mother's eyes dropped to the movement at once, warm and much too sharp. Cedric made himself loosen his grip. "Garden notes, and some business rules for Fred and George before they accidentally sell the lane." His mother's mouth twitched. "That sounds less like a joke than I'd prefer." "They're enthusiastic," Cedric said. "That also sounds less like a comfort than you think." She stepped aside and let him in, but her gaze stayed on him as he crossed the threshold. "Wash your hands. Then you can help me with the potatoes if your secret empire can spare you." The phrase hit too close. Cedric washed his hands at the sink, watching dirt and a faint smear of green leaf dust vanish down the drain. Secret empire. His mother had meant sheds, twins, biscuits, and little boys being dramatic. She had not meant a hidden garden, a warehouse full of old life goods, a steel counting his body like an accountant, and a temptation to turn childhood into a training schedule. That was exactly why the rule had to exist before the numbers began whispering. He dried his hands, sat at the table, and opened the notebook to a fresh page while his mother set a bowl of potatoes between them. She handed him a small knife. "Peel slowly. I'd rather keep all your fingers." Cedric took the knife and began carefully. The action steadied him. Skin curled away from potato flesh in pale strips, ordinary and useful, and his mother worked across from him with practiced ease. After 3 potatoes, he wrote at the top of the page, "Rule 1. His mother glanced over. "Is that for the twins?" "Partly," Cedric said, then shook his head. "Mostly for me." That made her look up properly. "That sounds important." Cedric kept his eyes on the page because her attention made honesty harder and easier at the same time. "If I'm keeping records, I have to be careful not to believe what I want to believe. So no gain counts unless 2 things agree. The record and the result." She smiled faintly, though she clearly thought he was talking about cabbages, sales, or both. "That's a very sensible rule." Cedric wrote it slowly, making each word plain. No gain counts unless the steel and my records agree. Test before trusting. Repeat before relying. Life before numbers. The jade mark warmed beneath his skin so softly he could pretend it was only the heat from the kitchen. Cedric did not pretend. He finished the line, closed the notebook, and returned to the potatoes while his mother hummed under her breath. The steel had given him numbers. He had answered with rules, potatoes, and a mother close enough to notice if he forgot to come home. For now, that would have to be enough. 13. Magic in a secret place. Cedric waited 2 full days after the first steel reading before he trusted himself with the next experiment. That sounded disciplined in the notebook and felt ridiculous in his bones, because the space had finally admitted it could measure him, and every sensible, foolish, greedy part of his mind wanted to know what else it would answer. Instead, he watered the cabbages, helped his mother shell peas, let Amos ruffle his hair while announcing that no boy in Ottery peeled potatoes with more promise, and did not once sneak behind the shed for anything more suspicious than a bucket and a trowel. On the third afternoon, rain kept the lane quiet and the Weasleys away, which made the house too peaceful to waste. His mother sent him upstairs after lunch with the firm look of a woman who had noticed too many busy mornings. Rest for half an hour, Cedric. I mean rest, not reorganize your shed or write another treaty for the twins. Cedric gave her his best innocent face, which worked less well on her than on almost everyone else. Can I read? You can lie down with a book, she said, pointing toward the stairs with the spoon in her hand. If I hear furniture moving, I'm coming up. That seems very strict. That seems very necessary, she said, and kissed the top of his head before he could defend industry as a moral principle. He went upstairs, closed his bedroom door, opened a harmless children's book on the coverlet, and waited until the kitchen sounds settled back into chopping, humming, and rain against glass. Only then did he touch the jade mark beneath his skin and think inward. The bedroom softened, the bed vanished, his shoes found the cottage floor inside the space, and the impossible quiet wrapped around him like a held breath. Cedric had prepared the testing area with the care of someone who had no intention of explaining scorch marks to his mother. On the cottage table sat a wooden toy soldier, a rubber ball, a tin cup, a feather, 3 buttons, a spool of thread, and 1 cracked plastic torch from the warehouse that had never worked even in its proper century. Nothing valuable, nothing alive, nothing he couldn't afford to lose if magic decided to be dramatic. No wand, he said softly, because rules mattered more when no adult was present to enforce them. No spell words, no pretending I know what I'm doing. He set the feather in the center of the table, placed both hands flat beside it, and tried to remember the feeling of childhood accidents. Toys jumping when startled, cups skidding away from reaching hands, a door clicking open before he touched it. Magic had leaked out of him before. Now he wanted it to leak on purpose, which sounded like the kind of distinction that got boys into trouble. The feather trembled. Cedric stopped breathing. It lifted a finger width above the table, spun once, then dropped as if embarrassed by its own ambition. Cedric stared at it, grin spreading before caution could stop him. Well, he whispered. Hello, trouble. The trouble became less charming after the 4th attempt. Cedric made the feather rise again, higher this time, almost to the level of his nose, but the lift came with a tug deep behind his breastbone. It was not pain. Pain would have been easier to respect. This was drain, as if the magic had reached into him with a small cup and scooped something out each time the feather obeyed. He lowered it carefully, then sat back on the cottage chair and wrote 1 word in the notebook: costly. Again, he said, because 1 test proved nothing except that boys were foolish when excited. The feather rose. The tin cup rattled beside it, though Cedric had not asked the cup for anything. He clenched his fingers against the table and pulled the intention tighter. Feather only. The cup went still. The feather wobbled, spun, and drifted sideways into the spool of thread, knocking it over with a soft wooden click. Cedric's head throbbed once behind his eyes. He shut them, breathed through his nose, and waited until the cottage stopped feeling too bright. That is not control, he said when he opened his eyes. That is enthusiasm wearing boots. He moved the feather aside and chose the rubber ball next, partly because it was sturdier and partly because pride disliked being defeated by something that could be sneezed across a table. He placed the ball in the middle, set a chalk mark around it, and focused on making it roll exactly to the cup and stop. The ball twitched, shot forward, struck the cup, bounced off the edge of the table, and landed on the floor with an accusing little thud. Cedric looked down at it. You were meant to stop. The ball, being rubber and innocent, did not apologize. Cedric retrieved it, more slowly than necessary, because bending down made the room tilt. He set it back on the chalk mark and touched 2 fingers to the jade ring mark beneath his skin. The space felt calm around him, sealed and listening. No ministry warning arrived. No owl hammered at the cottage window. No adult voice shouted about underage magic. Inside this little hidden place, magic could move without the outside world noticing. That should have felt like freedom. Instead, Cedric looked at the trembling ball, the overturned spool, the feather lying crooked on the table, and the notebook line already dark beneath his hand. Freedom without limits was just a prettier way to get hurt. He tried once more, softer. The ball rolled 3 inches and stopped. Cedric smiled, then almost slid sideways off the chair as exhaustion caught up with him all at once. "Oh," he whispered, gripping the table. "That's worse than I thought." Cedric left the space immediately, which was the first sensible thing he had done since making the feather rise. The cottage vanished, the table vanished, and his bedroom returned around him with the children's book still open on the coverlet as if it had been waiting to accuse him. He landed sitting rather than standing, because his knees had chosen honesty over pride. For a moment he only breathed, one hand pressed to the bedspread and the other curled around the jade mark beneath his skin. Downstairs, his mother's knife tapped steadily against the chopping board. The ordinary sound steadied him more than the bed did. Cedric closed the children's book, lay down properly, and intended to think through what had happened. Instead, sleep caught him by the back of the neck and pulled him under before he had arranged even one proper conclusion. He woke to his mother's hand on his forehead and the smell of supper drifting up from the kitchen. "Cedric," she said, soft but not fooled. "Sweetheart, look at me." Cedric opened his eyes and found the room dimmer than it should have been. "I'm awake. I can see that." Her fingers moved from his forehead to his cheek, then to the side of his neck with the brisk gentleness she used when worry had stopped asking permission. "You slept nearly 2 hours. That's not like you unless you're ill." "I was tired," Cedric said, which was so true it almost felt like innocence. "You told me to rest." "I told you to rest for half an hour. You looked pale when I came up." She sat on the edge of the bed, studying him with the unfair power of mothers everywhere. "Did you have a headache?" Cedric hesitated one fraction too long. "There," she said. "That pause means yes." "A little one," he admitted. "It's mostly gone." "Mostly." His mother's mouth tightened. She brushed his hair away from his forehead again, then stood and held out her hand. "Downstairs. You're eating properly, and then you're not going out to the shed tonight." That was a problem. The shed was the official lie, and losing the shed meant losing the space by association. Cedric took her hand and let her pull him up, careful not to sway. "I need to water the pots." "I can water pots. You don't know which ones need more." The protest came too quickly, and her eyebrow rose. Cedric lowered his voice. "Please, they'll sulk." "Plants do not sulk. You haven't met my cabbages." Her expression cracked despite herself, but not enough to save him. "You can show me which ones, and I'll do it. Then supper, bath, and bed. No arguments." Cedric wanted to object. He also wanted 3 bowls of food, a blanket, and possibly to never look at a feather again. In the kitchen, he ate like a boy who had been hollowed out and filled badly with stubbornness. His mother noticed every bite. By the second helping, her worry had shifted from illness to suspicion of overwork, which was safer but still dangerous. "From now on," she said as she spooned more potatoes onto his plate, "busy boys who sleep like stones and wake up pale get rest days." Cedric looked at the potatoes, then at her face, and understood the lesson more clearly than the steel could have carved it. Magic practiced in secret still left evidence in the body that came home. "Yes, Mum," he said, and meant it more than he liked. Cedric obeyed for one whole evening and hated how much better he felt for it. Bath, supper, bed, sleep, breakfast, more breakfast because his mother watched the toast plate like a battlefield commander, and no shed until after lunch. By then his headache had gone, his hands no longer felt hollow, and the old temptation had returned wearing reasonable shoes. He could test again, but better. Shorter, safer, with recovery built in before his mother turned observation into law. He waited until she sent him out with a basket to gather dry kindling from beside the shed. That was ordinary work, visible work, useful work. Cedric filled the basket properly, stacked it by the back door, then slipped behind the shed with enough care to satisfy even his new rule 1. 5 minutes, he whispered to himself. Check, record, leave. The space took him in. The cottage table still held the toy soldier, cup, feather, ball, buttons, and the guilty spool of thread. Cedric did not touch them at first. He went straight to the warehouse, to the steel at the back, and stood before it with the notebook open against his arm. The carved marks were clearer than they had once been, but not eager. They waited until he pressed 2 fingers to the jade mark and asked the question carefully. Yesterday, what changed? The answer came as meaning before shape. Effort recorded. Drain recorded. No formal spell. Cedric's shoulders lowered, though he had not noticed they were tense. No formal spell. That was good, even if pride sulked. A feather rising without words or wand did not mean he had learned a charm. It meant raw magic had pushed at the world until the world moved, which was useful, dangerous, and much too vague to trust. He copied the wording as closely as he could. Accidental magic can be provoked inside space. Not ministry visible. Costs energy fast. No spell mastery. No levitation charm. No usable light charm. No wandless skill. Raw push only. The jade mark warmed faintly, then cooled. Cedric looked back toward the cottage table. You're very strict for a rock. The steel did not respond, which was probably wise of it. He returned to the cottage and made one final test, not because he needed proof that magic worked, but because he needed proof that stopping worked. He set the feather in the center of the table, breathed once, and lifted it only until the quill end rose. Then he let go. The feather settled quietly. No headache followed. No lurch. No bright cottage walls. No trembling knees. Cedric smiled, closed the notebook, and put the feather away in a tin marked practice objects. Structure first, he said. Power later. When he returned behind the shed, Badger was sitting by the hedge with mud on his paws and a biscuit demanding expression. Cedric blinked at him. Were you waiting? Badger's tail thumped once. Boy vanished. Boy back. Biscuit now. Cedric sighed, crouched, and scratched behind one muddy ear. No biscuit. Mum's already watching me like I'm a suspicious mushroom. Badger sneezed in judgment, then trotted off toward the ditch. Cedric carried the empty basket inside and found his mother looking at his face before the basket. He gave her a small, real smile. Feeling better? She asked. Yes, Cedric said, and I'm going to be sensible. Her eyes narrowed with affectionate disbelief. That sounds like something that needs supervision. Cedric accepted the second helping of lunch without complaint, because she was right and because raw magic, apparently, needed potatoes. 14. The cottage computer. Cedric lasted until the next wet afternoon before he did anything clever, which felt like heroic restraint and probably would have made his mother laugh if he had been foolish enough to say so aloud. Rain kept the lane soft and empty. Badger had retreated under the kitchen table to avoid damp paws, and his mother had set Cedric to sorting a basket of clean laundry beside the hearth, where she could watch him without calling it watching. He folded socks, matched Amos's handkerchiefs, and considered whether the secret garden's next great advancement could wait until nobody thought he looked pale. You're very quiet, his mother said, not looking up from the shirt she was mending. That usually means either guilt or arithmetic. Cedric tucked one of Amos's socks into its pair with unnecessary precision. Could be peaceful obedience. It could be, she agreed, drawing the needle through cloth. But I've met you. That seems unfair. I'm small and trustworthy. You're small, she said, and the corner of her mouth betrayed her. The other part is still under review. He accepted that judgment with the dignity of a boy who had recently been defeated by a feather. The conversation helped, though. If he could make her smile, he was not hiding illness. If he could fold laundry without swaying, he had recovered enough for work. The trick was choosing work that did not scrape raw magic out of his chest and leave evidence on his face. No feathers, no floating balls, no spell-shaped foolishness. Records were safer than power, and the warehouse held something more useful than another stack of noodles. After tea, when his mother sent him upstairs with permission to read and a warning about no heroic projects, Cedric went obediently to his room, lay down long enough for the house to believe him, then slipped inward through the jade mark. The cottage received him in its clean, bright silence. He stood for a moment, listening to the rainless quiet, then went straight to the warehouse shelves where the electronics waited under dust covers and old life shame. The computer he chose was not the newest one in the hoard, and that was deliberate. The best machine would be saved until he understood what impossible air, magical soil, and cottage storage did to plastics, batteries, and circuits. This one had been powerful enough for work, durable enough for travel, and old enough that losing it would hurt pride more than strategy. Cedric carried it to the cottage table, then returned for the portable solar kit he had bought during the worst week of the apocalypse panic. Folding panels, a charge controller, sealed battery packs, cables, adapters, spare fuses, a multimeter, and the sort of rugged power station that had once made him feel like a man preparing for zombies with spreadsheets. Ridiculous purchase, he muttered, setting the panels near the cottage window where impossible light fell steady and mild. Useful purchase. There's a difference. He cleaned the table first, because dust and electronics were enemies even when one of them had crossed worlds. Then he laid everything out in order, checked ports, checked battery contacts, checked the charge level, and tested the current with the multimeter because dying mysteriously in a secret cottage through electrical stupidity would be an embarrassing end to a magical reincarnation. The indicator blinked green after a few cautious adjustments. Cedric stared at it, then allowed himself one small, deeply satisfied smile. Only then did he connect the computer and press the button. For several seconds nothing happened, and his stomach sank with absurd disappointment. Then the screen blinked, hummed, and woke into a familiar glow that looked almost indecently modern against the cottage walls. Cedric sat very still. The old desktop appeared. Folders, files, a half-forgotten wallpaper from a life that no longer had his body in it. For one dangerous breath, homesickness opened beneath his ribs, sharp enough to make him close his hand around the jade mark. Then he breathed through it and reached for the notebook. Not a toy, he said softly. Not grief. Tool first. He created a new master folder and named it Secret Garden Ledger. Then, because secrecy deserved respect, he created the first file beneath it, Inventory Baseline. The keyboard clicked under his fingers, and the cottage stopped feeling empty. Cedric began with the warehouse because shame was less dangerous when counted. He opened a blank spreadsheet, typed category headings across the top, and then sat back for a moment, remembering an adult office in Shanghai where columns had decided fortunes more cleanly than people ever did. Item, quantity, location, condition, use, sell, keep, trade, or hide. It looked absurdly professional for a boy sitting alone in a magical cottage with a solar-charged computer and stolen time before supper, but professionalism was just fear wearing a clean shirt. Food first, he said, because if he started with books, he would lose the day. He moved between warehouse and cottage in small loops, refusing to rush. Rice, flour, oil, salt, noodles, tinned fish, dried fruit, powdered milk, tea, sugar, biscuits, vitamins, water purification tablets, and sealed medical supplies each received a line. Some were useful for the Diggory house in small doses. Some could be sold through the twins if repackaged carefully. Some were too modern, too odd, or too hard to explain and would stay hidden until he had better excuses or better magic. He paused over toilet paper, remembered the twins' delighted faces when they had first understood that muggles paid money for rolls of soft paper, and marked a controlled amount as saleable with supervision. The plants came next, and they made him feel better. Space cabbage, spring onions, coriander, garlic, peas, beans, and the crowded rows of pots earned their own sheet with planting dates, harvest cycles, water notes, and warnings about overdoing vertical growing until he knew how well shelves held under wet soil. The spreadsheet was cleaner than the notebook, but the notebook still mattered. Paper survived spilled tea, flat batteries, and mothers opening doors at awkward moments. He wrote the most important notes twice, one digital, one by hand, because redundancy was not paranoia when one's secret farm existed inside a jade mark. Family finances took longer because Cedric had to strip adult thinking into child-safe shapes. Amos's ministry income was steady but not grand. His mother was careful, practical, and sharper about household money than Amos probably deserved. The house was comfortable, not wealthy. Cedric opened a file named Ordinary Explanations and wrote 3 rules at the top. Never sound older than believable. Never ask for money without a child's reason. and never let Mum think the numbers matter more than health. He stared at that last rule for a while, then saved the file. Remembered future events were worse. He did not know enough to be a prophet, and pretending otherwise would get him killed by confidence before any dark wizard bothered. He opened a cautious document and wrote what he actually knew. Britain had magic. Hogwarts existed. Goblins ran Gringotts and loved treasure, or at least everyone said so. Harry Potter was important. He didn't know why. He hadn't read the books or seen the movies. Cedric Diggory was supposed to die young. He knew that from seeing a movie trailer. The words sat on the screen, ugly in their simplicity, and the cottage seemed to grow quieter around him. No details, Cedric whispered. Damn, I wish I'd seen the damn movies now. My God, I'm screwed. Whatever, no hero nonsense for me. Grow stronger, build money, learn properly, don't die. A floorboard creaked outside his real bedroom. Cedric's hand snapped to the computer, and in the same breath the cottage blurred away. He landed in bed with the children's book open across his knees, his heart kicking hard enough to make him glad he was already sitting down. His mother opened the door a moment later with a folded towel over one arm and suspicion already awake in her eyes. "You're very alert for a resting boy," she said. Cedric looked down at the book, then back at her. There was a loud word. "In the book?" "In my head," he said, which was true in the safest possible way. It was probably arithmetic again. Her expression softened, but only halfway. "Come down in 10 minutes. Supper first, mysteries later." "Yes, Mum," Cedric said, and held the smile until she closed the door, because the computer had given him order, but the list had given him a colder thing to count. Somewhere ahead, this life had killed Cedric Diggory once. This time, he intended to have records. Supper proved that his mother's suspicion had excellent instincts and limited evidence. Cedric ate properly, answered ordinary questions, and let Amos describe a ministry colleague's new garden gnome problem with the solemnity of a man reporting a border incident. That helped more than Cedric expected. Gnomes, potatoes, mended shirts, Badger's muddy paws, and his mother's watchful eyes all tugged him back from the cold line on the screen. The future might contain death, but the present contained gravy, and he had learned not to insult recovery when it arrived on a plate. "You're smiling at your carrots," his mother said, narrowing her eyes at him across the table. "Should I worry?" Cedric looked down at the fork in his hand. "They're very supportive carrots." Amos beamed as if this proved something about farming, fatherhood, or Diggory character. "Good lad, a man who appreciates carrots will go far." "He's 7, Amos." "Far later, then," Amos said, undeterred. Cedric went to bed at the proper time, waited through the soft movements of the house settling, and returned to the cottage only after he was certain nobody would open his door over a towel, a question, or a mother's inconvenient instinct. The computer woke more quickly the second time. Its soft glow lit the cottage table, and Cedric opened a new folder beneath the main ledger, hesitated over the name, then typed writing projects. The old life hoard held novels, films, children's stories, online fiction saved for an apocalypse that had never come, language files, translation notes, and more entertainment than any one person could consume before old age caught him by the collar. In this world, those files were not only comfort, they were possibility. He was 40 years before his own birth, in a magical Britain where old titles might differ, future authors might never be born, and Muggle publishing still belonged to paper, agents, post, and patient rejection. He could not claim clean innocence, but neither could he pretend the opportunity was not there. He opened a blank document. Translate a series into English, something kids will like, something a kid could realistically think up, he murmured, and wrote that beneath the heading. He sorted through one of his tablets, cursing himself for not buying more kid stuff. Most of the titles he brought with him were too adult. Instead of Harry Potter he had Game of Thrones. Wonderful, reincarnated, magical, secret computer, and still no free books. Oh wait, what's this one? Percy Jackson? I don't remember buying this. By the time the battery warning reminded him to stop, Cedric had read a lot about Percy Jackson, had pages of notes, had a nodding acquaintance with the material, and his first target. Money mattered. Fame might become useful later. But for now, the important thing was cleaner and stranger. The warehouse had not only brought food and tools across lives. It had brought stories, and stories could become another crop if he learned how to grow them properly. The next morning gave Cedric an excuse to make the rule practical. His mother asked him to copy a recipe from one of her kitchen notes because Amos had spilled tea over the corner where the baking times lived, and Cedric nearly smiled at how neatly the world had handed him a test. He took the stained paper, a clean sheet, and an ordinary pen to the table, then paused when his mother glanced at him over a bowl of flour. "No tiny handwriting," she said. "I know you like squeezing whole books into margins, but I need to read this without a magnifying glass." Cedric looked wounded on principle. "My handwriting is efficient. Your handwriting is plotting something." Amos, who was buttering toast with the focus of a man facing important work, nodded. "Your mother's right. A proper Diggory hand should be clear, confident, and visible across a room." "That sounds less like handwriting and more like a campaign poster," Cedric said, but he copied the recipe neatly, large enough for his mother to approve and slow enough to think through the problem. The computer could never leave the space. Neither could any printer, if he ever dared use one. A modern page appearing in the Diggory house would be worse than suspicious. It would be impossible in exactly the sort of way adults noticed before children finished lying. After breakfast, he carried the lesson into the cottage. The computer was order, memory, and reach, but it was not a public tool. Cedric opened the ledger and added a new section called Exposure Rules. Computer stays inside space. Printer, if used, stays inside space. Outside-facing work must be handwritten, copied by ordinary pen, or later made with believable magical tools. He stared at the sentence, then underlined believable. That word mattered. Magic could explain too much if handled carelessly, and careless explanations had a habit of becoming traps. He arranged the cottage table as if building a small command post. Computer on the left, notebook in the middle, paper files to the right. One folder tracked warehouse stock. One tracked plants. One tracked possible sales. One tracked his writing. One tracked money, with family safe notes separated from private old life strategy. The solar kit sat near the window, green light blinking steadily in its own smug little rhythm, and Cedric found himself absurdly pleased by it. The hoard had stopped being a monument to panic. It was becoming a working brain. "Not everything leaves," he said softly, writing the same rule by hand in the notebook. "Everything useful gets translated." The word made him pause. Translated did not only mean Chinese to English, or computer to paper, or old life to new. It meant taking a thing that could not be shown and making it safe enough to exist. That was what the shed did for warehouse goods. That was what the twins did for sales. That was what ledgers did for fear. One day, perhaps, a magic quill could do the same for stories, turning private files and shaped thoughts into ordinary handwritten pages without dragging impossible machines into daylight. For now, Cedric wrote the thought down under future experiments and refused to chase it further. He shut down the computer properly, disconnected the power, covered the machine, and checked the cottage once before leaving. When he returned to his bedroom, the ordinary world felt less like an interruption and more like the surface layer of a plan. Downstairs, his mother called his name, and Amos added something cheerful about helping move sacks in the shed after lunch. Cedric smiled, tucked the handwritten recipe copy into his pocket, and went to be a helpful boy. The computer would wait inside the cottage, sealed away from parents, neighbors, and every sensible law of the 1980s. It could not become his public miracle. It could become the quiet mind behind the garden, and that was better. 15. The Boy Who Sold Noodles. The next chance to turn the warehouse into something less embarrassing arrived with Saturday errands, 2 Weasley twins, and 1 canvas bag that Cedric had packed 3 times before deciding it looked ordinary enough to leave the shed. The computer ledger had made the numbers honest. Too much stock still sat behind impossible walls, and the Diggory shed could not keep pretending that spare noodles, batteries, wrapped soap, and little tool packs appeared there because small boys liked tidy piles. If the goods were going to become seed money, they needed to leave in ways adults could believe. Fred peered into the bag as they cut through the lane toward the small muggle shop near the edge of Ottery Street Catchpole. "You've brought noodles, water, batteries, and tiny screwdrivers. This is the worst treasure I've ever seen." George looked offended on Cedric's behalf, which Cedric immediately distrusted. "No, it's brilliant treasure. Boring treasure sells because grown-ups think boring things are sensible." Cedric adjusted his grip on the bag and kept his pace steady. "That's the point. We're not selling treasure. We're asking whether Mr. Hobday wants unopened surplus stock from my shed. My dad buys odd things from work auctions sometimes. Your dad collects plugs. Adults believe other adults do strange things. Fred brightened at once, as if Cedric had just handed him a legal foundation for family pride. Dad does collect plugs. Your dad collects anything with wires, George said, nodding wisely. Mum says it's a condition. That's why the explanation works, Cedric said, lowering his voice as the shopfront came into view. No magic, no mystery, no saying the noodles came from a secret base. No saying they're special, they're just noodles. Fred gave him a solemn look that was only half mockery. You wound us, Cedric. We are professionals. Cedric glanced at him. You are 7. Early professionals, George said, with the air of someone improving an official title. Mr. Hobday's shop smelled of paper bags, dust, onions, and boiled sweets kept in glass jars behind the counter. Cedric went in first because the twins entering first changed the air of any room in a way that made adults start counting breakables. He set the canvas bag carefully on the counter, waited until Mr. Hobday looked over his spectacles, and smiled with the clean, polite expression his mother liked best when he was asking for something awkward. Good morning, Mr. Hobday, Cedric said. I wondered if you'd be interested in buying a few unopened things. They're from our shed, and Mum said I may ask, but only if I'm not a nuisance. Mr. Hobday looked from Cedric to the twins, then back to Cedric with the expression of a man who had found the word nuisance standing directly in front of him wearing 2 red heads. Your mother said you could ask? Yes, sir, Cedric said, which was true enough to stand upright. Not sell anything dangerous, not bother people, not argue if you say no. Fred leaned one elbow on the counter and smiled brightly. We're only here to provide carrying services. George nodded with deep importance. And moral support. Mr. Hobday snorted despite himself, then opened the bag. He examined the noodle packets, the batteries, the wrapped soap, and the little screwdrivers with growing curiosity rather than suspicion. Cedric kept his hands still, answered where he could, and admitted when he didn't know a Muggle brand history he had no believable reason to know. By the time Mr. Hobday named a cautious price for the noodles and batteries, Cedric's stomach had stopped tightening around every question. That's fair, Cedric said, though the old self inside him winced at the margin. Thank you, Mr. Hobday. Fred waited until the coins were counted into Cedric's hand before whispering, we have performed commerce. George's grin widened as they stepped back into the lane with a lighter bag and Cedric's first properly respectable shop money warm in his pocket. And nobody screamed. That's promising. Fred lasted until the end of the lane before trying to improve the business, which Cedric decided was almost admirable restraint by Weasley standards. They had turned the corner away from Mr. Hobday's windows, the shop bell had stopped jangling behind them, and the coins in Cedric's pocket had only just begun to feel real when Fred stepped in front of him with both hands raised like a man stopping a runaway carriage. George moved to Cedric's other side at once, wearing the bright expression of someone who had agreed with the plan before hearing it. We need better margins, Fred said gravely, as if the word margins had been invented for him that morning and deserved immediate public use. Noodles are fine, but noodles are humble. People pay more for wonder. Cedric stopped beside a low stone wall and set the half-empty canvas bag on top of it. People also ask questions about wonder. Mr. Hobday didn't scream because everything looked boring. Boring is our disguise. George leaned over the bag and poked a remaining packet of soap with one finger. Soap could be wonder. We tell people it removes shame. That would be lying, Cedric said, opening his small notebook and recording the sale before the numbers could become twin-shaped in anyone's memory. Also, it would make people ask why you need so much of it. Fred looked offended in a way that was probably rehearsed. We are clean boys. You are boys who borrowed one of your father's boots and tried to ransom it for biscuits, Cedric said, counting the coins again and dividing their commission into a separate little cloth purse. Clean is not your strongest evidence. George accepted the purse with both hands, then immediately held it up to the light as if coins might multiply under inspection. What about toilet paper? Muggles love it. Wizards think it's funny. We could sell it as luxury dragon sneeze cloth. Cedric closed the notebook and gave him the sort of look his mother used when Amos was about to begin a story with unnecessary ministry detail. No dragon anything. No magical claims. No luxury unless the thing is actually better. We sell useful, harmless goods at fair prices to people who understand useful, harmless goods. Fred sighed dramatically, but he was smiling through it. You're making commerce sound like homework. It is homework, Cedric said, tying the bag shut again. Homework with money at the end, if nobody does anything clever enough to ruin it. George tucked the commission purse safely inside his pocket, though his grin suggested the coins had already begun becoming fireworks, sweets, or some future disaster. Fine, boring consistency. But one day, Cedric, you'll admit that boring consistency would sell twice as well with a better name. Cedric lifted the canvas bag and started walking again before either twin could christen the enterprise something involving dragons, explosions, or shame-removing soap. You may suggest names after we've sold enough noodles to prove you can behave for 3 shops in a row. Fred and George exchanged a look over Cedric's head that contained far too much silent agreement, but they followed him anyway. That was progress, Cedric thought, and progress with Weasleys was best counted while it was still within sight. The second shop was harder because Fred and George were trying very visibly to behave, and visible behavior from the twins looked more suspicious than ordinary mischief. Cedric could feel it in the way Mrs. Appleby, who sold vegetables, eggs, jam, string, newspapers, and whatever else the village needed badly enough, watched them approach her stall with one hand already resting near the broom she used to shoo cats away from the crates. Fred clasped his hands behind his back. George smiled as if smiling had recently been explained to him by a responsible adult. Cedric put the canvas bag down beside a crate of onions and chose his words carefully. Good morning, Mrs. Appleby. Mr. Hobday bought a few of our spare packets, and I wondered whether you might want any noodles or soap. Everything's unopened, and I'm only asking because Mum said I could try if I didn't pester anyone. Mrs. Appleby looked at him, then at Fred and George, then at the bag. Your mother sent you 3 to sell soap? No, ma'am, Cedric said, because honesty survived better when trimmed than when stretched until it squeaked. Mum said I could ask about useful things from the shed. Fred and George are helping carry. Fred nodded with solemn force. We're developing strength. George added, with equal dignity. And customer relations. Mrs. Appleby's mouth twitched. Customer relations, is it? Last month one of you told my hens they were underappreciated and the other one tried to sell them a beetle. It was a very good beetle, Fred said before Cedric's elbow found his ribs. Cedric kept his face politely apologetic and opened the bag himself before the twins could improve the moment. He placed 3 noodle packets, 2 wrapped soaps, and a small bundle of batteries on the cloth-covered corner of the stall, lining them up neatly so they looked like ordinary goods rather than treasures smuggled from an impossible warehouse. You don't have to buy anything. I thought the soap might be useful because it keeps well, and the noodles are quick if someone's busy. Mrs. Appleby picked up a packet, turned it over, and squinted at the writing. You speak nicely for a boy selling odd things from a shed. And these 2 have energy, I'll give them that, though I'm not sure Britain is ready for it. George brightened. We can reduce our energy for a fee. No, Cedric said at once, while Mrs. Appleby laughed and counted out a few coins for the soap and noodles. Cedric accepted the money with both hands and thanked her properly, but the praise stayed with him longer than the coins did. Politeness had lowered suspicion before the goods had done anything useful. The twins' energy, properly fenced, had made the whole thing charming instead of strange. As they walked away, Cedric wrote the sale in his notebook and underlined one private word beside the numbers. Manner. Then he shut the book before the twins could read it and start charging extra for being delightful. By the time they reached the 3rd shop, Fred and George had discovered the terrible power of looking useful, and Cedric had discovered that useful-looking twins were almost as dangerous as mischievous ones. They carried the bag between them, 1 handle each, walking with exaggerated dignity through the lane while Cedric kept one hand near the notebook in his pocket and the other ready to rescue the remaining stock from any sudden idea. The last stop was a little hardware and household counter tucked behind a Muggle repair yard, the sort of place that sold nails by the scoop, spare hinges, washing line, paraffin, cheap torches, and batteries to people who trusted shelves more than catalogs. Mr. Bell, the owner, listened without smiling while Cedric explained, then took the batteries and small tools to the window to inspect the labels. Unused, are they? Yes, sir, Cedric said, standing straight without making himself stiff. They've been stored dry. Mum says we can clear space if people actually want them, but I'm not to push. Fred nodded as if restraint had always been his dearest principle. We are firmly against pushing. George added, unless something is stuck. Mr. Bell looked at them over the batteries. You two Weasley lads? Fred and George both became still in a way that proved the name carried local history. Cedric answered before the silence grew teeth. They're helping me carry, sir. They get a commission if they don't cause trouble. Mr. Bell's mouth twitched. Paid not to cause trouble. Molly Weasley should have thought of that years ago. He set the batteries beside the little screwdrivers and named a price that was lower than Cedric hoped but high enough to make the old life accountant inside him stop objecting quite so loudly. Cedric considered asking for more, then looked at the man's face. The twins carefully contained excitement, and the open door behind them where the lane remained blessedly free of alarmed adults. Repeat business mattered more than one better bargain. Thank you, sir. That would be fine. The bag felt almost empty on the walk home, and the coins in Cedric's pocket felt heavier than the stock had. In the shed, with the door propped open for respectability and the twins crouched on overturned buckets like directors of a very small company, Cedric laid the money on a crate and divided it into piles. Stock recovery, twin commission, future goods, private ledger. The numbers were still small, painfully small compared with the warehouse, but they were no longer imaginary. George touched his commission pile with one finger. That's ours? Yours, Cedric said, for carrying, behaving, and not inventing dragon sneeze cloth in front of customers. Fred looked at the coins, then at Cedric with sudden seriousness hiding under the grin. We can do this again. Cedric closed the notebook after recording the last sale and the remaining stock count. Yes, small amounts, different shops, boring goods, same rules. Boring goods, George said, with the air of a martyr accepting destiny. Same rules. Mrs. Diggory called from the garden a moment later, asking whether they wanted lemonade, and all three boys answered too quickly. Cedric slipped the recovered cash into its cloth envelope before stepping out into the light. It wasn't much, not yet, but it proved the shape of the thing. The foolish hoard could become money. Money could become investments. Investments could become safety, land, books, seeds, and choices. Fred bumped Cedric's shoulder as they crossed the yard. You're smiling like you've got a secret. Cedric looked toward his mother, the lemonade jug, and the ordinary afternoon waiting for him. I've got noodles, he said. Apparently, that's enough for today. 16. Seed money. The noodles had proved that foolish things could become useful if Cedric moved them slowly enough, politely enough, and with enough Weasley energy kept on a short lead. The coins from the shops were still small, but they sat inside their cloth envelope with a weight his old self respected. Small money mattered because it could become larger money, and larger money mattered because a boy with a secret garden, a finite warehouse, and a future he only half understood needed choices before the world started asking questions he couldn't answer. He waited until after breakfast, when Amos had gone to speak to someone at the ministry by Flo and his mother was sorting household accounts at the kitchen table. That made the moment both perfect and terrible. Her account book lay open beside a teacup, a blunt pencil, and 3 folded receipts, and Cedric stood in the doorway with his own little notebook pressed against his chest, suddenly aware that sensible children did not approach their mothers with investment proposals before lunch. His mother glanced up and smiled. You've got your serious face on. Have the noodles gone into rebellion? Not noodles, Cedric said, coming to the table before courage could leak out of him. He climbed onto the chair opposite her, set his notebook down, and opened it to the page he had rewritten twice to remove anything that sounded like a grown man hiding inside a child. I wanted to ask about money. Her smile softened into interest rather than alarm, which was encouraging and also dangerous because she listened properly. Your money, or money in general? Both, Cedric said carefully. The shop money isn't much yet, but it's more than nothing. If I keep it in a box, it stays the same. If I buy more things to sell, it can grow, but only if Fred and George don't invent dragon sneeze cloth. But grown-up money can grow without carrying bags, can't it? His mother's brows lifted. Sometimes. It can also shrink, which is why grown-ups make worried noises over newspapers. I know, Cedric said, then caught himself before he sounded too certain. He turned the notebook so she could see the first neat page, where he had written companies, shares, banks, safe, risky, and ask Mum in careful columns. I don't mean gambling. I mean buying small pieces of sensible businesses, with you deciding, Because I'm not allowed. Some things people always need. Food shops, soap, medicine, useful companies, not silly ones. His mother looked down at the page for a long moment. Then she looked at him, and the warm amusement in her face had gained a narrow thread of worry. Cedric, sweetheart, where did you learn about shares? Cedric kept his hands flat on the table, exactly as he had practiced. From listening, from newspapers, from thinking about why Dad says ministry pensions matter and why Mr. Hobday worries when prices change. And from wanting the noodle money to become seed money instead of sweet money. His mother did not answer at once. She turned the notebook back toward herself, set one fingertip beside the word risky, and studied Cedric with the careful patience she usually saved for fevers, strange noises in the shed, and Amos returning home with too much confidence. Cedric kept still under it. The old self wanted to fill the silence with explanations, charts, forecasts, and reasons, but the child he had chosen to be knew that talking too much was how adults found the hidden adult-shaped hole in a story. Seed money, she said at last, and her mouth curved despite the worry in her eyes. That sounds very grand for noodles. It can be small seed money, Cedric said. Seeds start small, that's the point. And what happens if your little seed is eaten by birds? She asked, tapping the page again. What happens if this sensible company stops being sensible, or if the newspapers are wrong, or if a clever boy thinks he understands grown-up money better than grown-ups do? Cedric swallowed the first answer because it belonged to a man who had read markets for a living. He chose the second answer because it belonged to a boy who wanted his mother to trust him. Then we don't put all the money in one place. We don't use money we need for food or the house. We don't buy something just because it sounds exciting. And if you say no, then it's no. That softened her face, but not enough. You've thought about this too much. Cedric looked down at the notebook, where his careful letters suddenly seemed too neat, too old, too ready. I think about lots of things too much. Yes, she said gently. You do. She leaned back in her chair and folded her hands around her teacup without drinking. Most children who earn a few coins want sweets, toys, or something dreadful from Fred and George's imagination. You're asking me about shares and safe businesses. I still like sweets, Cedric said, because that was true and useful. But sweets go away after you eat them. Money can become more money. Then later it can become better things. What better things? She asked, and this time the question was sharper. Cedric made himself meet her eyes. Books, school things, plants when I'm allowed proper ones. Maybe presents. Maybe helping if someone needs something and Dad says we shouldn't ask awkwardly. He hesitated, then added the answer that would sound most like himself and least like fear. Choices, Mum. I want choices. His mother's expression changed at that. The worry did not leave, but it sat beside something warmer and sadder, as if she had heard a child say something sensible when she would rather he had asked for a ridiculous toy. Cedric, being clever doesn't mean you must carry grown-up worries early. I know, Cedric said softly, though he wasn't sure he did. That's why I'm asking you to carry the grown-up part. His mother's fingers tightened around the teacup. For a moment Cedric thought he had pushed too hard, not because she looked angry, but because she looked as if the room had tilted and left her holding a small boy on one side and an old worry on the other. He had forgotten, or almost forgotten, that asking to be trusted meant asking someone else to risk being wrong about him. You're asking very sweetly, she said, setting the cup down. That doesn't make the thing small. I know, Cedric said. That's why it should be very small at first. How small? He slid the cloth envelope from his pocket and placed it on the table. The coins inside made a modest sound, not impressive, but honest. This small, and maybe a little family money if you think it's safe. Not much, enough that if I'm wrong, nobody cries except me. His mother gave him a look. You will not be crying over shares at your age. I might if Fred and George named the business first, Cedric said, and that earned the tiny laugh he had hoped for. He opened the envelope, counted the coins into careful stacks, then nudged his notebook closer. I thought you could choose the grown-up part. You'd be in charge. I can make lists, read papers, and explain why I think something is useful, but you decide what happens. If you say wait, we wait. If you say sell, we sell. If you say I'm being silly, I complain politely and then stop. Politely, she repeated. Mostly politely. Her eyes warmed, but she did not reach for the coins. Instead she stood, crossed to the sideboard, and returned with the household account book. She opened to a fresh page, wrote Cedric's name at the top, and drew a line beneath it so straight that Cedric immediately understood where his own love of neat ledgers had found a home in this life. "These are my conditions," she said, pencil poised. "You do not touch money needed for food, robes, repairs, school, emergencies, or anything your father would call sensible while looking confused. You do not hide losses from me. You do not ask the twins to sell anything extra because an investment has disappointed you. And you do not become the sort of boy who thinks people are less important than numbers." Cedric's throat tightened at the last condition. "I won't." "You say that now," she said gently. "Money can make very nice people odd." "Then you watch me," Cedric said. "That's part of the plan too." She studied him again, and this time the worry did not vanish so much as change shape. It became responsibility, which was heavier but safer. At last, she wrote recovered sales money under his name, then added supervised investment trial beside it. "One small account," she said. "Muggle-facing, in my name, with your little pile recorded and no grandness. We'll start with learning more than earning. If this stops feeling like learning, it stops." Cedric nodded carefully, though something bright and fierce had opened in his chest. "Thank you, Mum." She finally touched the coins, gathering them into her palm with a softness that made them seem more precious than their value. "You're welcome, my strange little noodle merchant. Now close that notebook before your father comes back and decides you're already financing the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures." Amos returned before the notebook closed, which proved the universe still had a sense of timing and did not always use it kindly. He stepped out of the flow with ash on one sleeve, a ministry file under his arm, and the satisfied expression of a man who had survived a meeting by talking more confidently than anyone else. Cedric's mother slipped the coins into a small purse before Amos noticed the stacks, but not before his eyes caught the open account book. "What's this?" Amos asked, coming to the table at once. "Household ledgers? Excellent. Always good to know where a family stands." His mother closed the book with one calm hand. "Cedric and I are discussing a little Muggle money lesson." Amos looked delighted, which was not the safest possible response. "Brilliant. Practical boy. Knows money doesn't look after itself." He ruffled Cedric's hair before Cedric could duck. "What are we buying? Dragon feed? Quills? A sensible broom fund?" "Shares," Cedric said, because hiding it from Amos after telling his mother would only create a worse discovery later. "Maybe, if Mum says yes. Very small ones." Amos blinked. Then pride began rising in him like bread dough in a warm kitchen. "Shares," Cedric, already thinking of investments. "Amos," his mother said, and somehow put an entire warning into his name. "This is a lesson, not a ministry announcement." "Of course," Amos said quickly, though his smile remained dangerously large. "A private lesson, very small, hardly worth mentioning to anyone." Cedric and his mother both looked at him. Amos cleared his throat. "Not mentioning it, understood." By afternoon, Cedric was wearing his neatest jumper and walking beside his mother down a Muggle high street where shop windows showed ordinary shoes, newspapers, stationery, and a bank with polished glass doors. The building smelled faintly of carpet, paper, and grown-up seriousness. Cedric sat very straight on the chair beside his mother while a kind-faced woman behind a desk explained forms, signatures, withdrawals, and a small savings account that could hold the first money while Mrs. Diggory asked about supervised investments and future share purchases in language careful enough not to sound strange. "And this is for your son's earnings?" the woman asked, smiling at Cedric. "His little project money," his mother said, resting one hand briefly on Cedric's shoulder. "I'll manage it. He'll learn from watching." Cedric placed the cloth purse on the desk when asked. The coins looked even smaller in the bank than they had at home, but the clerk counted them, wrote numbers on a slip, stamped a page, and made the whole thing real through ink, paper, and procedure. Cedric watched every movement, not because the money mattered yet, but because the path mattered. Adult name, Muggle account, records, oversight, a door that could open wider later. Outside, his mother handed him the little passbook and kept the official papers herself. "Learning more than earning," she reminded him. Cedric held the passbook carefully, feeling the tiny beginning of a future settle into his hands. "Yes, Mum." She studied him for a moment, then smiled and steered him toward the bakery instead of the road home. "Good. Then your first lesson is that sensible boys who open accounts with their mothers may still have cakes, because life is not improved by turning every coin into a lecture. Cedric looked at the bank behind them, then at the bakery window. Investment seed money could wait 5 minutes. That's a very good lesson. 17. Saint Shiny. The cake lesson turned out to have a longer tail than the bank lesson, because Cedric's mother decided that opening a small account had not made him too grown up, but it had made him dangerously pleased with himself. For the next few days, she put him to work whenever that pleased look appeared. He carried folded washing from the line to the basket, sorted buttons into jars, held string while she tied herb bundles, and learned that a boy could discuss seed money in the morning and still be sent under the table after a dropped spoon by lunchtime. I thought investment people gave orders, Cedric said, crawling out with the spoon in one hand and a cobweb on one sleeve. His mother took the spoon from him and brushed the cobweb away with no sympathy at all. Investment people who are 7 may begin by rescuing cutlery. It builds character. Cedric considered that while trying to decide whether character belonged in the assets column. Does character pay interest? It pays in not making your mother regret encouraging you, she said, and because she was smiling, Cedric accepted the answer as legally binding. The habit spread because useful work always did. Mrs. Lovegood came by with a basket whose handle had split, and Cedric fetched twine, a small awl, and the patience he had learned from both gardens. He could not mend it like an adult craftsman, but he could hold the pieces steady while his mother wrapped and charmed them, and he could keep little Luna entertained by letting her inspect a beetle that had landed on his knee. The beetle had very little to say beyond warm stone, bad bird, and up, but Luna watched Cedric murmur to it with solemn interest, then held out one small finger as if she had understood the rules without being told. Does he want to go home? Luna asked, her voice soft with the gravity only very small children could give to beetles. Cedric glanced at the beetle, which was trying to climb his sleeve with the slow dignity of a very small duke. He mostly wants not to be eaten. That's sensible, Luna said, and Cedric decided he liked her. By afternoon, Mrs. Weasley needed someone to keep Ginny from following the older boys into a ditch. A neighbor's Kneazle had opinions about a trapped paw, and an elderly wizard near the lane had dropped a sack of flow kindling that split across the path. Cedric helped because each problem was small, near, and easier to fix than ignore. He carried what he could, listened when animals complained, fetched adults when magic was needed, and smiled when people praised him as if he had done something extraordinary rather than obvious. Fred and George found him near the burrow gate with kindling dust on his jumper and Ginny holding one of his hands as if she had personally claimed him. Fred looked at the sack, then at the rescued Kneazle washing its paw on the wall, then at Cedric. You've been being good again. George shook his head with deep sorrow. Tragic. We left you alone for one afternoon. You make it sound like an illness, Cedric said, freeing his hand from Ginny only after the Kneazle's twitching tail distracted her. The Kneazle looked at the twins with flat yellow judgment, then told Cedric in a rough little complaint that the red noisy one smelled of stolen beetroot, damp string, and bad plans. Cedric looked from the Kneazle to Fred's stained cuff and George's overly innocent face, and the afternoon immediately became less peaceful. What did you do? Nothing, Fred said at once, which was the least reassuring answer available. His eyes moved toward the wall and then away again with such speed that Cedric almost admired the effort. Nothing yet, George corrected, then winced when Fred elbowed him. I mean nothing important. Cedric folded his arms. If it involves beetroot, Percy, your mother's laundry, or anything that will make Ron cry because he thinks he's been poisoned, I'm not helping. Fred's face lit with wounded admiration. He knows us too well. George leaned closer, lowering his voice as if Ginny, the Kneazle, and half the orchard were ministry informants. It was only going to be Percy's socks. Just the one pair, a scholarly improvement. Purple, Fred said, for dignity. Cedric stared at them. Percy will notice purple socks. That's the joke, George said, then glanced past Cedric and went pale in the particular way children went pale when Destiny arrived carrying a laundry basket. Mrs. Weasley's voice came from the bend in the path. Fred, George, why is there beetroot water near my clean washing? The twins turned together with the doomed unity of soldiers facing cavalry. Cedric sighed, took in the dripping jar half hidden behind the wall, the purple splash creeping toward the basket, and the fact that Ginny was already reaching for it with great interest. He moved first, not fast enough to look guilty, but fast enough to matter. He picked up the jar, set it upright on the wall, caught Ginny around the middle before she could paint herself, and nudged the laundry basket back with one foot. Mrs. Weasley arrived 2 breaths later, eyes narrowing. "And what, exactly, is happening here?" "Spill," Cedric said, because the truth was safer when trimmed to the part that prevented explosions. The jar tipped. Ginny nearly got it, but she didn't. "The washing's safe." Mrs. Weasley looked at the jar, the clean sheets, Cedric's hands around a wriggling Ginny, and the twins standing with expressions of tragic innocence so poor they deserved punishment for craftsmanship alone. "Did it tip by itself?" "No," Cedric said, while Fred and George both made small betrayed sounds. "But nothing's ruined." For one long moment, Mrs. Weasley looked as if she might pursue justice all the way to its source. Then Ginny laughed, kicked purple droplets from one shoe, and the Kneazle sneezed directly at George. Mrs. Weasley closed her eyes, counted under her breath, and took the jar from Cedric. "Inside, all of you. Hands washed. And if I find one purple sock in this house, I'll know where to begin." When she walked away, Fred pressed a hand to his heart. Saved by honesty. Horrible experience. George bowed to Cedric with grave solemnity. Saint Shiny of the untouched laundry, protector of socks, rescuer of idiots, and enemy of fun. Being marched inside by Mrs. Weasley was not a punishment so much as a washing campaign with witnesses. Cedric stood on a stool at the kitchen sink while Ginny splashed beside him. Fred and George scrubbed their hands with offended dignity, and Mrs. Weasley inspected fingernails as if beetroot water were a dark magic that could hide under cuticles. The kitchen smelled of bread, soap, and onions, and Cedric tried not to look too relieved when the clean laundry stayed clean through the entire crisis. Mrs. Weasley took Cedric's hands, turned them palm up, then gave him a look that was stern for the twins and warm for him. "At least one of you had sense enough to stop that jar reaching the sheets." "Thank you, Cedric." Fred leaned against the table with his wet hands held carefully away from his sleeves. "There, see? Saint Shiny receives blessings from the laundry altar." George nodded gravely. "Soon pilgrims will come from Devon. They'll bring socks." Cedric dried his hands on the towel Mrs. Weasley gave him and fought the urge to argue, because arguing with the twins only gave them better material. "You're both very odd." "True," Fred said cheerfully. "But we weren't praised for our shining moral example." "No," Mrs. Weasley said, turning on him. "You were nearly punished for purple socks before supper." George gave Cedric a mournful look. He saved the socks and doomed the artists. The nickname should have stayed in the kitchen, but twins had never treated sound as something that belonged indoors. By the time Cedric walked home along the lane, Ginny had repeated "Saint Shiny" twice with the delighted uncertainty of a small child tasting new nonsense, and a neighbor sweeping her step had smiled at him as if she had heard at least half the story already. A little later, Mr. Hobday from the local magical counter called him helpful young Mr. Diggory, when Cedric held the door for an elderly witch carrying flow powder, and the words landed with a weight Cedric had not expected. At home, his mother listened to Mrs. Weasley's version through the flow while Cedric pretended to sort seed labels at the table. Her expression softened in the way that made his chest feel both warm and uncomfortable. "Molly says you were very sensible." Cedric kept his eyes on the labels. "I mostly stopped Ginny turning purple." "That counts," his mother said, sitting beside him. "People remember who helps when things might have gone badly." Cedric looked down at the neat little paper slips under his fingers and understood, uneasily, that she was right. A helpful boy was trusted. A trusted boy was believed. A believed boy could hide oddness more easily, but he could also become the first person everyone watched whenever something needed fixing. He finished sorting the seed labels because his hands needed something honest to do while his mind tried to turn reputation into a ledger entry and failed. He could measure coins, count stock, track plant height, and list useful goods without becoming too strange on paper, but trust was harder. Trust grew in other people, not in pots. It spread through kitchens, flow calls, lanes, washing lines, and children shouting nicknames before anyone sensible could stop them. His mother watched him place the last label into a neat little stack. "You've gone quiet." "I'm thinking," Cedric said. "That's usually where trouble starts," she said, though she softened it by nudging the stack straight with one finger. "Is this about what Molly said?" Cedric hesitated, then nodded. "If people think I'm helpful, They ask me things. Yes, she said gently. Sometimes they do. And if I help too much, they ask more things. His mother leaned back, studying him with that careful expression that always made Cedric feel as if he had stepped too close to a window with the lamp lit behind him. That's true. It's also not a reason to stop being kind. I wasn't going to stop, Cedric said quickly, and the speed of his answer startled him because it was true before it was strategic. He liked helping. He liked Ginny not turning purple, the Kneazle not limping, Mrs. Lovegood's basket holding together, and elderly neighbors not struggling alone while he pretended not to see. I just don't want people thinking I can fix everything. No one can fix everything, his mother said, reaching across to tap his nose lightly. Not even very serious boys with investment accounts and seed labels. Before Cedric could answer, a small pebble clicked against the kitchen window. His mother opened it with narrowed eyes, and Fred's face appeared upside down from the garden side, red hair hanging in his eyes while George held his ankles somewhere below. Message for Saint Shiny, Fred announced. We have decided he may remain our friend despite betraying Art. George's voice floated up from below. Also, Mum says thank you again, which is worse than punishment. Cedric felt his mother's amusement beside him and accepted that privacy had already lost this battle. He went to the window, looked at Fred's dangling face, and said, if you keep calling me that in front of everyone, I'll start giving moral lectures. Fred blinked. Cruel. Unforgivable, George called. Long ones, Cedric added. With examples. Fred considered this, then lowered his voice to a stage whisper. Secret Saint Shiny, then. Cedric sighed, but he was smiling when he closed the window. The nickname would spread anyway, because twins were not containers built for secrets unless the secret interested them properly. He could not stop helping without becoming smaller than he wanted to be, and he could not help carelessly without becoming brighter than was safe. So he would do what gardeners did. He would keep growing, keep pruning, and pay attention to what each kindness revealed. 18. The first magical seed. The decision to visit Diagon Alley came 2 mornings after the twins had retired Saint Shiny into a supposedly secret nickname that Ginny still repeated whenever she saw him. Cedric's mother said they needed proper apothecary stock, fresh flow powder, new parchment, and a few household charms that Mr. Hobday's little local counter couldn't supply without ordering through 3 cousins and a man in Exeter who forgot everything twice. Amos approved at once, partly because a Diggory family trip sounded wholesome, and partly because any journey through Diagon Alley gave him fresh chances to mention that Cedric had opened an investment account before most boys stopped misplacing their socks. Shoes polished, hands clean, pockets checked, his mother said, smoothing Cedric's collar with the briskness of a woman preparing a child for public admiration and danger in equal measure. And no wandering. Diagon Alley is not Ottery. Cedric nodded, though the old self inside him had already begun making lists. I'll stay where you can see me. Amos clapped a hand to his shoulder as if Cedric had agreed to defend the family honor. Sensible lad. Never had trouble with him in shops. Looks, listens, asks useful questions. Shopkeepers like a boy with manners. His mother gave Amos the look usually reserved for men about to encourage exactly the wrong thing. Shopkeepers like a boy who doesn't make extra work. Cedric kept his face innocent and stepped into the flow when told. The green flames took him in a rush of heat, ash, and spinning stone, and then Diagon Alley opened around him in noise, color, and old magic. It was still not normal, even after years of living among wands, charms, flow calls, and small local wizarding errands. The street bent in ways that made old architectural instincts complain. Signs creaked overhead, owls stared from shadowed windows, robes brushed past patched cloaks and bright hats, and smells layered over one another until Cedric could hardly sort them. Ink, warm pastry, old parchment, potion fumes, damp brick, owl feathers, polished wood, and something sharp and green that pulled at the gardening part of him like a hook. The apothecary stood narrow and deep, its windows crowded with jars, bundles, powders, and dried things Cedric politely chose not to identify too quickly. His mother went straight to the counter with a list, while Amos followed, already greeting the proprietor as if they were old allies in the great campaign of having excellent sons. Cedric remained beside the nearest shelf, exactly visible, exactly obedient, and very carefully fascinated. Labels covered the drawers in neat black script. Dittany, powdered moonstone, mallow root, comfrey, lavender, nettle, flobberworm mucus, dried yarrow, and small paper packets of beginner cultivation stock sat in a locked glass case beneath a sign that said Safe Household and Student Grade Seeds. Cedric's heart gave one hard, quiet beat. Mundane plants had been food. This shelf smelled like possibility. Interested in herbs, young man? The apothecary asked, looking down over half-moon spectacles. Cedric turned with his best polite smile, the one that made adults answer questions before they noticed how many he had asked. Yes, sir, I'm learning to grow things. Which ones are safe for children to help with? The apothecary did not laugh, which immediately improved Cedric's opinion of him. He glanced toward Mrs. Diggory at the counter, then back at Cedric, and his mouth twitched beneath a carefully trimmed gray mustache. Safe is a serious word in this shop. Safe for a child to help with is not the same as safe for a child to own unsupervised. Cedric nodded as if this were a lesson rather than a negotiation. Mum supervises. I label things. I don't taste leaves unless I'm told. That, the apothecary said, unlocking the glass case with a small brass key, puts you ahead of several apprentices of known. He took out 3 packets and set them on the counter between them. Silver mallow is mild, useful in household soothing drafts, and forgiving if overwatered. Dittany starter seed is fussier, not dangerous if grown properly, but the leaves are not sweets and the oil is not for little fingers. Moonwort is pretty, but it sulks if ignored and teaches patience without poisoning anyone. Cedric leaned closer without touching the packets. The paper smelled faintly of dry soil, pepper, and something clean that made the jade mark under his skin seem colder by comparison. He kept his hands folded because wanting too much was the quickest way to look strange. Do they need wand work? Not at your age, the apothecary said. Light, clean soil, careful water, and an adult who can tell mold from a growth charm gone wrong. Wand work comes later. Bad wand work comes earlier if children think they're clever. Mum says clever is only useful if it washes its hands, Cedric said. His mother's voice arrived behind him, amused and suspicious in equal measure. I'm pleased you listened to some of what I say. Cedric turned, already arranging his face into innocent interest instead of blazing opportunity. They're beginner seeds, he said, safe with supervision. I said safe with supervision and rules, the apothecary corrected, plainly enjoying himself. He added 2 small packets of dried healing herbs to the row. Dried dittany leaf for study, not use without your mother. Comfrey and yarrow mix for smelling, sorting, and learning what proper dried stock looks like. Mrs. Diggory examined the packets, then Cedric. And what will you buy them with? Cedric pulled his little purse from his pocket and opened it with both hands. The coins inside represented saved sweets, errand money, and several moments of heroic restraint near pastry stalls. My pocket money. Amos, who had finally noticed a purchase involving his son, brightened dangerously. Buying useful supplies with his own money. Sensible lad. Mrs. Diggory sighed, but she was smiling when she took the purse and helped Cedric count the coins. 1 seed packet today. 1 dried herb packet. You may earn another after you prove you can follow the instructions. Cedric looked at the 3 seed packets as if choosing between kingdoms. Then he touched the dittany packet with one careful finger. This one, please, and the dried dittany, so I can learn the smell properly. The apothecary wrapped them in brown paper, tied the bundle with string, and wrote Mrs. Diggory's name across the top in firm black ink. Cedric accepted it as calmly as he could, while inside him the secret garden seemed to lean toward the little parcel like soil waiting for rain. The parcel should have felt no heavier than paper, string, and a careful adult's permission, but Cedric carried it as if it contained a dragon egg that had signed a polite agreement not to hatch in public. He tucked it against his chest while his mother finished paying for the household stock, and he made himself look at the apothecary drawers instead of staring down at the bundle every 3 breaths. The jade mark under his skin gave no visible sign. That was good. Public miracles were exactly the sort of thing that ruined sensible shopping trips. Amos, unfortunately, had noticed the purchase and taken it as evidence of Diggory excellence. Did you see that? He said to the apothecary, lowering his voice in the way adults did when they wanted everyone nearby to hear. 7 years old and choosing dittany seed over sweets. Most boys would be thinking of chocolate frogs. The apothecary's mustache twitched again. Most boys are not trusted with my seed case. Cedric's mother accepted the wrapped apothecary order and gave Amos a mild warning look. Most boys also don't have fathers making them sound like ministry exhibit pieces. Not an exhibit, Amos said, offended by the exact wrong part. A promising young gardener. Cedric kept both hands on his little parcel and decided that if the floor opened and swallowed him, he would consider it less embarrassing than his father's pride. I still like chocolate frogs. And honesty too, Amos said, delighted. Practical and honest. The next shop smelled of parchment, ink, sealing wax, and book dust, which helped. Cedric followed his mother between narrow shelves while she chose new writing sheets, ink refills, and a box of labels that made his fingers itch with plans. He did not ask for the labels. Asking too quickly would connect them to the parcel, and the parcel needed to remain a child-supervised herb project, not the opening move in magical cultivation. He studied quills instead, listened to the scratch of a clerk testing nibs, and let his mother notice the labels herself. These might suit your plant notes, she said, lifting the little box. Cedric looked up as if the thought had not already marched through his head with banners. Could I use them for the dittany? You may use them after we plant it properly, she said. And after you read the apothecary's instructions with me. Amos, speaking to the clerk now, had found a fresh audience. He keeps notes, little columns and everything, measures herbs as if they're applying for ministry positions. The clerk smiled down at Cedric. A serious habit. Cedric hugged the parcel a fraction tighter and made himself smile politely rather than glow. It helps me remember. His mother's expression softened, and that was almost more dangerous than Amos's bragging because she saw too much when she was gentle. It does, she said. But remembering includes remembering that you are not to plant anything alone. I know, Cedric said, and he meant it in the public way. The private way was quieter and more complicated. He would not plant the household sample alone where she expected to see it. He would obey the shape of the rule well enough to keep her trust, while the secret garden waited for the real beginning. By the time they left the shop, Amos had told 2 clerks, one passing witch, and a man buying blotting sand that his son had chosen seeds over sweets with his own pocket money. Cedric walked between his parents with the brown paper bundle tucked safely under one arm, his face calm, his ears warm, and his mind already in black soil. The journey home took longer because Amos needed to stop twice, once for flow powder and once because he had seen someone from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures and had to tell him that Cedric was growing dittany. Cedric stood beside his mother during both conversations with the parcel tucked under his arm and the labels in her shopping basket, trying to look like a patient child rather than a boy mentally dividing seeds between public obedience and private opportunity. By the time the flow spat them back into the Diggory kitchen, his cheeks hurt from politeness. His mother set the shopping down and held out one hand. Parcel first. We read the instructions before anyone touches soil. Cedric surrendered the brown paper bundle at once because hesitation would have been suspicious. Can I write the label? You may write the label after you wash your hands, she said. And after your father stops telling Britain we own the first child ever to buy a seed. Amos, who was brushing soot from his sleeve, looked wounded. I mentioned it to 3 people. 5, Cedric said before he could stop himself. His mother's mouth twitched. Hands, Cedric. They planted the official pot in the real kitchen garden after tea. His mother untied the packet, tipped a few tiny seeds onto a saucer, and made Cedric read the apothecary's instructions aloud while Amos stood nearby pretending not to hover. The seeds looked disappointingly plain, small dark specks against white china, but they smelled faintly alive in a way ordinary seeds never had. Cedric pressed one into the prepared soil with the tip of his finger, covered it as instructed, and wrote Dittany, supervised, on a neat label while his mother watched. Not too deep, she said, guiding his wrist when he reached for the watering can. And not drowned. Magical plants dislike being treated as soup. Cedric adjusted the pour until the water fell gently. What about the rest of the seeds? We save them, she said, folding the packet closed and tapping the crease flat. A sensible gardener doesn't spend the whole packet learning one mistake. That was permission enough to make his heart beat harder. He waited until bedtime, until the house settled and his parents' footsteps retreated, then slipped into the space with the folded seed packet hidden in his pajama pocket. The secret garden received him with quiet soil, clean air, and the familiar waiting stillness of cottage, warehouse, well, and mist. He did not rush. He fetched a shallow tray, filled it with dark soil, marked 3 careful furrows, and planted only a few seeds because, miracle or not, waste was still waste. When the last seed was covered, Cedric watered the tray drop by drop from the well and set a plain label beside it. The steel gave no bright answer, no reward, no proof that he had done anything more than put seeds in soil. Cedric stood in the little garden with dirt under his fingernails and disappointment held carefully behind his teeth, then breathed out and nodded to himself. "All right," he whispered. "Grow first, answers later." 19. White fresh pots. The first green hook broke the soil 3 mornings later, and Cedric nearly missed breakfast because of it. He had entered the space before dawn with the innocent plan of checking moisture, turning 2 trays, and returning before anyone in the Diggory house wondered why their son was suspiciously quiet. Instead, he crouched beside the shallow tray with both hands braced on his knees, staring at the tiny curled shoot as if it had pushed up carrying a banner. Dittany, or white fresh if the old apothecary's half-muttered aside had meant the same plant family rather than a cousin strain, looked disappointingly delicate for something that could one day belong in healing drafts and survival plans. The shoot was pale at the bend, green at the tip, and so fragile that breathing too hard felt rude. Cedric checked the public pot in the kitchen garden after breakfast with exactly the right amount of childlike interest. His mother watched from the path while he knelt beside the little label and peered at the soil. The real pot had not sprouted yet, which was both disappointing and convenient. If the space-grown seeds moved faster, he needed to know how much faster before adults noticed differences in the wrong direction. "Nothing yet?" his mother asked, carrying a mug of tea in one hand and a basket of laundry in the other. "Not yet," Cedric said, smoothing the soil beside the label without touching the planted spot. "The instructions said not to dig it up to check." "They did, and so did I." Her voice softened, but her eyes stayed sharp in that motherly way that made secrets feel as if they had edges. "Patience is part of gardening, Cedric." Cedric looked up at her with solemn agreement while privately thinking that patience was easier when one didn't have a secret tray of impossible possibilities growing under impossible sunlight. "I'm being patient." "You're being patient loudly," she said, and smiled when he huffed. "Go on, then. Wash your hands before your father sees dirt and decides you've inherited every good Diggory quality at once." Amos proved her right before lunch by finding Cedric's herb notebook on the kitchen table and declaring that careful plant records showed uncommon steadiness of mind. Cedric retrieved the notebook with warm ears and hid it in his shed before praise could turn into questions. Later, inside the space, he moved the Dittany tray farther from the coriander, cleaned the little wooden marker, and set the dried Dittany packet open beside his notes so he could compare scent without wasting living leaves. The new shoot smelled faintly green and sharp beneath the soil, not yet like the dried herb, but close enough to make his fingers still. He watered 1 drop at a time from a spoon, because the apothecary's warning about bad cleverness had lodged in him like a thorn. Around the tray, the other pots crowded too closely. Spring onions in cracked bowls, cabbage starts in a wooden box, coriander sulking near the cottage wall, and now the first magical healing plant trying to grow among them like a prince hidden in a market stall. Cedric shifted 2 mundane pots away, made a clearer gap, and wrote in his notebook with careful pressure. Dittany sprouted in space. Very fragile. Do not crowd. Do not overwater. Do not get excited and ruin it. The warning appeared as a gray fuzz on the edge of the coriander tray, which was insulting because Cedric had already known the coriander was dramatic. He found it during his evening check, crouched under the cottage window with the Dittany tray safely behind him and his notebook open on the floor. At first he thought a thread from his sleeve had fallen across the damp soil. Then he leaned closer, caught the stale, sour smell beneath the green scent of leaves, and went very still. Mold. Not on the Dittany yet, not even close if he trusted distance, airflow, and luck, but luck was a poor gardener and an even worse apothecary. Cedric picked up the coriander tray with both hands and carried it away from the wall as if it contained something that might wake if startled. Soil shifted against the wooden sides. 1 weak stem bent, and he winced before setting the tray on a bare patch near the warehouse door. The space was small enough that isolation felt almost laughable. Pots lined the cottage ledges. Seed trays crowded shelves. Hanging baskets made shadows across boxes. The little garden had become a cheerful trap of his own making, all roots and damp corners and clever use of space until one sick tray could threaten everything. "No," Cedric muttered, fetching a cloth from the cottage and a tin basin from the warehouse. We are not losing the first healing plant because coriander sulked itself into fungus. The words helped his hands stay careful. He removed the worst soil with a small wooden spoon, wiped the tray's outer edges, and set the spoon aside in a separate jar rather than dropping it back into the common tool tin. Then he stopped, looked at the jar, and felt embarrassment rise hot in his face. He had been using the same spoon for spring onions, cabbage, coriander, and dittany. He had rinsed it, yes, but rinsed was not clean. Clean was a rule. Separate tools were a rule. Quarantine was a rule. He knew this from ordinary farming, from basic hygiene, from every sensible part of his old life, and he had still let excitement turn the whole garden into a crowded schoolroom where every child shared the same dirty slate. A knock sounded against the real shed door through the thin pull of the outside world, followed by his mother's voice. "Cedric, are you tidying or hiding from bedtime?" Cedric snapped back into the shed with dirt on one cuff and the guilty awareness of contaminated tools sitting in the space behind him. He opened the door just wide enough to look ordinary. Tidying. His mother looked past him at the shelves, then down at his sleeve. "Tidying appears to have attacked you." "There was dirty soil," Cedric said, which was both true and insufficient. "There is always dirty soil where you are concerned." She crouched and took his wrist, rubbing the cuff between finger and thumb. Her expression softened, but worry stayed underneath it. "No more tonight. Wash properly, and tomorrow we'll clean your little tools with hot water. Gardening doesn't end when things are planted." Cedric swallowed, because that was exactly the lesson and he had needed his mother to say it aloud. "Can we make separate labels for clean tools and dirty tools?" "We can," she said, studying him more closely. "And perhaps a sick pot corner, if one of your plants looks poorly." He nodded too quickly, then slowed himself. "That would be sensible." Her mouth twitched. "Good. I do like it when sensible arrives before disaster." After she led him inside, Cedric washed his hands until she approved, then lay awake longer than he should have, planning the shed version of a quarantine station and the space version hidden beneath it. Pots everywhere had felt clever when the enemy was too little room. Now he understood the real problem. Living things did not only need space to grow, they needed space to fail safely. By the end of the week, Cedric had 2 gardens pretending to be one lesson. In the real shed, his mother helped him sort blunt tools into clean, dirty, and wash first, with labels written in Cedric's careful hand and stuck to 3 small tins. In the space, he copied the arrangement with stricter rules, placing the dittany tray on its own shelf near the cottage window, moving the recovered coriander to the farthest corner, and refusing to let any spoon, rag, or basin cross from sick plants to healthy ones. The work was slower and less exciting than discovering magical growth, which was probably why it felt more trustworthy. His mother watched him wipe the handle of a little trowel in the shed and raised an eyebrow. "You're taking this very seriously." Cedric kept rubbing until the mud came free. "The apothecary said bad wand work comes from children thinking they're clever. I think bad gardening does too." "That is alarmingly wise for someone with soil on his nose," she said, reaching over to rub it away with her thumb. "But yes, cleverness should wash its hands." Amos appeared in the doorway just in time to hear that and looked delighted. "There, that's our boy, 7 years old and already giving lectures on practical responsibility." Cedric looked down at the trowel, because looking directly at his father during a bragging flare was like staring into bright sunlight. "I'm not lecturing." "Not yet," Amos said warmly. "Give it time." The public pot finally sprouted 2 days later, small and cautious under Mrs. Diggory's eye, but the space batch had already steadied into a cluster of healthy young plants. Their leaves were still narrow, their stems soft, but they no longer looked as if one misplaced breath might end them. Cedric knelt before the tray in the cottage light and checked each plant without touching the leaves more than necessary. No gray fuzz, no sour smell, no damp rot at the soil line. The scent had deepened too, green and sharp and faintly clean, like dried dittany trying to remember it had once been alive. He reached for a wooden marker to replace the temporary label, but the edge had split where the grain lifted. The sliver caught his thumb before he noticed the danger, opening a thin red line across the pad. Cedric hissed and stuck his thumb in his mouth by reflex, then froze. It was a small cut, the ordinary sort children collected from sticks, stones, shelves, and bad judgment, but the sting faded almost at once. When he pulled his thumb free, the red line had already drawn itself tight. A bead of blood remained, but beneath it the skin was closing faster than it should. Cedric stared at his thumb, then at the tray of healthy Dittany. His heartbeat became loud in the quiet cottage. He wiped the blood away with a clean cloth and watched the cut settle into a pink mark so faint he had to tilt his hand toward the light to see it. "Oh," he whispered, and the word came out too small for the size of the discovery. "That's not nothing." Cedric did not trust the cut until he tested the ordinary explanations first. He washed his thumb at the cottage basin, dried it with a clean cloth, and checked the slivered marker for any charm, sap, residue, or ridiculous hidden cause that would let him pretend the answer was not sitting in a tray of young Dittany. The wood was only wood. The cut was only a cut, except it was nearly gone, and his body felt faintly warmer beneath the skin, not feverish, not dramatic, but steadier than it had before. He stood very still in the cottage doorway, looking from his thumb to the plants. The sensible thing would be to wait several days, record everything, and avoid touching the steel while excited. The equally sensible thing, unfortunately, was to confirm whether the space had finally decided to answer the question it had been dangling in front of him for years. Cedric took his notebook, shut the cottage door behind him, and walked to the warehouse with the care of someone approaching a sleeping animal rather than a stone tablet. The steel waited at the back, plain, upright, and unhelpfully calm. Cedric set the notebook on a crate, flexed his healed thumb once, and let his attention settle on the markings. They blurred first, as they always did when he pushed too hard. He breathed out, loosened his shoulders, and stopped demanding words. The jade mark under his skin cooled, and meaning settled into him in small, firm pieces. White fresh and Dittany pots were stable. Their active contribution was faint. His constitution had improved, and regeneration had awakened at the faintest level. Cedric read the meaning twice, then a third time, not because it changed but because he needed the world to remain steady around it. Regeneration. Not a potion. Not a future theory. Not a grand panacea imagined by an over-prepared fool with too many notebooks. A tiny cut had closed faster because he had bought seeds, asked questions, planted carefully, cleaned tools, isolated disease, protected fragile growth, and kept them alive. The secret garden did not reward possession. It rewarded care. His fingers shook when he wrote the entry, so he made himself slow down. Dittany stable. Steel confirms faint contribution. Constitution improved. Regeneration faint. Do not test by injuring self. Do not be stupid. He underlined the last sentence twice. A call brushed the edge of the space, distant but urgent enough to pull his head up. "Cedric, T." He snapped back to the shed, notebook clutched to his chest and heart still too loud. For one wild second, he wanted to run inside and tell his mother everything. Then he looked at the dirt on his cuffs, the clean tool tins, the ordinary labels, and the small public lie that kept him safe. He tucked the notebook beneath the shed bench, washed his hands in the little basin, and went to tea with a careful face. His mother glanced up as he entered. "There you are, you look very pleased with yourself." Cedric climbed into his chair and accepted the cup she set near his plate. "The plants are doing well." Amos beamed over the prophet. "Knew they would. Anything our Cedric takes charge of straightens up and grows properly." Cedric smiled because that was what a good son did, but beneath the warmth his thoughts had gone quiet and serious. The garden had proved itself. That meant every future seed, every creature, every pot, every mistake, and every living thing he brought inside would matter more than he had dared to hope and more than he could safely explain. 20. A Kneasel's opinion. The morning after the steel named regeneration, Cedric found it much harder than usual to behave like a boy whose greatest concern was whether his public Dittany pot had enough sun. The secret sat under his skin beside the jade mark, quiet and dangerous, while breakfast carried on with toast, marmalade, Amos's muttered argument with a ministry memo, and his mother's firm opinion that boys who stared through windows instead of eating were inviting cold porridge. Cedric ate because she was right, then washed his plate, checked the shed tools, and told himself at least 6 times that he wasn't going to test anything foolish just because a tiny cut had healed too quickly. His mother caught him rubbing his thumb and narrowed her eyes. "Is that sore?" Cedric stilled his hand at once. "No, I caught it on a marker yesterday. It's fine now." She took his hand before he could invent a better answer, turned it palm up, and examined the faint pink line. That's already nearly gone. Lucky boy. Very lucky, Cedric said, keeping his voice light with an effort that deserved a medal no one could safely award him. Try being lucky without splinters today, she said, releasing him. I need you to take this basket to Molly Weasley. Nothing dramatic, nothing muddy, and no being persuaded into whatever Fred and George call an experiment. Cedric accepted the covered basket with both hands. If they call it an experiment, I'll ask for written safety notes. His mother looked at him for a long moment, then laughed despite herself. That may be the most frightening thing you could possibly say to those two. The walk toward the Weasley lane helped. Ottery St. Catchpole sat under a soft gray sky, damp at the hedges and bright where the sun found gaps between clouds. Cedric carried the basket carefully, letting ordinary details steady him. Wheel marks in mud, a robin scolding from a fence post, smoke lifting from a distant chimney, the smell of wet grass and someone's late breakfast. He was halfway past a stone wall near a narrow side path when the robin fell silent so abruptly that he stopped before he knew why. Something watched him from the top of the wall. At first glance it looked like a large cat, ginger brown and cream, with tufted ears, a bottlebrush tail, and paws tucked neatly beneath itself as if it owned the stones, the lane, and all lesser creatures foolish enough to walk through them. At second glance, the eyes were too bright, too knowing, and far too judgmental for any ordinary cat Cedric had ever met. The creature sniffed once, whiskers forward, and the meaning that brushed Cedric's mind was not words exactly, but it was clear enough to make him straighten. Too clean, too shiny, smells like garden, secrets, and boy pretending. Cedric stared back, basket handle creaking under his fingers. Good morning to you too. The Kneasel's ears twitched, its gaze dropped to his polished shoes, rose to his brushed hair, and settled on his face with open suspicion. Problem, it decided, and Cedric had the uncomfortable feeling that it meant him. Cedric shifted the basket to his other hand and tried not to look as if being judged by a cat-shaped magistrate had become the most serious event of his morning. Ordinary cats were already talented at making humans feel like temporary furniture. A Kneasel, if that was what this creature was, appeared to have refined the talent into a legal profession. It blinked once, slow and unimpressed, then leaned forward to sniff the air around him with such deliberate care that Cedric almost checked whether his collar was straight. Problem is rude, Cedric said quietly, glancing along the lane to make sure no one was close enough to hear him answering an animal. Especially from someone sitting on a wall like a furry gargoyle. The Kneasel's tail tip flicked. Furry was tolerated. Gargoyle was not. The meaning arrived with a prickle of offended dignity and a picture of Cedric as a damp, overbrushed puppy wearing a ribbon. Cedric's mouth twitched despite himself, because the image carried such precise contempt that it nearly became art. I am not overbrushed, he said, then immediately regretted defending that part. And I'm not pretending to be a boy. I am a boy. The Kneasel's ears angled outward. Old smell, young paws, hidden den, too many thoughts, bad liar, good hands. Cedric's humor thinned. The basket handle pressed into his palm, and he forced himself not to step back. Dogs had smelled the two-soul oddness with cheerful stupidity. Birds had noticed flashes, crumbs, movement, and sky. This creature wasn't guessing in the same loose way. It read him with sharp little hooks, scent and magic and instinct knitting together into an opinion that arrived far too close to truth. I don't suppose, Cedric said carefully, you could be bribed into being less observant? The Kneasel considered him. Food? That depends what you consider a bribe. Cedric lifted the basket slightly. This is for Mrs. Weasley. The creature's nose twitched. Bread, jam, eggs, butter, not enough meat. Cooperation requires meat. Cedric stared at it. We haven't agreed what cooperation means. The Kneasel gave him the look of a creature who had already found him slow and was disappointed to be proved right. You want questions. I want food. This is cooperation. That is extortion with whiskers, Cedric said, keeping his voice low as footsteps sounded faintly somewhere beyond the hedge. Better food, the Kneasel insisted, rising at last and stretching along the wall with extravagant elegance. Fish, chicken, not old scraps, not dry rubbish, good food for good opinions. Cedric looked toward the Weasley lane, then back at the Kneasel, whose bright eyes had not left his face. Somewhere under the insult, under the demand, under the ridiculous confidence of it, he felt the shape of opportunity. Not ownership, not yet even trust, a negotiation with clause. I can ask Mrs. Weasley whether she has anything suitable, Cedric said. I am not stealing from a delivery basket. The Kneasel's whiskers lifted. Saint Shiny, it observed, with devastating satisfaction. Cedric closed his eyes for half a second. Of course you've heard that. The Kneasel walked along the wall while Cedric continued down the lane, matching his pace with insulting ease. It did not hurry. It simply placed each paw exactly where it wished, tail high, ears tilted toward him, as if escorting a suspect rather than following a child with a basket. Cedric kept his eyes forward when the path opened near the Weasley garden, because Molly Weasley was exactly the sort of woman who would notice if he arrived speaking to a wall animal and then ask enough questions to make honesty dangerous. Fred spotted him first from beside a crooked fence post. Saint Shiny approaches with tribute. George popped up from behind a barrel with leaves in his hair. And he's brought a cat. The Kneasel stopped on the wall and gave both twins a long stare. The impression that reached Cedric was immediate and savage. Loud twins. Smell of pockets. Possible thieves. Useful if supervised. Cedric nearly choked. It isn't my cat. Looks like it disagrees, Fred said, leaning closer with the reckless confidence of a boy who had never been properly judged by a Kneasel. Hello, noble beast. Do you accept admiration? The Kneasel's ears flattened. Touch and bleed. Cedric caught Fred's sleeve before his hand rose too far. Admire from there. George's grin widened. Oh, he does talk to it. I talk to lots of things, Cedric said, which was true and therefore not helpful. Mostly because you two make ordinary standards impossible. Molly Weasley came out with Ginny on one hip and a tea towel over one shoulder, saving him from Fred's delighted inhale. Cedric, sweetheart, thank you. Your mum said she'd send the basket over. Fred, George, why is there a Kneasel on my wall? And why do you look as though you're about to make it angry? We were offering admiration, George said promptly. It was threatening blood, Cedric said, then realized too late that he had answered the wrong part of the question. Molly paused with her hand on the basket cloth. Her eyes moved from Cedric to the Kneasel, then back again, sharper now. Did it? The Kneasel sat and wrapped its tail around its paws with unbearable dignity. Woman smells of bread, soap, temper, children. Good house. Too many explosions. Cedric cleared his throat. It seems sensible. That's more than I can say for half the children in this garden, Molly said, giving the twins a look that made both of them beam with suspicious innocence. Has it followed you far? From the lane, Cedric said. It wants meat before answering questions. Fred's face lit up, a negotiating Kneasel. George pressed both hands to his chest. We have found our mascot. No, Cedric and Molly said together, and the Kneasel's whiskers lifted in approval. Molly shifted Ginny higher and studied Cedric with a look that softened without losing its edge. Kneasels choose their own business. If it's speaking clear enough for you to understand, don't treat that like finding a stray puffskein under a hedge. You ask, you respect its answer. You don't try to own it because it noticed you. Cedric looked up at the wall, where the Kneasel watched him as if waiting to see whether he was trainable. I can offer food, he said carefully. I can offer a safe place sometimes. But I won't put you in a box, collar you, or keep you if you want to leave. The Kneasel blinked slowly. Better. Still shiny. Less stupid. Fred leaned toward George and whispered loudly, that was practically affection. Cedric looked at the Kneasel's smug face and sighed. No, that was the opening of negotiations. Molly found a heel of roast chicken after making both twins swear they had not already fed the Kneasel anything experimental. Fred argued that experimental food was still food if properly chewed, and George added that most family dinners qualified under that definition, which earned them both a look so sharp Cedric felt the Kneasel's approval brush his mind like a pleased purr made of knives. The chicken came on a chipped saucer, warm from the kitchen and cut into small pieces by Molly herself, because even hospitality had rules when a creature might claw a child for being foolish. Cedric set the saucer on the low garden wall and stepped back. This is offered food, he said, keeping his hands visible. Not a trap, not payment for obedience, and not permission to follow anyone into trouble. The Kneasel sniffed the chicken, sniffed Cedric, then sniffed Fred with particular suspicion. It ate one piece, slow and thoughtful, while the twins leaned closer in perfect unison. The creature's tail lashed once. Too close. Loud pause want touching. Touching loses skin. They should probably stand back, Cedric said. Molly caught Fred and George by the backs of their collars before either could pretend innocence. You heard him. Respectful distance. Fred looked delighted rather than chastened. He really does understand it. George nodded solemnly. This changes everything. It changes nothing involving Kneazle kidnapping, Kneazle mascots, or Kneazle-based pranks, Molly said, and Cedric privately admired how many disasters she could forbid in one breath. The Kneazle finished the chicken, licked one paw, and turned its bright gaze back to Cedric. Better food. Good house. Noisy house. Your hidden den smells bigger than shed. Cedric's stomach tightened, but he did not let his face change. My shed smells like soil, labels, and too many pots. Hidden den, the Kneazle insisted, then hopped down from the wall with silent confidence. It circled him once, brushing close enough that its tail stirred the leg of his trousers without quite touching. The impression that followed was sharper than the earlier insults. Wrong footstep behind hedge, wand oil, bitter pocket, watcher, not family. Cedric went still. The garden noises did not change. Ginny babbled against Molly's shoulder. Fred whispered something to George. Somewhere beyond the hedge, a twig gave the faintest dry crack. Cedric turned his head as if looking toward the lane by accident. A man in a dark traveling cloak stood near the bend, half hidden by elder leaves, watching the Weasley garden with the unpleasant stillness of someone pretending not to watch at all. Cedric did not know him. Molly clearly did, or knew enough not to like the sight of him, because her hand tightened around Ginny at once. Boys, Molly said, her voice calm in a way that made every child listen. Inside, now. Fred opened his mouth, saw her face, and shut it again. George caught Cedric's sleeve as they moved, pulling him toward the kitchen door with far less theater than usual. Cedric let himself be pulled, but his eyes flicked once to the Kneazle. The creature sat between him and the hedge, tail curled, ears forward, looking suddenly less like an insult with whiskers and more like a very small guard. Inside the kitchen, Molly set Ginny down and reached for the flow powder with one hand. Cedric, you stay here until I've spoken to your mother. Cedric nodded, his heart beating too hard. He had not gained a pet. He had not gained a buff. He had been warned by someone with opinions, teeth, and the right to leave whenever it pleased. That made the first thread of trust feel far more serious than anything the steel could name. 21. Letters and Ledgers. Cedric's mother arrived at the burrow through the flow with soot on one sleeve, fear tucked hard behind her eyes, and a politeness so sharp that even Fred and George stood still. Molly met her in the kitchen before anyone could make the mistake of treating the matter like an adventure, and the two women spoke in low voices while Cedric sat at the scrub table with a cup of milk he had no desire to drink. The Kneazle remained outside on the wall, visible through the window, washing one paw with the air of a creature who had already solved the case and found everyone else disappointing. Do you know the man? Cedric's mother asked. Molly glanced toward the garden. Not by name, but he had the look of someone pretending to be on the wrong lane by accident. Arthur will ask quietly. Amos should too, but not loudly. That will be a challenge, Cedric said before he could stop himself. His mother looked at him, and for one dangerous heartbeat Cedric saw the worry sharpen into suspicion. Then Molly huffed, Fred snorted, and George pressed both hands over his mouth as if holding in an explosion. The room breathed again, but Cedric did not. The Watcher had changed things. A stranger near the Weasley garden might have been nothing. A stranger noticed by a Kneazle, carrying wand oil and bitter pockets, was not nothing. By the next morning, Cedric had rewritten his routine with the care of a man balancing accounts before a market shock and the outward innocence of a boy making a timetable for chores. Plant checks moved earlier, before breakfast, with no long visits unless the house was settled. Shed work stayed visible and boring. Sales stock went through Fred and George only in small batches, with written counts that looked like child business play if found. Investment notes were copied into a simpler exercise book his mother could see, while the real calculations stayed hidden behind dullness, coded labels, and an entire page titled Biscuit Fund because no adult wanted to audit biscuits too closely. His mother found him at the kitchen table after lunch, surrounded by seed packets, 3 ledgers, a pot of ink, and a list marked water, sales, plants, reading, outside play. She set down a plate of sandwiches and did not immediately speak, which was far more alarming than a question. Cedric dipped his quill, then stopped. I'm not overworking. You have 3 ledgers and you're 8, she said. One is for plants, one is for sales, one is for school things. You are not in school yet. I'm preparing. That, she said gently, sitting opposite him, is what worries me. Other boys prepare for Hogwarts by wanting a wand and asking whether the food is good. You prepare as if someone has given you a ministry department to run. Cedric looked down at the page. The old self wanted to explain risk, secrecy, inventory control, plant feedback, magical growth, and the simple fact that one badly timed absence could ruin everything. Cedric, who loved her and did not want her to look at him like a puzzle, reached for a safer truth instead. The man yesterday frightened me. Her face softened at once, though not enough to become foolish. He frightened me too. So I'm making sure I know where things are, Cedric said. And when I'm meant to be where. And who knows what. She reached across the table and covered his ink-stained fingers with her hand. That is sensible, but being sensible mustn't become hiding inside lists. Cedric swallowed, feeling the jade mark cool and silent beneath his skin. Outside, the Weasley appeared on the sill, stared through the glass, and sent one crisp impression toward him. Mother right, boy too tight. Cedric sighed. Even the cat agrees with you. His mother's eyebrow rose. Cat? Weasley, Cedric corrected reluctantly. She held his gaze for a long moment, then squeezed his fingers. Then perhaps both of us are worth listening to. Amos came home just before supper carrying 2 ministry files, a string bag of apples, and the expression of a man who had been told something worrying and had decided to defeat it by being proud instead. He kissed Cedric's mother on the cheek, ruffled Cedric's hair before Cedric could duck, and looked down at the kitchen table where the ledgers had been reduced to 1 open exercise book, 2 seed packets, and a suspiciously harmless pencil. The Weasley watched from the back step through the open door, tail wrapped around its paws, evidently still judging the household's defensive arrangements. Well, Amos said, setting the apples down with unnecessary cheer. Arthur says he'll ask quietly about our lane visitor. Quietly, mind you, very important word. I used it twice. Cedric's mother gave him a careful look. And did you? I was a model of restraint, Amos said, then glanced at Cedric's book and brightened. Look at that, columns, dates, notes. That's a proper Diggory habit, that is. Cedric's fingers tightened around the pencil. It's only a chore list. A chore list with crop notes, Amos said, leaning closer with frank delight. And plain little marks, and sales marks, and tidy little codes. Your grandfather used to keep hunting records less neatly than this, and he was unbearable about ink quality. His mother folded her arms. Amos. What? Amos asked, genuinely puzzled. I'm saying the boy is disciplined. You are saying it in the voice you use before telling half the ministry. Cedric looked up quickly. Please don't tell half the ministry. Amos blinked, wounded in the way only a proud father could be wounded by a reasonable request. I wouldn't tell half the ministry. A few trusted men, perhaps. Only in passing. Nothing secret. Nothing secret is still something, Cedric said, then softened his voice because Amos's pride was not cruelty. It was love with a megaphone. Mum's right. If there was a strange man watching the Weasleys, being boring is safer. The Weasley's ears twitched from the doorway. Boy learns. Father loud. Apples acceptable. Cedric did not look at it, because laughing would not help. Amos followed Cedric's gaze anyway and frowned at the Weasley. Has that creature adopted us? No, Cedric said. It's supervising. His mother's mouth twitched. That may be worse. Amos lowered himself into the chair opposite Cedric and, to his credit, let some of the noise drain out of him. He tapped the edge of the exercise book with one broad finger, not opening pages Cedric had closed. All right, less bragging, more quiet, but I'm allowed to be proud in this house. Cedric breathed out. In this house is fine. And to Arthur, Amos said. Cedric gave him a look. Quietly to Arthur, Amos amended. Merlin, you and your mother have the same eyebrows when you're suspicious. His mother reached for the apples, but her face had eased. Then used that famous Diggory discipline and washed those before supper. Amos stood with exaggerated dignity and carried the apples to the basin. My own family silences me with fruit. Remember this, Cedric. Greatness is rarely appreciated at home. Cedric bent over his chore list again, smiling despite the tightness still tucked beneath his ribs. Amos would try. That mattered. It also meant Cedric's next ledger needed a new column, not for plants, sales, or schoolwork, but for visibility. If his father's pride could turn a tidy exercise book into a public virtue, then every ordinary habit had to be chosen as carefully as a secret. Fred and George arrived the following afternoon by way of the back lane, carrying a folded sack, 2 battered notebooks, and the air of merchants returning from a risky expedition rather than boys who had sold odd muggle goods at a car boot table under their mother's distant supervision. Cedric met them in the shed because the kitchen still felt too full of adult worry, and because the Weasley had taken possession of the sunny patch near the door with such firm disapproval that even the twins stepped around it. Fred dropped onto the bench and flung one notebook open. "Your ledgers are a crime against joy." George set the sack beside Cedric's feet. "A profitable crime, but still a crime." Cedric looked from one twin to the other, then down at the page Fred had presented. It contained 3 neat columns copied from Cedric's simpler format, followed by a drawing of a dancing tin of peaches wearing a crown. "That is not how we mark stock sold." "It improved morale," Fred said. "It confused a man into buying 2 extra tins," George added. "So really, it improved margins." Cedric pinched the bridge of his nose, then remembered that gesture was too adult and turned it into rubbing his forehead instead. "Tell me the actual numbers before I regret trusting you." Fred produced a small pouch and tipped coins onto the bench with a clatter. "Actual numbers are excellent. Boring bottled water sold badly. Strange packet noodles sold well. Biscuits sold too well, which is suspicious because we wanted some." George leaned closer, lowering his voice with theatrical gravity. "Soap is dull until you call it traveler's soap. Then adults nod as if they understand something." Cedric pulled the coins into stacks, counting by touch while keeping the notebook open with his elbow. "And commission?" "Glorious," Fred said at once. "Not glorious enough," George corrected. "But glorious compared to no commission." The Weasley opened one eye. "Loud young merchants. Smell of sugar, copper, and planned lies. Useful. Needs grooming by fear." Cedric kept his face still with effort. "The Weasley thinks you need better caution." George stared at the creature. "That cat slanders us." "Weasley," Cedric said, "and it's usually right." Fred leaned forward, all humor sharpening into interest. "Because of the man?" The question changed the shed at once. Cedric finished stacking the coins before he answered, partly because his hands needed something ordinary to do. "Because of the man, and because Dad nearly turned my chore list into a ministry anecdote by supper." George winced. Dangerous beast, parental pride. "Hard to contain," Fred agreed. "Escapes through conversation." Cedric slid their commission across the bench. "Then help me contain ours. Smaller batches, cleaner notes, no dramatic labels, no telling anyone where the goods come from, even as a joke." Fred looked at the coins, then at Cedric's face. "That serious?" Cedric nodded. "That's serious." George closed his notebook more gently than usual. "Dull ledgers, secret stock, and suspicious men. Fine, we can do serious." Fred pocketed the commission with a sigh, but under protest. Cedric smiled despite himself and wrote the next line in his book. "Twins warned, accepted." It was not a spell, not a gain, and not a new unlock. It was better in one way that mattered more. It was a shared rule, chosen before trouble forced it sharper. That evening, after the twins left by the back lane and the Weasley accepted a saucer of chicken without admitting gratitude, Cedric carried his ledgers into the shed and closed the door with the latch not quite caught. He left it that way on purpose. A locked door made adults knock, wonder, and eventually ask questions. A nearly closed door made the shed look like a boy's den after a busy day, which was safer than secrecy pretending to be a fortress. He set the exercise books on the bench in a row. Plants, sales, school, visibility. The last one was new, and it annoyed him because it looked paranoid until he remembered the man at the hedge, Amos's pride, Fred's dancing peach tin, and the way his mother's hand had tightened around his fingers when she said lists could become hiding places. Cedric dipped his quill and wrote 3 plain headings. Who knows, what they think, what they might say. The words looked colder than he liked. The Weasley slipped through the gap beneath the door with silent contempt for hinges, jumped onto the bench, and placed one paw on the visibility ledger before Cedric could write under it. Too many marks. Too much boy thinking. Danger smells simple. Cedric looked at the paw on his clean page. If danger were simple, I wouldn't need a ledger. The Kneazle stared at him. Man watched. Mother worried. Father talks. Twins sell. Boy hides. Simple. Cedric sat back on the stool, irritation and reluctant admiration pulling in opposite directions. That is not a complete risk map. Cat-shaped ears flattened. Not cat. Also, stupid phrase. Fine, Cedric said, rubbing ink from his thumb. Not a risk map. A list of ways I could be foolish. Better. He wrote that instead, because it was sadly accurate. Ways I could be foolish. Under it he added. Overwork, vanish too long, show too much money, let dad brag, let twins joke, treat mum like she isn't already clever. That last line made him pause. The old self had spent years trusting ledgers because numbers did not ask why his hands shook. Cedric's mother did ask. She asked with sandwiches, raised eyebrows, and warm fingers over ink stains. A knock touched the shed frame. His mother stood outside with a shawl around her shoulders, not entering, not pretending she had failed to notice the light. Nearly bedtime. Cedric closed the ledger without hiding it too quickly. I'm coming. She glanced at the Kneazle on the bench. Is your supervisor satisfied? The Kneazle yawned. Food acceptable. Boy still ridiculous. Cedric sighed. Mostly. His mother smiled, but her eyes rested on the closed book. Tomorrow, no ledgers after tea. Plants before breakfast, chores after, play in the afternoon, and 1 hour for your lists before supper. That is my ruling. Cedric opened his mouth to negotiate, saw her face, and shut it again. Yes, Mum. Good. She held out a hand. Hogwarts will come soon enough, sweetheart. You don't need to reach it tired. Cedric took her hand and stepped out into the cooling garden, leaving the ledgers behind on the bench. Hogwarts was the word neither of them had said much yet, but it sat ahead of him like a gate made of opportunity and teeth. More books, more magic, more plants, more friends, more eyes, more danger. The garden could help him survive it. The ledgers could help him manage it. But as his mother's hand closed around his, Cedric understood that if he arrived at Hogwarts as only a secret keeper, he would have already lost something he was trying to protect. 22. The Hogwarts Letter. The Hogwarts letter arrived at breakfast on a morning so ordinary that Cedric almost distrusted it. Rain tapped lightly against the kitchen windows. His mother was cutting toast into sensible triangles because she claimed square toast encouraged crumbs. Amos was reading the Daily Prophet with half his attention and muttering at a ministry paragraph about improper cauldron imports. And Cedric was trying to decide whether the Kneazle outside had deliberately chosen the wettest part of the wall to look tragic on. The owl struck the window with one claw, lifted its leg, and held out a thick envelope as if personally offended by glass. Cedric's heart gave one hard, ridiculous beat. He had known this was coming. He had prepared for it with years of ledgers, plant rotations, school notes, spending rules, hidden stock lists, and quiet decisions about what kind of boy he could safely be in a castle full of clever adults and curious children. None of that stopped the sight of green ink from making his fingers still around his cup. His mother opened the window, accepted the envelope, and paid the owl with a bit of bacon trimmed from Amos's plate before he could object. Cedric, she said, and her voice held warmth, pride, and something softer underneath. It's addressed to you. Amos lowered the Prophet so fast the paper cracked. Already? Of course already. 11 years old and Hogwarts has finally shown the good sense to make it official. He stood at once, chair scraping back. I'll flow Arthur. No, Diggle first. No, my department first. They've been expecting this, naturally, but a proper notice should be made. No, Cedric said, too quickly. Amos froze with one hand already reaching for the mantle tin of flow powder. His mother turned slowly, envelope still in her hand, and Cedric felt the whole kitchen focus on him with the merciless clarity of a spotlight. The Kneazle outside stopped looking tragic long enough to press one wet paw against the window. Boy startled, father loud, letter smells important. Cedric made himself breathe, then softened his face into something closer to a nervous child than a man managing exposure risk. I mean, can we read it first? Before everyone knows? His mother's expression eased, though not entirely. Amos looked wounded, proud, and thwarted all at once, which was a complicated breakfast expression even for him. Everyone will know soon enough, Amos said. This is Hogwarts, Cedric. A man is allowed to celebrate his son getting his letter. In this house, Cedric said, echoing the old agreement before he could stop himself. Please. That landed. Amos's mouth twitched, then softened into surrender. In this house, he said, lowering his hand from the flow powder. For now, but I reserve the right to be unbearable later. His mother handed Cedric the envelope and watched his fingers as he took it. Cedric looked down at the green ink, the familiar crest, and the name that had been his since helpless babyhood and still sometimes felt like a promise he had to earn. Cedric Diggory. The gate had opened. He only had to walk through it without letting anyone see how long he had been standing ready. Cedric slid one finger under the seal with more care than an ordinary boy should have had, and that was the first mistake. He saw his mother notice it. Her eyes did not narrow, exactly, but they went still in the way they had when he was 5 and claimed 3 neat plastic containers had come from the box, rather than from anywhere impossible. Amos, mercifully, noticed only the letter opening and leaned over Cedric's shoulder until his mother touched his sleeve and guided him back into his own chair. Let the boy read it without breathing on him, she said. I am not breathing on him, Amos said, then proved himself wrong by clearing his throat directly above the envelope. Sorry, carry on. Cedric unfolded the parchment and let his eyes move over words he already knew in shape if not exact form. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Term beginning on the 1st of September. Enclosed list of books and equipment. Reply by owl. He read slowly, because speed would betray him, and because a real 11-year-old should not receive the threshold of his life as if checking a delivery note. Even so, his mind divided the letter into tasks before wonder could fully take root. Uniforms, books, wand, cauldron, ingredients, quills, trunk, Diagon Alley, Gringotts, if handled carefully, public places, public measurements. Well, Amos asked, his restraint already fraying at the edges. What does it say? Cedric handed the parchment to him instead of answering too quickly. The usual things. 1st of September. Supplies. We have to reply. The usual things, his mother repeated softly. Cedric looked at her and knew at once that he had made the second mistake. The phrase was too calm, too tidy, too much like a man who had sorted the event into its proper file long before the owl arrived. The kitchen seemed warmer than it had a moment before, and the rain against the glass became annoyingly loud. Amos took the letter with reverence and read it aloud anyway, voice swelling with every formal line. By the time he reached the book list, he looked as if he might propose a toast to parchment. A wand, he said, almost whispering the word. Cedric, your own wand. Merlin, I remember mine. Nearly took my father's hat clean off in the shop. His mother did not smile at that as much as she should have. She was watching Cedric's hands, where he had folded them around his cup to keep from reaching for pencil and paper. You don't seem surprised, she said. Cedric made himself look at the envelope again, not away from her. I knew I'd go if I had magic. Knowing and receiving are not the same thing. No, Cedric admitted, they're not. The answer eased something in her face, but not enough. She reached across the table, took the supply list from Amos before he could start planning aloud, and laid it flat between them. Then receive it properly, not as a schedule, not as a ledger, as something that belongs to you. Cedric stared at the crest until the gold and green blurred a little at the edges. Hogwarts had teeth. Hogwarts had professors, staircases, portraits, rivalries, rules, danger, and a future grave he intended never to meet. But it also had greenhouses, libraries, friends not yet made, magic waiting to be learned properly, and a place where Cedric Diggory was supposed to begin becoming himself. He swallowed, and this time the smile that came was not controlled enough to worry anyone. I'm going to Hogwarts. Amos made a sound suspiciously close to a cheer, and his mother's hand found Cedric's across the table. Outside the window, the Kneazle shook rain from one ear and sent a crisp impression through the glass. Boy happy, mother still watching, father impossible, good letter. Cedric waited until after lunch before he opened the hidden school ledger. Waiting was important because breakfast had already left too many fingerprints on the day. His mother had watched him watching the letter. Amos had nearly exploded with pride. The Kneazle had sat outside the kitchen window like a wet judge with whiskers. A boy who rushed straight from receiving his Hogwarts letter to private inventory planning would deserve every raised eyebrow he got. So Cedric ate, answered questions, endured Amos rereading the supply list twice, and only slipped to the shed when his mother sent him out for fresh air. The shed smelled of damp wood, seed packets, old paper, and the faint sweet trace of biscuits. Cedric closed the door most of the way but did not latch it, because latches invited worry now. He set the Hogwarts supply list on the bench, opened the school ledger, and drew 3 columns with careful pencil strokes. Allowed, hidden, not yet. The first column was easy. Robes, trunk, cauldron, scales, files, gloves, telescope, parchment, quills, ink, books, wand once purchased. Things any first year should own. He added ordinary sweets, spare socks, soap, and a few harmless muggle pencils because nobody sensible should face Hogwarts relying entirely on quills. The second column made his hand slow. Hidden meant the things the space could hold but Hogwarts must never casually see. Old lifebooks, electronics, modern storage drives, extra tools, muggle food stock, seed tins, sales records, investment notes, copies of ledgers that could make an adult ask why an 11-year-old had written like a risk manager preparing for audit. He underlined electronics twice, then added, "No computer visible at school." The words hurt more than expected. The computers had once seemed like embarrassment, then leverage. At Hogwarts, they became temptation with a plug problem and a secrecy problem. Useful later, not in a dormitory full of boys. A knock tapped the shed frame, and Cedric nearly snapped the ledger shut before remembering that sudden guilt looked worse than paper. His mother stood outside with a folded jumper over one arm. Planning already? Cedric kept his pencil still. Sorting. That is a very careful word. It's a careful problem, Cedric said, then turned the supply list so she could see it. Some things go to school. Some stay home. Some wait until I know what's allowed. Her eyes moved over the visible page. He had placed the harmless list on top for exactly that reason, but it still felt mean when she smiled. That sounds sensible. Cedric swallowed. I don't want to take too much. Her expression softened. You're not leaving forever, sweetheart. Hogwarts is school, not exile. The jade mark cooled beneath his skin, quiet and private. Cedric looked at the half-open shed door, the garden beyond it, and the house where his mother still thought home could be protected by term dates. I know, he said, but I don't want home to become something I only visit. She stepped inside then, crossing the dangerous line between cover and truth with a mother's unfair gentleness. She set the folded jumper on the bench beside the supply list. Then that goes in the allowed column. Warm clothes, letters home, coming back for holidays. Let those be part of the plan too. Cedric looked down at the ledger. After a moment, he wrote, letters to Mum and Dad, weekly. Then, because Amos would be unbearable but hurt if excluded, he added, one extra line for Dad's bragging rights. His mother laughed softly, and the sound loosened something tight in his chest. Outside, the Kneazle leapt onto the sill, shook one paw, and sent a crisp impression through the shed. Boy packs nest. Mother knows enough. Hide shiny foolishness. Keep socks. After his mother left, Cedric sat with the jumper beside his elbow and stared at the 3 columns until the words stopped being school planning and became a shape of his life. Allowed. Hidden. Not yet. It looked clean on paper, almost comforting, and that was the warning. Clean lists had a way of pretending they could control messy lives. He took the supply list, folded it carefully, and placed it under the jumper. Then he pressed his thumb to the jade ring mark and stepped into the space. The shed vanished into impossible sunlight, black soil, warm cottage walls, warehouse shadow, and the quiet hum of a place that had followed him through death, birth, childhood, and now the edge of Hogwarts. Pots crowded the garden in obedient rows. The well waited. The warehouse doors stood closed, holding old life goods that had become useful, dangerous, ridiculous, and precious by turns. Cedric walked to the warehouse and opened the doors with both hands rather than thought. It felt important to use the body. Inside, the shelves smelled faintly of dry wood, sealed paper, plastic, old cardboard, and the strange stillness of things waiting too long to be used. He stopped before the electronics row first. Laptops, drives, screens, players, cables, adapters, batteries. In another life, they had been tools of work, comfort, and panic. Here, under Hogwarts's shadow, they were both miracle and liability. No dormitory, he said softly. No showing off. No clever exception because I feel lonely." The words sounded stern enough that the space seemed to listen. He moved on to the books and laid one palm on a stack of old language texts, farming manuals, reference guides, and printed notes. Books could travel more easily, if copied, disguised, or translated by hand. They did not glow, they did not need power. They did not make noise. He added 3 modest notebooks to a plain cloth satchel, then removed 2 because modesty was not the same as restraint when someone was counting. A soft scrape came from the warehouse doorway. The Kneazle stood there, tail high, eyes narrowed as if disappointed to find him still unsupervised. It had never needed permission to follow him into places it should not understand. Cedric had stopped pretending otherwise. "You are not coming to Hogwarts in my trunk," Cedric said. The Kneazle sat down. "Boy thinks school is cage. Boy wrong. School is nest with teeth." Cedric breathed out through his nose. "That is not comforting. True things not comfort." He looked around the warehouse, then toward the open doors where the little garden waited in sunlight. The space made Hogwarts safer. He could keep supplies out of sight, store records beyond ordinary searching, work in privacy, protect rare seeds, hide dangerous knowledge, and bring nothing visible that a prefect, roommate, professor, or curious twin could touch. It was the perfect safety net, which meant it could become the perfect excuse for carelessness. Cedric took the cloth satchel and returned to the cottage table. He opened the school ledger to the last page and wrote slowly, "The space is not permission to be foolish. Every hidden thing creates a hidden risk. If I use it at Hogwarts, I assume someone might notice the absence, the result, the timing, or the lie." The Kneazle jumped onto the chair opposite him and blinked once. "Better. Still, boy." Cedric closed the ledger, tucked it beneath his arm, and looked toward the mist at the garden's edge. Hogwarts was no longer a distant gate. It was a place with doors, eyes, hunger, friendship, danger, and opportunity. The space would help him enter it. It would not save him from himself. He touched the jade mark once, then went home before his mother had to call. 23. Diagon with Gold. Diagon Alley was louder than Cedric remembered from childhood trips, or perhaps the Hogwarts list made every sound sharper. The leaky cauldron's brick arch had opened onto sunlight, shop signs, owls, robes, cauldrons, carts, shouting children, and adults pretending not to be moved by their children's first proper school errands. Amos stepped through as if the entire alley had arranged itself for the honor of Cedric Diggory's arrival, while his mother kept one hand lightly near Cedric's shoulder without quite holding him in place. "First stop, robes," Amos announced, already scanning the street with dangerous enthusiasm. "Then books, cauldron, telescope, scales, apothecary, trunk, and wand last or wand first. I bought mine first. Changed the whole day, nearly set fire to the measuring stool afterward, but that was a separate matter." "Wand last," Cedric said, because if anything in the alley was likely to measure him back, it would be Ollivander's. "The list puts robes and equipment first." His mother glanced down at him. "Since when have you trusted lists over excitement?" Cedric gave her a small, honest smile. "Since Dad got excited enough for all 3 of us." Amos placed one hand over his heart. Wounded. Proud, but wounded. That helped. His mother laughed, the tension in her fingers easing, and Cedric let himself be pulled into the ordinary rhythm of school shopping. Robes came first, with pins, hems, and a board shop assistant who had seen enough first years to treat wonder as a sizing problem. Cedric stood on the stool while fabric settled around his shoulders, careful not to hold himself too much like an adult being fitted for a suit. Across the room, a nervous boy argued about sleeve length with his grandmother. A girl with ink on her fingers stared longingly at a display of embroidered gloves. Cedric watched them both, filing away mannerisms, prices, fabrics, and the way parents paid without asking too many questions when Hogwarts was involved. At the cauldron shop, brass, pewter, copper, and silver glinted from crowded shelves, each tagged with neat little cards and less neat little prices. Cedric ran one finger along the rim of a standard pewter cauldron and looked past it to a higher shelf where better workmanship sat half hidden behind a stack of stirring rods. Good tools mattered. Bad tools ruined results, wasted ingredients, and created excuses for failure. Still, a first year choosing too precisely would draw the wrong sort of attention. "Standard pewter," Cedric said, stepping back before want could become visible. The list says size 2. Practical lad, the shopkeeper said approvingly. You'd be surprised how many want the shiny one until they have to carry it. Amos beamed as if Cedric had just defended a ministry budget. That's our boy, sensible as anything. Cedric accepted the praise and let it cover the sharper work happening behind his eyes. He noticed which cauldrons sold quickly, which ingredients shops had repeat customers, which families haggled, which shopkeepers watched children's hands, and which display cases held small packets of seeds, dried roots, and in-labeled cuttings that made his attention itch. Diagon Alley was not only a school market. It was supply chain, information flow, reputation, scarcity, and opportunity wearing a pointed hat. His mother caught him looking toward the apothecary window, where jars of beetle eyes, dried nettles, silverweed, and pale bundles of something that might have been healing herb hung in rows. Cedric, she said softly, not accusing but aware. One errand at a time. He nodded at once. One errand at a time. Amos lifted the cauldron box with great ceremony. Books next, then. If Flourish and Blots survives your mother and me disagreeing over reference shelves, we'll call the morning a triumph. Cedric followed them into the moving crowd with his list folded in his pocket and his eyes open. Hogwarts supplies were the visible errand. Diagon Alley itself was the real lesson. They did not reach Flourish and Blots immediately, despite Amos's declaration, because Diagon Alley had opinions about straight lines. A delivery cart stacked with cauldrons blocked half the street. 3 second years argued in front of the bookshop doors over whether the standard book of spells should be bought new or inherited with scorch marks, and an owl chose that exact moment to drop a parcel into the crowd with military precision. Cedric's mother caught his sleeve before Amos could steer him into the crush. Wand first, she said, looking past the crowd toward the narrow, quiet shop further down the alley. Books can wait, the wand shouldn't. Amos's face lit with immediate betrayal of his previous plan. Excellent thought. Wand first. Sensible woman, your mother. Cedric could have argued. He did not. Some thresholds only grew worse when delayed, and Ollivander's waited with its peeling gold letters, dusty window, and one lonely wand displayed on faded purple cloth as if it had been expecting him since before breakfast. The bell above the door gave a thin chime when they entered, and the noise of Diagon Alley dropped away behind them as though someone had shut a lid over the world. Shelves rose from floor to ceiling in narrow rows, every box labeled, stacked, and watching. Cedric felt the jade mark beneath his skin cool faintly, not warning exactly, but paying attention. He folded his hands at his sides before his fingers could betray him by touching anything. Cedric Diggory, a voice said from somewhere between the shelves. 11 inches, perhaps. No, not quite. Good shoulders for his age, steady hand. But the magic is the question, isn't it? Amos made a proud sound that should have been illegal indoors. This is my son, yes. Cedric. First wand. Mr. Ollivander emerged with pale eyes and a measuring tape that began its work before Cedric had agreed to be measured. Every wand is a first wand to the wizard who receives it, Mr. Diggory. The wand, however, has its own history before the hand arrives. His gaze settled on Cedric with uncomfortable precision. Hold out your wand arm, if you please. Cedric obeyed. The tape measured wrist, elbow, shoulder, span, and several distances that had no obvious relationship to wandwork. Mr. Ollivander handed him a slim wand with dark wood and said, "Ash and unicorn hair. Give it a wave." Cedric lifted it carefully, intending the smallest movement possible. The wand jerked sideways, and a stack of boxes snapped open with a noise like offended drawers. Amos laughed. Cedric's mother did not. Mr. Ollivander took the wand back at once, almost pleased. No, too obedient in the wrong direction. He vanished between shelves and returned with another box. Beach and dragon heartstring. This one warmed in Cedric's hand and then spat a shower of red sparks that made Amos step back into a shelf. Lively, Amos said, trying to sound cheerful while catching 3 falling wand boxes against his chest. Not his, Mr. Ollivander said, and his eyes had sharpened. The third wand was pale, smooth, and quiet when Cedric touched it. For one hopeful breath nothing happened. Then warmth rose from the handle, not hot, not wild, but deep enough that Cedric felt it answer somewhere behind his ribs. The shop seemed to inhale. Dust lifted from the nearest shelves in a soft ring, and every labeled box around him trembled once before settling. Mr. Ollivander did not smile. That worried Cedric more than any sparks would have done. Sycamore, he said softly. Dragon heartstring, 10 3/4 inches. Curious, loyal to movement, impatient with dullness, and rather fond of a wizard who keeps growing into surprises. Cedric lowered the wand before the warmth could become visible on his face. This one, then? Oh, yes, Mr. Ollivander said, watching him far too closely. This one. The wand box felt heavier than it should have when Cedric carried it out of Ollivander's. Amos offered twice to hold it and twice pretended he had only been adjusting the parcels when Cedric refused. His mother said nothing until they were back in the noise of Diagon Alley, but her hand brushed lightly against Cedric's shoulder as if confirming he was still there and not vibrating apart from whatever Mr. Ollivander had noticed. You went very quiet, she said. Cedric looked down at the box tucked beneath his arm. It felt different. A wand should, Amos said, recovering beautifully now that they were beyond Ollivander's pale stare. Mine nearly took my father's hat off. Yours made the shelves salute. Excellent sign. His mother gave him a dry look. Please don't tell people the shelves saluted. I shall say they acknowledged him respectfully. Please don't say that either. Flourish and blots rescued Cedric from answering, though rescue was a generous word for a shop packed with parents, trunks, lists, and children trying to look less impressed than they were. Books crowded the walls in bright stacks and severe rows. Cedric smelled paper, ink, dust, glue, and opportunity so sharply that he almost forgot to be 11. Amos took the Hogwarts list from his pocket and strode toward the school section with the confidence of a man entering a battlefield he expected to win through enthusiasm. First year set, Amos told the clerk. All new, best copies, my boy's starting Hogwarts. So are many boys, the clerk said, not unkindly, while reaching for the list. Not this boy, Amos said, and Cedric's mother made a small sound that meant Amos was approaching public unbearable levels. Cedric let that noise cover his own movement toward the beginner shelves beyond the standard school display. He selected slowly, because speed attracted attention and because wanting every book in sight was not a plan. Basic household charms went under his arm first, then a beginner's guide to wand care, magical drafts for the cautious student, common potion ingredients and their uses, greenhouse safety for young witches and wizards, and a slim primer on magical pests that had 3 pages marked by previous hands. He put back 2 advanced herbology books with actual pain. First years did not casually buy advanced herbology unless they wished to be remembered. The clerk returned with the standard stack and looked at Cedric's editions. Ambitious reading. Before Cedric could answer too well, Amos swelled with pure paternal pride. He's always been like that. Reads everything. Writes too, you know. Published, actually. Cedric's fingers tightened around greenhouse safety. Dad. The clerk looked properly at Cedric, then at his name on the Hogwarts list. Cedric Diggory? The Cedric Diggory who wrote The Lightning Thief. His mother's expression changed at once, pride softening into practical watchfulness. Amos looked as if Christmas had arrived wearing bookshop robes. That's him. A girl near the next shelf turned with bright interest. You wrote that? My little brother has the Sea of Monsters. Cedric felt Ollivander's attention replaced by a different kind of measurement. This was not magic looking at him. This was reputation, smaller and warmer but no less real. He gave the girl a careful smile. I hope he liked it. He keeps asking when the Titan's curse is coming. Eventually, Cedric said, thinking of the finished manuscript sitting in the space like a coin waiting for release. Books need time. The clerk's eyes dropped again to the extra stack, but Amos was already explaining, with enormous cheer, that a boy who wrote books naturally needed more books to read. Cedric let him talk. For once, Amos's bragging was not a problem to manage. It was camouflage with a mustache, a ministry salary, and no volume control. The recognition did not become a crowd, which was both relief and warning. One girl, one clerk, one embarrassed smile from Cedric, and one father who looked ready to hire a herald were enough to prove the shape of the problem. Fame did not need to be large to be inconvenient. It only needed to arrive before Cedric had planned where to stand. His mother noticed, of course. She waited until the clerk had wrapped the standard books, added Cedric's extra stack, and accepted Amos's money with the expression of a man who had survived many proud parents. Then she guided Cedric toward a quieter corner near travel guides and Quidditch almanacs while Amos inspected a display of discounted ministry histories with unearned optimism. You could have told me book 3 was finished, she said softly. Cedric kept one hand on the wand box and the other against the book parcel. I wasn't sure whether to release it before school. That isn't the same as telling me. No, Cedric admitted. It isn't. Her face did not harden, which made it worse. She only looked at him with that steady maternal attention that peeled away cleverness without raising its voice. Your writing money goes through proper accounts because you're a child, because contracts are traps when people assume clever children don't have clever adults, and because I am not letting publishers decide what pressure my son can bear. Cedric looked toward Amos, who had opened a ministry history and was visibly regretting it. I know. Do you? She asked. He swallowed, because this was not a question about books. It was about hidden ledgers, investor money, stock waiting in the space, and the small dangerous habit of deciding alone because alone was cleaner. I'm learning. That answer softened her. She reached down and straightened the edge of his robe parcel. Then we'll discuss book 3 after you've settled at Hogwarts. Not because you're in trouble. Because your name belongs to you, and we should be careful where we put it. Cedric nodded. After Hogwarts starts. Good. She touched his cheek briefly, then turned as Amos rejoined them with the relieved expression of a man escaping dry prose. Did you find anything useful? Absolutely not, Amos said. Ghastly pamphlet pretending to be a book. We're going to Gringotts next, where goblins at least make paperwork honest by looking as if they enjoy frightening you. Gringotts did not so much stand at the end of the street as judge it. Cedric climbed the white steps with his school parcels reduced by shrinking charms and his wand box held carefully in both hands. Inside, goblins wrote, weighed, counted, stamped, and watched. The sound of quills and coins moved through the hall like a second language. Amos handled the school withdrawal with practiced respect. His mother handled the publishing account question with a folder, a calm voice, and no patience for vague assurances. Cedric stood between them while a goblin clerk examined documents related to royalties, guardianship authority, investment routing, and educational expenses. You are Cedric Diggory, the goblin said at last, looking not at the letterhead but at him. Yes, Cedric said. Writer, minor, wizard, incoming student. The goblin tapped one claw against the parchment. Many labels for one child. Cedric felt his mother's attention settle beside him like a shield. Amos's pride, for once, stayed quiet. Labels are only useful if they don't become cages, Cedric said. The goblin showed small, sharp teeth. A fair answer. Your royalties will continue through the managed channel. School expenses remain separate. Investment transfer permissions are unchanged unless your guardians revise them. His mother accepted the stamped copy before Cedric could reach for it. Thank you. By the time they stepped back into Diagon Alley, the afternoon light had shifted, and Cedric's arms ached pleasantly beneath the weight of things that belonged to his future. Wand, books, robes, cauldron, public name, private money, parents who loved him too much to be easily fooled. He looked once toward the alley's busy curve and understood that Hogwarts had not even begun, and already the world was measuring him from more than one direction. Amos clapped a hand carefully onto his shoulder. Ice cream before the apothecary? His mother sighed. You are impossible. Cedric smiled despite the weight under his ribs. Ice cream first, one errand at a time. 24. Platform schemes. King's Cross smelled of steam, coal smoke, damp coats, and too many families pretending not to panic at once. Cedric stood beside his trunk with his wand tucked safely away, his school robes folded where anyone could inspect them, and the real weight of his life hidden somewhere no porter, parent, or curious prefect could reach. Amos had already told 3 separate strangers that Cedric was starting Hogwarts, which might have been charming if he had not included Cedric's name, house prospects, academic promise, and a brief but enthusiastic mention of published books each time. Dad, Cedric said gently, as Amos turned toward a 4th possible victim near the barrier. Maybe don't tell the entire station before I'm sorted. Amos looked wounded in the exact way Cedric had learned meant he was proud of being restrained. I am showing admirable discipline. Your mother made me promise not to bring a banner. His mother adjusted Cedric's collar with fingers that lingered a little too long. I only stopped the banner because your father's spelling charm was making the letters sing. It was festive, Amos said. It was a threat to public order, she replied, then looked down at Cedric with softer eyes. You have your ticket, your list, your lunch, and the trunk key? Cedric patted the correct pocket. Ticket, list, lunch, key, wand safe, books packed, no experimental items where anyone can see them. Her eyebrow rose. Normal experimental items, Cedric corrected. Schoolboy experimental items. Before she could decide whether that answer deserved worry, two redheads appeared through the crowd with the inevitability of trouble finding open ground. Fred and George were pushing a trolley between them, though it was hard to tell whether they were guiding it or being escorted by it against its will. A bulging trunk rode on top, tied with rope in 3 places, while a cage with an indignant owl rocked beside it. Cedric, Fred called, swerving around a family of nervous first years. Partner, George added, much too loudly for Cedric's comfort. Investor, future pillar of respectable commerce. Cedric closed his eyes for one brief moment, then opened them with dignity because Amos had already brightened. Commerce? Amos said. Figure of speech, Cedric said at once. Fred arrived breathless and grinning. Hogwarts is perfect. Hundreds of students, captive market, pocket money, weak supervision, seasonal demand. George nodded solemnly. Tragic lack of imported pocket soup. Cedric's mother looked from one twin to the other, then down at her son. Cedric. Cedric gave her his most innocent smile, which had survived dogs, cats, secret ledgers, and Gringotts clerks with mixed success. We sell pencils sometimes. Pencils, she said. And other educational supplies, George said helpfully. Fred leaned closer to Amos. Nothing dangerous. Cedric has rules. So many rules. Amos laughed, delighted and doomed. Good lad. A Diggory should always enter school prepared. Cedric glanced toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, where wizarding families slipped through one by one while Muggle eyes slid away. Steam waited beyond it. Hogwarts waited beyond that. Friends, sales schemes, professors, dormitories, hidden practice, public measurements, and an entire castle full of people who would notice far more than he wanted them to notice. He put one hand on his ordinary trunk and felt, beneath the skin of his right ring finger, the cool quiet of the jade mark. Small amounts, he told the twins. Good records. No showing off. Fred grinned. He says that like we're not about to board a train full of customers. George corrected him with great seriousness. Classmates. Cedric's mother made a faint sound that might have been laughter if it had not been trying so hard to remain worried. Cedric took the trolley handle, squared his shoulders, and aimed himself toward the barrier. Classmates first, he said. Customers later. The barrier swallowed them one trolley at a time. Fred went first because George claimed he wanted to see whether the wall spat him back out, and George followed with such theatrical caution that Cedric's mother had to hide a smile behind her hand. Cedric pushed his own trolley forward after them, feeling the last ordinary station sounds press against his back. For one heartbeat there was Brick in front of him, his parents beside him, and the old adult instinct counting risks. Then the wall softened, the air changed, and platform 9 3/4 opened around him in a rush of scarlet steam, polished brass, owls, trunks, shouting students, and parents trying not to look as if they were sending pieces of their hearts away by rail. Amos stopped at once. There she is, he said, reverent and loud enough to make 3 nearby children look over. The Hogwarts Express. Finest train in Britain. A girl with bubblegum pink hair leaning against a pillar glanced up from tying one bootlace. She looked about 14 or 15, though her grin had the unrepentant sharpness of someone who had already broken several rules and planned to break more interesting ones later. Her hair shifted from pink to a purplish red while Cedric watched, and she straightened with the easy balance of someone used to being stared at. Finest train in Britain, is it? Don't let the engine hear you. It'll expect applause. Cedric's mother murmured, Nymphadora Tonks, with the faint amusement of a local adult recognizing a familiar hazard. The girl winced dramatically. Mrs. Diggory, you wound me before term even starts. Tonks. Just tonks, unless I'm in trouble, and even then I prefer plausible denial. Cedric stepped aside as a third year dragged a trunk past them, then inclined his head because old habits and his mother's training both insisted politeness cost less than repair. Good morning, Tonks. She blinked at him, then looked at Fred and George. Oh, this one's polished. Fred nodded sadly. Terribly. George leaned on the trolley handle. We've tried mud. It doesn't stick properly. Cedric gave them a narrow look. It sticks perfectly well when you push someone into wet grass. That was field testing, Fred said. Tonks laughed, and the sound made Cedric revise her immediately. Not only older student, Hufflepuff, likely, if the yellow trim on the trunk strap meant what he thought it meant. Local enough to know his mother. Sharp enough to notice posture before name. Dangerous in a friendly way, which was sometimes the most difficult kind. She tipped her head, studying him more openly now. Cedric Diggory, right? Starting this year. Mum said Amos's boy had manners. She didn't mention the shine. Cedric kept his expression mild. Shine? Tonks waved one hand at him, nearly smacking her knuckles against the pillar and recovering as if she had meant to threaten the masonry. That look, new robes, tidy collar, helpful face, parents glowing like someone bottled pride and spilled it on them. First years usually look terrified, sticky, or both. You look like you've prepared a timetable for being impressive. His mother made a small sound that suggested Tonks had hit closer than was comfortable. Amos, tragically, looked proud. Cedric chose caution wrapped in honesty. I prepared a packing list. Fred clutched his chest. He admits it. George sighed. We're doing our best with him. Tonks grinned wider. Good. He'll need you. Hogwarts eats shiny boys if nobody teaches them where the loose stairs are. She bent slightly, lowering her voice as if sharing solemn wisdom. Be polite to the elves. Don't annoy the portraits until you know which ones gossip. And if a prefect says something is for your own good, check whether they're smiling. Cedric looked up at her and smiled despite himself. That sounds like advice from experience. Terrible, unjust rumors, Tonks said at once, then winked at his mother. I'll keep an eye out. Hufflepuff takes in strays, saints, and overprepared boys with dangerous friends. Fred brightened. We're dangerous friends. George corrected him with dignity. Educationally dangerous. Cedric felt his mother's hand settle briefly between his shoulders, warm and reluctant to leave. The platform noise moved around them, and the train waited, red and real, while Tonks's amused attention pinned him more firmly to the school world than the ticket in his pocket. He had not even boarded yet, and already an older Hufflepuff had named the problem. Shiny boys were noticed. Overprepared boys were remembered. Cedric took the trolley handle again and gave Tonks a careful nod. Then I'll try not to be eaten before lunch. Tonks saluted him with 2 fingers and was immediately called away by another Hufflepuff who appeared to be arguing with a trunk that kept trying to roll under a bench. Cedric watched her go for half a second, then turned back to his own trolley because the next problem had wheels, handles, witnesses, and 2 Weasleys leaning toward it with the reverence of boys inspecting a vault door. Fred tapped the side of Cedric's trunk. So this is it. George crouched beside the lock. The famous school trunk. Looks ordinary. It is ordinary, Cedric said, placing one hand lightly on the lid before either twin could test the hinges, the weight, or the truth. That's the point. Fred looked offended on behalf of drama. You're entering Hogwarts with access to imported stock, mysterious educational goods, and possibly the future of pocket soup, and your trunk looks like every other trunk on the platform. Cedric lowered his voice. Exactly. That made George pause. His grin sharpened, not with mischief this time, but with understanding. Ordinary outside. Ordinary if opened, Cedric said. Robes, books, school things, socks, parchment, quills, toiletries, a few sweets. Nothing that makes a prefect ask questions or a dorm mate start counting packets. Fred glanced toward Amos and Mrs. Diggory, who were speaking with Molly Weasley near the steam. And the interesting things? Cedric gave him a mild look. Are not in my trunk. The twins exchanged a glance that carried 7 questions and at least 3 terrible suggestions. Cedric could almost hear the shape of them. How much stock? How quickly? How hidden? How profitable? How funny would it be if Ron found a packet of noodles in Percy's sock drawer? He tightened his fingers on the trunk lid before imagination could become policy. Not on the train, Cedric said. Not today. We're first years. We get on, find seats, keep our trunks boring, and arrive without anyone older deciding we need supervision. George made a tragic face. You wound commerce. I protect commerce from stupid beginnings. Fred sighed and leaned against the trolley. He's right, which is the worst kind of right. A porter passed close enough to make Cedric step aside, and his mother's eyes found him through the shifting steam. She smiled, but the smile trembled at the edges. That pulled him away from schemes more completely than any rule could have done. He turned from the twins and walked back to her while Amos finished telling Molly that Cedric had always been practical, which Molly received with the tolerant expression of a woman who had raised several examples of impracticality. His mother crouched enough to straighten a fold of his cloak that did not need straightening. "You'll write." "Yes," Cedric said. "Not only if something goes wrong. I'll write before something goes wrong." Her mouth quirked despite the shine in her eyes. "That isn't as comforting as you think." Amos cleared his throat, then pulled Cedric into a hug so fierce the wand box in Cedric's pocket pressed against his ribs. "Make friends. Work hard. Don't let anyone tell you Diggorys do things by halves." Cedric hugged him back, smaller arms around a man who had loved him loudly every day of this life. "I won't." His mother's hug came after, quieter and harder to leave. "Be kind," she whispered near his hair, "and be careful with your cleverness." Cedric swallowed, feeling the cool jade mark beneath his skin and the hidden warehouse beyond it, full of everything he was not carrying. "I'll try." When he stepped back, Fred and George were already lifting one end of his trunk with exaggerated groans. Cedric caught the other handle and gave them a look. "It's not that heavy." Fred grinned. "Ordinary trunk," he says. George winked. "Suspiciously ordinary." Cedric helped them load it onto the train and kept his face calm while the scarlet carriage swallowed his visible life. The rest stayed hidden, waiting where no luggage rack could reach. The compartment Fred found was not empty for long, because George stood in the doorway with the air of a boy guarding territory on behalf of future chaos, and Fred began waving at every familiar face as if they were recruiting witnesses. Cedric stowed his trunk on the rack with help from both twins, accepted the window seat because Fred claimed strategists needed visibility, and then watched his parents through the glass while steam thickened along the platform. Amos waved with both hands. His mother waved once, smaller and steadier, but her face did the thing Cedric had no defense against, brave for his sake while hurting for her own. Fred leaned across him and waved too. "Don't worry, Mrs. Diggory. We'll keep him out of trouble." George pressed a hand to his chest. "Mostly by ensuring he's too busy stopping us." Cedric's mother laughed despite herself, and Cedric decided, with a small ache under his ribs, that he would forgive them for that line. The whistle blew before anything else could be said. The train jerked, trunks rattled, and platform 9 3/4 began to slide away with parents, smoke, waving hands, and all the last safe pieces of childhood standing still while the future moved. Cedric kept waving until the curve took the platform from sight. Then he sat back, swallowed once, and found both twins watching him with an unusual lack of mockery. That was worse than teasing in its own way. George nudged a wrapped parcel across the seat. "Mum packed too many sandwiches." Fred nodded. "Grief prevention sandwiches. Very advanced branch of magic." Cedric took one because refusing kindness disguised as nonsense would have been rude. "Thank you." The door slid open before Fred could answer. Tonks leaned in, one hand braced on the frame and her hair now a cheerful orange that matched absolutely nothing. "Inspection. Has the shiny first year been eaten?" "Not yet," Cedric said, holding up the sandwich. "I've been issued defensive food." "Good start." Tonks glanced at the twins, then at Cedric's ordinary trunk, then at the neat way his book parcel had been tucked beside him. "You three sharing a compartment? Brave. Either you'll civilize them, or they'll teach you every shortcut to detention before October." Fred brightened. "Do you have a list?" "Several," Tonks said, "but I'm not handing strategic assets to first years without proof of good character, biscuits, or a better offer." She looked back at Cedric, amused but not unkind. "Come find the Hufflepuff table after the sorting. If the hat has any sense, it'll send you where people know what to do with overprepared boys." Cedric felt the twins' attention sharpen around him, because house talk mattered now in a way it had not at ottery lessons. He kept his voice even. "And if it doesn't?" Tonks grinned. "Then we'll mourn the hat's declining judgment and feed you anyway." That settled something in the compartment, small but real. Fred began asking Tonks whether Hufflepuff had hidden passages worth knowing. George demanded opinions on kitchen access. Tonks refused to answer anything useful while answering enough to make them worse, and Cedric listened, smiled, and marked the shape of his first school network forming around him without permission. Friends beside him, an older Hufflepuff watching with amusement. A train carrying him toward a castle where being ordinary would take more work than standing out. When the trolley witch rattled past a few minutes later, Fred and George immediately turned toward Cedric with identical business expressions. Cedric held up one hand before they could speak. No comparing prices out loud. Fred sighed. He's learning our thoughts now. George looked delighted. Advanced friendship. 25. Sorting in yellow. The boats were colder than Cedric expected, not because the lake air bit hard enough to matter, but because it made the train's warmth feel suddenly far away. First years clustered along the shore with trunks already gone ahead and nervous voices rising under the enormous black outline of Hogwarts. The castle stood above them in towers, windows, and impossible light, grand enough that even the old adult self in Cedric had to stop measuring escape routes and simply look. Magic did not tuck itself behind side doors here. It burned in every window, reflected across dark water, and waited like a country that had decided children were old enough to enter. Fred and George had vanished toward the carriages with older students, but not before Fred had leaned down and whispered, "If the hat shouts Slytherin, we'll write to your mum." George had added, with solemn horror, "and Tonks. Tonks will take it personally." Cedric had smiled then, but the joke followed him across the lake. Hufflepuff was not only a preference now, it was Tonks's amused claim, his mother's hope without saying it, Amos's pride ready to attach itself to any outcome, and Cedric's own quiet understanding of what kind of life the secret garden demanded. Work, patience, food, care, records, loyalty, and roots. If the hat saw too much and tried to put him somewhere sharper, lonelier, or more ambitious, Cedric would have to argue with a piece of ancient enchanted clothing in front of the entire school. The great hall made several first years gasp aloud. Cedric did not blame them. The ceiling showed the night sky, candles floated overhead, 4 long tables glittered with plates and goblets, and hundreds of students watched the new arrivals with the open interest of people waiting to see who would become theirs. Cedric saw Tonks at the Hufflepuff table at once because her hair had gone butter yellow and she waved both hands as if subtlety had died before reaching her. A few older Hufflepuffs laughed around her. At the Gryffindor table, Fred and George sat together, identical grins aimed at him like loaded slingshots. Professor McGonagall placed the stool before them and set the hat on top. It sang, which Cedric had expected in theory and found absurd in practice. Then the names began. One by one, children walked forward, sat, were judged, and were claimed. Some ran to their tables in relief. Some tried not to look disappointed. Some looked as if they would have agreed to anything as long as everyone stopped staring. Diggory, Cedric. The hall shifted before it made a sound. Amos's bragging had traveled farther than Cedric liked, and Tonks had clearly not been idle. He walked forward with steady feet, sat on the stool, and felt the hat drop over his eyes. Darkness fell, warm, dusty, and much too intimate. "Well now," the hat said inside his head, old and amused and immediately unwelcome. Polished manners, steady hands, a great deal of patience, and secrets tucked so neatly they think themselves furniture. Interesting. Very interesting. Cedric kept his breathing even. Hufflepuff, he thought, because hesitation would only invite trouble. "Not yet," said the hat. "I haven't finished looking." Cedric did not flinch, because flinching under a talking hat in front of the entire school seemed like the sort of detail people remembered. Behind the darkness of the brim, the great hall became sound without shape. Benches creaking, someone whispering too loudly, Tonks giving what might have been a warning cough from the Hufflepuff table, and Fred or George making a faint noise that suggested they were already preparing commentary. "You're very firm for someone who claims patience," the hat said. "Hufflepuff, Hufflepuff, Hufflepuff. Most children ask. You're negotiating before I've offered terms." Cedric kept his hands still on his knees. "I know what I want." "Do you?" The hat's voice curled around thought, not cruel, but far too familiar. "I see work, yes. Care, yes. Roots. Food. Loyalty chosen carefully and then held hard. But there's more. Secrets under secrets. Ambition wrapped in kindness. Old fear buried beneath a boy's smile. You could do very well in Ravenclaw with that mind. Better still in Slytherin, if you admitted how much you plan." "No," Cedric thought, and felt the words settle like a hand on soil. "Not Slytherin." "Ah, not because you lack cunning." "Because I don't want it to become my house," Cedric answered before caution could soften the thought. "I know what cunning does when it has no dirt under its nails and nobody hungry at the table." The hat went quiet enough that Cedric heard the hall again. Someone near the front of the first year sniffed. A professor shifted. Time stretched badly. He could imagine how it looked from outside. Diggory boy under the hat too long, polished and still while everyone waited. His secret did not have to be seen to create attention. Delay was attention enough. You're afraid of being known, the hat said at last. Of course I am. And yet you want Hufflepuff. The hat sounded pleased now, which was somehow worse. Not the easiest shelter for secrets. They notice work. They notice who misses meals. They notice who gives too much away and calls it manners. They'll tug at you, feed you, tease you, trust you until you have to decide what trust deserves. That's why, Cedric thought. The hat's presence pressed closer, brushing against garden soil, warm kitchens, Fred and George's grins, Amos waving on the platform, his mother's hand lingering against his collar, Tonks's yellow hair bright as a ridiculous flag. Hufflepuff was not safe because it would ignore him. Hufflepuff was safe because it would ask him to become someone who belonged outside his own ledgers. Good, said the hat softly. You understand the bargain. Cedric breathed in once. Then make it. The hat laughed inside his head, ancient and warm. As you insist, Mr. Diggory. Work, loyalty, care, and dangerous friends. Better give them somewhere honest to grow. The brim lifted just enough for torchlight to flare at the edges, and the hat shouted to the waiting hall, Hufflepuff. For one heartbeat, the word struck the hall before Cedric moved. Then the Hufflepuff table erupted so warmly that the sound hit him in the chest. Hands hammered wood. Older students cheered. Someone whistled. Tonks rose halfway onto the bench with both arms lifted, her hair blazing yellow as she shouted, I called it. I told you lot he was ours. Professor McGonagall removed the hat with the smallest tightening at the corner of her mouth, not quite a smile and not quite disapproval. Cedric stood, turned, and walked toward Hufflepuff with his face composed while heat climbed under his collar. Being welcomed was safer than being questioned. Being welcomed this loudly was another problem altogether. Fred and George were on their feet at the Gryffindor table, applauding with the full force of betrayal. Hufflepuff, Fred called across the hall. Yellow suits you, George added. Cedric gave them a look sharp enough to promise future consequences, which only made them cheer harder. A few Gryffindors laughed. Cedric heard his name ripple along the nearest tables, not all of it from pure blood voices. Somewhere to his left, a Muggle-born first-year whispered, That's Cedric Diggory? The Percy Jackson one? And the boy beside her hissed, Not now. He's being sorted. Cedric kept walking because stopping would make the whisper larger. The publishing fame remained background pressure, exactly where he wanted it, but Hogwarts had excellent ears and no respect for private lanes. By the time he reached the Hufflepuff table, Tonks had shoved 2 second years sideways to create a place beside her. Sit here, shiny boy, Tonks said, patting the bench with unnecessary force. House tradition. New strays near older trouble until they learn where food, stairs, and bad decisions live. A round-faced older boy across from her snorted. That is not house tradition. It is now, Tonks said. Cedric sat before anyone could turn the welcome into a ceremony. Thank you, he said, then glanced at the students who had been displaced. Sorry. The nearest girl smiled and slid a plate slightly closer to him even though the feast had not appeared yet. Don't be. Tonks does this to everyone she likes. She hasn't known me 10 minutes, Cedric said. Tonks leaned in, grinning. Quality over duration. Also, you argued with the hat for ages and still came out ours. That means either you're interesting, stubborn, or dangerous. Cedric looked toward the stool, where the next first year was already sitting under the hat. The darkness beneath the brim was gone from his eyes, but the hat's words still rested behind his thoughts like a seed planted too deep to ignore. Possibly overprepared. Tonks laughed. Excellent. Hufflepuff can work with that. The feast arrived in a rush of gold plates, steam, roast meats, potatoes, puddings, jugs, sauces, bread, and the kind of plenty that made Hufflepuff's welcome look less like a table and more like a promise. Cedric had barely reached for a serving spoon before Tonks loaded his plate with the decisive authority of someone preventing a national tragedy. First rule, Tonks said, dropping another roast potato beside the first 3. New Hufflepuffs eat properly. Thinking too much on an empty stomach leads to Ravenclaw behavior. The round-faced boy across from her pointed his fork at Tonks. You say that like you didn't revise charms notes through breakfast last week. That was different, Tonks said. I was doing it badly. Cedric took the plate before she could add anything else. Thank you, I can feed myself. Can you? Tonks asked. Because you look like the sort of boy who says that and then spends supper planning a 5-year revision schedule. A girl farther down the bench leaned forward with open curiosity. Do you really write books? Cedric felt several nearby faces turn toward him. The sensible answer was small, dull, and unrewarding. The honest answer was impossible. He chose the middle road because he had lived there for years. I write stories. My mother handles the serious letters, contracts, and adults who use too much ink. The girl grinned. My brother's got the lightning thief. He's going to be sick when I tell him you're in my house. Tonks slapped one hand over her heart. Our house. Important distinction. Hufflepuff property is communal until proven by T. I'm not property, Cedric said. Not yet, Tonks replied cheerfully. Give the common room time. Laughter moved around him without sharpness. Plates passed. Names followed. The round-faced boy was Andrew. The girl was Maisie. A prefect named Gemma leaned over Tonks's shoulder long enough to warn Cedric that the dorm stairs were simple. The barrels were not to be kicked unless he liked vinegar, and any advice Tonks gave after midnight should be checked against a second source. Cedric listened, answered, ate, and felt the shape of the table settle around him. Hufflepuff did notice work. It also noticed empty cups, nervous first years, crooked collars, and who had not yet learned which pudding was safest. Help passed hand to hand before anyone had to ask. Teasing came with bread. Curiosity came with room to breathe. By the time the feast ended and the prefects began gathering first years, Cedric looked once toward the high table. Dumbledore's bright gaze was moving across the hall, distant and unreadable. Cedric did not hold it. He stood with his new house instead, plate empty, shoulders warm from crowded benches, and understood the hat's bargain better than he had on the stool. Hufflepuff was not a hiding place. It was soil. Soil fed what grew in it, but it also remembered what was planted. 26. Tonks and the Saint. Tonks did not so much join the first-year tour as annex it. The prefects had barely gathered the new Hufflepuffs before she appeared beside Cedric with the confidence of someone who considered rules a friendly suggestion waiting to be improved. Gemma, the prefect from the feast, gave her a look that had clearly been polished by long practice, but Tonks only hooked 2 fingers around Cedric's sleeve and steered him along with the others. You're not kidnapping a first year on his first night, Gemma said, walking ahead with a lantern that glowed warm gold. I'm providing cultural education, Tonks said. Very different. Besides, this one needs careful handling. Too polite, too shiny, possibly dangerous if left alone with a timetable. Cedric let himself be guided because resisting would make it funnier for her, and because the corridors under Hogwarts deserved attention. Stone steps dipped lower, the air warmed, and the smell of bread, old wood, and distant kitchens replaced lake cold and candle smoke. Hufflepuffs moved around him easily, not pushing, not staring too sharply, but making room with the casual skill of people who noticed bodies in space. It should have been comforting. It was, which made it more dangerous. Gemma stopped before a stack of barrels in a low passage. This is the entrance. Watch carefully. Tap the correct barrel in the correct rhythm. If you tap the wrong one, or get clever, you'll be soaked in vinegar. A nervous first-year boy swallowed. Vinegar? Educational vinegar, Tonks said solemnly. Hogwarts believes in flavorful consequences. Gemma ignored her and tapped the rhythm. The barrel lid swung open, revealing a passage beyond warm with yellow light. Cedric memorized the sound, the height, the barrel's position, and the faint difference in the wood grain because his old self had survived by making exits automatic. Tonks noticed, of course. Her grin sharpened before softening into mischief rather than suspicion. There it is, Tonks said, leaning close enough that her yellow hair brushed his shoulder. You've got the look again. Saint Shiny, patron boy of overprepared first years, silently planning how to rescue us all from breakfast. Cedric glanced at her. Saint Shiny? You heard me, Tonks said, delighted. You argued with the sorting hat, apologized to displaced students, thanked everyone twice, ate what I gave you, and looked at the house like you were accepting responsibility for crop rotation. That's saint behavior. Gemma laughed despite herself and waved the first years through. Don't encourage her, Diggory. She names things, and then everyone else gets stuck living with it. Cedric stepped into the Hufflepuff common room and felt the warmth meet him before the room fully did. Low ceilings, round windows, copper lamps, plants on shelves, patched armchairs, honey-colored wood, and the smell of earth and biscuits made the space feel less like a dormitory and more like a burrow built by people who intended children to survive winter. Tonks watched his face as if waiting for proof that the nickname had landed. Cedric looked at the plants, the crowded chairs, the first years edging closer together, and the older students already making room near the fire. Then he allowed himself a small smile. If I'm a saint, I expect offerings. Tonks barked a laugh and slapped his shoulder hard enough to make two nearby first years jump. There he is. Right, Saint Shiny. First lesson, Hufflepuff offerings are biscuits, gossip, and helping someone find the loos before panic sets in. The practical problem arrived before Cedric could properly admire the common room. One of the smallest first years, a brown-haired girl with a trunk half her size and red eyes she was pretending were not red, stood very still beside the barrel passage while everyone else drifted toward chairs, stairs, and older Hufflepuffs offering names. Cedric saw her hands first. They were clenched around the handle of her satchel so tightly that the knuckles shone pale. Tonks saw Cedric seeing her and made a pleased noise. "Careful, everyone," she said, dropping her voice into a stage whisper that still carried to half the room. "The saint has spotted distress." Cedric ignored that because the girl had heard it too and looked mortified. He crossed to the low table near the fire where a biscuit tin sat beside a jug of pumpkin juice and several chipped mugs. Someone had clearly prepared it for the first years, but no one nervous wanted to be the first child seen eating. Cedric took a biscuit, broke it neatly in half, and held one piece out to Tonks without looking back. Tonks blinked. "Is this a bribe?" "It's an offering," Cedric said. "You explained the rules." Gemma covered a laugh with her hand, and several first years relaxed enough to smile. Tonks accepted the biscuit with exaggerated suspicion, sniffed it, then bit into it as if testing for poison. Cedric took the other half and walked to the girl, keeping his steps unhurried so she didn't feel hunted by kindness. "I'm Cedric," he said, stopping far enough away that she had room to refuse him. "I've been told biscuits are compulsory. I don't know whether that's true, but Tonks sounded official." The girl looked from him to Tonks, who had puffed herself up at the word official. "I'm Mary," she said, her voice small. "I'm not crying." "No," Cedric said, offering the biscuit. "You're deciding whether Hogwarts is allowed to be enormous after bedtime. That seems reasonable." Mary's mouth trembled, then steadied. She took the biscuit with both hands. "I don't know where anything is." "Good," Cedric said gravely. "Then we can be lost as a group instead of individually. Much safer." Another boy hovered nearby, pretending to inspect a potted fern while listening with his whole face. Cedric glanced at him, then at the biscuit tin. "You should have one too. If you faint from hunger while trying to look brave, Tonks will name you something worse than Saint Shiny." "I absolutely will," Tonks said from the table. "I'm very gifted." That broke the worst of it. 3 first years came closer, then 5, then nearly all of them, drawn by biscuits, pumpkin juice, and the relief of having something simple to do with their hands. Cedric poured carefully, passed mugs around, and made sure Mary got the chair nearest the fire without making it look like rescue. Gemma watched him with open approval. Tonks watched him with a squint that suggested her joke had misbehaved and become evidence. By the time the tin was half empty, Mary had stopped gripping her satchel, the fern-inspecting boy was asking whether vinegar really came out of the barrels, and 2 older Hufflepuffs had joined the circle to answer questions about stairs, lessons, ghosts, and which portraits lied for sport. Cedric sat on the arm of a chair with a mug in his hands, quietly satisfied until Tonks leaned beside him and lowered her voice. "You do realize," she said, "that feeding the homesick first years is not helping your case." Cedric looked at the circle around the fire, then at Mary licking biscuit crumbs from her thumb with the intense concentration of someone no longer about to cry. "What case?" Tonks pointed the remaining half of her biscuit at him like a wand. "The case against sainthood. You're making my nickname look accurate, which is very rude." Tonks did not answer at once after accusing him of ruining her case. She watched him instead, still holding the biscuit like a wand, while the first-year circle loosened into something less fragile. Mary had begun asking Gemma whether everyone got lost during the first week. The fern-inspecting boy was named Simon, apparently, and he had accepted pumpkin juice with the solemn suspicion of someone who expected school drinks to bite. Cedric gathered 2 empty mugs from the low table and set them beside the jug without thinking. Tonks's eyes narrowed. You know, most first years spend their first night deciding whether the common room will eat them. Cedric picked a crumb from the edge of the table and dropped it onto a saucer. It hasn't tried yet. That's not an answer. Tonks shifted closer, lowering her voice so the others heard only the warmth of conversation and not the inspection under it. You keep doing that, looking around, seeing who's nervous, tidying things, making sure people have food. It's very convincing, except I don't think you're performing. Cedric felt the old instinct to smile and give nothing away rise like a screen between them. It would be easy, a joke, a polite denial, a bit of childlike confusion, and most people would let it go. Tonks, unfortunately, had the expression of a cat who had found a cupboard door open and intended to learn why. He looked toward the fire, where Mary was now holding her mug in both hands and listening to an older student explain that the Bloody Baron did not visit Hufflepuff often because even ghosts had taste. People settle faster when there's something to hold, Cedric said. Food helps. So does knowing where the stairs are. Tonks stared at him for a heartbeat, then slowly ate the last of her biscuit. That was a terrifyingly sensible answer. I hate it. You asked. I did, and now I've learned things. Awful habit, learning. Tonks bumped his shoulder with hers, but the teasing had changed shape. It still sparkled, still pressed, but it had stopped trying to knock him over. So you're not fake, you're just weird. Cedric looked at her sidelong. That's your official conclusion? For tonight, Tonks said. I reserve the right to upgrade you to suspiciously weird after further study. Gemma passed them with a stack of clean blankets for the first year's dorms and gave Tonks a warning look. No studying first years like wildlife. I'm expanding his cultural education, Tonks said at once. Also, I'm being supportive. You are looming, Gemma said. Cedric accepted a blanket from Gemma before it slid from the top of the pile. She's only looming educationally. Tonks pointed at him, triumphant. See, he understands me. This is why he needs my guidance before the respectable ones get to him. Gemma shook her head, but her smile lingered as she went on toward the dorm corridor. Cedric folded the blanket properly over the back of a chair, then noticed Tonks watching again, sharper now but not unkind. That was the danger of Hufflepuff, he thought. They did not need to know the truth to notice the shape left around it. Tonks softened first. Right then, Saint Shiny. Tomorrow you sit with me at breakfast. I'll teach you which older students give decent advice, which ones pretend to, and which portraits to ignore. Cedric considered pointing out that he had not agreed to being adopted by a third-year chaos engine. Then Mary laughed near the fire, small but real, and the common room felt a little more like soil closing around new roots. Breakfast, then, he said. Tonks grinned, bright and dangerous again. Excellent. I'll have you corrupted by pudding. The first-year dormitory lay behind a round door and a short passage that seemed designed to make nervous children feel they had not been sent far from the fire. Cedric's trunk waited at the foot of one bed, his name written on a neat brass tag, and the sight of it settled something small and practical in him. Hogwarts might be enormous, but it still moved luggage efficiently. That counted for more than ancient staircases in his private assessment. Simon chose the bed nearest the door, then immediately looked as if he regretted making any decision in public. Mary stood beside the window, turning the edge of her sleeve between 2 fingers. Cedric put his blanket on his own bed, then nodded toward the one beside his. That one has the better angle to the door, if you want to know who's coming before they trip over anything. Simon looked relieved. Is that important? Only if Tonks visits, Cedric said. The door opened almost at once, and Tonks leaned in with a wrapped bundle under one arm. That is a cruel and accurate thing to say. Excellent start. Mary squeaked. Simon almost sat on his own trunk. Cedric looked at the bundle, then at Tonks's innocent expression, which was too carefully arranged to be trusted. Gemma said no midnight advice without a second source. Good thing it's not midnight, Tonks said, stepping inside as if the room had invited her. Also, this is not advice. This is emergency pudding. Cedric accepted the bundle because refusing would only make her more theatrical. Inside were napkin-wrapped slices of treacle tart, 4 biscuits, and a small apple that looked as if it had been included for moral balance. Mary stared at the food with open longing and immediate guilt. Tonks caught the look and pointed at Cedric. Saint Shiny is in charge of fair distribution. If he gives himself the apple, report him to me. That's suspicious virtue. Cedric divided the tart with the small knife from the dorm table, making the pieces as even as possible while pretending not to notice the way the others drifted closer. If this gets us in trouble, I'm blaming cultural education. Correct, Tonks said. Hufflepuff loyalty rule. Trouble shared is trouble improved. That sounds like something you made up, Simon said, braver now with tart in hand. Tonks grinned at him. Half of house tradition started that way. Cedric took the smallest piece without making a ceremony of it and leaned against his bedpost while warm sugar, tiredness, and the soft noise of new roommates filled the little room. Tonks watched them eat, pleased and oddly gentle beneath the mischief. When she left at last, she tapped 2 fingers against the doorframe. Breakfast, Saint Shiny. Don't make me hunt you. Cedric looked around at Mary's calmer face, Simon's crumbs, and the bed that was apparently his now. I wouldn't dare. Tonks's grin flashed once before the door closed. Cedric sat on the edge of his bed and felt the castle settle around him, not safe, not simple, but warmer than he had feared. Hufflepuff had already started feeding him, teasing him, and claiming pieces of his time. Somehow, that felt less like exposure than belonging. 27. Greenhouse Lessons. By morning, Cedric had learned that Tonks considered threats most effective when delivered over porridge. She appeared beside him at breakfast with her hair a cheerful shade of blue, stole 1 piece of toast from his plate, and told Mary, Simon, and 2 other first years that Saint Shiny had survived his first night without being eaten by curtains, staircases, or respectable advice. Mary laughed into her pumpkin juice. Simon looked relieved that curtains had not been listed as a formal hazard yesterday, and Cedric accepted the missing toast as the price of not being hunted through the common room before dawn. You've got herbology first, Tonks said, tapping his timetable with a jammy finger before Gemma could confiscate either her hand or his breakfast. Excellent. Sprout likes workers. Don't look too perfect or she'll give you extra pots. Cedric wiped jam from the timetable with a napkin, because some instincts could not be trained out of him. Is that advice or cultural education? Both, Tonks said at once. Also, if anything bites you, don't bleed on anything rare. Sprout gets attached. The greenhouses stood beyond the castle in pale morning light, their glass panes misted from within and their paths bordered by beds that looked far more honest to Cedric than moving staircases did. The air changed as soon as Professor Sprout opened the door. Damp soil, leaf oil, clay pots, compost, and the thick scent of living green met him in a warm rush. Hogwarts was dangerous, ridiculous, and badly designed for secrecy, but at least the greenhouses understood work. Professor Sprout clapped her gloved hands. Right then, first years. Aprons on, gloves tight, sleeves secure. Today we are not conquering anything. We are learning how not to frighten a young plant into making your morning worse. Cedric tied his apron, checked Mary's knot when she fumbled it, and moved to the bench where shallow trays held small bristling seedlings with pale stems and twitchy leaves. A boy beside him reached in too quickly, and the nearest seedling folded itself flat against the soil. Cedric caught the boy's wrist lightly. Slower, he said, keeping his voice gentle enough for both child and plant. Plants don't like surprises. The boy blinked. It knows that. Cedric lowered his hand beside the tray without touching the seedling. It knows something large arrived. That's enough. Professor Sprout's head turned from the next bench. Cedric felt the attention land, warm but sharp, and kept his fingers still until the seedling lifted one cautious leaf. Only then did he loosen the soil around it, not digging, not tugging, just easing the packed edge away so its roots could breathe. The plant trembled once more, then settled upright under his hand as if deciding he was acceptable. Professor Sprout came closer, her boots quiet on the damp floor. Well now, she said, looking from Cedric's hand to the seedling rather than straight at him. That's a patient touch, Mr. Diggory. Keep that up, and the greenhouse may forgive you for being new. The praise changed the room more than Cedric liked. A few first years looked at his tray instead of their own, and Simon's hand froze halfway toward the soil as if Cedric had just revealed a secret password for plants. Mary leaned closer with open curiosity, her gloved fingers hovering carefully above her seedling. Professor Sprout noticed all of it and did not let the class tip into staring. Don't gawp at Mr. Diggory's tray unless you intend to learn something useful from it, she said, brisk enough to rescue him from admiration without embarrassing anyone. Patience is not a family heirloom. You may all try it. Cedric kept his expression mild and bent back over the seedlings. That was easier than meeting every interested look. He had spent years with cramped pots, fragile roots, wrong soil, and plants that punished careless hands by wilting after 2 days of effort. These seedlings were not the same as his space-grown herbs, but living things still had patterns. Leaves pulled tight when frightened. Stems shifted when someone loomed too close. Roots hated being dragged into daylight like evidence. Professor Sprout set another tray beside him. "Show Mr. Fawcett how you loosened that one, Mr. Diggory. Slowly, please. This is not a race, and if anyone makes it one, I'll let the seedlings keep score." Simon made a small noise. "They can do that? They can make my morning unpleasant," Professor Sprout said. "That is close enough." Cedric placed 2 fingers at the edge of the soil and pressed just enough to feel where the packed layer gave way. "Don't pull from the stem," he said, glancing at Simon to make sure he was listening rather than shrinking. "The stem is what you can see, so it's what your hand wants to use. The roots are what matter. Make room around them first." Mary copied him on her own tray, tongue caught between her teeth in concentration. Her seedling twitched, but it did not fold down. When she glanced up for approval, Cedric nodded once, and her shoulders loosened. Professor Sprout watched his hands more closely than his face. That was somehow worse. Cedric could soften an expression, adjust a voice, and look like an eager first year with a helpful streak. His hands were less obedient. They moved as if they trusted soil to answer. "Grown things before, have you?" Professor Sprout asked, carefully casual. Cedric eased the seedling free and settled it into the waiting pot. "Pots at home, Professor. Mum says I'm less trouble when I've got dirt under my nails." Professor Sprout gave a short, pleased laugh, and the question folded itself away before it became dangerous. "Sensible woman. 5 points to Hufflepuff for careful handling, shared properly. Not for being born knowing things, mind you. For paying attention." 5 points made the first years sit straighter. Cedric could almost feel the small shift in the greenhouse, curiosity turning into effort because Professor Sprout had made attention sound like something anyone could earn. Mary worked with exaggerated care now. Simon breathed through his nose as if sudden exhaling might offend the seedling, and 2 Ravenclaws at the far bench began copying Cedric's finger placement with the fierce seriousness of children determined not to be left behind. Professor Sprout let the class finish repotting before she moved them along the central aisle. "Gloves stay on," she said, lifting one hand before anyone could forget. "Greenhouse 1 is gentle by Hogwarts standards, which does not mean harmless. Gentle simply means it warns you before it ruins your day." Cedric walked with the others, keeping half his attention on her words and half on the plants. Labels hung from twine, brass stakes, and chipped ceramic markers. Dittany cuttings sat under glass bells with their leaves kept clean and dry. A tray of young Flutterby bushes shivered in place, their branches shifting in slow, delicate waves whenever footsteps passed too close. In a shaded corner, a row of sleepy-looking puffapod plants rested behind a low rail, each fat pod tied gently to stop careless hands from sending seeds bursting everywhere. Mary pointed at the glass bells. "Are those healing plants?" "Dittany," Professor Sprout said, approving the question. "Useful, valuable, and very easy to waste if you harvest without knowing what you're doing. Healing plants are not sweet little nurses in leaf form. They're living ingredients. Treat them badly, and they repay you by becoming useless." Cedric looked at the cuttings and kept his hands behind his back. His space already had fragile healing pots, but Hogwarts had better stock, better naming, and better warnings. Dittany could matter later. So could Flutterby, if movement and balance meant what his private records suggested. Puffapods were less important, perhaps useful for seed behavior and controlled bursting, but not worth trouble yet. Behind a locked inner door, he caught sight of stronger containment charms and darker leaves moving against iron mesh. His attention snagged before he could stop it. Professor Sprout followed his gaze. "That room is not for first years, Mr. Diggory." Cedric pulled his eyes back at once. "Yes, Professor." Simon craned his neck. "What's in there?" "Plants that have no interest in your education unless it involves teeth, vines, or screaming," Professor Sprout said, and several students stepped back as one. "Venomous tentacula, young devil's snare specimens, and things you will not touch until you've learned that bravery is not the same as putting your fingers where they're not wanted." Cedric smiled before he could quite stop himself. "That seems fair to the fingers." Professor Sprout's mouth twitched. "It does indeed. Remember that, Mr. Diggory. A good herbologist is curious, but a living herbologist knows when to wait." Cedric took the warning properly, because Professor Sprout had the tone of a woman who had seen clever students make stupid choices and then had to pry them out of something with opinions. He stepped away from the locked door with the others and returned his attention to the safe benches, where the last of the seedlings waited in their new pots like small offended dignitaries. Curiosity could wait. His secret garden had taught him that waiting was not failure if the roots survived. Professor Sprout handed out narrow wooden labels and a blunt marking quill. "Names, dates, tray numbers, and your own initials. If you cannot read your own label next week, I shall assume the plant has eaten your handwriting and mark you accordingly." Mary frowned at her label. "Can plants eat handwriting?" "Some can," Professor Sprout said, not quite smiling. "These cannot, but I prefer to keep young minds alert." Cedric wrote carefully, then held the label low beside the pot rather than stabbing it straight into the soil. The seedling's nearest leaf trembled, and he adjusted the angle until the roots would not be crowded. It was such a small thing that he almost missed the way the greenhouse seemed to answer him. Not with words, not with the clear animal impressions he sometimes heard, but with a quieter sense of strain, damp, warmth, and space. Too wet there, too tight here. That tray wanted less light. This seedling wanted everyone to stop breathing so dramatically over it. He stilled at once, because surprise was how people gave themselves away. The sense remained, faint but steadier than it had been at the start of class. He did not look toward the steel that was not there. He did not reach inward for the jade mark. He simply finished the label and set the pot with the others as if all he had done was follow instructions. Professor Sprout's gaze found him again. "Problem, Mr. Diggory?" Cedric brushed soil from his glove into the tray. "No, Professor. I was trying not to put the label through anything important." "That," Professor Sprout said, "is the sort of ambition I like in a first year. Low aim, useful result." Simon looked down at his own pot in alarm and carefully pulled his label back half an inch. Professor Sprout saw it and nodded once, pleased enough that Simon flushed bright red. The class ended with muddy gloves, labeled rows, and a greenhouse that seemed calmer than when they had entered. Cedric helped Mary stack empty trays without being asked, then paused only when Professor Sprout called his name from beside the main bench. "You have good hands," she said, quieter now that the others were collecting bags and talking over one another. "That is not the same as knowing enough. Do you understand the difference?" Cedric met her eyes and made himself answer like a boy who wanted to learn, not a man guarding a miracle. "I think so, Professor. Good hands can still make a mess." Professor Sprout's face softened into approval that did not feel easy or careless. "Exactly. Come to class ready to work, Mr. Diggory. We'll see what grows from that." 28. Potion's Surprise. The dungeons did not smell like the greenhouses, which Cedric thought was a mercy and a warning. Herbology had been damp soil, living leaves, and Professor Sprout's practical warmth. Potions was stone, smoke, vinegar-sharp fumes, old stains, and a classroom full of children trying very hard not to look impressed by anything. Cauldrons waited on blackened benches beneath shelves of jars, and the room seemed designed to remind students that curiosity could be bottled, sliced, boiled, and made to explode if handled badly. Professor Snape swept in without the slightest interest in easing anyone into the subject. His robes moved like a shadow with a grudge, and conversation died so quickly that one Hufflepuff girl beside Cedric nearly dropped her scales. Snape looked over the class as if Hogwarts had personally insulted him by delivering another batch of first years. "There will be no foolish wand waving in this room," he said, his voice soft enough that everyone leaned in and sharp enough that nobody enjoyed doing it. "Potions requires precision, discipline, and the rare ability to follow instructions without attempting to improve them through ignorance." Cedric kept his eyes on the front, his hands folded beside his parchment. A few Slytherins sat straighter at Snape's tone, comforted by severity because it sounded like home advantage. The Hufflepuffs around Cedric became very careful with their breathing. Simon, seated 2 benches away, looked as if he had begun regretting every decision that had led him underground. Snape set the day's instructions on the board with a flick of his wand. A simple boil cure base. Simple, in this case, means that some of you may reach the end without poisoning your bench partner. Read the instructions twice. Touch nothing until you understand them. Cedric read the list once, then again, because obedience was cheaper than attention. Nettles, crushed snake fangs, horned slugs, porcupine quills added after removing the cauldron from the fire. The order was sensible on parchment, but when his fingers moved toward the first prepared bowl, the ingredients seemed to press at the edge of his awareness in a way the greenhouse had begun to teach him. Not words, not a steel reading, not anything clean enough to trust fully. More like the difference between a seedling ready for water and a root about to rot. The crushed fangs felt too eager for the heat. The nettles wanted time. The cauldron's empty metal wanted the flame settled before anything living or once living met it. He stopped with his hand above the bowl. Snape noticed at once. Of course he did. Mr. Diggory, he said, and the name cut across the room. Have the written instructions already defeated you? A few students turned. Cedric lowered his hand without touching the ingredients and made his face politely puzzled rather than alarmed. No, Professor, I was waiting for the flame to settle. Snape's eyes narrowed. The flame is lit. Yes, Professor, Cedric said, because arguing with that voice would be an act of public self-harm. It's just uneven at the edge. I didn't want the first ingredients to catch too sharply before the cauldron warmed properly. The silence changed. It was still fearful, but now it had a tension in it. Snape crossed the aisle without hurry and looked down at Cedric's cauldron. The flame beneath it gave one small blue shiver, then steadied as the metal took the heat. Cedric kept his hands visible and still, wishing he had said less. Snape's mouth did not soften. If anything, it became more dangerous. How considerate of you to wait for the cauldron to become emotionally prepared. Cedric heard one Ravenclaw choke on a laugh and wisely smother it. He dipped his head a fraction. No, Professor, just physically prepared. Snape stared at him for one long second, then turned his head slightly toward the room. The rest of you may take note. Mr. Diggory has discovered that fire exists in degrees. Begin. The room began moving again, though not comfortably. Stools scraped, scales clicked, knives tapped against boards, and the first cautious handfuls of nettles went into cauldrons around the room. Cedric added his own nettles only after the flame held steady, stirring with the slow even motion the instructions required. The scent rose sharp and green, unpleasant but not wrong. It sat in the steam like something waiting to be given a reason. Mary, working at the bench beside him, peered into her cauldron with deep suspicion. Mine's gone gray. Is gray bad? Cedric glanced without leaning too close. Not yet. Stir from the edge, not through the middle. You're dragging the heat around too hard. Mary obeyed at once, which was gratifying and dangerous in equal measure. Her potion stopped sulking and returned to a thin, cloudy green. Unfortunately, Snape saw that too. Cedric felt the professor's attention move across the room before the man himself did, and he kept his own spoon moving because stillness had already betrayed him once. The crushed snake fangs came next. Cedric measured them carefully, but when he tipped the silvered powder toward the cauldron, the scents returned more strongly. The nettles and fangs did not oppose each other exactly. They crowded. The fangs wanted to bite into the brew before the nettles had softened enough to receive them, and the whole mixture pressed upward in Cedric's awareness with the same strained warning as a root packed too tightly into poor soil. He paused again, and this time Snape's voice arrived immediately. Another philosophical objection, Mr. Diggory? Cedric wanted, very sincerely, to be less interesting. He lowered the bowl slightly and chose words that sounded like observation rather than confession. No, Professor, it just feels wrong if they go in now. The nettles haven't settled enough. The fangs will take too hard. A Slytherin boy at the next bench snorted. Ingredients don't feel wrong. Snape did not look at the boy, which somehow made the room colder. Thank you, Mr. Harper, for that valuable contribution to the study of things you have not yet managed to boil correctly. He stepped closer to Cedric's bench and looked into the cauldron. And how, precisely, does an ingredient take too hard? Cedric's regret arrived late and useless. He could feel Mary watching him as if he had just done something brave instead of foolish, and Simon had stopped stirring entirely. Cedric set the bowl down before he could spill anything and made himself answer plainly. Like adding water too fast to dry soil, Professor. Some of it takes, some of it runs, and the part underneath stays wrong. If the nettles soften a little longer, the fangs should mix through instead of catching at the surface. Snape's expression became unreadable in a way Cedric did not enjoy at all. The professor picked up Cedric's spoon, drew it once through the cauldron, and watched the liquid close behind it. Then he returned the spoon exactly where it had been. "Wait 10 seconds, he said. "Then add half the measure. If you are wrong, Mr. Diggory, your bench will remember you poorly." Cedric counted the 10 seconds in his head because looking at the clock would have made the whole thing feel more theatrical than it already did. Snape stood close enough that the edge of his sleeve almost brushed the bench, and Mary had gone so still that her stirring spoon sat frozen above her cauldron. Around the room, everyone else pretended to work with the exaggerated innocence of children listening with both ears. At 10, Cedric tipped in half the crushed fangs. The powder struck the surface, shivered, and sank instead of clumping. The potion thickened from thin green to a cloudy yellow at the edges, then smoothed as he stirred from the outside inward. The tight pressure in his awareness loosened. It did not become pleasant, exactly, but it stopped feeling like a fight about to happen. Snape watched the surface for 3 slow turns of the spoon. "Continue." Cedric added the rest of the measure in a careful fall rather than a dump, then kept the spoon moving until the brew took it properly. A faint hiss rose from the cauldron, sharp but controlled. Mary breathed out beside him, and Simon remembered his own potion with a guilty jerk that sent his spoon clinking against the side. Snape's head turned. "Mr. Fawcett, unless your intention is to create decorative paste, I suggest you stir before your cauldron gives up out of shame." Simon flushed and stirred. Cedric did not look over, though he badly wanted to make sure the boy had not ruined the batch. Snape would notice helpfulness now. Snape noticed everything inconvenient. The professor returned his attention to Cedric. "Porcupine quills," he said. "When?" Cedric looked at the instructions, though he already knew the answer written there. "After taking the cauldron off the fire, Professor." "How obedient," Snape said. "Why?" Cedric felt the trap more than the question. A flattering answer would be easy and useless. A clever answer might sound like showing off. He rested the spoon against the side of the cauldron, watching the steam curl away from the thickening brew. Because the quills carry too much sharpness for active heat. If they go in over the flame, they'll flare instead of dissolve. The potion needs their effect, not their temper. A few students stared openly now. Harper muttered something that sounded like nonsense about Hufflepuffs and gardening, but Snape's eyes did not leave Cedric. Their temper. Cedric kept his shoulders relaxed. "That's not a technical word, Professor. It's only how I'm sorting the feeling. The nettles softened the base. The fangs bit into it. The quills should finish it, but only after the potion stops fighting the heat." Snape leaned closer to the cauldron and lowered the flame with one precise motion of his wand. "And if I told you to add them now?" Cedric's fingers tightened once on the spoon, then loosened. "I'd ask whether you wanted me to learn from the failure or preserve the potion." The room held its breath. It was not defiance, and he made certain it did not sound like defiance. It was simply the only honest answer that did not insult both of them. Snape's mouth curved without warmth. "A dangerous distinction, Mr. Diggory." "Yes, Professor," Cedric said quietly. "That's why I'd ask." Snape held Cedric's gaze for another uncomfortable moment, then straightened as if the answer had been merely adequate rather than interesting. "Remove the cauldron from the flame," he said, coldly enough that several students flinched on Cedric's behalf. "Add the quills, slowly. Since you have chosen to make a theory of caution, let us see whether it survives contact with ingredients." Cedric obeyed with careful hands. He pinched the stand's handle through a cloth, shifted the cauldron away from the fire, and waited while the furious little shimmer at the potion's surface faded. The room had grown louder again in the background, but not naturally. Too many students were watching from the corners of their eyes. Mary copied his movement a second later, though she looked as if she expected Snape to appear over her shoulder by magic and condemn her for breathing near the wrong ladle. Cedric lifted the porcupine quills and added them one at a time. The first curled as it touched the surface, then softened into the brew. The second dissolved more cleanly. By the fourth, the sense in Cedric's chest settled into something firm and balanced, like a pot whose roots had finally found room. He stirred 3 times clockwise, stopped, and let the potion rest. The color clarified slowly into the correct thin blue listed in the book, with only a pale green trace at the rim. Snape looked into the cauldron. His face gave nothing away, which Cedric suspected was the man's preferred form of generosity. "Acceptable," Snape said. Cedric kept his relief off his face. "Thank you, Professor." "Do not thank me for your potion failing to disgrace you," Snape said. "Clean your station, label your vial, and next time you decide ingredients have moods, Mr. Diggory, you will have the courtesy to use language that can be tested, challenged, and corrected." "Yes, Professor," Cedric said, and meant it more than Snape probably expected. He filled the vial, wiped the rim, and wrote his label with steady letters while Mary finished hers beside him. Across the room, Harper's potion gave a burp, a puff of sour steam, and a smell like boiled cabbage with personal grievances. Snape turned with dreadful calm. "Mr. Harper, since ingredients apparently do not feel wrong, perhaps they have chosen to express themselves in a language you understand. 5 points from Slytherin for attempting to pickle arrogance." Mary bit her lip so hard Cedric worried she might injure herself. Cedric lowered his head over his cleaning cloth and focused on the bench, because laughing in Snape's classroom seemed like the sort of thing a person only did once. When the class ended, Snape collected vials without praise, complaint, or visible preference. Cedric's went into the rack with the others, but Snape's fingers paused on the glass for less than a second before moving on. That tiny pause was worse than a compliment. Cedric felt it follow him as he packed his bag and filed out with the rest of the Hufflepuffs. He had earned no smile, no public favor, and no safety at all. He had earned attention from a man who understood dangerous ingredients for a living, and as the dungeon door closed behind him, Cedric knew that potions had just become both more useful and much more dangerous. 29. Flying Lessons. The next morning's flying lesson felt almost merciful after the dungeons, until Cedric stepped onto the grass and realized that open sky could make people just as nervous as enclosed stone. The first years gathered beside a neat line of school brooms while Madame Hooch stalked along the row with yellow eyes and the air of a woman who had already seen every foolish injury children could invent. The brooms themselves looked battered, stubborn, and deeply unimpressed by their new riders. Several students stared at them as if the sticks might bite, which Cedric privately considered unfair to sticks and not entirely unfair to Hogwarts equipment. Fred bounced on his heels 2 places away, already grinning as if the lesson had been designed by someone with a proper sense of fun. George stood beside him with his hands loose and his eyes busy, measuring the brooms, the grass, Madame Hooch, and the distance to the nearest likely patch of mud. Cedric kept his own attention on the broom at his feet. Potions had taught him that being right in public carried a cost, and flying looked like the sort of subject where bodies announced competence before manners could soften it. "Stick out your right hand over your broom," Madame Hooch called. "Say up, clearly, don't mumble at it, don't plead with it, and don't kick it if it ignores you." "Up," Cedric said, because there was no virtue in theatrics when the instruction was simple. The broom slapped into his palm at once, solid and eager enough that he tightened his grip before it could overshoot. The motion ran up his arm, through his shoulder, and into his stance, and his body adjusted without panic. Balance settled under him like a familiar calculation done by muscle rather than mind. Fred's broom rolled over once and lay still. George's rose halfway, wobbled, and smacked him in the shin. George hissed through his teeth, then looked at Cedric with wounded accusation. "That was rude of yours." Cedric kept his face innocent. "I said up politely." "You probably smiled at it," Fred said, glaring at his own broom. "That's cheating. Brooms like shiny people." Madame Hooch's whistle cut across the grass before Cedric could answer. "Mount your brooms. Firm grip. When I blow the whistle, kick off hard, rise a few feet, lean forward, and come straight back down. Anyone who decides to be clever will explain their cleverness to Madame Pomfrey while she removes splinters." Cedric swung one leg over and felt the old nervousness he had expected to find. It was there, but it was small, tucked under stronger things. Years of climbing, running, hauling, dodging twins, carrying pots, moving through the garden, and learning that a body could be trusted if it had been worked honestly. The broom hummed under him with rough little corrections. He loosened his knees, centered his weight, and waited for the whistle. The sound came sharp and bright. Cedric kicked off with the others, and the ground dropped away too easily. Several students yelped. One broom lurched sideways. Cedric's rose cleanly, faster than he had intended, but his hands corrected before fear reached him. He leaned, breathed, and the broom answered. The castle, the grass, the staring faces, and Madame Hooch's lifted chin all shifted into place beneath him, and for one suspended second he understood why anyone would become foolish over Quidditch. "Down, Mr. Diggory," Madame Hooch called, not angrily, but with attention in every syllable. Cedric brought the broom lower at once, landing with only a small skid of his shoes against the grass. He did not smile too widely. That would have been asking for trouble. Around him, first years thumped, wobbled, or stumbled back to earth, but several had turned to look at him instead of their own knees. Fred finally got his broom into his hand and stared at Cedric as if a new business problem had just presented itself. George rubbed his shin, then grinned. "Oh, we are definitely charging people to watch this." Madame Hooch did not let the staring last long. She walked down the row, correcting grips, scolding bent elbows, and ordering one Ravenclaw to stop apologizing to his broom as if guilt could improve aerodynamics. Cedric kept both feet planted while the broom waited beside his leg, suddenly aware of how much attention one clean rise had bought him. It was only a school broom. It was only a few feet off the grass. Unfortunately, first years measured wonder in very small distances when their own knees were still shaking. Fred finally managed to call his broom properly, though it arrived handle first into his stomach and nearly folded him over. George caught his own on the second attempt, then held it up like a captured animal that might resume hostilities at any moment. "I've worked it out," George said, leaning closer to Cedric while Madame Hooch inspected a Slytherin's grip. "You're not good at flying. You're just so disgustingly polite that the broom doesn't want to disappoint you." Fred nodded with solemn certainty. "There's money in that. Lessons in broom manners. One sickle to watch Diggory smile at school property until it behaves." Cedric adjusted his grip and tried not to laugh where Madame Hooch could see it. "You're planning to sell tickets to a class we're all already attending?" "Not tickets," Fred said, brightening at once. "Supplemental educational viewing passes." "Commemorative viewing passes," George corrected. "With optional broom insult insurance." Madame Hooch's head turned with the precision of a hunting bird. "Mr. Weasley and Mr. Weasley, if either of you attempts to monetize my flying lesson, I will personally introduce you to detention paperwork at a height you won't enjoy." Fred looked wounded. "Educational enterprise is being suppressed, George." George sighed. "History will judge her." "History will be written by students who can land," Madame Hooch said. "Mount up again, Mr. Diggory, demonstrate the rise, hover, turn, and descent. Slowly. Since your classmates have decided your instructional material, you may as well be useful." That was not better. Cedric felt the social pressure settle around him more firmly than the broom under his hands. Refusing would look false. Showing too much would be worse. He nodded, mounted, and chose the plainest possible movement. No flourish, no speed, no graceful sweep that might make Fred start inventing posters. He kicked off, rose to shoulder height above Madame Hooch, and held there with his knees loose and his hands steady. The broom twitched once under a gust, and his body corrected before the twitch became a wobble. "Look at that," Fred said loudly enough for half the class to hear. "Saint Shiny levitates by moral superiority." Cedric turned the broom in a careful circle and came down with deliberate modesty, boots brushing the grass before he stepped off. "It's balance," he said, because humility sounded safer than pretending not to know. "Don't pull the broom like a rope. Sit with it first, then ask." George stared at him, then at his broom. "He's teaching it feelings now." Fred mounted with theatrical suspicion, muttering to the handle as he settled himself. "Listen here, you splintery little investment. If you behave, we'll both be famous." Madame Hooch blew the whistle, and Fred rose 3 feet before wobbling sideways into George's path. George kicked off late, laughed too hard, and nearly overcorrected into a Hufflepuff girl who squeaked and ducked. Cedric leaned forward by instinct, ready to move if they fell, but Madame Hooch snapped, "Hold, Mr. Diggory," before he could launch. She caught the twins' attention with 2 sharp commands, and they steadied, red-faced and grinning as if danger had merely confirmed the sport's value. By the time they landed, the first years were no longer looking at Cedric as only the polite boy from Hufflepuff. They were measuring him against brooms, height, speed, and the sudden possibility of house points won in the air. Fred staggered over with grass on one sleeve and triumph in his eyes. "Bad news," he said. "You're marketable." "Marketable is not a lesson outcome," Cedric said, though he knew at once that Fred's expression meant the word had already become dangerous. George had grass on both knees by then, and the bright, thoughtful look he wore whenever a prank began arranging itself behind his eyes. Cedric had seen that look near sheds, snack boxes, questionable ropes, and once near a chicken that had deserved better. On a broom field, it felt much more expensive. Madame Hooch made them practice rising, turning, and landing until the worst panic left the class. Cedric tried to keep his turns plain, but a broom was not a cauldron. In potions, restraint could hide skill behind patience. In the air, restraint still looked like balance, and balance drew eyes. Each correction his body made was small, but small corrections were exactly what stopped a wobble becoming a fall. He leaned left, and the broom curved. He shifted his knees, and the school's old handle stopped shuddering. He dropped lower when a Slytherin drifted too close, then rose again before the other boy's broom could clip his shoulder. "Diggory," Madame Hooch called, "circle the near goalpost and come back. Keep it low." Cedric obeyed. The grass blurred beneath him, not fast enough to be reckless, but fast enough to make his robes tug at his legs and his stomach lift in a way that felt like laughter before it became sound. He kept low, curved around the post, and heard the faint slap of air against the broom twigs as he came back in a clean line. A cluster of older Hufflepuffs had gathered near the edge of the pitch on their way back from class, and Tonks stood among them with her bag hanging from one shoulder, pink hair bright against the gray stone behind her. She did not wave at first. She watched. Cedric landed where Madame Hooch pointed, breathing evenly and trying not to look as pleased as he felt. Tonks pushed away from the fence and came closer with two older Hufflepuffs trailing behind her. "Well," she said, her grin arriving late because her eyes were still measuring him. "That's inconvenient." Cedric blinked. "I'm sorry?" "You were meant to be adorable and polite," Tonks said, stopping just beyond Madame Hooch's line as if she had been born testing boundaries. "Not adorable, polite, and useful on a broom. That's greedy." Fred raised one hand. "We've already identified commercial applications." George nodded. "Several." Tonks pointed at them without looking away from Cedric. "I want a share if you put his face on anything." Madame Hooch folded her arms. "No one is putting Mr. Diggory's face on anything during my lesson." "After the lesson, then," Fred said, with the air of a boy making reasonable concessions to tyranny. Cedric should have been embarrassed. He was embarrassed, but under it sat something steadier, a warm pull toward the sky and the clean answer of the broom under his hands. Tonks seemed to see that before he could hide it. Her teasing softened into something more serious. "You like it," she said. Cedric looked down at the broom, then back at her. "Yes." "Good," Tonks said, and now her grin returned properly. "Then don't just be good by accident. If you're going to fly like that, Saint Shiny, learn to mean it." Tonks's words stayed with Cedric after Madame Hooch called the older Hufflepuffs away from the pitch. Learn to mean it sounded simple until he was back on the broom with half the class watching whether he would pretend to be less capable than he was. He had spent years learning how to be careful. Careful with ledgers, careful with the space, careful with plants, careful with adults who noticed too much. Flying did not reward the same sort of caution. It punished hesitation and made false modesty look like bad balance. Madame Hooch sent them up one row at a time for a longer crossing of the training pitch. "No racing," she called. "No showing off. Straight line, turn, return, and land where I point. If you think you're cleverer than gravity, gravity will correct you." Fred leaned toward Cedric with his broom tucked under one arm. "Do you think gravity accepts bribes?" "Only from people who can land," Cedric said. George sighed. "He's learning teacher humor. This is worse than we feared." When Cedric's turn came, he mounted with less dread than before. The broom rose under him, and this time he did not treat the pull in his chest as something to smother. He kept it leashed, but he let himself enjoy the climb. Air slid cool along his face. The ground opened beneath him in a wide green sheet, with students scattered like dropped buttons and Madame Hooch's whistle bright at the center of it all. He crossed the pitch at the permitted height, neither crawling nor darting, and turned with enough room to make the curve honest. His body knew the answer before his mind fully named it. Strength held the broom steady. Agility made the line clean. Constitution kept fear from turning into shaky breath. Magic hummed through the handle in a low, cooperative thread. Charisma, irritatingly, made people cheer when he did nothing except land properly. A few Hufflepuffs clapped anyway. Fred and George made the applause worse by bowing on his behalf. Cedric stepped off the broom and gave them a look. "Please don't make this a spectacle." Fred clasped a hand to his chest. "He wounds us." George nodded gravely. "We were thinking tasteful phenomenon, not spectacle." Madame Hooch's mouth twitched before she conquered it. "Mr. Diggory, that was controlled. Too controlled for an accident, not uncontrolled enough for a lecture. We will discuss whether you've flown before." "I haven't, Madame Hooch," Cedric said, keeping the answer plain because truth was safest when it was small. "Then you've trained the pieces that flying uses," she said, and her sharp eyes moved over him as if checking balance, shoulders, hands, and nerve all at once. "Remember that. A broom is not impressed by panic, and neither is a quaffle, bludger, or snitch." The word snitch landed differently. It was tiny, golden, fast, and famous before he had ever seen one properly released. Cedric looked toward the high hoops and understood the trap waiting inside pleasure. Quidditch would not just be flying. It would be house pride, cheers, attention, Tonks's expectation, the twins' schemes, teachers' reports, and his own dangerous happiness meeting in public where everyone could see. George nudged him lightly with his elbow. "You've gone thoughtful. That usually means rules are coming." Cedric looked at the broom in his hand, then at the sky above Hogwarts. "Only one," he said. "If I'm going to do this, I'm doing it properly." Fred's grin turned sharp with delight. "Excellent. Properly is much easier to advertise." 30. The Secret Practice Room. By supper, Fred had already tried 3 versions of "properly is much easier to advertise," and George had improved 2 of them by adding hand gestures, imaginary posters, and an entirely unreasonable claim that Cedric's future broom polish should be sold in small golden tins. Cedric smiled through most of it because fighting the twins in public only gave them better material, but the pleasure from flying stayed lodged under his ribs long after the laughter faded. It was not enough to be good by accident. Tonks had put her finger on the dangerous part, and Madame Hooch had made it worse by naming the pieces he had trained without meaning to train for Quidditch. That night, Cedric waited until the Hufflepuff dormitory had settled into the soft, uneven breathing of tired first years. Someone rolled over and muttered about toast. A bed curtain rustled. Farther across the room, Fred whispered something through the wall to George's side of the dorm, and George answered with a muffled snort before silence returned. Cedric lay still for another full minute, counting breaths, then slipped one hand beneath his pillow and touched the faint jade ring mark. The cottage received him with quiet warmth. Lamplight waited where he had left it, soft against the table, the shelves, and the neat stacks of notebooks beside his schoolbooks. The warehouse beyond the cottage wall remained shut and dark, and the garden slept in rows of pots and narrow beds, damp leaves catching the light when he crossed to the desk. He did not go to the steel. Not yet. Checking numbers before doing the work felt too much like admiring a harvest before planting. Cedric set his wand, Charms textbook, and a line of ordinary pebbles on the table. "Properly," he murmured, and the word sounded less like Fred's joke in the quiet room. It sounded like a promise he would have to manage. He started with grip, wrist loose, fingers steady, elbow controlled. The wand was not a pencil, not a hoe, not a broom, and yet it punished the same mistakes: stiffness, panic, pride, and rushing. He traced the Lumos motion slowly until the shape stopped snagging in his hand, then whispered, "Lumos." A pinprick of light coughed from the wand tip, brightened, and died. Cedric breathed out, adjusted his fingers, and began again. By the 17th attempt, the light no longer died at once. It trembled on the end of Cedric's wand, pale and stubborn, about as useful as a candle seen through thick glass, but it stayed. Cedric held his wrist still until his fingers ached, then whispered, "Nox," with the careful shape he had copied from the margin notes in his charms book. The light went out. It was not smooth. It snapped away too sharply and left a faint sting along his knuckles, as if the spell had obeyed but disliked the manners of the command. Cedric flexed his hand, made a note in the open book beside him, and tried again. Lumos came easier the next time, then worse the time after that, because tired hands lied. Magic power sat under the spell like a deep well, But the wand still wanted a clean path, a clean word, and a mind that did not shove when it meant to guide. Only after the 30th repetition did Cedric cross to the steel. Its surface brightened at his approach, slow jade light moving under the stone as if waking from sleep. He set his palm to it and waited while the marks arranged themselves. There was no triumphant announcement, no generous reward, no proof that one late-night practice had turned him into a prodigy. The steel showed what it always showed when it wished to be unkindly accurate: progress measured in small, stubborn scratches. Lumos remained attempted, its unstable edge improving. Nox remained attempted too, with the command mark harsh and needing a softer close. Wand control had reached early shaping, though grip tension still interfered. Magic power control had moved slightly, with the same blunt judgment beneath it: repetition required. Cedric stared at the last line until irritation rose, hot and unreasonable, then cooled into something more useful. Yes, he said quietly, because arguing with a stone inside his own secret garden would be a poor sign for future scholarship. I heard you. He returned to the desk and wrote the same judgment in human words. Magic power could push light out of a wand. It could not make his fingers patient. It could not teach his wrist where to stop, or his voice how much force the spell needed, or his pride when to shut up and repeat the boring bit. That was almost comforting. A cheat that still demanded practice felt less like a trap. Cedric lifted the wand again, lower this time, with his elbow resting lightly against the table to feel the error before it grew. Lumos, he said, softer than before. The light answered, small and steady enough to make him smile before he could stop himself. The steady light made him foolish. Cedric should have stopped there, recorded the success, eaten something, and slept like a sensible child with classes in the morning. Instead, he tried to repeat it until the steadiness felt owned. The fifth good Lumos became a sixth, the sixth became another Nox, and by the time he finally shut his notebook, his eyes felt dry and his wand hand had gone clumsy with effort. The cottage lamp blurred at the edges as he packed everything away, and the jade mark carried him back to his bed with the unpleasant smoothness of a door opened by someone more sensible than him. Morning arrived like punishment wrapped in yellow curtains. Cedric sat through breakfast with porridge, toast, and a cup of pumpkin juice in front of him, trying to look like a boy who had slept instead of a boy who had argued with a glowing rock until stupid hours. Fred noticed first, because Fred noticed weakness the way cats noticed dangling string. You look polished on one side and haunted on the other, he said, leaning across the table with interest. That's new. George narrowed his eyes. Either he's been studying, plotting, or thinking too hard about broom-polished tins. Cedric reached for his cup and only realized his hand had drifted past it when his fingers closed on empty air. Pumpkin juice tipped as his sleeve brushed the rim. Tonks, sliding onto the bench beside him with third-year confidence and toast in her mouth, caught the cup before it spilled across his notes. She set it down slowly and gave him a look that was far less amused than usual. Saint Shiny, she said, swallowing. When I said learn to mean it, I didn't mean stay up until your face forgets where your hands are. I'm fine, Cedric said, which sounded weak even to him. Terrible answer, Tonks said at once. Fine is what people say before they faint somewhere inconvenient. Charms made the lesson sharper. Professor Flitwick asked them to copy the basic wand path for the levitation charm without casting, and Cedric's first movement was clean. The second dragged half an inch low. On the third, his heel caught the leg of his stool when he shifted, and the floor seemed to tilt under him before he caught the desk with one hand. Quills jumped. A Ravenclaw squeaked. Professor Flitwick's head turned immediately. Mr. Diggory, Flitwick said, not loudly, but with enough concern to make nearby students quiet. Sit down, please. Talent is not a substitute for sleep. Cedric sat. His cheeks burned. Across the aisle, Fred's grin had vanished, and George looked suddenly thoughtful in the worst possible way. Cedric opened his notebook with slower hands and wrote beneath last night's practice record. No late repetitions before class. Food, sleep, then work. He underlined it once, not because the rule was dramatic, but because he had nearly fallen over in front of witnesses, and that was the sort of lesson even a stubborn Hufflepuff ought to respect. Tonks caught him again after dinner, not physically this time, though Cedric suspected she would have if he had tried to escape too quickly. She waited near the Hufflepuff common room entrance with Fred and George on either side of her, all three wearing the solemn expressions of people who had planned an ambush and were deeply proud of the furniture arrangement. Cedric stopped in front of them, schoolbag on one shoulder and dignity already damaged beyond repair. "Is this an intervention?" "Yes," Tonks said, folding her arms. "You're too shiny to be allowed to collapse. It would upset the younger years and ruin the brand." Fred nodded gravely. "Also, if you faint, George and I will be blamed because we were near you at some point that week." George put a hand over his heart. "We're protecting ourselves from unjust suspicion." Cedric looked from one face to the next, then let his shoulders drop. "I stayed up too late practicing. Not flying," he added when Fred's mouth opened. "Charms, wand control, Lumos and Nox, mostly." Tonks's teasing softened around the edges. "Good, that's a proper answer, and it's still stupid. Practice after supper if you must, but not until stupid o'clock. Eat, sleep, don't make Professor Flitwick look at you like he's deciding whether to send you to Pomfrey in a teacup." That image nearly made Cedric laugh, which was probably why she had chosen it. He nodded because fighting her would be dishonest, and worse, pointless. "One short session, notes first, then practice. Stop before my hand goes clumsy. No new spellwork after I'm tired." Fred brightened. "Excellent. We have witnessed the birth of the Anti-Stupid O'Clock Pact." "Terrible name," Cedric said. "Working title," George said, as if that solved everything. Later, inside the cottage, Cedric wrote the rule cleanly at the top of a fresh page. He set a small plate of biscuits beside the book, because food first had become less a comfort phrase and more a survival policy, then opened his charms text to the levitation chapter. He did not cast. He copied the wand path slowly, marked the difficult turns, and wrote theoretical only beside Wingardium Leviosa until the letters looked firm enough to restrain future arrogance. Only then did he practice. 10 Lumos attempts. 10 Nox attempts. No more. The light came small, then steadier, and the extinguishing charm stopped snapping so sharply when he softened the close. When the 10th Nox left the cottage dim except for the lamp, Cedric put the wand down even though he wanted one more. Especially because he wanted one more. At the steel, the jade light arranged itself with quiet indifference. Lumos had shifted into shaky rather than merely attempted. Nox remained attempted, but less harsh. Wingardium Leviosa stayed theoretical, exactly where he had written it. Cedric accepted the judgment, copied it into his ledger, and closed the book before pride could negotiate. Hufflepuff labor, he reminded himself, was not endless labor. It was work done well enough that tomorrow could still use him. 31. The Reptile Room. Cedric kept the Anti-Stupid O'Clock Pact long enough for the name to become more irritating than the rule. 3 nights of sensible practice had left him less haunted at breakfast, which Fred called disappointing and George called bad for morale. By Friday morning, Cedric felt steady enough to carry his plate across the Great Hall to the Gryffindor table for 5 minutes, ignoring the curious looks that followed him because house tables were not prison walls, even if most students treated them as borders. Fred made room with a grand sweep of his arm. "Behold, a visiting saint. Try not to frighten him. He startles if exposed to too much red before porridge." George inspected Cedric's face with exaggerated care. "He looks healthier. Tonks will be unbearable about being right." "Tonks is unbearable about most things," Cedric said, setting down his plate. "That's part of her charm." Before Fred could improve that into something dangerous, a small owl dipped over the Ravenclaw table and dropped a brown paper parcel into the hands of a second-year girl Cedric vaguely knew from charms. She tore the string loose with the fierce concentration of someone opening sweets, then froze. The paper fell away from a slim hardback with a greenish cover, and Cedric saw his own name stamped beneath the title before his stomach had time to prepare itself. The girl looked across the hall so quickly that several Ravenclaws followed her gaze. "Cedric Diggory?" she called, half delighted and half disbelieving. "Is this yours? I mean, did you write this one too?" Fred turned slowly towards Cedric, his face brightening with wicked promise. "This one?" George leaned over the table to see the book. "There are categories now. That sounds serious." Cedric stood because pretending not to hear would only make the hall louder. "Yes," he said, walking back between the tables while heat crept up his neck. "That's mine. I didn't know copies had reached school already." The girl clutched the book against her robes. "Mum ordered it from London. She said I had to wait until after lessons, but the owl didn't." She hesitated, then held it out with sudden courage. Would you sign it? The request was small, the silence around it was not. Cedric took the offered quill carefully, aware of Hufflepuff's turning, Gryffindor's grinning, and Fred practically vibrating behind him. He wrote her name first, then his own, neat and plain beneath it. There you are, I hope you enjoy it. Fred's voice carried just far enough. He says that like he hasn't become unbearable. George nodded solemnly. Too late. Fame has eaten him before toast. Cedric handed the book back with a smile that felt steadier than his ears were warm. Ignore them. They're still mourning a badge design. By lunch, Cedric had learned that a signed book was not a small event once 3 tables knew it had happened. The Ravenclaw girl had shown her friends had shown a Gryffindor cousin, and a Hufflepuff first year arrived at the end of herbology with a copy tucked under his arm as if he expected Professor Sprout to confiscate literature on sight. Cedric signed it beside the greenhouse door while trying not to drip soil on the page, then spent the walk back to the castle discovering that Fred and George had developed commentary. Notice the hand, Fred said, walking backward in front of him. Calm, elegant, used to fame. George nodded beside him. The humble smile is the worst part. Practiced. Deadly. Probably worth 3 sickles if bottled. It's worth nothing if you bottle it, Cedric said. It becomes smugness. A Ravenclaw boy passing the steps heard enough to stop. Are you really the one who wrote The Reptile Room? Cedric adjusted the strap of his bag, aware that Fred had opened his mouth already. Yes, I'm really him. Is Count Olaf based on a real dark wizard? The boy asked, lowering his voice with the seriousness of someone asking after classified ministry files. No, Cedric said, then reconsidered before the lie became too smooth. He's based on the idea that dangerous people don't always look dangerous at the door. The rest is story. The boy looked delighted by that, which Cedric suspected was not the intended lesson. That's brilliant, he said, and hurried off before Cedric could decide whether to be grateful or alarmed. Tonks caught him near the Hufflepuff table as if she had been waiting for the exact moment his patience thinned. So, she said, dropping into step beside him with a grin sharp enough to cut string. You're famous for books now. That's inconvenient. I was hoping Quidditch would get there first. Cedric sat down and reached for pumpkin juice. I'm not famous. A few people have read 1 book. 2 books, George said from the Gryffindor table, loudly enough to prove he had abandoned all table loyalty in favor of being irritating. Fred raised a fork. And this one too, apparently. Categories, Cedric, categories. Tonks leaned her elbows on the table and studied Cedric with theatrical concern. How does it feel to be admired for something that doesn't involve falling over, flying, or being suspiciously polite? Strange, Cedric admitted, because joking felt too easy and not quite honest enough. At home, readers are just names on letters. Here they sit beside me in class. Tonks's expression softened for half a second before mischief covered it again. Poor Saint Shiny, trapped among people who might actually like what he made. Cedric looked down at his plate, then back at her. That part isn't poor. No, Tonks said, smiling properly now. It isn't. By charms, the book had become a small moving weather system. Cedric could feel it gathering behind him in whispers, nudges, and the scrape of chair legs as students leaned around one another for a better look. Professor Flitwick was too kind to embarrass anyone, but even he paused when a folded note fluttered off a Ravenclaw desk and landed beside Cedric's shoe. Cedric picked it up. Saw would you sign mine after class? Written in careful blue ink, and tucked it into his book before Fred could steal it and announce it as evidence. The moment class ended, Fred blocked the doorway with both hands spread. Orderly queue, please. Admiration to the left, jealousy to the right, tragic declarations of unworthiness in the middle. George stood beside him with an imaginary clipboard. Payment accepted in jokes, chocolate frog cards, or sincere compliments phrased as insults. For example, Diggory, your hair is unfair and your prose has inconvenienced my afternoon. A cluster of students laughed, and 2 younger Hufflepuffs who had come from the corridor looked instantly braver. Cedric stepped between the twins before bravery turned into theater. No payment, he said. Fred looked appalled. No payment? Cedric, have you learned nothing from our years of wholesome enterprise? This isn't enterprise, Cedric said, keeping his voice light enough not to scold them in front of an audience. They're readers, not customers at a stall. Also, Professor Flitwick's doorway is not a shop. George lowered the imaginary clipboard with sorrow. A beautiful institution dies unborn. It can die quietly, Cedric said, then turned to the waiting students. I'm happy to sign books, but not between every lesson. After supper, I'll sit near the side alcove off the entrance hall for 10 minutes. Bring the book if you want it signed. No queue in corridors, no trading places, no charging anything, and no letting these two invent ceremony. A Gryffindor girl hugged her copy to her chest. Can I ask one question then? One, Cedric said, because refusing would make the whole thing feel colder than he wanted. Is Violet your favorite? She asked. Cedric smiled despite himself. I like that she thinks with her hands. That's a good sort of clever. The girl beamed and darted away before the twins could sell the sentence back to her. Fred watched her go, then sighed at Cedric. You do realize kindness is terrible for business. George leaned closer, grin returning. Excellent for reputation, though. Cedric gathered his books and started down the corridor before the little crowd could root itself. That's exactly what worries me. After supper, Cedric chose the side alcove off the entrance hall because it was public enough to be harmless and tucked away enough to avoid blocking anyone important. He sat on the stone bench with his schoolbag beside his foot, a clean quill in hand, and a ridiculous sense that he had appointed himself clerk of his own embarrassment. Fred and George arrived first, of course, because they had no intention of missing the chance to watch him suffer politely. Fred leaned against the wall with his arms folded. We're here as crowd control. George settled on Cedric's other side. And moral witnesses. If fame changes you, we'll write to your mother. You don't know where to send that letter, Cedric said, opening the first book offered to him by a shy Hufflepuff second year. Also, my mother would probably thank you for the warning and ask whether I was eating enough. The second year giggled, then looked as if she regretted it until Cedric wrote her name carefully above his own. There you are, he said, handing the book back. Thank you for reading it. More students came than Cedric expected, but fewer than Fred pretended to count. A Ravenclaw wanted to know whether Violet could invent something with magic if she had a wand. A Gryffindor insisted Klaus should be allowed to bite someone eventually. A Muggle-born Hufflepuff quietly said his little sister missed libraries from home and liked books that felt as if they belonged to both worlds. Cedric paused over that one, then signed slowly enough to make the boy's smile settle instead of vanish under nervousness. A pure-blood girl from Slytherin lingered near the edge until George noticed her and opened his mouth. Cedric nudged his ankle before he could make the moment worse. The girl lifted her chin, clutching a borrowed copy rather than a new one. Why do they care so much? She asked, not cruelly, but with real confusion. It's just a story. Cedric set the quill down for a moment. Stories are portable homes, he said. You can carry them into a dormitory, a train carriage, a bad day, or a place where no one quite understands what you miss. Sometimes that matters more than whether the house is real. The girl looked at the book as if it had changed weight in her hands. Oh, she said, then held it out. My cousin liked The Baby That Bites. That's fair, Cedric said, smiling as he signed. Sunny has very honest opinions. Tonks, who had appeared at the edge of the alcove without announcing herself, went briefly still. Then she ruined the softness by pointing at Fred and George. You two are banned from calling him portable homeboy. Fred's expression became tragedy itself. You wound us. George sighed, and after we were so restrained. Cedric returned the signed book and closed his quill case before the 10 minutes became 20. The attention had not felt like a sales problem or even a fame problem by the end. It felt warmer and more dangerous than that, because every name he wrote made him more real to someone. As he stood, Tonks bumped his shoulder lightly with hers. Not poor, then? Cedric looked across the entrance hall, where students carried his story away under their arms. No, he said, just heavier than I expected. 32. The Stands and the Snitch. By Saturday morning, the books had finally stopped being the loudest thing attached to Cedric's name. Hufflepuff Match Day took over the castle with yellow scarves, nervous toast, and older students pretending they were not superstitious while doing the exact same things in the exact same order they had done before the last win. Cedric welcomed the change until he realized Quidditch attention was not quieter than book attention. It was only louder in a different accent. Tonks found him at breakfast with a yellow scarf looped twice around her neck and a look of solemn duty ruined by bright pink hair. Right, Saint Shiny. Today you learn how to support your house properly. This means shouting, groaning, insulting no one where Professor Sprout can hear, and believing the snitch is ours even when it is very obviously not. Cedric looked toward the staff table, where Professor Sprout was speaking to one of the older Hufflepuff chasers with the firm cheer of someone sending a child into a storm and calling it character building. I thought I was allowed to watch quietly. You are allowed to be wrong, Tonks said, taking the seat beside him. First years watch. Older students play. Future terrifying seekers sit in the stands and learn not to look too hungry. Fred leaned over from the Gryffindor table behind them, having clearly decided table borders were suggestions when mockery was available. Hear that, Cedric? No tragic longing at the pitch fence. George appeared at his shoulder with half a slice of toast. No noble speeches about destiny. No polishing your broom where captains can see. I don't own a broom here, Cedric said. That's what makes the polishing tragic, Fred said. Cedric laughed despite himself, then sobered when the Hufflepuff team passed the table in a small wave of robes, leather gloves, and brittle confidence. The seeker was a fifth-year boy with sharp elbows and a face pale enough to make his freckles look painted on. He carried his broom carefully, not like a toy or trophy, but like a promise that could betray him if his hands shook. Cedric watched the grip, the set of the shoulders, and the way the boy avoided looking at the Slytherin table. Tonks bumped Cedric's arm lightly. Careful, you're doing the face again. What face? The one where you've forgotten you're 11 and started taking notes with your eyes, Tonks said. You can want it, just don't make wanting it everyone else's problem. Cedric turned his cup between his hands and nodded because she had aimed too accurately for a joke. He wanted the pitch, the height, the clean rush of air, and the tiny impossible prize hiding somewhere above the grass. But Harry Potter would be the first-year exception later, if the scattered scraps of old-world knowledge meant anything at all. Cedric was not here to steal someone else's miracle by accident. I'll watch, he said. Properly. George groaned. He's using properly again. Fred pointed at him. That means trouble. Tonks grinned and stood, tugging Cedric up by his sleeve. Good. Bring the trouble to the stands where it belongs. The stands shook beneath Cedric's boots long before the players rose. Hufflepuffs stamped, Gryffindors shouted across the gap because they enjoyed shouting at anything with colors, and Slytherin answered with a sleek confidence that made the Hufflepuff first years around Cedric mutter into their scarves. Tonks planted him between herself and the twins, apparently so he could not escape proper house feeling through dignity. Lesson 1, Tonks said, cupping her hands around her mouth as the Hufflepuff team kicked off. When our chasers have the quaffle, they are brilliant. When theirs have it, they are lucky. Repeat until believed. Cedric watched the first pass cut across the pitch, bright leather flashing between yellow robes as the Hufflepuff chaser tucked low to avoid a bludger. That seems unfair to their chasers. Fred groaned beside him. He's brought ethics to Quidditch. George leaned past Cedric to address Tonks. Can you return him? This one's faulty. Tonks did not look away from the pitch. No refunds. He's ours now. Cedric tried to obey the spirit of the lesson. He cheered when Hufflepuff scored and winced when Slytherin answered with a neat reverse pass that pulled their keeper too far left. But the longer he watched, the harder it became to watch like a spectator. The match opened into lines and habits. One beater favored his right shoulder after hard turns. The Slytherin seeker climbed whenever the sun touched the far hoops, not because he had seen anything, but because he wanted the Hufflepuff seeker to waist height. The Hufflepuff seeker kept glancing too often at the same empty patch above the commentary box. Cedric leaned forward without meaning to. He's being pulled high for nothing, he murmured. The snitch won't stay there if the bludger lane keeps crossing under it. Fred's head snapped around. What? Nothing, Cedric said at once. George followed Cedric's gaze, then grinned. No, that sounded like future trouble. Say it again louder. Cedric kept his eyes on the pitch. Below them, a bludger cracked across the air, forcing the Hufflepuff seeker down in a sharp, angry drop. A tiny gold flicker appeared near the lower stands, skipped twice through the shadow of the railings, and vanished behind the referee's broom. Cedric's fingers tightened around the scarf in his lap. Fred saw his face and shouted before Cedric could stop him. Low by the railings. 3 Hufflepuffs near them echoed it without knowing why. The Hufflepuff seeker jerked, looked down, and dived. The Slytherin seeker reacted a heartbeat late. For one breath, The whole stand seemed to lean with him. Then the gold spark flashed again, just beyond his glove, and the chase tore across the pitch. Tonks stared at Cedric, all laughter gone for the length of a single blink. "You saw that?" Cedric swallowed, watching both seekers streak after the snitch. "I guessed." George's grin returned slowly. "That was a very shiny guess." Hufflepuff did not catch the snitch. Their seeker came close enough that half the stand rose with him, hands gripping rails and scarves, but the Slytherin seeker cut across at the last breath and closed his fist around gold before the Hufflepuff glove reached it. The groan that rolled through the yellow stands was enormous and wounded. Cedric felt it in his ribs, sharper than he expected, because watching the chance vanish had been almost worse than never seeing it at all. Fred slumped against the rail as if personally betrayed by the laws of flight. "I blame Cedric." Cedric turned. "For seeing it?" "For not seeing it harder," George said, solemn with grief. A true friend would have stared the snitch into surrender. Tonks tugged Cedric by the back of his robe before he could answer. "Come on, walk it off before these two invent a memorial service for a lost match." The path down from the stands was noisy with complaint, analysis, and the brittle cheer of students insisting next time would be different. Cedric stayed quiet while mud sucked at the edges of the path and the pitch emptied around them. The Hufflepuff seeker had landed near the far side, shoulders tense, broom tucked under one arm as the captain spoke to him in a low voice. Cedric looked away because disappointment deserved privacy, even when everyone in the stands had helped create it. Tonks noticed anyway. "Good," she said, softer than usual. "Remember that look. That's what happens when a whole house decides your hands are where their hopes live." Cedric swallowed. "That sounds awful." "It is," Tonks said. "It's also brilliant when it works." A voice behind them said, "You the first year who shouted low railings." Cedric turned to find one of the older Hufflepuff chasers walking over, broom across his shoulders and mud up one sleeve. He was not smiling, but he was not angry either. Fred and George straightened with the bright alertness of boys who smelled entertainment. Cedric kept his hands still at his sides. Fred shouted, "I guessed." The chaser gave Fred a brief look. "He shouted because you looked like you'd swallowed a prophecy." He reached into his kit bag, pulled out a worn practice ball, and tossed it underhand toward Cedric. "Show me how you knew where it would go." "With that, not a broom." Cedric caught the ball against his chest, surprised by its weight. He turned it in his palms, then stepped onto a clearer patch of grass and pointed toward the stands. "The bludger forced your seeker down." Their seeker thought he had height, so he delayed. The snitch kept moving through lower cover because everyone was watching the climb. The chaser studied him for a long second, then took the ball back. "That's not bad." Fred whispered, much too loudly, "That's chaser for adopt him immediately." The older boy's eyes narrowed. "First years don't play for Hufflepuff." Cedric nodded at once. "I know." That answer seemed to matter. The chaser's face eased a little. "Good. Learn from the stands, fly in lessons, and don't make yourself a problem for the captain." Then he glanced at Tonks. "And don't let her talk you into anything stupid." Tonks placed a hand over her heart. "I am wounded by this accurate accusation." Tonks accepted the accusation with such dignity that Fred immediately applauded. The older chaser rolled his eyes, tucked the practice ball back into his kit, and started toward the changing rooms before the twins could attach themselves to him like commentary with legs. Cedric watched him go, aware that the warning had been kinder than it sounded. First years did not play for Hufflepuff. That was not cruelty. It was structure, and structure kept one talented child from turning every team into a story about exceptions. Fred fell into step beside Cedric as they crossed the edge of the pitch. "I dislike him on principle." "You dislike him because he was sensible," Cedric said. George walked on Cedric's other side, kicking at a clump of damp grass. "Sensible people are bad for morale." He could have said, "Young Diggory, you are clearly our salvation. Take this broom and terrify Slytherin." That would have been stupid, Cedric said, though the treacherous, 11-year-old part of him still pictured the air, the dive, and the impossible flash of gold pulling him onward. Tonks noticed, because Tonks was becoming inconveniently good at noticing. She tugged the loose end of her scarf and gave him a sideways look. "Wanting isn't the problem. Sulking would be the problem. Sneaking would be the problem. Letting Fred and George talk you into fake tryouts at midnight would be a catastrophic problem." Fred pressed a hand to his chest. We had not suggested that. George lifted one finger. Yet. Cedric stopped near the empty spectator gate and looked back. The pitch had already begun turning ordinary again, with players disappearing into the changing rooms and stray students drifting toward the castle. Without the crowd, the hoops looked taller and lonelier. He could imagine himself up there too easily, which meant Tonks was right. Wanting needed somewhere to go, or it would make mischief of its own. I'll wait, Cedric said, making the words clear enough for all three of them to hear. I'll fly when lessons allow it. I'll watch matches. I'll learn plays and positions and what seekers do wrong when everyone is staring at them. But I'm not going to push for something first years aren't meant to have. Tonks studied him for a heartbeat, then nodded as if he had passed a test she had never named. Good, that's annoyingly mature, so I'll pretend I didn't hear it. Fred sighed, denied a midnight fake tryout before it was born. George brightened. We could still hold a memorial. Cedric laughed and started toward the castle with them. The loss still sat sour in the Hufflepuff crowd ahead, and the pitch still pulled at his attention behind him, but the boundary no longer felt like a locked door. It felt like a year's worth of watching, learning, and keeping his feet on the ground until the day came when leaving it would mean something. 33. The Library Diet. The sourness of the lost match followed Cedric into the next week, not as grief, but as a tug in the back of his mind whenever he saw a broom cupboard, a yellow scarf, or an older player crossing the common room with bruised knuckles and a careful walk. He had promised to wait, and waiting could not mean standing still. By Monday evening, after herbology notes, charms practice, and a history of magic essay that had tried to murder him through boredom, Cedric carried 3 library books, 2 rolls of parchment, and a sharpened pencil into the space and declared war on ignorance. The cottage table disappeared under lists before the kettle had finished steaming. Cedric laid Hogwarts subjects in one column, private research in another, and dangerous curiosity in a third that he underlined twice because dangerous curiosity was where clever boys ended up losing eyebrows, fingers, or secrets. The old computer hummed softly from its protected corner, running from his carefully rationed power setup while he typed reading plans into a file named School Diet because naming it grandly would only encourage him. Charms became theory, wand movement, pronunciation, practice limits, and known risks. Transfiguration received a warning in bold: no private experiments on living things. Potions received more cross-references than any sane first year should have needed, but Snape's classroom had already proved that ingredients rewarded attention. A soft knock came at the Hufflepuff study alcove later that week, just as Cedric was copying a summary of levitation theory into a neat public notebook instead of the brutally honest private one. Tonks leaned in, pink hair tied back with a yellow ribbon and suspicion all over her face. Please tell me you're not revising Quidditch by reading. Cedric covered the corner of his parchment with his sleeve, though there was nothing secret written there except a timetable. I'm revising schoolwork. You're 11, Tonks said, stepping inside and dropping into the opposite chair. 11-year-olds revise by panicking the night before and asking older students for notes. They don't make meal plans for books. It isn't a meal plan, Cedric said, then glanced down at the heading and felt his dignity suffer. It's more of a balanced diet. Tonks stared at him for a long moment, then laughed so loudly Madame Pants looked over from the far aisle like a hawk that had heard a mouse insult cataloging. Tonks lowered her voice, but her grin stayed wicked. Saint Shiny has put himself on a library diet. That's going in the common room. It absolutely isn't, Cedric said, reaching for the parchment. Tonks slid it out of reach with the casual cruelty of an older student. Relax. I'm not telling everyone, just Fred and George. That's worse. That's education, Tonks said, though her eyes softened when she saw the columns were not only ambitious, but careful. You're not trying to learn everything at once, are you? Cedric looked past her toward the shelves, where hundreds of spines waited with the smug patience of old paper. No, I'm trying to learn what not to touch yet. Tonks's grin faded into something more thoughtful, and she pushed the parchment back without teasing this time. Good, because wanting the snitch is one thing. Wanting the whole library to surrender before Christmas is how you turn weird. Cedric smiled and dipped his quill again. Then I'll settle for making it negotiate. The joke should have ended there, but Hufflepuff had never treated Cedric's good intentions as private property. By Wednesday evening, Library Diet had escaped into the common room, returned to the library wearing 3 different accents, and acquired a small following of first-years who seemed to think Cedric's neat notes meant he knew how to rescue theirs. He might have blamed Tonks, except she sat opposite him with an expression of false innocence so complete that guilt would have bounced off it. Megan Jones approached first, clutching her charms parchment as if it might bite. "Cedric, I'm sorry, but I don't understand why mine keeps rolling instead of lifting. Professor Flitwick said the movement is wrong, but I'm doing the swish." Cedric looked at Tonks, who immediately pretended to be fascinated by a book she was holding upside down. He took Megan's parchment gently and shifted his own notes aside. "Show me with your quill. No spell, just the movement." Megan flushed, but she obeyed, drawing a sharp little hook in the air that ended with her wrist twisting sideways. Cedric saw the problem at once and nearly explained it the way he had written it for himself, with force, angle, intent, pronunciation, and wand-tip control all stacked together like ingredients on a shelf. Megan's face tightened before he reached the second sentence. Tonks lowered the upside-down book enough to give him a look that said he was murdering confidence in a public place. Cedric stopped. "Sorry, that was useless." Megan blinked. "It was? It was if it made you feel more lost." Cedric pulled a scrap of spare parchment toward him and folded it into a thin paper feather. He placed it between them, then held his quill lightly instead of pointing it like a wand. "Don't think lift yet. Think of asking it to rise without poking it in the ribs. Smooth up, then stop cleanly, like you're offering it a path." Megan tried again. The hook softened into a curve, and her wrist no longer threw the imaginary feather aside. Cedric nodded before she could apologize for something that had improved. "That's better. Now say it slower, not louder. Louder isn't clearer." Tonks made a quiet noise of approval, which somehow embarrassed Cedric more than mockery. Megan whispered the incantation under her breath, then smiled when the rhythm fit the movement instead of fighting it. "Oh, that feels different." "That's the point," Cedric said, pushing the paper feather back to her. "If you can feel what went wrong, Professor Flitwick can fix the rest." Megan hugged the parchment to her chest. "Thank you, that made sense." After she hurried back to her table, Tonks leaned across Cedric's notes and spoke softly enough that Madame Pants didn't look over. "There he is. Much better than the boy trying to feed someone an entire textbook with a spoon." Cedric watched Megan demonstrate the movement to another Hufflepuff, both of them grinning over the tiny paper feather. The reading plan in front of him still mattered, but it felt less like a tower now and more like a kitchen. If he couldn't turn what he learned into something another person could use without feeling stupid, then he had only collected words. From the next aisle, a girl's voice said something quick and surprised in Chinese, and Cedric turned before he could stop himself. He knew he had reacted too quickly when Tonks's eyes narrowed with immediate delight. Across the aisle, a Ravenclaw girl had frozen beside a shelf of translation dictionaries, one hand still resting on the spine she had pulled halfway free. She was slim, dark-haired, and clearly a little younger than the confidence she was trying to wear. The older Ravenclaw beside her had dropped a stack of books, and the surprised Chinese had escaped before she remembered where she was. The girl noticed Cedric looking and lifted her chin. "Did you understand that?" Cedric considered lying, but Tonks was already leaning sideways with the bright focus of a Kneazle hearing a cupboard open. "A little," he said carefully. "You said she nearly took your foot off." The older Ravenclaw girl went pink. "I did not. The book slipped." "It was a very aggressive slip," the younger girl said, then seemed to realize she had answered him in English too easily and flushed in turn. "I'm Cho Chong." "Cedric Diggory," Cedric said, standing because Amos had raised him too thoroughly for anything else. "And this is Tonks, who is about to behave badly." Tonks placed a hand against her chest. "Wounded. I was about to behave with historic restraint." Cho's mouth twitched. "Is she always like this?" "Worse when encouraged," Cedric said. "Better when appreciated," Tonks said at once, pulling the fallen books into a neater pile with surprising care. She glanced at Cedric as she handed one over. "So, Chinese too. Anything else hiding in the saintly cupboard? Goblin poetry? Mermaid gossip? A secret talent for making Ravenclaws drop books?" Cho's attention sharpened, but it was curiosity rather than suspicion. Cedric felt the old life part of him stir, too familiar and too private, and he tucked it away before it could make him sound like someone who belonged in the wrong decade. "My family knew people who spoke it," he said. "I liked the sound, so I learned what I could." "That's vague," Tonks said. It's also the answer you're getting in a library. Cho laughed softly, and the sound eased something in Cedric's chest. She crouched to collect the last book, a slim beginner text on classical magical idioms, and held it up with a rueful look. My aunt says my written Chinese is getting lazy because Hogwarts is full of English. I thought a dictionary might bully me into improvement. Cedric looked at the book, then at the paper feather still lying near Megan's abandoned seat. Dictionaries are poor bullies. They mostly sit there looking smug. If you want, we could trade. You correct my Chinese, and I'll help you find charms books that don't sound as if they were written by a bored portrait. Cho's face brightened before she remembered to be composed. That would be useful. Tonks smiled into her sleeve like someone watching a very small conspiracy learn to walk. Brilliant. Saint Shiny has started a tutoring empire in 2 languages. Cedric sat back down and pushed one chair out with his foot, making room at the table before he could overthink it. It isn't an empire. It's a table. Cho slid into the offered chair with her book hugged against her robes. Most empires probably started with someone saying that. Cho turned out to be both helpful and dangerous to dignity, because she corrected Cedric's tones with the grave kindness of someone trying not to laugh. She made him repeat a simple sentence 3 times, then covered her mouth with the back of her hand when the 4th attempt came out so wrong that the older Ravenclaw girl choked on a giggle beside the shelves. Cedric accepted the damage to his pride because Cho's written corrections were neat, patient, and much better than arguing with a dictionary. That one means horse, Cho said, tapping his parchment. That one means mother. You want the second one unless you're trying to insult your homework. Cedric stared at the marks. I'm beginning to understand why my aunt used to say I sounded brave rather than correct. Tonks made a delighted sound from across the table. Brave is excellent. Keep brave. Brave gets stories. Correct gets understood, Cho said, though her eyes were bright. She slid the parchment back to Cedric, then looked at the books and scraps spreading across the table. Do you always study like this? Cedric glanced at the paper feather, Megan's abandoned practice notes, Cho's dictionary, Tonks's upside-down book, and the little queue of Hufflepuffs pretending not to hover near the end of the aisle. The answer should have been simple. He liked knowing things. He liked being prepared. He liked the clean feeling of a hard subject becoming less dangerous because he had taken it apart piece by piece. But the table did not look like a private fortress anymore. It looked crowded, warm, and slightly ridiculous. I think I was doing it wrong, Cedric said. Tonks leaned forward at once. Someone marked the date. Cedric Diggory has admitted imperfection in public. Cedric ignored her with effort. Not wrong because studying is bad. Wrong because I was treating it like something I could store up for later and call done. That doesn't work. Not really. Megan had drifted back close enough to hear, paper feather clutched between 2 fingers. What does work, then? Cedric picked up the feather and set it gently in the middle of the table. This. If I can cast better, explain better, or keep someone from making a dangerous mistake, then I've learned something. If I can only make a longer note about it, I've just made more paper. Cho considered that, then nodded as if he had given an answer worth keeping. Tonks looked pleased and tried to hide it badly. Megan smiled and moved her quill in a careful curve above the feather, not casting, only practicing the shape until it stopped looking frightened. Madame Pants appeared at the aisle end with the silent menace of a woman who could smell noise before it happened. This is a library, not a clubroom. Tonks immediately straightened. Educational silence, Madame Pants. Suspicious silence, Madame Pants said, and swept away. Cedric bit back a laugh, then began dividing the table without fuss. Cho kept one corner for Chinese corrections. Megan and 2 Hufflepuffs took another for charms movements. Tonks claimed supervision while doing very little except making everyone braver about being wrong. Cedric's private plan still existed, tucked beneath his potions book, but the important part had moved into hands, voices, and small useful corrections. By the time the library lamps warmed toward evening, Cedric had written only one new line for himself. Learn it well enough to help. That felt like something Hufflepuff could live with. 34. Christmas at home. Christmas reached the Diggory house in the shape of a school trunk thumping over the threshold, damp winter air following Cedric inside, and his mother crossing the kitchen before he had properly set down Hedwig's borrowed owl treats, Tonks's ridiculous warning note, and the stack of books he had promised himself he would not open before supper. She hugged him hard enough to press the breath out of him, then held him at arm's length with both hands on his shoulders, looking at his face as if Hogwarts had sent home a report written in cheekbones, posture, and tired eyes. "You've grown," she said, and her voice was pleased until it softened into something more careful. "Not just taller. Though Merlin helped me, your sleeves are already losing the argument." Cedric glanced down at his cuffs, which had indeed retreated toward his wrists with quiet betrayal. "I can charm them longer," he said, then remembered where he was and added quickly, "when I'm allowed. Properly. With supervision if you insist." His mother's mouth twitched, though her eyes stayed too sharp to be fooled by comedy. That answer sounded rehearsed. It was. Professor Flitwick has a way of making safety rules sound cheerful and impossible to ignore. "Good man," she said, brushing a bit of soot from his sleeve though there was no soot there. Her hand paused at his shoulder, and she studied him again. "You're happier." Cedric had expected questions about classes, meals, marks, Quidditch, the castle, and whether his socks had survived communal laundry. He had not expected that. Warmth moved through him too quickly, followed by guilt, because happy was true, and true things were harder to hide around his mother than any warehouse list or secret pot. Hogwarts had given him Tonks laughing over library diets, Hufflepuffs asking for help without fear, Fred and George smuggling nonsense through the post, Cho correcting his Chinese with merciless kindness, and a table where learning had become something shared instead of hoarded. "I think I am," he said, because lying would have been crueler than careful honesty. "It's loud sometimes, busy, people notice things, but Hufflepuff feels like home in a way I didn't know school could." His mother's eyes brightened, and she pulled him close again, more gently this time. "Then they're cleverer than I feared." Cedric laughed against her shoulder, the sound half muffled by wool and home. "That's not exactly what people usually say about Hufflepuff. It's what I say when my son comes back looking older and less lonely." She released him before the words could become too heavy, then turned him toward the table where bread, soup, and a covered dish waited with suspicious abundance. "Sit. Eat before your father gets in here and asks you to describe every broomstick in Scotland." From the hall, Amos called, "I heard that, and I'll be wanting the broomsticks after the teachers." Amos came in with his outdoor cloak still on, boots damp from the lane, and his face already bright with the dangerous enthusiasm of a father who had stored up questions for weeks. He kissed Cedric's mother on the cheek, clapped Cedric on the shoulder, and sat so quickly that the chair legs complained against the floor. "Teachers first, then broomsticks, unless broomsticks explain the teachers, in which case start there." Cedric reached for his spoon because soup seemed safer than answering empty-handed. "Professor Sprout is kind, but she notices everything. Professor Flitwick makes charms feel possible and terrifying in the same lesson. Professor McGonagall can make a room behave by looking at it. Professor Snape hates everyone equally, which is almost fair if you squint." His mother made a small choking sound into her tea. Amos slapped the table once, delighted enough to set the breadbasket jumping. "That's my boy, fair-minded in the face of tyranny. Did you hear that? He's already measuring professors like a ministry man." "I said almost fair," Cedric said, but Amos had already turned the words into something larger and shinier. Cedric looked to his mother for help, and she buttered bread with slow, wicked calm. "Almost fair from a Diggory means properly observed," Amos said, lifting a slice of bread as if it were evidence before the Wizengamot. "You can't teach that. That's judgment. That's why Hufflepuff took him, mark my words." Cedric's mother did not rescue him. "Don't look at me. I warned you he'd want the teachers after the broomsticks." "I was promised broomsticks," Amos said, catching the turn at once. "How are the Hufflepuff Flyers? Anyone fast? Anyone stupidly brave? Anyone likely to forget the ground is hard?" Cedric warmed despite himself, because Quidditch had already settled under his ribs in a way he couldn't explain without sounding greedy for the sky. He described the older players' bruises, the reserve drills, the sharp little corrections shouted across the pitch, and the way the team had swallowed losing without pretending it didn't hurt. He tried to be measured, but Amos heard measured and translated it into glory. "He's studying team discipline," Amos announced before Cedric had finished explaining why waiting mattered. "Not sulking, not showing off, watching, learning, preparing. That's proper Hufflepuff steel, that is." "I'm mostly carrying books and trying not to annoy the captain," Cedric said, but his mouth betrayed him by smiling. Books and patience, Amos said, pleased as if Cedric had invented both. Then his expression softened, pride settling into something warmer and less noisy. Dangerous combination. I'm glad, Ced. Really, I worried Hogwarts would be too much all at once. Cedric lowered his spoon and felt the house around him, warm kitchen, full table, father bragging too loudly, mother watching too closely. It is too much sometimes, he said, but not in a bad way. His mother reached over and squeezed his hand once before letting go. Amos cleared his throat, obviously pretending he had not been touched by the answer, and reached for the covered dish. Good. Then after pudding, you can tell me which teacher I should brag about terrifying least. After pudding, Amos did exactly as threatened and asked Cedric to rank the terrifying professors by bragging danger, but his mother rescued him before Cedric was forced to decide whether Snape or McGonagall would be worse to praise in public. She set a biscuit tin on the table, not the good one with actual biscuits, but the plain brown one Cedric had learned to fear because it held letters, receipts, bank slips, and the adult face of his private ambitions. Amos saw it, groaned theatrically, and retreated to the hearth with his pipe unlit between his fingers. Cruel woman. The boy comes home from school, and you attack him with paperwork. Supervised paperwork, Mrs. Diggory said, opening the tin with a snap. Which means he's less likely to accidentally buy half of Surrey. Cedric sat straighter, though warmth still clung to him from the meal. It was one very small holding company, and I didn't buy it. You asked whether it was undervalued, she said, sliding 2 letters across the table. That is how trouble introduces itself while wearing polished shoes. Amos made a proud sound from the hearth. Hear that? Undervalued. 11 years old and already making trouble sound respectable. Cedric bit back a smile and unfolded the first letter. His mother had marked the margin with neat questions, not because she failed to understand, but because she refused to let him hide behind confidence. He explained which Muggle account should sit untouched, which royalties could be reinvested, and why the small batch of warehouse goods he had staged in the outside shed needed to remain small, ordinary, and boring. Socks, sealed notebooks, simple tools, wrapped sweets, harmless stationery, nothing that made people ask where a village boy had found impossible stock in impossible amounts. Mrs. Diggory listened until he finished, then tapped the page with one finger. Small and boring keeps you safe. I'll sign the bank letter. I won't sign anything that smells like showing off. Agreed, Cedric said at once, because she was right and because arguing would only prove her point. By the next afternoon, Fred and George arrived at the side gate wearing identical expressions of injured innocence and carrying an empty sack between them. Cedric met them in the shed with a crate already set on the bench. He made them count each item aloud, partly for fairness and partly because George tried to pronounce commission, as if it were a deadly curse. Fred handed over a careful roll of Muggle notes and a scribbled list of promised payments, then peered into the crate with reverence. Brother mine, behold. The Diggory Empire grows by pencil case and boiled sweet. It isn't an empire, Cedric said, closing the lid before either twin could develop religious feelings about stationery. George grinned as Fred shouldered the sack with exaggerated care. That's what emperors say before the hats arrive. When they left laughing, Cedric carried the empty packing papers into the space and spent the quiet hour before supper moving winter pots closer to the cottage wall, where the light held longest and the air stayed kinder. He pressed soil around seedlings with cold reddened fingers, checked labels, trimmed one yellowing leaf, and forced himself not to crowd the shelves simply because the mist beyond the orchard edge tempted him. Home waited outside the ring, warm and noisy and real, and the garden could have his labor, but it could not have all of Christmas. The garden tested that promise the next morning. Cedric woke before the house had properly stirred, with frost silvering the window and the familiar tug of unfinished work sitting behind his ribs. He lay still long enough to hear his father moving downstairs, kettle clinking against the hob, and his mother humming under her breath in the kitchen. Home was awake in small ordinary sounds, and that should have been enough to keep him where he was. Instead, the ring felt warm against his finger, not urgent, not calling, but present in the way a closed door was present when someone knew what waited behind it. Cedric dressed quietly, took his cloak, and slipped into the space with a basket of peelings and saved tea leaves tucked under one arm. The cottage stood calm in its pocket of impossible morning, the warehouse shadowed behind it, the well dark and still, and the winter pots lined near the wall where he had left them. Cedric emptied the scraps into the compost barrel, turned the top layer with a little hand fork, and checked each label because doing the obvious jobs first made curiosity less dangerous. The seedlings looked steady. The trimmed plant from the night before had not worsened. Nothing had earned panic, which meant his attention drifted, traitorous and bright, toward the orchard edge, where the mist beyond the last visible trees had grown thinner. He went still with one hand on the basket handle. It was not gone. It had not rolled back in a grand sweep or revealed a field, a riverbank, a shed, or any new miracle he could name and immediately complicate his life with. It had only loosened, enough that the dark shapes behind it seemed less like a wall and more like trees waiting their turn. He walked to the edge carefully, boots pressing into cold grass, and stopped before the point where the air always became heavy and warning deep. "No," he said softly, partly to the mist and partly to himself. "I see you. I'm not chasing." The mist did nothing dramatic. It hung there, pale and patient, refusing both obedience and explanation. Cedric breathed out, annoyed by how much relief came with disappointment. A full opening would have been wonderful, but wonder always arrived carrying work, secrecy, risk, and the terrible temptation to treat family breakfast as something that could be postponed for magical land. His mother's voice reached him faintly from beyond the ring, calling up the stairs in the real house. "Cedric, if you're awake, your father is about to improve porridge with opinions." Cedric laughed under his breath and backed away from the orchard. "Coming," he called, though she could not hear him until he stepped out. He set the basket by the cottage door instead of finding one more task, brushed soil from his hands, and looked once more at the thinning mist. Growth could wait at its own pace. Christmas breakfast, apparently, could not. 35. The herb that bit back. The first herbology lesson after Christmas smelled of damp earth, warm glass, and the kind of sharp green life that made Cedric's fingers itch to work before Professor Sprout had finished taking attendance. He had come back from home with his mother's warnings tucked firmly beside his ledgers, Amos's pride still echoing in embarrassing corners of his head, and the orchard mist's patience sitting under all of it like an unopened question. The greenhouses, at least, were honest. Plants grew, sulked, stung, rotted, recovered, and told the truth through leaves if a person paid enough attention. Professor Sprout noticed his attention before the lesson had properly begun. She had the class repotting a row of sulky puffapods that had been overwatered by an enthusiastic third year, and Cedric was pressing soil around one rescued root ball when her shadow fell across the bench. "Mr. Diggory," she said, watching his hands rather than his face. "Do you always apologize to plants, or only to the ones you think have been insulted?" Cedric's ears warmed. Across the bench, Hannah Abbott made a tiny laughing sound and looked quickly down at her own pot. "Only when the insult seems obvious, Professor," Cedric said, easing the last of the soil into place. This one was drowning politely. Sprout's mouth twitched beneath her hat. "A fair diagnosis. Stay behind after class. I've a small job that may suit a boy who listens when leaves complain." That invitation changed the shape of the morning at once. Hannah glanced at Cedric with open envy. Justin Finch Fletchley looked as if extra greenhouse work sounded like detention wearing mud, and Cedric had to keep his face carefully ordinary while curiosity tried to stand on tiptoe inside him. He finished the puffapods, cleaned his tools, and stayed while the rest of the class filed out in a rustle of robes and speculation. Sprout waited until the door shut, then lifted a squat covered crate from beneath the far bench. Something inside it scraped once against the wood, paused, and scraped again with unmistakable irritation. "Young Chinese chomping cabbage," she said, setting the crate between them. "Too small to do lasting harm through dragon-hide gloves, old enough to teach manners to anyone foolish enough to treat it like lettuce." Cedric looked at the crate with immediate respect and, perhaps, slightly too much delight. "You want me to handle it? I want you to observe it, feed it, and move it into that training pot without losing your fingers, your nerve, or your common sense," Sprout said, handing him a pair of thick gloves. "Approved conditions. My greenhouse, my supervision, my rules. If it snaps, you don't snatch back. If it lunges, you don't shout. If it behaves, you don't trust it." Cedric pulled on the gloves, flexing his fingers inside the stiff leather. "That last rule feels personal." "It is. Clever children are the ones most likely to get bitten while admiring their own cleverness." Sprout slid the latch loose with one thumb, then looked at him over the crate lid. "Ready?" Cedric thought of the thinning mist, the secret garden, and every quiet temptation that had ever offered him more than he had earned. Then he nodded, because caution was not the same as refusing the lesson. "Ready, Professor." Sprout lifted the lid. The cabbage inside opened two glossy green leaves like jaws, showed a pale inner ridge that looked far too much like teeth, and snapped at the nearest glove with a wet, offended clack. The bite landed with enough force to make Cedric's fingers jerk inside the leather. He stopped the movement halfway, remembering Sprout's warning an instant before instinct could turn obedience into a flinch. The cabbage clung to him with stubborn vegetable outrage, its outer leaves shivering as the pale ridge worried at dragon hide it clearly expected to surrender. The crate scraped against the bench when it pulled, and Cedric leaned his weight back slowly rather than yanking free. "Good," Sprout said, close enough to catch him if he made the wrong mistake and far enough away that the mistake would still belong to him. "Now tell me what it's doing." "It's biting me," Cedric said, then forced his breathing down because the answer was true but useless. He looked again, this time past the ridiculous offense of being attacked by Dinner's evil cousin. Fine white feeder roots had hooked around the cuff seam, not deeply, but cleverly enough that pulling would drag the whole plant half out of its soil and likely make it angrier. "No, it's anchoring first and biting second. It's using the glove to brace." "Better," Sprout said, and her voice sharpened into teaching rather than praise. "What does that mean for your free hand?" Cedric moved his left hand toward the plant, and the cabbage snapped harder, making the glove creak. Heat ran up his arm where pressure had found skin beneath padding. He wanted to laugh because it was absurd, and he wanted to swear because it hurt, and neither response seemed likely to improve negotiations. "It means my free hand isn't free if I wave it near the mouth." "Correct. Plants don't need malice to punish foolishness," Sprout said. She nudged a small dish across the bench with two fingers. "Offer the chopped beetle rind low and to the side. Do not reward the bite. Invite the turn." Cedric bent his knees, bringing himself closer to the bench instead of dragging the cabbage toward him. The plant tugged again, and he let his arm follow an inch so the pressure eased without giving it victory. With his left hand, he took a strip of beetle rind between two gloved fingers and held it near the pot's edge, low enough that the cabbage had to decide whether Cedric's glove or the food deserved its full attention. "That's it," Sprout said, quieter now. "Patience isn't softness. It's control with enough room for the other living thing to choose." The cabbage hesitated. Cedric felt the grip on his wrist change, not release, but think, which was somehow more insulting than the bite. He kept the rind steady until the glossy leaves shifted, the pale ridge opened, and the plant snapped sideways at the food with a wet crunch. The cuff came free at once. Cedric drew his hand back slowly, not snatching, and only when both gloves were safely against his chest did he let out the breath he had been holding. Sprout took his bitten glove, inspected the dented leather, and raised one eyebrow. "Still delighted?" Cedric looked at the little cabbage chewing as if it had won a duel against a troll. His wrist throbbed, his pride felt nipped, and the part of him that loved useful dangerous things had become much more awake. "Yes, Professor," he said, flexing his sore fingers carefully. But with less disrespect. Sprout did not let the compliment settle long enough to become pride. She replaced the bitten glove on Cedric's hand, tightened the cuff strap herself, and set the training pot beside the crate with the calm of a woman arranging a duel that happened to involve compost. "Again," she said, "this time you're not escaping a mistake. You're moving a bad-tempered plant into better soil without making it think you're prey." Cedric looked from the young cabbage to the deeper pot. The new soil was darker, looser, and damp enough to hold its shape when Sprout pressed two fingers into it. A ring of chopped beetle rind waited at the far side, plainly bait and plainly necessary. The cabbage had finished chewing and now sat in its crate with a smug, folded stillness that no vegetable had any right to possess. "It knows the food is there," Cedric said, keeping his hands down. "Of course it does," Sprout said. "So do you. The question is which of you lets knowing turn into rushing." Cedric accepted that as fair, if personally rude. He slid the training pot closer one careful inch at a time, watching the cabbage's leaves rather than the mouth. The outer leaves tightened before each lunge. Not much, just a faint drawing in, like a person taking breath before speaking. When he set the pot too near, the cabbage snapped toward it, missed, and knocked soil across the bench. Cedric did not reach to tidy it. His sore wrist remembered the lesson faster than his pride could object. Better already, Sprout said. Mess can wait, fingers can't. Cedric used the feeding tongs this time, not as a weapon, but as an invitation. He placed one strip of beetle rind at the lip of the new pot, then another lower down inside it, making a path that required the cabbage to lean forward instead of strike upward. The plant quivered. Its roots tugged at the old soil, testing how far it could move without commitment. Cedric kept his right hand near the crate wall, steady but not crowding, and with his left he tilted the old pot just enough to change the ground beneath it. The cabbage lunged for the first strip, caught it, and dragged itself halfway over the edge. Cedric moved then, not quickly in the panicked way, but quickly enough. He supported the root ball from beneath, let the weight slide into his palm, and turned with it toward the training pot. The leaves snapped once near his knuckles. He shifted before the bite landed, not by thinking first, but because the warning twitch had reached him in time. Sprout's hand hovered, ready and unused. There, she said, and there was satisfaction in the single word. You saw it before it punished you. Cedric lowered the root ball into the new pot. Soil rose around the roots as he pressed it in with both gloved hands, firm enough to settle the plant and gentle enough not to bruise it. The cabbage took the second strip of rind, chewed with damp satisfaction, and stopped trying to murder his sleeve. Cedric leaned back at last, wrist aching, shoulders warm from concentration. I don't think it likes me. Sprout snorted and brushed spilled soil into a tray. Mr. Diggory, half of herbology is learning that respect is more useful than being liked. Sprout let Cedric finish settling the soil before she spoke again. That made the silence worse, because he could feel her watching the small decisions rather than the grand ones. He checked the cabbage's stem for strain, tucked loose soil away from the biting ridge, and placed the remaining beetle rind where the plant could reach it without climbing out after his sleeve. Only when the cabbage folded itself into the deeper pot with offended dignity did Cedric straighten, peel one glove halfway off, and wince as warmth throbbed around his wrist. Sprout caught the movement at once. Show me. It didn't break skin, Cedric said, which seemed like an excellent opening argument until Sprout held out her hand and waited. Mr. Diggory, she said, not loudly, clever boys bleed like everyone else. They only get more creative about explaining why it doesn't count. Cedric gave her his wrist. The glove had saved him from real injury, but a darkening pinch mark curved where the cabbage's bite had found pressure through the leather. Sprout turned his arm gently, pressed her thumb beside the mark, and watched his face when he failed not to flinch. She made a small, satisfied sound that did not seem satisfied with him. A bruise, then. Bruises are useful teachers if you listen before they have to repeat themselves. Cedric looked toward the pot, where the cabbage was now chewing as if it had never done anything wrong in its life. I'm listening. Good. Sprout released his wrist and reached for a small tin from the shelf. She dabbed something cool and sharp-smelling over the bruise, then wrapped it once with a clean strip of cloth. You handled it well after the first mistake. You watched, adjusted, and didn't try to dominate a living thing simply because you had stronger hands. That matters in this greenhouse. Pride rose in Cedric before he could stop it, warm and dangerous as sunlight under glass. He lowered his eyes to the pot because Sprout had just spent an entire lesson proving that what lunged first often got bitten back. Thank you, Professor. Sprout's expression softened without becoming less shrewd. Don't turn praise into permission. Today was supervised. Young specimen, known feeding response, proper gloves, and me close enough to save your fingers if your brain went wandering. That is not the same thing as being ready to collect dangerous plants, breed dangerous plants, or keep dangerous plants in clever little private projects. Cedric went very still. The words landed too near the secret garden, near the winter pots, near every shelf and label he had arranged where no professor could see him. Sprout did not know. He was almost certain she did not know. But Hufflepuff professors did not need prophecy to notice a boy with soil under his nails and hunger behind his eyes. Yes, Professor, he said carefully. I understand. I hope you do. Sprout tapped the training pot once, and the cabbage snapped at the sound, proving her point with unpleasant timing. Curiosity is a fine root. Impatience rots it. If you want extra work in my greenhouses, you'll ask, you'll wait, and you'll accept no when no is the safe answer. Cedric flexed his bandaged wrist, feeling the ache, the lesson, and the sharper care that came every time the cabbage's leaves tightened before a snap. "I can do that," he said, and because Sprout was watching for pretty lies as closely as she watched plants, he added, "I won't always like it." Sprout laughed then, warm enough to take the sting from the warning without removing the warning itself. "That, Mr. Diggory, is the first sensible thing you've said all morning. Clean the bench, wash the tools, and take one written observation to your next class. Not 3 feet of heroic nonsense. One useful observation." Cedric picked up the brush with his unbitten hand and began sweeping soil into the tray. The cabbage watched him from its new pot, glossy, smug, and contained. Cedric watched it back with far more respect than delight this time, while the bruise under the bandage pulsed like a quiet reminder that the garden, the greenhouse, and the world beyond both would not become safer just because he loved growing things. 36. The Golden Boy Problem. By evening, the staff room smelled of tea, old parchment, damp wool, and the faint earthy trace that followed Pomona Sprout whenever she came in from the greenhouses without giving herself time to become respectable. Albus Dumbledore looked up from a bowl of sherbet lemons as she settled into the armchair nearest the fire, set a folded pair of dragon-hide gloves on the low table, and flexed her own fingers as if they had been arguing with something green and stubborn. The right glove bore a curved dent near the cuff, deep enough to make Phileas Flitwick lean forward over his teacup. "Something in Greenhouse 3 objected to education, Pomona?" Phileas asked. "Chinese chomping cabbage," Sprout said, reaching for the teapot. "Young specimen. Bad temper. Good manners when bribed correctly. Mr. Diggory handled it after class." Minerva McGonagall lowered the essays she had been marking. "First-year Diggory?" "The same," Sprout said. "Bitten through the glove, bruised but not broken. He didn't yank away once he understood the roots were anchoring. Watched the leaves, corrected his hand position, moved it into the training pot, and gave me one sensible observation afterward instead of 3 feet of heroic nonsense." Phileas's eyes brightened. "Ah, yes, Mr. Diggory has that habit. In charms, he asks the question beneath the question. Not showing off, mind you. He waits until the others have had a go, then asks why the wand motion fails differently when the intention is too sharp." Minerva's mouth tightened in the way that meant she was trying not to approve too visibly. "His transfiguration work is clean. Careful, too. Too careful at times, perhaps, but I'll take caution over vanity in a first year. He also helped Mr. Finch Fletchley through the matchstick exercise without doing it for him. Helped Miss Abbott with pronunciation last week," Phileas added, and then pretended not to notice she was embarrassed. Sprout snorted softly into her tea. "That's Cedric. Kind enough to help, clever enough not to make help feel like pity." Albus smiled because the room expected him to smile at praise of a Hufflepuff boy with good hands, a bright mind, and the sort of decency teachers were always pleased to find before the world made it complicated. Yet he let his gaze rest on the bitten glove a moment longer than warmth required. One professor's fondness was ordinary. 2 could be house pride, teaching mood, or chance. 3 in the same conversation, each praising not merely talent but judgment, restraint, and influence, began to form a pattern. "How pleasant," Albus said mildly, choosing a lemon drop and holding it between finger and thumb. "A young man who improves the rooms he enters is a gift to a school." "Yes," Minerva said, though her eyes sharpened briefly on him. "Provided we remember he is still 11. Sprout gave a firm nod. "I reminded him myself. Curiosity is a fine root, but impatience rots it." Albus placed the sherbet lemon on his tongue and let the sweetness hide the small, unwelcome concern settling behind it. "A very useful reminder, Pomona," he said. "For clever children most of all." Severus Snape hadn't joined the praise. That, in Albus's experience, was usually the safest evidence that something had earned his attention. He stood near the mantel with his arms folded inside his sleeves, black robes hanging still around him while the fire painted sharp light along one side of his face. Through Pomona's report, Phileas's cheer, and Minerva's reluctant approval, he had watched the bitten glove as if it were a badly labeled potion sample. Only when Albus offered the bowl of sherbet lemons in his direction did Severus move, and even then it was only to decline with a thin look. "If we have finished canonizing Mr. Diggory for surviving a salad with aspirations," Severus said, his voice dry enough to make Phileas cough into his tea, "I have a note of my own." Pomona's eyebrows rose beneath the brim of her hat. That must have hurt to say. It didn't, Severus said, and the speed of the answer made Minerva glance up again. He drew a folded parchment from inside his sleeve, tapped it once against his palm, and looked toward Albus rather than toward Sprout. His last basic boil cure preparation was not remarkable because it was perfect. It was not. The cutting angle on the nettles was too neat for the time allowed, which suggests he is thinking about surface bruising before the instruction reaches it. The horned slug segments were arranged by firmness rather than size. He reduced heat a fraction before the color shift, not after. Phileas set his cup down with care. That sounds like observation. That sounds like guessing unless you know why, Severus said. He unfolded the parchment, and Albus saw a small marked corner of student work, not a grade sheet but a correction note. When questioned, Diggory didn't recite the book. He said the mixture felt as though it was becoming pushy near the edges and would turn bitter if left at the written heat. An absurd word, but not an absurd instinct. The staff room changed more at that than it had at all the warmer praise. Pomona stopped smiling. Minerva's fingers stilled on her quill. Even Phileas, who loved talented children with an honesty that usually made Albus's heart lighter, looked suddenly thoughtful instead of delighted. Severus's approval was not affection. It was measurement, and everyone in the room knew he hated finding value where he hadn't intended to look. Albus let the lemon drops soften against his tongue before he spoke. You believe he has a gift for potions? I believe he has instincts that will either be trained or become dangerous, Severus said. There is a difference between a child following steps well and a child noticing what the ingredients are trying to do before the potion formally changes. Diggory is doing the latter, clumsily, without language, and with just enough manners not to announce it to the room. Minerva looked at him over her spectacles. Are you recommending extra instruction, Severus? I am recommending he not be fed admiration until he believes instinct is mastery, Severus said, folding the parchment again with precise fingers. If he asks a sensible question, answer it narrowly. If he shows off, cut him down. If he listens, perhaps do not waste him. Pomona gave a low, satisfied hum. That may be the nearest thing to a compliment I've heard from you all year. Then your year has been deprived, Severus said, but he didn't deny it. Albus smiled with the others, because the room wanted the moment to be amusing, and in part it was. Yet behind the humor, another piece settled into place. Herbology, charms, transfiguration, potions, friendships, restraint, and now instinct. A boy could be excellent in one direction by luck, discipline, or talent. Cedric Diggory seemed to be excellent in ways that taught adults to make excuses for him. That was rarer, and far more difficult to ignore. By breakfast the next morning, Albus had nearly persuaded himself that concern could wait until concern had earned a name. Hogwarts was full of bright children. It was meant to be full of bright children, and a headmaster who began treating every gift as a warning would deserve Minerva's sharpest stare before the porridge cooled. Then Cedric Diggory entered the great hall with a bruised bandage just visible beneath his cuff, a schoolbag over one shoulder, and 3 younger-looking first-years trailing after him as if he were already a landmark rather than a boy. Albus watched from the staff table while Cedric settled at Hufflepuff, opened a wrapped napkin, and divided its contents with the practical care of someone accustomed to making food stretch without making charity obvious. A round-faced Hufflepuff girl received the first oatcake because she had been staring too hard at the platters without reaching. A nervous Ravenclaw boy received the second after Cedric murmured something that made him laugh and look less ashamed. The third Cedric broke in half, keeping the smaller piece for himself before Hannah Abbott rolled her eyes and pushed a toast rack toward him. You have to eat too, Hannah said, not quietly enough to avoid notice. Professor Sprout said bidden heroes need breakfast. Cedric looked pained, which only made the children around him grin. I was not bidden heroically. I was bidden educationally. Across the aisle, a Slytherin second year with narrow shoulders and a careful face leaned over with a folded copy of the Reptile Room half hidden under his robe. Diggory, he said, keeping his voice low and his chin high. My sister wants it signed. Not me. Cedric accepted the book without smirking. Of course. What's her name? Eloise, the boy said, then hesitated when 2 Hufflepuffs looked over. She's 8. Cedric wrote neatly inside the cover, added no joke at the boy's expense, and returned the book with the same seriousness he might have given a school text. Tell Eloise I hope she likes Sonny's teeth. The Slytherin's mouth twitched despite his best efforts. She already does. It's annoying. Good taste often is, Cedric said, and the Slytherin retreated with dignity bruised but intact, while no one at Hufflepuff laughed loudly enough to punish him for crossing the aisle. Albus felt the smile on his own face before he chose it. The scene was harmless, kinder than harmless, really. A boy sharing breakfast, protecting pride, giving an enemy house no clean reason to remain an enemy. Yet memory did not always wait for fairness. It offered him another golden head bent over a table long ago, another voice that had made people feel chosen rather than persuaded, another young man who had understood too early that warmth could gather followers faster than command. Minerva, beside him, didn't look away from her plate when she spoke. Albus, he's feeding children, not raising an army. I know, Albus said softly, and that was the trouble. He did know. Cedric had done nothing wrong, and the hall loved him more for it. Albus waited until the great hall emptied before he moved. Students spilled toward corridors, staircases, and the first obligations of the day, leaving behind crumbs, cooling tea, and the bright echo of school life doing what school life was meant to do. Cedric left among the Hufflepuffs with Hannah Abbott at his elbow, a Ravenclaw boy still smiling behind him, and no sign at all that he had noticed the headmaster watching. That, too, might have been innocence. Albus wished innocence felt more reassuring. Minerva rose beside him with a stack of marked essays tucked under one arm. Don't, she said, quiet enough that only he could hear. Albus looked at her over the half-moon rims of his spectacles. My dear Minerva, you wound me. I haven't done anything. That is when you worry me most, she said. Her voice stayed level, but the words had iron folded through them. Cedric Diggory is not Tom Riddle because he is bright, liked, and polite to Slytherins. No, Albus said, and the name sat between them with more weight than he wanted to grant it at breakfast. He folded his hands over the edge of the table, feeling the old habit of restraint settle into place. He is not. Minerva studied him for another breath, then glanced toward the doors Cedric had passed through. Then remember that before you turn concern into a net. The boy shares food, signs children's books, asks careful questions, and listens when corrected. If Hogwarts teaches him that goodness earns suspicion, we'll have done more harm than any cabbage. The rebuke was fair enough to hurt. Albus accepted it with a small nod, because deflecting Minerva when she was right had never made her less right. I have no wish to harm him. I know, Minerva said, and her face softened for one brief, tired moment. That has never meant you couldn't. She left him with that, robes snapping lightly as she descended from the staff platform. Albus remained seated until the last late student hurried out with toast in hand. Then he rose, walked to his office by the slower staircase, and let the stone steps carry him upward past portraits pretending not to listen. The office greeted him with silver instruments, sleeping portraits, Fox's quiet rustle, and the comfortable clutter of a life spent believing that careful attention could prevent catastrophe if applied early enough. At his desk, Albus opened a narrow drawer and removed a plain observation folder. Not a disciplinary file, not yet, and perhaps never. He wrote Cedric Diggory across the top in tidy script, then paused with the quill hovering above the page. Talent, charisma, crosshouse tolerance, staff praise, Snape interest, publishing attention, Hufflepuff loyalty, possible future influence. The words looked cold once written. He disliked them for that. Cedric was 11. Cedric had done nothing but be helpful, gifted, and kind in ways that made people lean toward him. Albus set the quill down, rubbed his thumb along the edge of the folder, and felt fear trying to dress itself as wisdom. Fox gave a low, questioning trill from his perch. Yes, Albus murmured, looking at the boy's name. I know, but I have been late before. He closed the folder carefully and placed it in the upper drawer, where he could reach it without searching. Not a cage, not a verdict, only a mark on the map, made by an old man who had once loved brilliance too easily and feared what beloved boys could become when no one watched closely enough. 37. Year-end harvest. By the time exams began, Cedric understood that Hogwarts could make even breakfast taste like revision. The great hall hummed with low panic, toast cooled untouched beside open notes, and half the first years had begun treating ink-stained fingers as proof of scholarship. Cedric sat at the Hufflepuff table with a slice of toast in one hand and his Transfiguration notes closed beneath the other, because reading them now would only make Justin Finch-Fletchley breathe faster. It's mice today, isn't it? Justin asked, staring across the hall as if Professor McGonagall might release a swarm before putting mice into snuffboxes. Why snuffboxes? Who looked at a mouse and thought, yes, that should hold tobacco? Someone who wanted to test detail, shape, and control, Cedric said. The prettier the snuffbox, the higher the mark. But don't make it pretty before it's properly a box. Hannah Abbott looked up from her own parchment, pale but determined. That sounds like the sort of thing you say right before mine grows hinges and whiskers. If it has whiskers, call them decoration, Susan Bones muttered. Cedric almost laughed, then saw Professor Sprout watching from the staff table with fond warning in her eyes and made himself take another bite of toast. The whole problem with exams was that doing well was expected after a year of careful work. Doing too well was another matter. After the staff room looks, Snape's narrow attention, and Dumbledore's quiet smiles, Cedric had no desire to turn a mouse into a lacquered masterpiece with gold corners and a clasp that clicked like old-world craft. He needed competence, not a trophy. The Transfiguration classroom smelled of polish, fur, and nervous children. Each desk held one small mouse in a brass cage, bright-eyed and offended by academia. Professor McGonagall walked the aisle with a clipboard, her expression severe enough to make even the mice sit still. You will transform your assigned mouse into a snuffbox. Marks will be awarded for completeness, proportion, surface finish, and charm stability. Marks will be lost for tails, whiskers, ears, squeaking, scurrying, biting, or any attempt to describe living features as artistic intention. Susan's shoulders shook once. Justin looked betrayed by the loss of his best excuse. Cedric waited his turn, watching the mouse wash its face with tiny paws. Sorry, he murmured, too quietly for anyone but the mouse to hear. Temporarily. When McGonagall reached his desk, Cedric raised his wand and cast with careful restraint. Fur folded into polished dark wood, little paws tucked into brass feet, the tail vanished into a curved hinge, and the ears became a pair of plain decorative scrolls on the lid. For one risky instant, he felt how easily he could refine it. Smoother lacquer, finer clasp, a tiny engraved badger hidden beneath the rim. He stopped before the temptation became visible. McGonagall lifted the snuffbox, opened it, closed it, and looked at him over her spectacles. Tasteful, Mr. Diggory. Cedric bowed his head. Thank you, Professor. Her mouth moved by the smallest amount. Not overdone. That was more dangerous than a compliment, because it meant she had noticed the choice. Cedric returned to his seat with his ears warm and found Hannah staring at her own mouse as if negotiating terms with it. Mine's still thinking about being furniture, she whispered. Cedric kept his voice gentle. Then start with corners. Boxes believe in corners. Charms should have felt easier, but Professor Flitwick had somehow made a pineapple the center of everyone's terror. The fruit sat on his desk beneath a tiny curtain, and when he whisked the cloth away with a flourish, several students groaned as if the pineapple had personally wronged them. Your task, Flitwick said brightly, is to make your pineapple dance across the desk. Rhythm matters less than control. I do not require elegance, but I do require it not to fling itself into your neighbor. The first pineapple lurched, spun, and rolled off a Ravenclaw's desk with a wet thud. Cedric watched, winced, and adjusted his grip. When his turn came, he gave the spell just enough lift and motion to make the pineapple hop, sway, and turn in a clumsy little circle. It looked cheerful rather than brilliant. Flitwick clapped anyway, eyes twinkling. Very charming, Mr. Diggory. A polite pineapple. Across the room, Justin's pineapple began stamping with alarming force. Cedric looked away before helping became reflex. Exams, he reminded himself, were not only testing magic. They were testing whether he could let other people stand on their own feet, even when the fruit was winning. After charms, the first years came out of the classroom with the stunned relief of people who had survived fruit-based warfare. Justin carried his book bag like a wounded soldier's shield. Hannah kept laughing every time someone said pineapple, and Susan had developed a deeply suspicious look toward anything yellow. Cedric walked with them toward the Hufflepuff basement corridor, tired enough that the chatter blurred at the edges, but not tired enough to miss the Ravenclaw boy hovering near the stairs with 2 rolls of parchment clutched against his chest. Diggory, the boy said, then looked embarrassed because 3 Hufflepuffs turned with him. Sorry, it's defense tomorrow, and Professor Hawthorne's revision list says creature recognition, basic warding theory, and practical response. But last lesson he spent nearly 20 minutes telling us never to follow lights into marshes. How many marsh questions can there be? Cedric felt several nearby students lean closer. That was how it happened now. One worried question became 4, then 8, then a little knot of first years looking at him as if he were a timetable with hair. He nearly gave the careful adult answer. Separate the syllabus from the professor's personal fixation. Revise the actual year material. Ignore dramatic noise. Then he saw a Slytherin girl lingering at the edge of the group, pretending not to listen while obviously listening, and chose something kinder. We study what he can fairly mark, Cedric said. Basic dark creature signs, when to back away, what to do before casting, and how not to wave your wand at a classmate's face when frightened. Hinky punks can have 1 page. Maybe 2 if he starts looking misty. The Slytherin girl gave a tiny, unwilling snort. Justin looked deeply relieved. That's a plan. I like plans. You like other people having plans, Susan said. Cedric shifted his bag higher on his shoulder. Come to the common room after supper. I'll make a short list. Not a Cedric list, a normal person list. Hannah narrowed her eyes. Your normal person lists have subheadings. They're friendly subheadings, Cedric said, and the little group laughed enough that the pressure loosened. By supper, the promise had become a revision table in the corner of the Hufflepuff common room, 2 Ravenclaws sitting on cushions, Hannah guarding a stack of spare parchment, Justin copying headings, and 1 Slytherin second year standing just inside the entrance with the expression of someone prepared to deny ever being there. Cedric had gone to the kitchens first, not sneaking because sneaking near house elves felt rude, and asked politely for hot water, plain broth, chopped spring onion, and a covered bowl of rice. The elves had nearly fed him a banquet, but he escaped with only enough to make small cups of warm savory food for nervous children who had been living on toast, sugar, and dread. You cook revision now? The Slytherin girl asked, accepting a cup only after Cedric offered one to everyone else first. I warm things and pretend it's strategy, Cedric said. Eat. Frightened brains are bad at lists. She took 1 careful sip, then looked annoyed that she liked it. It's acceptable. High praise, Hannah whispered. Cedric bent over the parchment before anyone could turn food into another reason to stare at him. He wrote defense in clean letters, then beneath it, recognize, avoid, protect, report. The words were plain enough for frightened first years and sensible enough for anyone older listening from the doorway. Start here, he said, tapping the page. Most defense questions are really asking whether you know when not to be stupid. Justin raised his spoon. I can revise that. The Slytherin girl glanced at the page, then at Cedric, her pride wrestling with gratitude in plain sight. My brother says Hufflepuffs share notes because you can't win alone. Cedric slid a clean copy toward her. Your brother is half right. She took it. Which half? The useful half, Cedric said, and returned to the list while the common room settled around him, warm with broth, scratchy quills, and the dangerous comfort of people deciding he could be trusted. Defense proved less dramatic than the revision panic had promised, which Cedric considered a mercy to everyone except Professor Hawthorne's reputation. There was a written section on basic dark creature signs, 3 questions on when to retreat and report rather than cast, and 1 practical response exercise in which a cupboard rattled, hissed, and flashed marsh light green until the student facing it remembered to back away, keep their wand level, and call for an adult. Justin nearly saluted the cupboard by accident. Hannah whispered, recognize, avoid, protect, report, under her breath, and the Slytherin girl from the revision table passed Cedric afterward with her chin high and a very quiet, your list wasn't terrible. Cedric accepted that as tribute, survived the last exam, and waited until the common room had fallen into the loose, stunned quiet that came after effort finally ran out. Students slept in chairs, played cards badly, or stared at nothing with the blank relief of children released from timetables. Cedric sat among them long enough to look ordinary, laughed when Justin declared pineapples banned from his future household, then excused himself with a yawn that was not entirely false. The space received him with clean air, steady light, and the smell of green things that had spent the school year growing while he stole minutes between classes, practices, study groups, and sleep. Cedric stood by the cottage door for a breath, letting the quiet settle around him. The first-year beds had changed since September. They were no longer a child's crowded experiment of pots everywhere, though there were still far too many pots. Moonjade Dittany sat in tidy rows with silver-veined leaves. White fresh held steady in its clean trays. Spring onions, garlic, and ordinary greens filled the practical corners. The small fruit root trials remained stubborn but alive, and the magical herb beds looked less like precious contraband and more like a system that might survive its owner having homework. Right, Cedric murmured, rolling up his sleeves. No victory lap. Harvest first. He washed his hands at the well, cleaned the knife, and began with the mundane greens because food had earned respect before magic ever did. Leaves came away crisp and bright, one basket for use, one smaller pile for compost, and nothing wasted because waste taught the wrong lesson. The Dittany received slower hands. He clipped only the mature stems, checking each cut twice before laying them in a shallow tray lined with clean cloth. The moonjade leaves tingled faintly through his gloves, not a gift and not a new power, only the old steady reminder that living sources answered care before ambition. By the time he carried the last tray into the warehouse, his shoulders ached and his eyelids felt heavy. The steel waited at the back, calm and unreadable until he set the harvest ledger on its stand and touched the jade mark beneath his skin. Meaning settled into him slowly. Beds stable, sources maintained, year-end growth confirmed, no new unlock, no sudden leap. Strength, agility, constitution, magic power, and charisma had moved only within the earned years pattern, not because of one harvest, but because of months of carrying water, flying, studying, tending plants, feeding friends, and choosing not to turn every secret into a shortcut. Cedric copied the confirmation by hand, then added his own line beneath it. Stable does not mean finished. Outside the space, someone in the dormitory laughed in his sleep, distant through the jade boundary. Cedric closed the ledger, looked back at the neatly sorted trays, and felt the cost more than the satisfaction. First year had grown him. It had also made him visible, tired, and much too easy for people to trust. The last evening of term found Hogwarts glittering as if the castle had decided exams were an illness best treated with candles, banners, and far too much pudding. Cedric sat at the Hufflepuff table with his shoulders aching from the harvest, his mind full of ledger lines, and a plate in front of him that Hannah Abbott kept refilling whenever he looked away. The great hall rang with laughter, relief, and the rising madness of children who had remembered that summer existed. "You look like you revised in your sleep and then apologized to the book," Susan said, pushing a dish of roasted potatoes nearer to him. "Eat those." "I'm eating," Cedric said. "You're arranging food by category," Hannah said. "That isn't eating." Justin leaned around her, bright with post-exam freedom. "He's planning the strategic defeat of supper. Very Hufflepuff. Very alarming." Cedric looked down and discovered, with some annoyance, that his plate did have vegetables on one side, potatoes on another, and meat cut into manageable pieces as if supper required a ledger. He put a potato in his mouth before anyone could make the point again. "Better?" "Marginally," Hannah said, satisfied. Across the aisle, the Slytherin girl from the revision table caught his eye, lifted her goblet by half an inch, and looked away before anyone could accuse her of friendliness. Cedric answered with the smallest nod. It was nothing grand, no alliance, no speech, no shining moment, only a first-year girl admitting, in the most deniable way possible, that shared broth and clear notes had mattered. That felt more dangerous than applause. Professor Sprout stopped behind him after the plates changed to pudding, one hand resting briefly on the back of his bench. "You've had a full year, Mr. Diggory." Cedric looked up at her. "Yes, Professor." "That wasn't a request for a longer one," she said, though her eyes were kind. "Summer is for rest as well as work. Plants grow better when the gardener remembers he's alive too." Hannah made a triumphant sound. "Professor, can you write that down for him?" "I can engrave it on a plant pot if necessary," Sprout said. Cedric smiled despite the tiredness tugging at him. "I'll rest, Professor." Sprout's expression said she would believe results, not promises. "See that you do." Later, in the dormitory, Cedric packed slowly while the others complained, celebrated, and lost socks with impressive speed. He tucked his schoolbooks into the trunk, wrapped his notes, hid the harvest ledger beneath ordinary parchment, and checked twice that nothing from the space had been left where curious hands could find it. Each small action steadied him. First year had not been a victory lap. It had been exams, kitchens, bruised hands, watched kindness, hidden harvests, and the uncomfortable discovery that being helpful could make a boy visible. Justin flopped backward onto his bed. Next year will be easier, won't it? Cedric closed his trunk, thought of Dumbledore's gaze, Sprout's warning, the growing beds, the twins waiting in Ottery, and the mist still locked beyond the garden. No, he said honestly, but we'll be better at it. Justin groaned. Hannah, from the doorway, laughed. Cedric sat on the edge of his bed for one quiet moment and let the truth settle. He was beloved, he was tired, he was stronger than he had been in September. And next year, if he wanted to keep growing without becoming trapped by his own golden shadow, he would need better plans than simply working harder. 38. The House That Screamed. The train home smelled of soot, old sandwiches, and children remembering they were allowed to be loud again. Cedric sat with his trunk wedged by his knees, a paper bag of sweets Hannah had forced on him in one hand, and a folded list inside his pocket that he had written during the last hour before leaving Hogwarts. It was supposed to be a summer plan. In practice, it looked like evidence for Professor Sprout's case that he needed supervision. Pots, shed stock, twin commission, investor account, writing hours, flying practice, spell drills, family meals, love goods, burrow, rest. He had underlined rest because underlined things looked more official, even when he suspected they were lies. Mrs. Diggory was waiting on the platform before the train had fully sighed to a stop. She gathered him in so tightly that his ribs protested and his careful schoolboy composure gave way to something smaller and warmer. "You're taller," she said into his hair. "And thinner. Hogwarts feeds you, doesn't it? Amos, tell me Hogwarts feeds him." "Hogwarts feeds him," Amos said promptly, then looked Cedric over with shining pride that made half the platform glance their way. "But look at him. Finished his first year, flew like a Diggory, studied like a Ravenclaw, and came home standing straight. That's my boy." Cedric leaned back before his mother could check his wrists for signs of scholarly starvation. "I'm fine, Mum. Tired, but fine." "Tired means supper, bath, and bed before plans," she said, taking the paper bag from him as if sweets were contraband medicine. "I know that face." "What face?" Cedric asked. "The one that says you've already arranged tomorrow." Amos laughed and lifted the trunk with one hand. "He gets that from your side." "He gets the hiding it badly from yours," Mrs. Diggory said, and Cedric decided silence was safest. Home arrived in green lanes, warm stone, and the Diggory garden looking smaller than Hogwarts but more forgiving. Cedric unpacked properly because his mother was watching, hugged her again because she needed it and so did he, then waited until the house settled into evening before slipping out to the shed. The door closed behind him with its familiar soft scrape. Shelves waited, old pots waited. The secret garden waited beneath the jade mark like a held breath. Inside the space, the year's harvest trays had left gaps that looked less like emptiness and more like permission. Cedric washed his hands, checked the moonjade dittany, turned the white fresh trays, and began moving empty pots into rows along the cottage wall. Summer meant time. Time meant more watering, more cuttings, more careful drills with Lumos and Nox where no professor could count wand movements. More ledgers balanced between magical growth and muggle money. He opened the stock crate set aside for Fred and George. Soap, notebooks, pencils, string, candles, combs, hair ties, sewing kits, and a small quantity of sweets that would not look suspicious if two Weasley boys sold them with outrageous confidence. By morning, the burrow had already heard he was home. Fred and George arrived before breakfast had properly surrendered, muddy at the knees and bright-eyed with business appetite. Behind them, Luna Lovegood stood near the gate with a daisy chain in one hand and the calm expression of someone who had decided she belonged there. Xenophilius waved cheerfully from the lane before wandering toward Amos with a question about whether garden gnomes objected to hats. Fred looked Cedric up and down. "Saint Shiny returns from the castle." George nodded gravely. "Richer in knowledge, poorer in stock." Cedric smiled despite the list burning a hole in his pocket. "Good morning to you too." Luna lifted the daisy chain. "Mummy says returning boys should be fed before they start secret enterprises." Mrs. Diggory appeared behind Cedric at once. "Pandora Lovegood is a wise woman. Everyone in the kitchen. Enterprises can wait until after toast." Cedric looked from his mother to the twins, then to Luna's solemn little face, and felt the summer shift under his feet before he had planted a single new pot. Freedom had arrived. So had witnesses. Toast delayed enterprise only until the plates were cleared and the kitchen door gave them a safe margin of freedom. Cedric led the way into the garden with Fred and George at his shoulders, Luna trailing behind with her daisy chain looped around one wrist and Saint pacing beside her like a striped judge. The morning had turned warm already, soft gold over the grass and bright against the shed windows, and Cedric felt the list in his pocket grow heavier with every step. Hogwarts had given him timetables, marks, professors, and stone walls. Summer gave him friends who asked questions sideways and twins who could turn a box of soap into a criminal empire before lunch. Fred slipped ahead and pressed both hands to the shed door. "Behold, brother mine, the sacred storehouse." George leaned over his shoulder. "The treasury of Saint Shiny. The cupboard of commerce. The shed of suspiciously useful things." "It's a shed," Cedric said, unlocking it. "And if either of you call it sacred in front of your mother, I'm denying everything." Fred stepped inside first, then stopped so suddenly that George bumped into him. "He's stocked it." "He's really stocked it," George said, voice softening into awe as he looked over the neat crates, labeled bundles, and shelves of small useful goods. "Look at the pencils. Look at the string. Look at the combs, Fred. That's not inventory. That's opportunity with bristles." Cedric set the key on the workbench and took out his folded list, trying not to enjoy their delight too much. Soap, pencils, string, sewing kits, plain sweets, hair ties, candles, notebooks, and combs. No medical things, no odd muggle devices, no fireworks materials, no anything that makes someone ask where two Weasley boys got it. Fred turned with wounded dignity. "We inspire trust." George picked up a comb, held it to the light, and nodded. "Or confusion, sometimes both." Luna crouched near Saint, who had claimed a patch of sunlight just inside the doorway. She did not touch him, only placed the daisy chain on the floor between his paws. "He says confusion is honest when people admit it." Cedric looked at her before he could stop himself. Saint looked back at him with the smug calm of a creature who had absolutely said no such thing and expected Cedric to prove it. "Does he?" Luna nodded gravely. "Not in words. Words are what people use after they've made things smaller." For one breath, the shed felt less like a hiding place and more like a glass jar held up to the sun. Fred and George had gone quiet, not solemn exactly, but interested in the way they became interested before a prank grew teeth. Cedric folded the list once, then unfolded it again, making himself choose the safe path without making it cowardly. "Then we'll keep the words simple. We sell useful things. We don't cheat people. We don't sell anything dangerous. You two keep half the profit between you, but some of that goes into savings before joke supplies." Fred's face twisted. "Savings." He says it like a curse. George set the comb down with exaggerated care. "What percentage, oh cruel banker?" 10%, Cedric said. Fred clutched George's sleeve. "We're ruined." "We're disciplined," George said, horrified. "That might be worse." Cedric laughed and pulled 3 small cloth bags from the lower shelf, each already marked with a tiny stitched symbol instead of names. 2 sparks for the twins, 1 crescent for Luna because giving her nothing while she watched felt meaner than caution. "You can help count and sort," he told her. "No selling unless your mum says it's all right." Luna accepted the crescent bag with both hands, then looked at the shelves as if they had begun whispering. "Sorting is nice. It tells things where they're safe." Cedric's fingers tightened on his list. Around him, the shed smelled of wood, soap, paper, and summer dust. The enterprise had begun again, but this time, with Luna watching Saint and the twins grinning over labeled stock, Cedric understood that secrecy was no longer only about hiding what he had. It was about deciding how much trust he could survive. The sorting became a game because Fred and George could make even inventory behave like it had been dared. They argued over whether combs counted as grooming or weaponry, whether pencils should be bundled in 3s because 3 looked official, and whether soap sold better if described as ordinary or suspiciously clean. Cedric made them count twice anyway, and Luna sat cross-legged beside the lower shelf, placing hair ties into neat little loops while Saint watched the crescent bag with tolerant suspicion. "Soap is personal," Fred said, holding up a wrapped bar with the air of a barrister addressing the Wizengamot. "People buy it when they have shame." George nodded. "Or mothers. Mothers are the backbone of the soap trade." Cedric tied 1 bundle of pencils with string and set it in the twins' crate. "Then don't make jokes about shame while selling it. People pay better when they don't think you're laughing at them." Luna looked up from the hair ties. Professionalism is what mischief wears when it wants to be invited inside. The twins stared at her for a delighted second before Fred pointed at Cedric. We're keeping her. You can't keep Luna, Cedric said, checking the sweets against his list. She's not stock. No, George said thoughtfully. She's management. Luna smiled as if that made perfect sense, then stopped smiling. Saint rose before Cedric heard anything. The Kneasel's ears flattened, his tail went rigid, and the sunlight in the shed seemed to lose its softness as a high, thin crack sounded from somewhere beyond the garden. It was not loud at first. It was wrong. A second later, the air punched inward, every jar on the shelf rattled, and the Lovegood house screamed. Cedric was moving before the last vibration left the shed walls. George, keep Luna behind you. Don't let her run ahead and don't let her see if it's bad, he snapped, snatching the small emergency satchel from its hook and shoving the shed door open hard enough to bang it against the outside wall. Fred, with me. Nobody touches anything glowing, smoking, humming, dripping, singing, or looking interesting. George's face had gone pale under his freckles, but he grabbed Luna's hand at once. That's most of our life. Not today, Cedric said, and ran. They crossed the grass, spilled through the gate, and tore down the lane toward the Lovegood house, where one narrow upstairs window flashed blue-white behind crooked curtains and smoke curled from a round little chimney that should not have belonged to any ordinary room. Luna made no sound behind him, and that frightened Cedric more than crying would have. The front door stood ajar. He shouldered through it, took the stairs two at a time with Fred pounding behind him, and followed the hot metallic smell toward a closed door near the landing where another crack made the floorboards jump. "Mummy?" Luna called from below, her voice suddenly small and clear. "Mummy, we're coming." "Stay there," Cedric shouted back, and kicked the workroom door open. The room beyond was crowded with shelves, stacked books, hanging bundles of dried plants, labeled jars, brass instruments, folded charts, and a broad table scarred by careful experiments. Smoke moved in glittering layers beneath the ceiling. Pandora Lovegood lay crumpled near the table, one hand clenched around a blackened brass tool, her hair scattered across spilled parchment and silver dust. Her eyes were open but empty of focus, and the air around her left arm bent in little shimmering folds that made Cedric's skin crawl. Fred stopped hard behind him. "Cedric." "Stop there," Cedric ordered, dropping to his knees beside Pandora. "Get me flow powder, mantle, shelf, anything. Don't step in the sparkly stuff." Pandora's breath brushed his cheek once, thin as thread, then faltered. Cedric felt the gap before the next breath came and knew there wasn't time for cleverness, not for white fresh, not for dittany, not for caution that kept his hands clean while she died in front of Luna's house. He shoved one arm under Pandora's shoulders, hooked the other beneath her knees, and hauled. Heat bit through his sleeve. The shimmering fold around her arm crawled across his skin like cold needles, but he clenched his teeth and lifted anyway. "Powder," Fred said, voice cracking as he thrust a little pot into Cedric's hand. Cedric took it without looking, dragged Pandora against his chest, and staggered down the stairs with Fred half supporting her weight from the side. George had Luna turned toward the wall by the hearth, one arm around her shoulders while she struggled silently against him. Cedric threw the powder into the grate with a shaking hand, pulled Pandora tight before his nerve could fail, and dove into the green fire screaming, "St. Mungo's." Cedric came out of the flow wrong. He did not step so much as spill, one knee striking polished floor while green flame spat behind him and Pandora Lovegood's weight dragged hard against his chest. The reception hall of St. Mungo's blurred into white coats, brass signs, waiting benches, and startled faces, but he forced his arms tighter around her because letting go felt too much like failing. His sleeve smoked faintly where the shimmering fold had touched him, and cold weakness crawled from his forearm into his shoulder as if something had sunk teeth into the life beneath his skin. "Help," he shouted, and his voice cracked badly enough to sound younger than he ever wanted to sound. "Healer. Experimental spell accident. Silver powder, sparkly dust, it's draining her. It got on me too. Don't touch my sleeve." People turned. Healers did not scream. That was the first mercy. They moved. A witch at the nearest desk snapped her wand up, and a clear bell note cut through the hall. Two green-robed healers rushed from a side arch while a third conjured a floating stretcher with one sharp flick. Cedric tried to lift Pandora onto it and nearly dropped with her when his knees weakened. "Separate them," a senior healer ordered, striding through the sudden gap with her wand already moving. Containment veil on the woman now. Diagnostic net. No bare hands. Boy, keep talking. Cedric swallowed against the metallic taste in his mouth. Upstairs workroom. Blue-white flash. Smoke. Silver dust on the floor. Air bending around her arm. Her breathing was going before I moved her. The senior healer's wand flashed over Pandora in quick bands of blue, gold, and hard white. Her expression tightened, not with panic, but with the kind of focus that made fear step aside because work had arrived. Stasis on the woman now. Full limb isolation. Spell burn team to Ward 3. Alert artifact contamination. A healer reached for Cedric's shoulder. He flinched without meaning to and tried to drag his contaminated arm away from her. No, sleeve. It's on the sleeve. Good warning, the healer said, and that calm nearly broke him. She caught him with a spell instead of her hands, a soft force bracing his ribs and lifting his failing arm away from his body. Containment on the boy. Possible transfer exposure. Get him off the public floor. Pandora vanished down the corridor in a rush of robes and floating light. Cedric tried to follow, managed one staggering step, and found the floor rising toward him with embarrassing determination. A second stretcher caught him before he hit. He twisted his head toward the flow, thinking of Luna turned toward the wall, Fred's white face, George holding her back, Saint bristling in smoke. She has a daughter, Cedric said, fighting to keep his eyes open. Luna. She saw the house. Don't let her think I left her. The senior healer paused long enough to look down at him, and something in her stern face softened without becoming gentle. You brought her mother where she could live. We'll send word. Cedric let the stretcher carry him because his body had stopped accepting arguments. Containment charms settled over him like cool glass, and the last thing he heard before the corridor swallowed the reception hall was someone calling for another healer, another ward, another chance. 39. After the smoke. Cedric woke to white light, bitter potion on his tongue, and his mother's voice trying very hard not to break. For several seconds he did not know where his body ended. His right arm lay heavy on a narrow hospital bed, wrapped from wrist to shoulder in a translucent charm that shimmered like cool glass whenever he breathed. The sleeve of his summer shirt had been cut away. A faint gray stain marked the skin beneath the containment film, not a burn exactly, but something thinner and uglier, as if the accident had tried to erase him rather than merely hurt him. Cedric, his mother said, and the chair beside the bed scraped as she leaned over him. Her face was pale, her hair half fallen from its pins, and her hand hovered above his forehead without touching because a warning charm glowed softly between them. Sweetheart, look at me properly. He did. That made her breath catch, which made guilt settle harder than the weakness in his bones. Amos stood behind her with both hands clenched around his hat, his face gray under the summer freckles he had given Cedric and his eyes too bright. Cedric tried to sit up. The room tipped at once, and the charm around his arm flashed warning blue. No, his mother said, sharper than any healer. You stay there. I'm all right, Cedric said, then heard how thin his voice sounded and wished he had chosen a better lie. Amos made a rough sound that might have been a laugh if it had survived the journey. All right, he says. Carries Mrs. Lovegood through whatever blew up her workroom, dives into the flow half poisoned by experimental spell muck, collapses in St. Mungo's, and says he's all right. That's my boy, but Merlin's elbows, Cedric. Cedric swallowed. Mrs. Lovegood? His mother's expression changed before she answered, and that pause hurt more than the gray stain on his arm. Alive, she said carefully. They have her in a spell damage ward. They won't tell us much because we're not family, but alive is what they said. The word loosened something in him so suddenly that his eyes stung. He turned his face toward the ceiling and breathed through it because crying would waste strength and frighten them more. Luna? At the burrow, Amos said. Molly has her and the twins. Xenophilius has been contacted. He was out near Chudley and came through the flow looking like a man who'd lost the road under his feet, but Arthur caught him before he ran into the wrong ward. Cedric closed his eyes. Luna turned toward the wall. George holding her. Fred's hand shaking around the flow powder. Mrs. Lovegood's breath thinning against his cheek. The memories did not arrive politely. They came with smoke, silver dust, and the terrible knowledge that one slower choice might have left Luna motherless by tea time. She mustn't think it was her fault. She won't, his mother said, and this time her hand came down, stopping just above the warning charm as if she could comfort him by defying it with nearness alone. But you are not responsible for holding everyone together from a hospital bed. Cedric looked at her, then at Amos, and the old self in him knew better than to argue with a mother who had been frightened past anger. The Cedric who belonged to this life wanted very badly to be held. I didn't know what else to do, he said. Amos stepped closer, hat crushed between his fingers. You did the only thing that mattered. You brought her to help. His voice shook, but pride still lived in it, bruised and stubborn. Now you let healers do their work, and you let us sit here where we can see you breathing. The healer came in before Cedric could answer Amos, and the room changed around her with the brisk order of people who had earned the right to be obeyed. She was a square-shouldered witch with silver at her temples, a wand clipped to one sleeve, and a chart floating beside her that kept rearranging its lines whenever Cedric's containment charm pulsed. Mrs. Diggory straightened at once. Amos stepped back so quickly his hat brushed the wall. Cedric lay still, partly because the healer's expression made argument feel childish and partly because his body had no interest in heroics now that the floor had stopped moving. Good. Awake and oriented enough to look guilty, the healer said, stopping beside the bed. That's usually a sign the child is improving or preparing to lie to me. Which one are we choosing, Mr. Diggory? Cedric blinked. Improving? Optimistic. She drew her wand over the gray stain beneath the charm, and Cedric felt cold pressure tug through his arm without quite becoming pain. You absorbed secondary exposure from unstable experimental residue. Not the main curse form, thankfully, or we would be having this conversation through a portrait frame. You are staying under observation until that stain stops trying to eat borrowed magic. Mrs. Diggory's face went even paler. Eat magic? Poor phrase for a mother. Accurate enough for a patient who needs frightening. The healer looked at Cedric over the rim of the floating chart. No wand use. No clever little charms. No private practice. No touching contaminated clothing, tools, powders, jars, dust, smoke, or anything that looks as if curiosity might improve it. Amos let out a strained breath. You've met him for 5 minutes and already know him. Cedric would have protested, but the door opened again and every word in his mouth disappeared. Xenophilius Lovegood stood in the threshold with Luna tucked against his side, one hand on her shoulder and the other clenched around a crushed traveling cloak. His yellow robes were marked with ash along one hem. His face looked wrong without its usual wandering brightness, as if all the oddness had been pushed aside by a simpler terror. May we? Xenophilius asked, voice soft and raw. Only a moment. The healer hesitated, then nodded once. No touching the patient's right side. No crowding the bed. Luna slipped forward before anyone could make the room too careful. She did not cry. Somehow that made Cedric's chest hurt worse. She stopped beside the bed, looked at the glassy charm around his arm, then at his face with those pale, steady eyes. You went through the green fire very fast, she said. It sounded angry. Cedric swallowed. I'm sorry I left you. Luna shook her head, daisy chain calm even without daisies. You didn't leave. You carried Mummy where the thread could hold. Her small hand hovered near the blanket, not touching the charm, and her voice thinned only at the end. Daddy says she's sleeping in a room that bites bad spells. Xenophilius made a broken little sound and pressed his fingers to his mouth. Cedric's mother turned away for one breath, then turned back with her shoulders set. Cedric looked at Luna and understood that she had not escaped the moment cleanly, but she had not shattered either. She had seen it sideways, in whatever strange way Luna saw the world, and somehow Cedric had become part of the line between before and after. I was scared, Cedric said. Luna nodded gravely. Good. People who aren't scared sometimes walk into worse rooms. Then she leaned closer, solemn and fierce in her smallness. When Mummy wakes up, I'll tell her you were very bossy. Cedric laughed once, weakly, and the healer's chart chimed as if offended by joy. Tell her I said sorry for that too. The healer allowed Luna 3 more minutes, which Cedric suspected was mostly because Luna stood very still and made disobedience look like a philosophical position rather than a rule-breaking one. Xenophilius gathered her back gently when the chart gave another offended chime, and Luna went without fuss, though her eyes stayed on Cedric until the doorway took her. The room felt emptier after she left, and Cedric had barely begun to understand that emptiness when the corridor outside filled with Molly Weasley's voice, low and fierce enough to make even St. Mungo's walls behave. I don't care if they're too many at once, Molly said from beyond the door. Those boys saw enough to imagine worse, and imagination is not known for moderation in this family. The healer pinched the bridge of her nose. 1 minute each, Mrs. Weasley. 1 minute together, Molly corrected, and then the door opened before the healer could decide whether that had been agreement or invasion. Fred and George came in with Molly behind them, both twins scrubbed cleaner than Cedric had ever seen them and looking deeply offended by it. Their hair was damp, their faces were pale under their freckles. George's left hand was wrapped around Fred's sleeve, not obviously enough for most adults to notice, but Cedric noticed because the twins almost never held still unless something had frightened them badly. Molly's hands rested on their shoulders like anchors, firm enough to stop flight and gentle enough to forgive it. Fred looked at Cedric's arm first, then at his face. You look awful. Fred, Molly said. Cedric managed a faint smile. He's right. George swallowed hard. We thought you'd gone wrong in the fire. You just vanished with her, and then the flames closed, and Luna didn't say anything, and Mum came, and everybody started doing adult faces. Cedric knew exactly what adult faces meant. He had seen them in Shanghai hospitals, in old life funerals, in wizarding kitchens after bad news, and now in the reflection of a St. Mungo's window. I got there, he said. The healers caught us. Fred's mouth twisted. We didn't. You got the flow powder, Cedric said, turning his head because his right arm would not let him reach. You kept Luna back. You did what I asked. George's eyes sharpened with hurt. You sounded like Percy. That's because it was an emergency, Cedric said. Nobody should sound like Percy unless death is possible. Amos made a strangled sound behind him. Molly covered her mouth too late, and the healer looked at the chart as if checking whether laughter interfered with treatment. The twins stared at Cedric for half a breath, then Fred gave one shaky laugh and George followed. Both sound small and cracked but real. Molly bent and kissed the top of each redhead before either boy could dodge. There, she said, voice rough. You're still trouble. That's something. Cedric let the laughter settle and looked at them properly. I was scared too. Fred nodded once, too quickly. George looked down at his shoes, then back up. Next time, George said, with fragile bravado trying to stand on wobbly legs, we're bringing more flow powder. There won't be a next time, Molly said at once. The twins looked at Cedric, and Cedric looked back, all three of them knowing that adults could forbid next times as much as they liked, but the world didn't always ask permission before breaking. He said nothing, because Molly needed the lie and because, for once, so did he. Molly did not push the lie further. She only tightened her hands on Fred and George's shoulders, kissed Cedric's mother on the cheek with the fierce tenderness of a woman who had decided practical care was the only thing stopping terror from taking over, and herded the twins out before the healer's patience reached its natural end. Fred looked back once from the doorway. George raised 2 fingers in something that was not quite a salute and not quite a promise. Cedric answered with a small nod, because anything larger made the charm around his arm flash and his mother's eyes sharpen. The room quieted after them. The healer checked Cedric's arm again, adjusted the containment film near his wrist, and made a note on the floating chart with the tip of her wand. The residue is weakening. You were lucky, Mr. Diggory, and before anyone praises luck too loudly, I mean the sort that leaves a bill behind. You'll go home tomorrow if the night stays boring. For 2 weeks, no strenuous magic, no experimental work, no unsupervised heroics, and no visiting contaminated houses. Cedric looked at his mother before he could stop himself. The Lovegood house? Sealed, the healer said. Artifact contamination has it. Your little rescue route is also being inspected, because apparently children running through active spell residue with unconscious adults is frowned upon by several departments. Amos rubbed one hand over his face. Several departments can send their complaints to me. His mother gave him a look. Amos. What? Politely, Amos said, then turned to Cedric with his jaw working around words that did not want to fit. You listen to the healer, son. All of it. No sneaking off to check on people. No deciding someone needs you more than your own bones do. Cedric lowered his eyes to the blanket. That was harder than any potion. Mrs. Lovegood needed someone. She did, his mother said, and her voice softened enough to hurt. She sat on the edge of the bed, careful of the charm, and this time she laid her hand on his left one. And now you need someone. That is not failure. That is family. Cedric's fingers curled around hers before the old self could turn the motion into strategy. The hospital room smelled of sharp potions, clean linen, and faint smoke that might have lived only in memory. Beyond the door, St. Mungo's moved around other disasters, other families, other chances won too narrowly to feel like victory. He thought of Luna standing dry-eyed beside the bed, the twins trying to laugh, Xenophilius with ash on his robes, and Mrs. Lovegood sleeping in a ward that bid bad spells. "I'll rest," he said. His mother studied him with merciless love. "You'll be made to rest." Cedric managed a weak smile. "That sounds more likely." Amos laughed softly, and the sound loosened the room by one careful notch. Cedric closed his eyes, not to escape, but because his body had been asking for darkness since he woke. As sleep pulled at him, he felt his mother's hand holding his left and heard Amos settle into the chair like a guard taking post. The rescue had not fixed anything cleanly. Mrs. Lovegood was alive but badly hurt. Luna was changed but not broken. The twins had seen fear and stayed. Cedric had learned that being useful could cost more than effort, and that sometimes the bravest thing after running into smoke was letting others keep watch while he breathed. 40. Snape's private lesson. By September, St. Mungo's had become something Cedric remembered in flashes rather than lived inside, though the memory still sat under his skin whenever smoke curled from a cauldron or a potion turned the wrong shade of gray. Pandora Lovegood was alive, recovering slowly enough that every letter from Xenophilius seemed to arrive carrying relief and worry in equal measure, and Luna's neat little notes came with drawings of things that looked like beetles, moons, and thoughts wearing hats. Cedric kept them folded inside his trunk at Hogwarts, not because he needed reminding of what had happened, but because forgetting too neatly would have felt like lying. Potions was the first class that made the old injury prickle. Snape's dungeon smelled of stewed roots, sharp vinegar, damp stone, and hot metal, and Cedric felt his right arm tighten beneath his sleeve as the second-year Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws filed to their benches. Fred and George were not in this class, which removed one kind of danger and replaced it with a quieter one. Without them, there was no noisy shield between Cedric and his own concentration. He set out his knife, scales, and ingredients with care, then forced himself to breathe as Snape swept between the benches like a black-robed verdict looking for someone to disappoint. The day's potion should have been simple enough: a mild bruise balm with knotgrass, powdered moonstone, and a carefully timed infusion of crushed mallow root. Cedric followed the board, but the moment the mallow touched the simmering base, the surface tightened instead of softening. It was not wrong. That was the problem. Wrong would have curdled, spat, darkened, or given Snape a reason to descend with public contempt. Cedric's potion turned a clear pale gold for 2 breaths, then settled into the expected dull green as if it had remembered the textbook at the last second. Snape stopped beside his cauldron. Cedric felt the whole bench hold still around him. Across the aisle, a Ravenclaw boy leaned back by the smallest possible amount, eager to be near the trouble but not under it. "Mr. Diggory," Snape said, his voice low enough to be worse than shouting. "Explain what you just did." Cedric looked from the potion to Snape's face. "I followed the instructions, sir." That is the answer of a student hoping I watched someone else. Snape angled his wand over the cauldron, and a thread of steam curled upward, thin and pale. "Try again." Cedric swallowed the first 3 answers that came to mind. Ingredient tension was not a phrase he wanted to say in front of the class. Neither was the mallow didn't want to go in yet, although that was closer to the truth than anything respectable. The base was still too sharp when the mallow went in, he said carefully. "I slowed my stir and let it take the moonstone first." Snape's eyes narrowed. "That is not in your instructions." "No, sir." "And yet your potion did not fail." "No, sir." For a moment, Snape only stared at him, and Cedric had the unpleasant sense of having stepped on a hidden stair that led somewhere private. Then Snape straightened and flicked his wand once. Cedric's cauldron cooled at once, its surface sealing under a faint preservation charm. "You will remain after class," Snape said. The room breathed again around Cedric, though not kindly. Someone behind him whispered, "What did he do?" And another voice answered, "Got caught being Diggory, probably." Cedric kept his eyes on the cauldron and made himself clean his knife with steady hands. He had expected the summer to leave scars, worry, and perhaps a stronger instinct for hospitals and exits. He had not expected a bruise balm to look at him for 2 breaths as if it might become something better, or Snape to notice before Cedric had time to pretend he hadn't. The last student left with the exaggerated quiet of someone delighted not to be Cedric, and the dungeon door closed behind a trail of whispers. Snape did not move at once. He stood beside the preserved cauldron, one hand resting near his wand, while Cedric finished wiping his knife and set it down with deliberate care. The silence had weight in the dungeon, not empty but arranged, like the shelves of stoppered bottles along the walls had leaned closer to listen. "Come here," Snape said. Cedric obeyed. He kept his right sleeve still, though the old injury prickled again under the cloth, and stopped on the opposite side of the cauldron. The bruised bomb's surface held dull green under the preservation charm. Nothing about it looked impressive now. That bothered him more than if it had stayed gold, because the strange moment had hidden itself like a guilty child. Snape flicked his wand. The charm thinned, and the potion loosened with a slow ripple. "Repeat your explanation." "The base was too sharp for the mallow," Cedric said. "If I stirred it in normally, it would have flattened the moonstone and gone muddy." Slowing the stir gave the moonstone time to settle first. Snape's mouth tightened. "You are using words with confidence you have not earned." Cedric looked down at the cauldron rather than at Snape's eyes. "I know, sir. That was not an invitation to agree with me." "How did you know?" Cedric breathed in through his nose. There were safe lies, but safe lies would be too small for Snape, and bad lies would be insulting. "From plants, sir, mostly. When I work with them long enough, I can tell when something is ready, or when it's fighting the soil, or when two things don't want the same treatment. Ingredients feel a little like that. Not exactly. Less alive once they're cut, but not silent." Snape's expression changed so slightly that most people would have missed it. Cedric did not. The contempt did not vanish, but it moved aside for something narrower and more dangerous than interest. "Not silent," Snape repeated. Cedric's fingers curled against his robe. "I'm not saying they talk. If you had said they talked, Mr. Diggory, I would have sent you to Professor Sprout, Madame Pomfrey, or a padded chair, depending on volume." Snape drew one thin glass rod from the bench and dipped it into the potion. The color clung to the rod, green at the edge and faintly gold near the center. "You are describing response, not speech. Strain, compatibility, timing, resistance." "Yes, sir," Cedric said, relief and alarm arriving together. "That sounds right." "That sounds dangerous," Snape said, and his voice cut cleanly through Cedric's relief. A student who feels an interaction too early often trusts sensation over procedure. Procedure exists because sensation is vain, partial, and easily flattered. You almost improved a bruised bomb. You also almost stepped outside the recipe without understanding why the recipe was written that way. Cedric looked at the cauldron again. "So I was lucky." "No," Snape said. "Luck is what fools call accidents after they survive them. You observed something real and lacked the discipline to leave it alone." The rebuke landed harder because it was fair. Cedric swallowed. "Then what should I have done?" For the first time, Snape looked almost satisfied by the question. He set the glass rod on a white tile, where the gold at the center slowly darkened. "You should have made the standard potion exactly as assigned, noted the discrepancy, and tested the variation under supervision. Since you apparently require someone to stand between talent and idiocy, you will bring parchment next Thursday evening. We will begin with ingredient behavior, not invention." Cedric stared before he could stop himself. "You're going to teach me, sir?" Snape's eyes went flat at once. "I am going to prevent you from maiming yourself in my subject and embarrassing my classroom with promising stupidity. Do not mistake that for affection." "No, sir," Cedric said, but a cautious warmth had already started under the fear. "I won't." "See that you don't." Snape restored the preservation charm with a sharp flick. "Now clean your station properly. If you leave mallow fiber on my bench, your private lesson will begin with scrubbing cauldrons until enlightenment finds you through your wrists." Cedric cleaned the station as if his future depended on the exact absence of mallow fiber. He wiped the bench once with a damp cloth, once with a dry one, rinsed the knife, checked the scales, and lifted the cauldron only after Snape's narrowed eyes suggested that hesitation might be graded. The preserved bruised bomb waited on a side stand, sealed under charm glass, while Snape drew 3 small dishes from a cupboard and set them before Cedric with the care of a man laying out evidence at a trial. "Knotgrass," Snape said, placing the first dish down. "Mallow root. Moonstone powder. You will tell me which interaction you altered, and you will do so without romantic nonsense about plants having moods. Cedric dried his hands on a towel and leaned closer. The mallow wanted heat first, sir, but the moonstone needed time in the base before the mallow thickened it. Snape's stare sharpened. Wanted? Cedric winced. Required. Sorry, sir. Precision, Mr. Diggory, is not decoration. It is how people avoid drinking poison with confidence. Snape tapped the dish of mallow root. Again. Cedric forced himself to slow down. The dungeon air felt cooler now the class had gone, and every sound seemed too clear. Cloth over stone, glass against wood, Snape's sleeve shifting as he folded his arms. The base had enough heat for the mallow to release properly, but not enough stability. The moonstone needed to settle the bruise bomb before the mallow thickened the whole mixture. If the mallow went in at normal speed, it would hide the instability until later. Better, Snape said. The word was so unexpected that Cedric nearly looked up too quickly. Snape noticed, of course. Snape noticed everything. Do not preen, Snape said. A Kneazle can occasionally identify milk without becoming a dairy scholar. I wasn't preening, sir, Cedric said, then decided honesty was less dangerous than foolish bravery. I was surprised. Then conceal it. Surprise tells observers where to press. A soft sound came from the doorway, barely more than a breath caught behind a sleeve. Cedric turned before he could stop himself. Professor Dumbledore stood just inside the dungeon, one hand resting on the doorframe, half-moon spectacles low on his nose, blue eyes fixed not on Cedric but on Snape. For one impossible second, the headmaster looked like a man who had opened a cupboard and found a dragon politely sorting spoons. Snape went very still. Headmaster. Severus, Dumbledore said, and his voice held such careful mildness that Cedric felt the pressure in the room change at once. I had wondered whether Mr. Diggory had been delayed. He has not been delayed, Snape said. He has been detained. So I see. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to the dishes, the preserved potion, the spotless bench, and Cedric's stiff posture. His mouth twitched once, as if something in him had made a reckless attempt at laughter and been arrested before escape. And instructed, unless my eyes have begun inventing cheerful impossibilities. Cedric stared at the ingredients because looking at either professor felt unsafe. Snape's silence could have chilled tea. I am correcting a defect before it becomes arrogance, Snape said. An admirable distinction, Dumbledore replied, still too gently. One rarely made with such patience. Snape's face became blank in the way dungeon walls were blank before something unfortunate happened against them. Did you require something, Headmaster? Only Mr. Diggory, eventually. Professor Sprout wondered whether he had been swallowed by educational zeal. Dumbledore looked at Cedric then, and the humor softened into something warmer but no less watchful. Are you well, my boy? Yes, sir, Cedric said. Professor Snape is teaching me not to be an idiot. Dumbledore's composure failed by the width of a smile. Snape's eyes closed for one long, dangerous breath. Mr. Diggory, he said, has also not yet learned when to stop assisting. Dumbledore's smile lingered only long enough to make the dungeon more dangerous. Then he tucked it away with the care of a man putting a sweet into a pocket during a funeral. I shall inform Professor Sprout that Mr. Diggory remains whole, instructed, and apparently in possession of all necessary fingers. Generous of you, Snape said. Perhaps you might also inform her that if she sends students to search for him, they should not hover in my corridor like lost puffskeins. Cedric's ears warmed because he could imagine exactly who Sprout might have sent and exactly how fast the story would travel if any Hufflepuff had seen Dumbledore standing in Snape's private lesson. He kept both hands folded in front of him and looked at the dishes, the cauldron, the white tile with its darkening streak of gold, anything except the two professors measuring one another over his head. Dumbledore inclined his head, mild as cream and twice as slippery. I will pass along the warning. Mr. Diggory, when Professor Snape releases you, do go straight to your common room. Your house has become rather fond of counting you after incidents. Yes, sir, Cedric said. The word incidents hung in the air with smoke, summer, St. Mungo's, and Luna's pale eyes beside a hospital bed. Snape's gaze flicked once to Cedric's right sleeve, then away again so quickly that it might not have happened. Dumbledore saw it. Cedric saw Dumbledore see it. That was worse. Headmaster, Snape said, very softly, your concern is noted. And yours is almost visible, Dumbledore replied, which was either bravery or a death wish wrapped in velvet. He stepped back before Snape could answer and let the door open behind him. "Good evening, Severus, Mr. Diggory." The door closed. The dungeon felt colder without him and somehow easier to breathe in. Snape turned on Cedric at once. "If you repeat any version of this lesson that makes me sound indulgent, I will ensure your next month contains so much proper procedure that you dream in cleaning rotations." "I won't, sir," Cedric said quickly. "You will also not tell your housemates that private instruction has begun." Cedric hesitated. "Professor Sprout will ask." "Professor Sprout may ask me. You may say you received corrective work after a dangerous deviation. That is true and sufficiently humiliating." Cedric nodded. "Yes, sir." Snape picked up the white tile and held it out. The streak had settled into two colors now, dull green around the edge and a thin gold thread through the middle. "Next Thursday, you will bring parchment, gloves, and a clean mind. You will read chapters 4 and 7 of Arsenius Jigger's text again, then copy the ingredient preparation notes from Most Potenti Potions for Mallow, Moonstone, Dittany, and Asphodel. You will not brew from that book. You will read it." Cedric accepted the tile carefully. "What am I meant to do with this?" "Look at it when you feel clever." Snape's mouth curled faintly, not kindly, but not entirely cruelly either. "It is the color of almost. Almost is where promising brewers kill people." The warmth Cedric had felt earlier went very still. He looked at the gold thread and understood that Snape had given him something better than praise and heavier than punishment. A warning with proof. "I understand," Cedric said. "No, you don't," Snape replied. "But you have begun to suspect, which is the first useful step. Go." Cedric gathered his bag, tucked the tile into a wrapped cloth, and left the dungeon with his thoughts arranged in uneasy rows. Behind him, Snape's door closed with a quiet click. Ahead, the corridor curved toward Hufflepuff warmth, questions, food, and the ordinary noise of people who liked him. Cedric walked toward it slowly, carrying a failed improvement in his bag and a new standard under his ribs, and knew that next Thursday had already become both gift and trap. 41. After the cauldron. Cedric did not hurry after leaving Snape's office. Hurrying would have made the corridor feel like escape, and escape was the wrong word for walking away with permission, homework, and a warning wrapped in cloth inside his bag. The dungeon stones held the day's cold against his shoes, and every torch seemed too bright after the careful gloom of the private lesson. Behind him, Snape's door had closed quietly. That was somehow worse than a slam. A slam would have meant anger. Quiet meant the lesson had not ended when the cauldron cooled. The wrapped tile sat against his books with an uncomfortable weight. Cedric could feel it there each time the bag shifted. Dull green at the edge, a thin gold line through the middle, the color of almost. Almost better, almost uncontrolled, almost clever enough to become dangerous. Snape had not praised him, not really, but he had done something worse. He had seen Cedric accurately and decided accuracy required follow-up. At the turn near the first staircase, Cedric stopped and leaned one hand against the wall. The old injury in his right arm had settled to a faint prickle now, but the dungeon smell still clung to his robes. Mallow root, hot metal, vinegar, and smoke. He breathed until his shoulders lowered, then took the wrapped tile from his bag and checked that the cloth remained tight around it. He did not unwrap it. The corridor was not private enough for proof. "Cedric?" Mary Macmillan's voice came from above him, cautious and relieved at once. She stood 3 steps up with Simon beside her, both in Hufflepuff yellow, both clearly pretending they had not been waiting. Mary held her books against her chest like a shield. "Professor Sprout said not to bother you if Professor Snape kept you, but you were gone ages." "I wasn't being boiled," Cedric said, which was the first answer that came to mind and not, in hindsight, the most reassuring. Simon's eyes widened. Was boiling disgust? No. Cedric adjusted the strap of his bag and started up the stairs because standing still made the questioning feel official. "It was corrective work. I made a potion do something it wasn't meant to do, and Professor Snape decided I needed to understand why that was bad before I did it again." Mary frowned as she fell into step beside him. "But your potion didn't look bad." "That was the problem," Cedric said. "It nearly improved." Simon stared at him as if this was the most Hufflepuff disaster imaginable. "You got detention because your potion nearly improved?" Cedric thought of Snape's thin glass rod, the gold thread darkening on the white tile, and the sharp line between observation and arrogance. I got detained because nearly is not the same as safely, he said, then heard how much like Snape he sounded and wished immediately to throw himself into the lake. Mary heard it too. Her mouth opened, then closed with visible effort. You sound different. Cedric looked down the staircase toward the warmer corridors above, where voices moved, supper waited, and Hufflepuff would ask questions with far more affection than mercy. I think Professor Snape intended that, he said. By the time they reached the upper corridor, 2 more Hufflepuffs had spotted them, and the news began moving faster than Cedric's feet. He kept walking, the tile heavy in his bag and Snape's attention heavier still, while the castle seemed to lean closer with every step. He had gone into the dungeon as a good student who had done something odd. He came out as something Snape had chosen to test again, and Cedric understood with a quiet twist in his stomach that this was not a private lesson anymore. It was the beginning of being watched properly. The Hufflepuff common room did not let Cedric enter quietly. Warm lamplight, low ceilings, worn armchairs, and the smell of supper leftovers should have softened the edge of the dungeon from his skin, but the moment he stepped through the round door, 3 conversations faltered and turned toward him. Cedric paused with one hand still near the frame, suddenly aware of the wrapped tile in his bag and the way Simon and Mary had followed close enough to look like witnesses. Susan Bones was the first to stand. You're back, she said, relief making the words sharper than accusation. We thought Professor Snape had kept you for a proper detention. It was corrective work, Cedric said, because repeating Snape's phrase felt safer than inventing a kinder one. He crossed toward the nearest table, set his bag down carefully, and made sure the cloth-wrapped tile did not clink against his ink bottle. I made the potion drift outside the instructions. Professor Snape corrected me. Tonks looked up from the arm of the sofa where she had been sitting with one boot tucked under her, her 4th-year robes loose and her hair currently a suspicious shade of bright copper. Snape doesn't correct Hufflepuffs privately because he's feeling generous. He usually corrects them in public until their souls leave by the nearest drain. A few students laughed, but not loudly enough to loosen the room. Cedric took out his parchment instead of the tile and smoothed the top sheet with fingers that wanted something ordinary to do. He was not generous. Mary sat opposite him, still frowning. He didn't shout, though. Not after class. He made you explain. That sounds worse, Susan said at once. It was worse, Simon muttered, dropping into the chair beside Mary. He asked questions like the cauldron was on trial and Cedric was both the witness and the murderer. Cedric closed his eyes for one brief second. That is not a helpful description. Tonks slid off the sofa and came closer, her teasing expression thinning into something more careful. Did he give you homework? Cedric hesitated, which was a mistake. Tonks saw it. Susan saw Tonks see it. Half the nearby second years leaned in with the ruthless concern of Hufflepuffs who had found something to protect. Yes, Cedric said, reading. Ingredient preparation notes. Nothing dramatic. Nothing dramatic, Tonks repeated. From Snape. He also told me not to trust sensation over procedure, Cedric said, because that was true and sounded sufficiently unpleasant. Which is good advice. Susan's eyes narrowed. That sounds like teacher advice. Cedric looked down at his parchment. He is a teacher. No, Tonks said, and her voice changed the pressure in the room more than any joke could have. Snape is a professor. There's a difference when he starts choosing to teach someone. The word settled too close to what Cedric had been trying not to name. He felt the old prickle under his sleeve again, fainter now, tied to smoke, gold thread, and Snape's thin glass rod. I don't think he's chosen me, he said carefully. I think he's chosen the problem. Mary leaned forward. And the problem is you? Cedric folded the parchment once, then unfolded it because his hands had betrayed him. Apparently the problem is that I noticed something real and didn't have enough discipline to leave it alone. For a moment, no one joked. Then Tonks reached across the table and tapped 2 fingers against his parchment, not hard enough to scold, only enough to make him look up. Then listen when he teaches the discipline, Saint Shiny. But don't let him make you think being good at something is a crime. Cedric gave her a small smile because she was trying, and because the common room warmth had finally begun to reach his bones. I'll try. Susan sat back, still watchful. And if he starts testing you like a dangerous object, you tell Professor Sprout. Cedric thought of Snape's flat eyes, Dumbledore's almost smile, and the tile wrapped in cloth. I think, he said softly, Professor Sprout may already know enough to worry. Cedric escaped the common room only after supper, 3 rounds of questions, and Tonks threatening to hex anyone who asked whether Snape had smiled. That helped more than Cedric wanted to admit. By the time the room settled into homework, chess, and sleepy argument, he had managed to look ordinary enough that Susan stopped watching his bag and Simon stopped whispering theories about cauldron trials. Cedric waited until Mary asked a first-year to fetch more ink, then slipped toward the dormitory stairs with his books tucked close. Tonks noticed anyway. She always noticed when he most needed people not to. "Going to brood in tidy handwriting?" she asked from the sofa, her voice light enough for the room and sharp enough for him. Cedric paused with one foot on the stair. "Going to do homework before Professor Snape decides my ignorance has roots." "That sounds like yes," Tonks said. Then she looked at the nearest curious second year and added, "He is doing homework. Hufflepuffs are allowed. It's in the charter." Cedric gave her a grateful look he hoped was small enough not to become another rumor, then climbed quickly before anyone could follow. The dormitory was empty, warm, and blessedly ordinary. Trunks stood at bed ends. Curtains hung half open. Someone had left socks on a chair in a way that suggested either carelessness or a quiet act of war. Cedric crossed to his bed, drew the curtains most of the way, and opened his trunk with careful hands. The wrapped tile came out first. He set it on his folded cloak, then took out his potions notes, herbology ledger, and the thin garden book he kept disguised under a cover that said revision timetable. That lie had become useful enough to deserve respect. Cedric unwrapped the tile at last. The dark green edge in narrow gold thread showed under the lamplight, plain and accusing. Almost. He copied the day's recipe onto fresh parchment, then wrote what he had felt before he wrote what he had done. Base too sharp, moonstone not settled, mallow thickening would hide instability. He stopped there, dipped the quill again, and added Snape's correction beneath it. Observation is not permission. His hand hovered over the garden ledger. He turned back 3 pages to notes on dittany, white fresh, biting herb, and the way living plants resisted bad soil before cut ingredients resisted bad timing. The connection looked obvious now, which made it more dangerous rather than less. The secret garden had taught his hands to listen. Snape had noticed the listening inside a cauldron. If Cedric grew stronger through plants, and plants sharpened his sense for potions, then potions class was no longer merely schoolwork. It was a place where his private life could leak into public skill. A soft knock touched the bedpost. Cedric pulled the curtain open a handspan and found Simon standing there with an apologetic expression and a tin of biscuits. "Tonks said I'm not allowed to ask questions," Simon whispered. "So I brought tribute instead." Cedric looked at the tin, then at Simon's earnest face, and felt his worry loosen by one small notch. "That is not how privacy usually works." "It's Hufflepuff privacy," Simon said. "We leave you alone, but with snacks." Cedric accepted one biscuit because refusing would have caused more concern than eating. "Tell them I'm fine." Simon glanced at the notes spread across the cloak. "Are you?" Cedric looked at the gold thread on the tile and then covered it again with the cloth. "I'm becoming informed," he said. "It's not the same thing, but it's better than being stupid." Simon nodded as if that made perfect sense, which was either friendship or Hufflepuff madness. When he left, Cedric returned to the ledger and wrote one final line under the date. "Garden, potions, and Snape are now connected. Treat every improvement as visible until proven otherwise." Cedric slept badly, not because the dormitory was loud, but because his thoughts kept returning to the gold thread on the tile. Each time he closed his eyes, he saw it lying through dull green like a warning someone had drawn with a very steady hand. By morning, the warning had become less frightening and more practical, which was usually how Cedric knew fear had found a job. He dressed before the others, packed his potions notes beside the wrapped tile, and slipped down to breakfast with his bag held carefully against his side. Professor Sprout found him before Toast did. She was waiting near the entrance to the great hall with her hands tucked into the sleeves of her robes, looking as warm and harmless as a greenhouse until one noticed the firmness around her eyes. "Mr. Diggory," she said, and somehow made his surname sound both affectionate and official. "Walk with me a moment." Cedric glanced toward the Hufflepuff table, where Simon had already seen him and was trying very hard not to wave like a signal flag. "Yes, Professor." Sprout led him along the side of the hall, far enough from the tables that the breakfast noise covered them, but not so far that it felt like being summoned for judgment. "Professor Snape sent me a note last night," she said. Cedric's stomach tightened. "Did he say I'd been arrogant?" "He said you had shown promising stupidity," Sprout said, and her mouth twitched when Cedric winced. "Which, from Severus, is almost a fruit basket." "That's worrying," Cedric said. "It should be." She stopped beside a stone pillar where a hanging vine had been trained neatly around a brass hook. Her fingers checked one leaf with automatic care, then turned the same practical attention on him. "He also said you require discipline before instinct becomes habit." "I agree with him." Cedric looked down at his shoes. "Yes, Professor. Don't sound so punished. Talent is not a crime, but talent with no breaks is just an accident that hasn't chosen a day." Sprout's voice softened without losing its weight. "You listen to plants, Mr. Diggory. Not in words, perhaps, but you listen. If that hearing has begun following you into cauldrons, then you will need more than enthusiasm and good intentions." Cedric thought of his line in the notebook. Garden, potions, and Snape are now connected. Hearing Sprout name the shape from the outside made it feel less private and more real. "I wrote rules," he said carefully. "For myself. Observation is not permission. Test before trusting. Procedure first." Sprout studied him for a long breath, then nodded once. "Good. Add another. If either I or Professor Snape tells you to stop, you stop before deciding whether we're right." That rule pricked his pride, which was how Cedric knew it needed writing. "I'll add it. And you'll eat breakfast," she said, turning him gently toward the Hufflepuff table with one hand between his shoulders. "Clever children who skip meals become dramatic children, and Hogwarts has enough drama in the walls." Cedric obeyed, because arguing with Sprout felt like arguing with soil, rain, and his mother at once. As he sat at the table, Simon slid toast onto his plate without comment, and Tonks raised both brows from 3 seats away. Cedric took out his notebook under the table, wrote Sprout's rule in small neat letters, and closed it again before anyone could read. Snape had given him a standard. Sprout had given it roots. Between them, Cedric understood that the cauldron had not ended anything. It had simply taught the adults where to look. 42. Greenhouse Echoes. Herbology came after breakfast, which meant Cedric reached Greenhouse 3 with Sprout's rule still fresh in his notebook and toast still sitting too heavily in his stomach. The morning light turned the glass roof pale gold, and the benches were already crowded with trays, knives, shallow bowls, and a line of squat purple-leaved plants whose stems bent toward the students with faintly offended dignity. The air smelled of wet compost, crushed leaf, and something sharp enough to belong in a cauldron rather than a greenhouse. Professor Sprout stood beside the central bench with her sleeves rolled to the elbow and a brass bowl tucked against one hip. "Today," she said, once the last Hufflepuff had squeezed in beside a Ravenclaw girl with ink on her wrist, "we're preparing Bruisewort leaf for Madame Pomfrey's stores and for Professor Snape's lower-year brewing supply. That means you are not merely cutting leaves. You are deciding whether a potion behaves itself later." Cedric's fingers tightened around his gloves before he could stop them. Mary, standing beside him, glanced over at once. "You look as if someone said Snape 3 times in a mirror." "I'm listening," Cedric said. "That's worse," Simon murmured from the other side. "Last time you listened, he kept you after class." Sprout's eyes flicked toward them with dangerous cheer. "Mr. Macmillan, if your hands are as quick as your mouth, Madame Pomfrey will be delighted." Simon went red and reached for his gloves. "Yes, Professor." Sprout lifted one Bruisewort stem and showed them the underside of the leaf. "You cut above the second joint, never through the dark vein. Bruise the vein, and the sap turns bitter. Let the leaf wilt before cutting, and the whole batch loses strength. Force the plant, and it gives you exactly what impatience deserves." Cedric leaned closer despite himself. The plant did not speak in words, but its tension was plain once Sprout named it. The main stem held firm, but each leaf had a different readiness, a different pull of sap and stiffness. In potions, that same difference would arrive already hidden, disguised as chopped ingredient. Here, while the leaf still lived, the answer showed itself before the knife touched it. Sprout laid the stem down in front of him. "Mr. Diggory, show me where you would cut." For one beat too long, the greenhouse went quiet around him. Cedric looked at the leaf, at the dark vein, at Sprout's steady face, and remembered Snape's tile wrapped in cloth. He set his knife down instead of lifting it. Here, he said, pointing just above the second joint. But not yet. This one's still tight. That side leaf is ready first. Sprout's expression did not change, but her eyes warmed. Good. Then prove patience with your hands. Cedric cut the side leaf exactly where Sprout had shown him, not quickly, not slowly, but with the care of someone refusing to let the knife decide before his eyes did. The bruisewort gave beneath the blade with a soft, wet parting, and a clean bead of sap gathered along the cut without darkening. He placed the leaf in the shallow bowl, turned the stem slightly, and waited while the next leaf loosened from its tight curl by the smallest fraction. Mary stared at the bowl. Mine went brown at the edge. Cedric looked over before thinking better of it. Her cut had nicked the dark vein, and the sap had already turned dull and sticky where it touched the wood. You're holding the stem too low, he said, keeping his voice quiet. It twists when you press. Hold it here, brace with your thumb, and don't chase the leaf if it bends away. Mary adjusted her grip, tried again, and produced a cleaner cut. Oh, she said, pleased and faintly offended. That was easier. Simon leaned across his own plant with immediate hope. Do mine next. Do your own, Cedric said, but he shifted closer and pointed with the back of his knife. That one's not ready. This one is. See how the underside has gone pale near the joint. Simon squinted. No. Cedric paused. That was the trouble. He could see it now because the lesson had made the plant's state obvious to him, but obvious was not the same thing as normal. He reached for safer words. Feel it with the glove. Ready leaves bend without fighting you. Tight ones push back. Simon tested the leaf, then made an exaggerated thoughtful face. This plant is rude. It's being alive, Cedric said. That's often rude, Simon replied, but he cut where Cedric had pointed and gave a small triumphant noise when the sap stayed clear. By the next few minutes, 3 more students had leaned in. One Ravenclaw had asked whether Cedric would check her bowl, and Mary was telling a first year not to squeeze the stem like a broom handle. Cedric felt the attention gather around him leaf by leaf, warmer than Snape's scrutiny but no less visible. He wanted to step back. He also could not watch classmates ruin usable ingredient because he was afraid of looking helpful. Professor Sprout came to his bench with an empty brass bowl and stopped close enough that everyone straightened. Mr. Diggory, she said, looking over the clean cuts, the corrected grips, and the small cluster of students trying very hard not to appear clustered. You seem to have acquired a cue. Cedric set his knife flat on the bench. I was only explaining the joint, Professor. So I heard. Sprout lifted Mary's corrected stem, examined the cut, then glanced at Simon's bowl. And you explained it plainly enough that Mr. Macmillan's plant survived him. That is no small achievement. Simon opened his mouth, decided against defending himself, and shut it again. A few Hufflepuffs laughed. Cedric felt heat rise in his face, because Sprout sounded pleased, the others looked proud, and the whole thing was dangerously close to becoming another little story about Saint Shiny being excellent at something. Sprout's gaze softened, but her voice stayed practical. Help one more bench, Mr. Diggory, then return to your own work. A good hand is useful. A good hand that forgets its own tray becomes a nuisance. Cedric nodded, grateful for the boundary as much as the praise. Yes, Professor. Cedric did not go to the secret garden the moment herbology ended. He ate lunch, attended charms, copied enough history of magic dates to satisfy even Susan Bones, and let the wanting sit under his ribs until it became a decision rather than an itch. By evening, when the dormitory had settled and he drew his curtains, Sprout's bruisewort lesson had turned into something harder than curiosity. It had become a missing page in his own understanding, and Cedric disliked missing pages almost as much as Snape disliked careless brewing. The cottage received him in quiet lamplight. Cedric set the bruisewort notes on the table, then brought out the older garden ledger, the steel copybook, and the current source list. The Kneazle occupied the chair opposite him, paws tucked under its chest, eyes half closed in the manner of a creature that intended to judge without admitting interest. Move, Cedric said, pulling the ledger closer. The Kneazle did not move. Chair is warm. Boy may use floor. Cedric stared at it for 3 seconds, then sat on the floor with the ledger balanced on his knees because losing an argument to a Kneazle was quicker than having one. He drew a new page and wrote Source Audit at the top, then stopped. The words were neat. The page was blank beneath them. That was the problem. He had been growing things, feeding things, trimming, watering, learning, and recording totals, but he had not made the reader's obvious question into Cedric's obvious question. What, exactly, was each living source giving back? He turned to the oldest confirmed entry first. White Fresh and Dittany. He remembered the tiny cut closing faster than it should have, the shock of watching blood stop before fear had finished arriving, and the Steel's cool agreement afterward. Constitution. Faint regeneration. Not miracle healing. Not invulnerability. Better recovery. Better stamina. A body that forgave small harm more quickly when the plants were healthy and cared for. He wrote that down, then underlined care required because healthy feedback did not come from neglected pots. The Kneazle opened one eye. Healing leaves make less breakable boy. That is not the term I'm using, Cedric said. Should. Accurate. Cedric ignored that and moved to the next line. Fast climbers, springing stems, broom practice, greenhouse hands. Agility. Not because a vine magically gave him speed by existing, but because tending plants that moved, coiled, resisted, and punished clumsy hands trained his balance and reactions while the space fed the work back in small increments. He wrote, Agility field needs moving plants, balance drills, pruning under pressure, and broom work outside the space. The next line took longer. Magical density beds, stable magical herbs, rich soil, orchard threshold. Magic power. He looked toward the mist beyond the orchard edge and felt the pressure of locked water somewhere past it. Magic power had opened the land, but the land had helped grow magic power too, one careful bed at a time. Deep-rooting herbs, stable magical plants, and well-kept soil were not decoration. They were the engine. That should have been obvious sooner, Cedric muttered. The Kneazle yawned. Obvious to cats. Slow for shiny boys. Kneazles are not cats, Cedric said automatically. Better than cats. He gave up and wrote the creature line before the Kneazle could become unbearable. Kneazle bond, not ownership. Creature speech stronger through trust. Danger sense, scent warning, intent reading, and space awareness sharpened by relationship. Not a simple stat battery. Must feed, respect, and ask. He paused there, thinking of the way the Kneazle had warned him before adults noticed him, and the way it could smell wrongness in people, potions, and doors. That had not been perception as a neat number. It had been companionship teaching his magic what attention felt like. Finally, Cedric wrote charisma beside food, Hufflepuff trust, business, help given freely, and reputation pressure. The word looked strange beside cabbage, Kneazle, and bruisewort, but it belonged there. People trusted him because he fed, helped, listened, taught, sold fairly, and did not make strength feel cruel. That trust had become power too, and danger. Cedric sat back, the page full at last. Healing bed, agility bed, magic power bed, potion ingredient bed, creature habitat, food and goodwill line, book 2 targets, not vague planting. Fields with reasons. The Kneazle stretched, leapt down, and padded across the ledger, leaving one paw directly on the words creature habitat. Bigger. Cedric smiled despite the weight in his chest. Yes, he said softly. Bigger, but properly this time. Cedric spent the last hour before curfew in the secret garden with soil on his cuffs and the source audit tucked safely inside the cottage. The newly opened orchard edge was not grand, not yet, only a widened strip of dark earth where the mist had drawn back enough for a careful row of dwarf fruit saplings and experimental root beds. That was more than enough to make work of him. He measured distance with a marked string, dug the first hole with a short-handled spade, and set the sapling in place while the Kneazle supervised from the low wall with the solemn cruelty of a creature that had never planted anything in its life. Straight? Cedric asked, holding the young tree steady with one hand. Leaning, the Kneazle answered. Cedric adjusted the trunk a fraction. Now? Less embarrassing. That's almost helpful, Cedric said, and pressed soil around the roots with both hands. The work warmed his shoulders and steadied his mind in a way the steel never did. Numbers could tempt. Soil simply required doing. He watered the sapling slowly, watching the dark ring spread around the base, then tied it to a slim support cane. Healing bed near the cottage. Agility climbers along the wall. Magic power roots where the deeper soil had opened. Creature shelter later, when bigger meant safe rather than merely possible. While Cedric planted, a silver instrument on Dumbledore's desk turned with a soft click and released a narrow thread of smoke that curled above a folded parchment. Professor Sprout's report lay open beneath Dumbledore's hand, written in her practical script. Mr. Diggory displayed unusual sensitivity to bruisewort readiness, corrected classmates without arrogance, and accepted a boundary when given. Recommend continued instruction with care. Professor Snape's note was shorter, sharper, and somehow more troubling. Diggory listens to ingredients. He must be taught procedure before instinct makes him reckless. Dumbledore read both again, then lowered them beside Minerva's earlier remarks on Cedric's crosshouse friendships, Filius's note on charm control, and a clipping from the Prophet mentioning another children's book launch under Cedric's name. A kind boy, he murmured, though the words did not settle cleanly. Fawkes watched him from the perch, bright-eyed and silent. Yes, Dumbledore said softly, folding Sprout's report with careful fingers. I know, kindness should not frighten an old man. In the secret garden, Cedric finished tamping soil around the second sapling and sat back on his heels, smiling at the neat little row with dirt on his hands and hope in his chest. He had made a map, chosen the first beds, and planted trees that would take time. That felt right. Good things should take work. The Kneazle leapt down and sniffed the newest sapling. Small tree. Big trouble later. Cedric laughed under his breath. Probably. Far above, in a castle office Cedric did not know was thinking of him, Dumbledore set the reports into a slim file marked with Cedric's name. He did not lock it. Not yet, but he did place it where his hand could find it again, and his blue eyes stayed troubled long after the parchment stopped moving. 43. The Pitch remembers. The next Saturday morning pulled Cedric from soil to sky before breakfast had properly settled. His hands still remembered the orchard work, the slow pressure of earth tucked around roots, but the Quidditch pitch wanted a different kind of care. It wanted fingers tight around a broom handle, knees loose, shoulders low, eyes open, and enough humility not to trust air simply because the ground had been kind the night before. Hufflepuff's formal team had the pitch after dawn, but second years and promising reserves were allowed to attend the early drill if they kept out of the way and didn't make the captain regret generosity. Cedric arrived with his school broom over one shoulder, his yellow practice scarf tucked close against his throat, and Simon Macmillan walking beside him with the expression of a boy who had come to support a friend while hoping not to be asked to leave the grass. You know, Simon said, watching two seventh years cut across the pitch in a clean passing pattern, some people spend Saturday morning sleeping. Cedric set his broom down and began stretching his wrists. Some people spend potions pretending not to breathe. That's defensive breathing, Simon said. Very advanced. A sharp whistle cut across the grass. The Hufflepuff captain, a broad-shouldered sixth year named Tamsin Fairburn, pointed toward the reserve line without lowering her clipboard. Diggory, Macmillan, and anyone else under third year, listen carefully. You're not here to win practice. You're here to survive it, learn from it, and avoid becoming paperwork. Simon raised one hand halfway. Am I required to fly? Tamsin looked him over with brisk mercy. Not unless your broom has wronged you personally. You can help with cones. Simon brightened at once. Excellent. I've always felt cones respect me. Tonks hovered 3 feet above the grass with her hair currently an alarming shade of buttercup yellow. Careful, Seed. That's how they get you. First cones, then reserve drills, then someone says you've got noble Hufflepuff spirit and suddenly you're being hit by bludgers at breakfast. Cedric swung one leg over his broom and tried not to smile too much. I'll watch for noble spirit. No, you won't, Tonks said, pushing off into a slow backward drift. You'll look polite, do exactly what they ask, and make the rest of us look lazy. It's disgusting. Tamsin's whistle snapped again before Cedric could answer. Diggory, up, slow lap first, no dives, no showing off, no trying to catch anything unless I throw it at your head. Cedric kicked off. The pitch dropped beneath him in one smooth breath, grass flattening into pattern, hoops rising gold against the pale morning, Hufflepuff robes flashing at the corners of his sight. He kept the lap slow because Tamsin had ordered slow, but the broom answered more cleanly than it had last year. His balance settled before he had to think about settling. When the wind pressed against his shoulder, his body adjusted, not perfectly, not without effort, but soon enough that the broom stopped arguing. Below, Simon shaded his eyes with one hand. He looks annoyingly comfortable. Tonks flew nearer, watching Cedric complete the turn around the left hoop without drifting wide. That's because St. Shiny has decided gravity is optional. Cedric heard them and kept his eyes forward. The praise warmed, the watching waned. He finished the lap, came in low over the grass, and touched down lightly enough that Tamsin's quill paused over her clipboard. She studied him for a moment. Again, she said, this time with the reserve line. Still no heroics. Cedric nodded, breath already quicker, palms already tight. Yes, Captain. Tamsin's mouth twitched. And Diggory? Improving is allowed. Becoming a legend before lunch is not. The reserve line was not gentle. Cedric discovered that within the first 2 minutes, when Tamsin sent him up behind a third-year chaser and told him to mirror turns without crossing the passing lane. The drill looked simple from the grass. In the air, with 3 older players cutting across his sight and a quaffle moving faster than good sense, simple became a word adults use before children embarrassed themselves. Keep your shoulders loose, Tonks called as she swept past, upside down for no reason Cedric could respect. If you grip like that, the broom thinks you're frightened. I am frightened, Cedric called back, flattening himself as a bludger cracked through the space where his head had nearly been. Good, Tonks said cheerfully, righting herself. Then you're learning. Cedric followed the third year through the next turn. His broom dipped late, and the delay pulled at his stomach, sharp enough to make him correct too hard. He didn't fall, he didn't drift into the passing lane, but Tamsin's whistle cut across the pitch all the same, and Cedric came down with the sour knowledge that surviving a mistake wasn't the same thing as fixing it. Tamsin met him at waist height on her own broom, hovering with one hand on the handle and the other still holding the clipboard. You saw the turn before you trusted it, she said. That's why you were late. Cedric swallowed, breathing through the cold in his chest. I thought I'd overcommit. You undercommitted, Tamsin said, not unkindly. That's safer on the ground. In the air, hesitation becomes distance, and distance becomes someone else scoring past your ear. An older beater named Rookwood Flint, who had the shoulders of a wardrobe and the cheerful expression of someone paid in bruises, drifted close enough to listen. He didn't panic, though. Most second years twitch when the bludger kisses the lane. It didn't kiss anything, Simon called from below, clutching a stack of cones. It proposed murder. Rookwood laughed, but his eyes stayed on Cedric. You're light on correction, Diggory. Too polite with the broom. Stop asking it whether it minds. Cedric looked from him to Tamsin. Brooms don't like being bullied either. Tonks gave a delighted bark of laughter. Hear that? He's negotiating with wood now. Saint Shiny, friend to sticks everywhere. Tamsin did not laugh at once. She watched Cedric's hands, his seat, the way the broom steadied under him once he stopped trying to make the correction look tidy. Then she nodded toward the far hoop. Again, same turn. This time commit before you're comfortable. Cedric pushed off, lower than before. The third-year chaser cut right, and Cedric followed with his stomach already warning him that the turn was too early, too sharp, too much. He committed anyway. The broom leaned under him, the pitch slid sideways, and for one breath everything narrowed to hand, knee, wind, and choice. He came out of the turn clean enough that the quaffle passed in front of him instead of behind. Rookwood's grin faded into something more measuring. That's not charm, he said, just loud enough for Tamsin to hear. That boy's going to be dangerous. Cedric heard it, and the broom suddenly felt less like freedom than a bright thing held up in front of too many eyes. Tamsin did not let the word dangerous sit in the air long enough to become a crown. She blew the whistle again, pointed 2 fingers toward the far end of the pitch, and sent the reserve line into a tighter pattern around the hoops. If you can hear compliments, you're not working hard enough. Diggory, behind Avery. Tonks, stop flying like gravity insulted your family and run interference properly. Tonks swept past Cedric with a grin that looked almost innocent from a distance and not at all innocent up close. You heard the captain. No becoming terrifying until after lunch. Cedric pushed his broom forward and tucked in behind the third-year chaser, who glanced over his shoulder with new calculation in his eyes. That was worse than teasing. Teasing could be laughed off. Calculation meant Cedric had become part of someone else's plans, someone else's team sheet, someone else's idea of what Hufflepuff might be able to do next year if the polite second year kept getting sharper. The drill tightened. Avery cut toward the left hoop. Rookwood sent a bludger across the lane at half force, and Tonks crossed high to make Cedric choose between following the chaser cleanly or giving the older girl too much room. Cedric dropped instead of rising. The wind slapped his robes against his legs, and the broom shuddered under the sudden change, not frightened exactly, but annoyed by the roughness of his command. He corrected with his knees, held the line, and came under Tonks's tail with barely a yard to spare. "Oi," Tonks called, laughing and breathless. "That was my space." "You moved into mine," Cedric said, though his voice came out thinner than he liked. "Good answer," Tamsin shouted from below. "Now prove it twice." Twice was where pride nearly punished him. Avery feinted right, then rolled left, and Cedric followed the first movement too faithfully. A younger reserve rose at the wrong moment ahead of him, eyes wide, broom handle jerking across Cedric's path. Cedric saw the collision arrive as a bright, ugly line through the air. He pulled up, too late to clear completely, then twisted hard around the other boy's shoulder. Wood scraped wood. Cedric's boot clipped the reserve's stirrup, and pain flashed up his ankle as both brooms lurched apart. They didn't fall. Cedric forced his broom down in a rough spiral and hit the grass with one foot first, then the other badly enough that his knee bent and his hand slapped the ground. The reserve landed 3 yards away, pale and breathing hard. Tamsin was there before embarrassment could become laughter. "Names," she snapped, not loudly but with enough force that everyone quieted. The younger reserve swallowed. "Marriott, Captain." Cedric pushed himself upright, testing his ankle before trusting it. "Diggory, Captain." "I know your names," Tamsin said. "I'm asking whose mistake it was." Cedric looked at Marriott's white face, then at the scraped mark along his own broom handle. The easy answer was that Marriott had risen too early. The true answer was less comfortable. "Both," he said. "Marriott crossed the lane, but I followed the feint too hard and didn't leave myself a safe exit." Tamsin held his gaze for one long second, then nodded once. "Correct. 10 minutes on the ground, both of you. Watch the pattern until you can tell me where the empty air is before you need it." Grounding did more for Cedric than another clean turn would have done. He stood beside Marriott near the reserve cones, ankle aching inside his boot, and watched the pattern above them until shame stopped making every whistle sound personal. The first minute was only color and motion. Yellow robes, black bludger, red quaffle, broomtails, hoop shadows sliding across grass. Then the spaces began to show. Not the players, not the ball, the gaps between them. Marriott rubbed both hands over his broom handle. "I really did cross early." Cedric kept his eyes on Avery's turn. "I really did chase the first movement." "That's very Hufflepuff of you," Marriott said, trying for a smile and not quite reaching it. "Sharing blame." "It's not sharing if it's true," Cedric said. "There, look, Avery always gives his shoulder away before the real turn. If you rise when his shoulder moves, you're already late." Marriott followed his gaze, frowning hard enough to make it look painful. "I see it now." Tamsin stepped in behind them without warning. "Good. Tell me where the empty air is." Cedric pointed toward the right of the center hoop before he could overthink it. "There, but only if Tonks stays high." Tonks, who had apparently heard her name from halfway across the pitch, shouted, "I am a reliable and dignified tactical obstacle." Rookwood sent a bludger past her left side. Tonks ducked under it with a laugh and immediately ruined her own claim by sticking her tongue out at him. Tamsin's mouth twitched. "Reliable enough, Marriott?" Marriott swallowed, then pointed lower. "There, under Rookwood's line, if the chaser commits left." "Better," Tamsin said. "Both of you up, slow return, no cleverness." Cedric mounted again with more care than before. His ankle complained when he pushed off, but it held. The broom rose smoothly, and he entered the pattern not as a boy trying to prove he belonged, but as one piece inside a moving answer. He let Avery feint. He let Tonks crowd him. He let the bludger own the space it had already claimed. Then he chose the gap before comfort arrived, crossed it cleanly, and came out beside Marriott with enough room for both of them to breathe. The whistle blew once, sharp and final. Tamsin waved them down. Practice broke apart into chatter, aching arms, and older students pretending they hadn't been watching Cedric more closely than they watched one another. Simon jogged over with the cone stack hugged to his chest like a rescued child. "You lived," Simon said. "I had several speeches prepared." Cedric landed and dismounted slowly. "Were any of them flattering?" "No, mostly tragic, very moving." Cones wept. Tonks dropped beside them and clapped Cedric lightly on the shoulder. "Bad news, Ced. You're not allowed to pretend you're just polite anymore." Cedric looked across the pitch to where Tamsin had already bent over her clipboard, writing something he could not read. The praise still warmed him. The attention still weighed, but the ache in his ankle, the scrape on the broom, and Marriott's pale face had given the morning a proper cost. "I'm still polite," Cedric said, adjusting his scarf before the wind could take it. "I'm just learning where the empty air is." Tonks grinned. "That sounds like something dangerous people say." Cedric smiled back because denying it would only make them all laugh, but as they walked toward breakfast, he knew the pitch had remembered him now. Worse, Hufflepuff had started to remember what it wanted him to become. 44. The Hufflepuff Web. By the time Cedric reached breakfast, his ankle had decided that Quidditch practice was a criminal institution and that walking was a personal insult. He kept his limp small because Hufflepuffs noticed pain the way Kneazles noticed sausages, but Simon noticed anyway and slid onto the bench beside him with a plate already loaded beyond ordinary friendship. "You're making the face," Simon said, pushing toast toward him. "The noble one. The one that says you're pretending your leg isn't staging a rebellion." Cedric accepted the toast because refusing help from Simon required more energy than eating. "It's not a rebellion. It's a complaint." Tonks dropped onto the opposite bench with her hair still buttercup yellow from practice and one elbow already dangerously close to Cedric's pumpkin juice. "Complaints get written down. Rebellions get ice and someone sensible telling Saint Shiny to sit still." "I'm sitting," Cedric said. "You're planning to get up," Tonks said, pointing at him with a fork. "I can see it in your annoyingly responsible shoulders." The problem was that she was right. By the time the porridge bowl arrived, 3 first years had gathered at the edge of the table with the wary hope of children approaching a prefect, a tutor, and a rumored Quidditch reserve candidate all wearing the same face. One held a charms essay. One clutched a herbology diagram drawn with more enthusiasm than accuracy. The third had no parchment at all. Only the expression of someone who had forgotten breakfast existed until Cedric's plate reminded him. Cedric looked at them, then at Tonks's fork, then at Simon's smug face. "After I eat," he said. The herbology girl brightened at once. "Professor Sprout said my roots are backwards." "They are," Cedric said gently. "But that's fixable." Simon tore a piece of toast in half and held it out to the hungry boy. "Here, emergency academic support." "That's just toast," the boy said. "It becomes academic support if you eat it before falling over," Simon replied. The little circle widened before Cedric had finished his second bite. A third year asked whether Cedric's potions notes still had the neat table for heating stages. One of the reserve chasers from practice stopped by to say Marriott was fine and Cedric had done well not to flatten him. Someone from the far end of the table passed down a jar of marmalade because, apparently, Cedric had missed it while being surrounded by the needy and the injured. Cedric should have felt trapped. Instead, warmth moved through him with the ache in his ankle, uncomfortable and real. He corrected the herbology diagram with 2 quick lines, handed over the potions table with a warning not to copy his phrasing, nudged the toast plate toward the hungry first year, and told the third-year chaser that Marriott had saved the turn too, because fairness mattered more when people were listening. Tonks watched him over her cup, her teasing softer than usual. "You know this is how it starts, don't you?" Cedric glanced around the table, where notes, food, Quidditch talk, and quiet little requests had begun to gather around him without anyone announcing a meeting. "How what starts?" Simon answered before Tonks could. "A terrible reputation for being useful." Cedric looked down at the corrected route diagram, then at the first year smiling as if the page had become less frightening. "There are worse reputations." Tonks leaned back, grinning again, but her eyes stayed thoughtful. "Yes, Ced, that's exactly the problem." The first sign that the morning had escaped Hufflepuff control came outside the library, where Cedric found 2 Slytherins waiting beside the suits of armor with the stiff patience of students who wanted help without looking as if they had asked for it. One was a third-year Cedric knew by sight from potions, narrow-faced, tidy, and always careful not to be seen needing anyone. The other was a second-year girl with ink on her fingers and a Transfiguration textbook hugged against her ribs like a shield. Simon slowed beside Cedric, immediately suspicious in the polite Hufflepuff way. "Are we being ambushed?" The third year's mouth tightened. "If we were ambushing Diggory, Macmillan, we'd choose somewhere with fewer witnesses and less dust." "That is oddly reassuring," Simon said. Cedric shifted his satchel higher on his shoulder and kept his weight off the sore ankle without making a performance of it. "What do you need?" The girl glanced once toward the library doors, then at the corridor behind them. Your heating stage table. For potions. Someone said you made one that doesn't read like it was written by a textbook trying to punish children. That someone was probably Tonks, Cedric said. It was a Ravenclaw, the third year said, as if that made the transaction more respectable. And we're not asking for charity. Cedric looked at him more closely then. The boy's pride was arranged as neatly as his tie, but there was tension under it, the kind that came from knowing a potion would go wrong tomorrow unless someone explained the step nobody admitted was confusing. Cedric opened his satchel, drew out a spare copy of the table, and held it between two fingers. It isn't charity, it's notes. If they help, improve your brew. If they don't, ignore them. The Slytherin did not take the parchment at once. What do you want for it? Corrections if you find any, Cedric said. And if a first year asks you where the library copy of 1000 magical herbs and fungi went, you tell them where it is instead of pretending not to know. Simon looked at him. That was very specific. The book keeps disappearing, Cedric said. The girl's ears went faintly pink. It's useful. So are first years who aren't crying in the stacks because older students hide the useful book, Cedric said, still mildly enough that the rebuke did not become a challenge. Share it, or I start making public borrowing lists. The third year stared at him for one startled second, then laughed under his breath and took the parchment. You bargain like a Hufflepuff who found a knife. No, Cedric said. I bargain like someone who wants the book back on the shelf. The girl gave him a quick, unwilling smile. Fine, we'll put it back after dinner. Before dinner, Cedric said. After lunch, she countered. Cedric considered her, then nodded. After lunch is acceptable. When the two Slytherins left, Simon watched them go with narrowed eyes. They didn't thank you. They took the deal, Cedric said, starting toward the library again. Simon fell into step beside him. That isn't the same thing. Cedric glanced back once and saw the girl already reading the first line of the table while the third year walked close enough to block anyone else from seeing how badly she needed it. For Slytherin, he said softly, it may be close. The library was warmer than the corridor and much less forgiving. Madame Pants had arranged silence in the room as if it were another set of shelves, polished, severe, and watched from behind her desk with a gaze sharp enough to make parchment behave. Cedric took a table near the herbology section because it gave him reach to the books younger students actually needed, then set his satchel down and eased his ankle under the chair before Simon could comment on it again. You're hiding the limp badly, Simon murmured as he opened his charms book. But nobly. Cedric dipped his quill. Your concern is very moving. My concern is practical. If you fall over in here, Madame Pants will make me shelve you alphabetically. A soft laugh came from the far side of the table. Cedric looked up and found Cho Chang standing there with two books pressed to her chest, her dark hair pinned back neatly and her Ravenclaw tie sitting with the careful precision of someone who had already learned that Hogwarts respected composure even when it did not deserve it. She was younger than he was, still new enough to look politely cautious around older students, but her eyes were bright with the alert curiosity Cedric associated with people who listened before they spoke. Sorry, Cho said, lowering her voice at once when Madame Pants's head turned. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was told you know which herbology notes are actually useful. Simon leaned back with open betrayal. He's becoming a public service. Cedric ignored him and gestured to the chair opposite. Useful depends on what you're trying to fix. Venomous tentacula growth stages, Cho said, sitting with care. The textbook explains them as if the plant politely develops in numbered order. Professor Sprout made it sound much less polite. That's because the textbook was written by someone standing too far away from the teeth, Cedric said, drawing a quick line on a scrap of parchment. Here, think of it by behavior first, size second. Bite tendency, vine strength, root hunger, then visible height. Cho leaned closer, and her expression shifted from admiration to concentration, which Cedric liked better. That makes sense. Then she looked at one of the loose papers near his elbow, where he had scribbled a private note in Chinese out of habit before copying the safe version in English. Her breath caught softly. You can write that? Cedric's hand stilled for half a second. Yes. My grandmother writes a little, Cho said, quieter now. I can only read some characters. Mum says I mix the forms. Cedric turned the scrap before Simon could become too interested. Then don't learn from my rushed notes. They're ugly. Cho smiled, sudden and warm. They're not ugly. They look like you know where they're going. That landed more gently than praise usually did. Cedric wrote 3 clean characters on a fresh corner of parchment, then added the English beneath them. Root, leaf, patience. Cho copied them carefully. Her admiration no longer pointed at the Saint of Hufflepuff or the Quidditch boy from breakfast, but at a door she had not expected him to open. Across the room, Tonks dropped into a chair beside a 7th year and immediately made the girl snort into her sleeve despite Madame Pance's glare. Cedric's eyes went there before he could stop them, drawn by yellow hair, careless warmth, and the easy way Tonks turned attention into laughter instead of weight. Cho noticed. Her smile softened in a way that made Cedric feel both grateful and guilty. She's very loud for a library. She's very loud everywhere, Cedric said. Simon looked between them, then wisely buried his face in his book. Cho bent over the parchment again. Teach me the next character? Cedric smiled and picked up his quill. All right, this one means garden. Dumbledore did not go to the library intending to watch Cedric Diggory. That was what he told himself as he crossed the threshold with 3 returned books tucked beneath one arm and a lemon drop warming slowly in his pocket. It was also, he admitted inwardly, not quite true. Hogwarts had ways of placing its questions in his path, and lately one of those questions wore Hufflepuff yellow, walked with a slight limp after Quidditch, and gathered people as quietly as a hearth gathered cold hands. Madame Pants looked up from her desk and narrowed her eyes at the sweet in his pocket. Headmaster. I have returned Madame Marchbanks's essays on examination irregularities, Dumbledore said mildly, setting the books down with care. And I have not dropped sugar on any page since Tuesday. That you admit, Madame Pants said. A fair distinction. Her gaze flicked past him, toward the herbology tables. If you are here about Mr. Diggory, he is not causing trouble. No, Dumbledore said, following her glance. That is rarely the word people choose. Cedric sat with Simon Macmillan on one side and Cho Chang opposite, a scrap of parchment between them. A Ravenclaw girl was copying Chinese characters with the solemn focus of someone entrusted with a fragile key. 2 younger Hufflepuffs waited nearby with books hugged to their chests. At the end of the table, a Slytherin 3rd year slid a borrowed herbology volume back into the shared stack without being asked, then left with the careful expression of a boy pretending the action had been his idea all along. Across the room, Tonks looked over once, saw Cedric smiling faintly at something Cho had written, and turned back too brightly to the older student beside her. Dumbledore watched all of it with his hands folded over his sleeve. Food, notes, tutoring, fair bargains, small languages, bruised ankles, and rescued library books. None of it looked like power if one only measured wands. That was how people missed the more durable kind. Professor Sprout appeared beside him with a basket of returned cuttings and a face full of fond exasperation. If you're about to look grave over my Hufflepuff, Albus, at least do it where he can't see you. I was trying not to look grave. You were looking twinkly and tragic. That's worse. Sprout set the basket on Madame Pance's side table and lowered her voice. He helps because helping is how he breathes. Don't make something ugly out of that. I would very much like not to, Dumbledore said softly. Sprout's eyes sharpened. But? He looked back at Cedric. Cho laughed quietly, Simon groaned into his book, and a 1st year relaxed enough to slide into the spare chair without asking permission. Around Cedric, house colors had stopped behaving like walls for a few precious minutes. That should have been beautiful. It was beautiful. It was also the sort of beauty history noticed before sharpening knives. But beloved boys can become banners, Dumbledore said, so quietly that only Sprout heard. Sometimes before they know anyone is marching. Sprout's mouth tightened. He is 12. Yes, Dumbledore said, watching Cedric pass the parchment back to Cho with patient care. That is what troubles me most. 45. Maps and Vanishing Footsteps. Fred Weasley had always believed that a proper secret should misbehave when watched. Ordinary secrets sat still in drawers, behind loose stones, or under Percy's mattress with labels no self-respecting secret ought to tolerate. Proper secrets twitched at the edge of sight. They invited trouble, denied responsibility, and looked deeply offended when accused. That was why the Marauder's map was almost certainly the finest object in Hogwarts, apart from a well-aimed dung bomb and George when he was pretending to be Fred badly enough to make Percy correct the wrong twin. The Gryffindor common room had settled into its late evening noise, all chess pieces arguing, homework scratching, and Percy making little disapproving sounds whenever someone breathed too rebelliously near his notes. Fred and George had claimed the hearthrug under the noble pretense of finishing charms revision, which would have been more convincing if their charms book had not been upside down and half buried beneath a plate of crumbs. Between them, shielded by George's elbow and Fred's knee, the map lay open in its busy, inked glory. "Filch is on the 3rd floor," George murmured, tapping one corridor with his wand tip. "Mrs. Norris is ahead of him. That cat has no respect for patrol formation." "Cat's the brains," Fred said. "Filch is transport." George snorted, then stilled. "Hold on." Fred followed his brother's gaze to the 7th floor. A dot labeled Wendell Prisk paced along a corridor opposite an old tapestry, reached the same stretch of wall for the 3rd time, and vanished. No turn, no staircase, no classroom door. One moment the name moved across the parchment. The next, it was gone as cleanly as if Hogwarts had swallowed him. Fred leaned closer. "Secret passage?" "Map shows passages," George said, voice sharpening with interest. "Even the sulky ones." They waited. Percy turned a page nearby with the dry menace of a future ministry clerk. A first-year laughed too loudly by the window and earned a glare from 3 older students at once. On the map, Wendell Prisk reappeared in the same corridor, carrying what looked from the dot's movement like either a box or a guilty conscience, then hurried away toward the stair. Fred's grin came slowly. Again. They watched for 20 minutes, which was heroic patience by Weasley standards. A 5th-year Ravenclaw paced there and vanished. A house elf appeared from nowhere with a name so small the map nearly hid it, disappeared, then returned without crossing any door. A Slytherin prefect walked past the same stretch twice, saw nothing, and continued on his patrol with tragic ignorance. George sat back, eyes bright. The map doesn't know the room. Fred looked toward the portrait hole, already thinking of yellow robes, neat notes, and a Hufflepuff who somehow made secrets feel more useful without making them less fun. "Then we need someone clever enough to help us make it confess." "Cedric," George said at once. Fred folded the map with reverent care. "Cedric." Cedric was halfway through explaining a second-year charms correction to a Hufflepuff who had somehow turned neat handwriting into a moral struggle when Fred and George appeared outside the Hufflepuff common room entrance wearing identical expressions of badly contained destiny. That was Cedric's first warning. The second was that neither of them immediately said anything ridiculous. They only stood there, shoulder to shoulder, red hair bright in the corridor torchlight, and waited until the second year gathered his parchment and fled with the gratitude of a boy who sensed he had escaped a larger incident. Cedric closed his book slowly. "Whatever it is, I want it known that I was studying peacefully before you arrived." Fred stepped forward and lowered his voice. "We have discovered a mystery." George nodded. "A proper one, not a Percy mystery, where the answer is always that someone moved his ink." Cedric glanced toward the Hufflepuff common room entrance, then toward the corridor behind them. "Is this the sort of mystery that explodes?" "Not yet," Fred said. "That's not reassuring," Cedric replied. "It's not meant to be reassuring," George said, with the gentle patience of a teacher correcting a dull pupil. "It's meant to be tempting." Cedric should have refused on principle. He had a charms essay to finish, herbology notes to copy cleanly, and a sore ankle that still objected to stairs with the bitter persistence of a union organizer. Instead, he saw the way Fred's hand rested protectively inside his robes and the way George kept checking the corridor before speaking. This was not ordinary mischief being waved under his nose. This was trust being offered with both hands and a grin, which made it much harder to treat lightly. "Somewhere private," Cedric said. The twins exchanged delighted looks, as if he had signed a contract in invisible ink. 5 minutes later, they had dragged him into an unused classroom with dusty desks, a blackboard bearing the ghost of an old arithmancy diagram, and a door George locked with a charm Cedric decided not to ask about yet. Fred unfolded a piece of parchment onto the teacher's desk with such reverence that Cedric's first instinct was caution and his second was worse, curiosity. George tapped it with his wand. "We solemnly swear that we are up to no good." Ink bloomed, lines spread, names moved. Cedric stared down at Hogwarts rendered in secrets and footsteps, and something in his chest tightened. "You're showing me this?" Fred's grin softened, just a little. "You're clever." George leaned beside him. And you don't ruin secrets. You organize them until they become more entertaining. Cedric looked at their bright faces, then back at the impossible map. In the back of his mind, the secret garden waited, larger than any shed, deeper than any classroom, and still hidden from the boys who had just handed him one of their greatest treasures. Warmth came first. Guilt followed so closely it hurt. He rested one finger near the 7th-floor corridor without touching the ink. Show me where people vanish. The 7th-floor corridor looked disappointingly ordinary, which Cedric had learned was often Hogwarts's way of being most suspicious. The tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy hung across from a bare stretch of wall, all dancing trolls and poor life choices, while moonlight from the high windows laid pale bars across the stone. Fred held the folded map under his robe until George gave the corridor both ways a theatrical inspection and nodded as if approving a battlefield. No Filch, George whispered. No prefects, no Percy, which is better than no Filch. Cedric kept his wand low and his steps careful, still feeling the day's ankle ache when the floor changed subtly beneath him. And no vanishing students. Yet, Fred said, bright with optimism. They opened the map again against the wall. Their 3 names stood close together in the corridor, neat little labels surrounded by empty stone. Cedric watched the ink as George paced the length shown on the parchment, counting under his breath. Nothing happened. Fred tried next, crossing the same patch with exaggerated dignity, then with a limp, then with both hands clasped as if begging the castle for mercy. Hogwarts is ignoring us, Fred said, offended. Maybe it only likes people with boxes, George said. Cedric looked from the bare wall to the map, then back to the tapestry. The people you watched didn't vanish while wandering. They vanished after pacing. 3 passes, you said? 3, Fred said, like summoning a secret with footwork. Or asking for something, Cedric said. That sobered the twins in a way ordinary caution never did. Cedric walked once past the blank wall, thinking of a safe room where no prefect would find 3 boys after curfew. Nothing changed. He walked back, this time thinking of the map, of hidden doors, of the castle showing its seams. Still nothing. On the 3rd pass, he let the thought become simpler, smaller, and more honest. A room for people trusted with secrets to understand one more without breaking it. A door appeared in the wall. Fred made a sound that was half laugh, half prayer. George reached for the handle, but Cedric caught his sleeve before he touched it. Wait, Cedric said, his voice low enough that both twins actually listened. No rushing in. We test the door, look inside, and leave if anything feels wrong. George stared at Cedric's hand on his sleeve, then at the door. You do realize you just made a castle grow a room because you wanted it to behave? I asked politely, Cedric said. Fred opened the map with shaking fingers. Their 3 names still stood in the corridor. The door was not there. No room, no outline, no ink space beyond the wall. Cedric's stomach tightened, because the map had shown Hogwarts's bones and still missed this. Fred's grin returned slowly, wider than wisdom deserved. The map doesn't know. George's eyes shone. The castle kept a secret from the marauders. Cedric looked at the impossible door, then at the twins, who had brought him here because they trusted him enough to share the best thing they owned. The guilt from the unused truth in his own chest grew heavier, but so did affection. Then we treat it kindly, he said, and took his hand from George's sleeve. And nobody tells this secret before we understand what it can cost. The door opened onto a room that had clearly listened to Cedric too well. It was not grand, which made it more unsettling. 3 battered armchairs sat around a low table. A blackboard leaned against one wall with clean chalk in the tray. Shelves lined the other side, empty except for a few chipped mugs, a dented kettle, and a dusty tin that Fred approached with the reverence normally reserved for treasure or food. The air smelled faintly of old wood, warm stone, and secrets that had been kept politely rather than buried. Fred lifted the tin, shook it once, and sighed. No biscuits. The room is powerful, but flawed. George had gone straight to the blackboard. He wrote Fred as a genius in large chalk letters, then watched in delight as the word smudged, shifted, and became Fred as optimistic. It corrects lies. It edits exaggeration, Fred said, offended. That's much ruder. Cedric closed the door behind them and listened. No footsteps sounded outside. No alarm rang. No sense of the castle snapping a trap shut around their ankles touched the air. The room felt watchful, but not hungry, and that distinction mattered. He walked to the shelves, touched one lightly, and half expected the jade mark beneath his skin to answer. It did not. This was Hogwarts magic, not his magic, and the relief of that was stranger than fear. George noticed his face. Bad secret? Big secret, Cedric said. Maybe useful, maybe dangerous if we're stupid. Fred pressed a hand to his chest. Then we must be clever stupid. No taking things yet, Cedric said, turning to face them. No hiding stock in here yet. No inviting anyone. No experiments that change the room before we understand whether other people can walk into the same version. The twins stared at him in matching horror. George recovered first. You said yet. Cedric sighed. I did. Fred's grin returned at once. Wonderful word, yet. Full of sunlight. Full of conditions, Cedric said. We test it. Different requests, different times, map open, map closed, one person alone, two together, all three together. We find out whether it remembers this, whether it gives the same room, whether anything left here stays here, and whether anyone else can accidentally find it. George nodded slowly, the mischief in his face sharpening into real thought. Secret base protocol. Fred crossed out the edited blackboard sentence and wrote room investigation, no Percy. This time the chalk remained unchanged. The castle approves. Cedric looked at the words, then at the twins. The guilt in his chest became harder to ignore. They had given him the map. Now Hogwarts had given all three of them a room. Trust was stacking up around him like shelves, and his own deepest secret still sat hidden behind the jade mark, full of soil, old supplies, and silence. He swallowed and made himself speak before the moment slipped away. This stays between us. Fred's smile softened. Obviously. George held out his hand. Map secret. Room secret. Cedric put his hand over theirs, warm palm to warm palm, and felt both comfort and cowardice twist together. Map secret. Room secret. The room gave a small, approving creak overhead, as if old beams had settled in their sleep. On the blackboard, without anyone touching the chalk, 3 words appeared beneath Fred's writing in neat, careful script. Ask with care. 46. The room that answers. The blackboard kept Fred's words without argument, which did more to impress him than the door, the hidden room, or the castle deciding to behave like a conspirator. Cedric watched the chalk settle into its plain white strokes and felt the guilt inside him turn from a pinch into a weight. Fred and George had not made him earn this. They had not dangled it before him, demanded payment, or set conditions. They had found something wonderful, and their first instinct after delight had been to bring him in. Fred tapped the board with one knuckle. Official now. Room investigation. No Percy. Possibly the finest committee ever formed. George looked around the shabby little room with hungry satisfaction. Needs more shelves, and biscuits, and possibly a trapdoor. No trapdoors yet, Cedric said, then caught himself when both twins looked at him. He was doing it again, reaching for rules before Wonder had finished breathing. He forced his hand to relax at his side and looked at the room properly. Sorry, better version. What do we ask it for? Fred's expression brightened at once. A headquarters worthy of us. A testing chamber, George said. A biscuit tin with ambition, Fred added. Cedric glanced at the door, then at the empty shelves and battered chairs. Something safe enough to come back to. Somewhere 3 people trusted with a secret can think, hide small things, and not be overheard. The room listened. Cedric felt it in the floor first, not a tremor, not a threat, but a quiet readiness under his shoes. The battered armchairs shuffled backward by themselves. Shelves stretched along the wall, multiplying into sturdy cubbies and deeper cupboards. The blackboard widened. A second table appeared beside the first, scarred with old knife marks and ink stains, as if generations of students had already done questionable work upon it. In one corner, a low cabinet popped into being with a brass label holder that held no label yet. George whispered, "Wicked." Fred crossed to the cabinet and opened it with the caution of a boy who dearly hoped caution would be rewarded. Inside sat 3 chipped mugs, a clean tin, 2 stubby pencils, and a folded scrap of parchment. Fred lifted the tin, opened it, and stared. Still no biscuits. The room is testing our character. Cedric laughed before the pressure in his chest could spoil the moment. This was not the secret garden. It did not carry his old life, his impossible warehouse, his steel, or the quiet weight of everything he had hidden. It was Hogwarts answering 3 boys at once, shaping itself around trust, mischief, caution, and shared need. George looked back at him, eyes sharp with joy. "This isn't your room or ours, is it?" Cedric touched the edge of the new table, feeling only old wood and castle magic. "No," he said softly. "It's ours together." Fred closed the cabinet with exaggerated care. "Then ours together needs biscuits." Fred's declaration about biscuits became the first official test because Fred insisted that proper research should begin with food, and George argued that hunger was a recognized branch of magical inquiry. Cedric accepted this only because the room had written "Ask with care" on the blackboard, and asking for biscuits seemed less likely to offend ancient castle magic than asking for a private arsenal, a tunnel to honeydukes, or whatever expression had just crossed George's face. "A tin with biscuits in it," Fred said clearly, standing in the middle of the room with his hands clasped as if addressing a very important aunt. "Nothing poisoned, cursed, stolen from Professor McGonagall, or full of beetles unless they're chocolate." The clean tin inside the cabinet gave a soft click. Fred opened it and found 3 plain biscuits inside, slightly chipped at the edges and smelling faintly of ginger. He looked so moved that Cedric nearly forgot to be cautious. George took one and examined it. "It understands mercy. It understands specific requests," Cedric said, though he took the biscuit Fred offered because refusing would have been both rude and bad science. "Now we test whether it keeps things." They chose the least dangerous objects available. 1 mug, 1 pencil, and a piece of chalk marked with a small cross so they could recognize it again. Cedric placed them in the cabinet, shut the door, and made both twins step back while he checked the map. Their names still stood in the corridor when the room existed, with no room drawn around them and no helpful label appearing beside their feet. "Map still sulking," George said, peering over Cedric's shoulder. "Map is being outclassed," Fred said. "It's a painful moment. Give it dignity." They left together, closed the door, and watched it vanish back into bare stone. Cedric made them wait a full minute, which Fred spent whispering encouragement to the wall and George spent counting under his breath in a tone that made counting sound suspicious. Then they paced again, all 3 thinking of the same room, their room, the place with shelves, blackboard, mugs, and no Percy. The door returned. Inside, the cabinet held the marked chalk, the pencil, and the mug exactly where they had left them. Fred stared into it with shining eyes. "Storage. Temporary storage," Cedric said quickly. 1 minute isn't proof." George looked at him with deep pity. Poor Cedric. He sees treasure and asks for a timetable. They tested again anyway. George went out alone and asked for a room to hide from Filch. The door opened onto a cramped little space with 1 chair, a mop bucket, and an atmosphere of guilty feet. Fred asked for somewhere to plan a prank, and the room became wider, brighter, and fitted with a table that looked deeply resigned. When Cedric finally asked for their shared room again, the familiar shelves returned, and the cabinet still held their things. Cedric touched the mug lightly, relief and unease moving together. "It remembers the request." Fred leaned beside him. "It remembers us." George grinned at the blackboard. "Then we'd better be memorable." "Memorable," Fred said, tasting the word as if it might become policy. "The room remembers us, stores things, changes shape, and answers requests. Brother mine, I believe we have stumbled upon paradise." George's eyes went toward the cupboards, then the walls, then the door with a look Cedric knew far too well. It was the same look the twins wore over odd muggle stock, forbidden corridors, and any rule that had made the mistake of standing where they could see it. "Not paradise," George said. "Better, a place where paradise can be requested politely." Fred turned to the blackboard. "Room of things students forgot." The chalk did nothing. The room did not shift. Cedric felt faintly relieved until George pushed Fred aside and wrote, "Room of things hidden and lost at Hogwarts." The floor creaked once beneath them, long and thoughtful, and the door behind them opened by itself before closing again. When it finished, the room had changed. Shelves became aisles, cupboards became cabinets. The warm, small headquarters stretched into a narrow passage between heaps of old trunks, broken chairs, cracked cauldrons, rolled carpets, birdcages, chipped statues, bent broom handles, empty frames, dented shields, and boxes tied with string gone gray with age. Dust lay thick over everything. Somewhere deeper in the clutter, something small clicked 3 times and fell silent. Fred stared as if Hogwarts had personally offered him a kingdom. George. I see it, George whispered. Treasure, Fred said. Stock, George said. Evidence that students are dreadful at keeping their things, Cedric said, though his own voice had gone quieter. The room smelled of old cloth, wood polish, ink, metal, and time. It was not hungry, but it was crowded with other people's carelessness, fear, haste, and secrets, and that made him keep his hands to himself. Fred took one step toward a stack of boxes. Imagine what people have left here. George took another. Imagine what people would pay to get some of it. Cedric moved with them, not blocking, only staying close enough that the pressure changed without becoming a command. Imagine what happens if we sell someone's grandfather's watch, pick up a cursed brooch, or walk into breakfast wearing a ring that belonged to a girl who lost it in 1850. Fred paused with his hand halfway toward a brass telescope. That was horribly specific. It was usefully specific, Cedric said. George looked over a pile of tarnished goblets with visible effort. So your official position is not no. My official position is don't be stupid where the castle can hear you, Cedric said, and the shelves creaked in a way that made all three of them look up. He swallowed a laugh because the room's timing was becoming dangerous. Look first. Touch nothing we don't understand. Take nothing tonight. No names, no crests, no jewelry, no books that whisper, bleed, bite, hum, or look pleased to be found. Fred lowered his hand from the telescope. You take all the poetry out of crime. No, Cedric said, unable to keep the smile from his voice. I'm trying to keep the crime from taking pieces out of us. George grinned slowly, and the temptation in his face became sharper, cleaner, and more fun because it now had edges to test. Survey mission, then. Fred straightened with great dignity. A noble expedition into the wild lands of misplaced rubbish. Cedric looked down the long, impossible aisle and felt wonder tug against caution until neither quite won. Survey mission, he agreed. And if anything moves first, we run. The survey mission lasted exactly 9 minutes before the room proved too tempting for sensible blood pressure. Fred found a crate full of cracked ink bottles and looked at them as if he had discovered an arsenal. George spotted a stack of school robes in 3 outdated cuts and immediately began whispering about anonymous haunting opportunities. Cedric kept his wand low, his eyes moving, and his hands away from anything that looked as if it had been abandoned by someone either desperate, careless, or dead. Fred glanced back with wounded dignity after Cedric steered him away from a tarnished silver mask. You said survey mission. Surveying traditionally involves appreciating. Appreciate from farther away, Cedric said, keeping his voice quiet because the aisle swallowed sound strangely. If we're making this a base, the Lost Things room is not the base. It's the cave full of signs saying don't be an idiot. George looked at a leaning tower of trunks, then at Cedric's face, and sighed with theatrical sorrow. He's right, Fred. Worse, he's right in a way Mum would understand. That settled the matter more effectively than Cedric's caution did. They backed out of the aisles, asked together for the shared room again, and watched the clutter fold away into the friendlier room with shelves, blackboard, cabinet, table, and their 3 chipped mugs. The change left all 3 of them quiet for a breath. It was not a toy. Not exactly. It listened too well for that. Cedric set his schoolbag on the table and opened the flap. If we're testing storage properly, we use things that are ours to risk. He took out 2 packets of noodles wrapped in bright Muggle writing, a small plastic box with a tight lid, 3 smooth pencils, and a sealed packet of biscuits he had been saving from home. The goods looked ridiculous against Hogwarts wood and candlelight, which made them safer and stranger at once. Fred's expression softened before mischief rebuilt itself over the top. You brought pocket soup to a magic castle. I brought emergency study food, Cedric said. This is a very serious academic tradition. George picked up the plastic box and clicked the lid open and shut with reverence. This goes in the cabinet. If it survives a week, we have proof. If it survives a week and nobody else finds it, Cedric said. He placed the noodles behind the mugs, tucked the biscuits into the tin, and wrote their names and the date on a scrap of parchment before folding it beneath the pencils. No selling from here yet. No inviting anyone. No room stock unless all 3 agree. Fred held out his hand without joking. Map secret. Room secret. Stock secret. George put his hand over Fred's. No Percy. No Ron. No dramatic announcements to portraits. Cedric placed his hand over theirs, and the warmth of it struck harder than it should have. Agreed, he said, but in the hidden place beneath his skin, the jade mark felt suddenly heavier. They had given him the map. Hogwarts had given them a room. He had given them noodles and biscuits while hiding a cottage, a warehouse, a well, a garden, and the truth of how impossible his life really was. The blackboard creaked softly, and the chalk wrote, "Shared with care." Fred grinned at the words. George laughed under his breath. Cedric smiled with them, because he loved them for trusting him this much, and because he knew with sudden, miserable certainty that he was being a bad friend. 47. Books, gold, and quiet noise. Cedric had hoped that a night spent lying awake under Hufflepuff yellow curtains, thinking about the room, the map, and the way Fred and George had trusted him without bargaining, might at least buy him a quiet breakfast. Hogwarts disagreed. By the time he reached the Hufflepuff table, 3 copies of Percy Jackson and the Titan's Curse had already appeared between the porridge, toast, and pumpkin juice, and Megan Jones was guarding one with both elbows while a 4th year leaned over her shoulder. "You can't ask him before he's eaten," Megan said, sounding severe despite the quill already waiting beside her plate. "That's rude." The 4th year gave Cedric an apologetic look that was not apologetic enough to include retreat. "It's only a signature. My sister will hex me if I come home without one." Cedric sat down slowly, looked at the books, then at Tonks, who was smiling into her cup with the deep satisfaction of someone watching a trap work. "Did you organize this?" Tonks widened her eyes. "Me? Ced, I'm wounded. Also, no. If I'd organized it, there'd be banners." "There were nearly banners," Simon said from Cedric's other side. "We stopped her because Sprout was watching." Megan pushed her copy across the table with the quill balanced on top. "Please sign this one before everyone else starts. Mum says I'm not to pester famous people, but she didn't say anything about boys at my own breakfast table." Cedric took the quill because refusing would create more noise than surrender. "I'm not famous at breakfast." "You're famous everywhere," Tonks said. "Breakfast just makes you easier to corner." By the time he had written Megan's name neatly inside the cover, a Muggle-born Ravenclaw had slipped over with a copy clutched against her chest and shining eyes. She was trying to be calm and failing with great dignity. "My brother says the new one's the best yet. He doesn't even like reading unless someone's being eaten or chased." Cedric smiled despite himself. "That sounds like a rigorous standard." Across the aisle, a pure-blood boy in Slytherin green frowned at the cover. "Are these supposed to be actual Greek gods? Because Father says Muggles are terribly confused about religion, but I didn't know they thought gods ran summer camps." Tonks made a strangled sound into her cup. Cedric dipped the quill again and chose mercy. "It's fiction. Muggle children like danger more when it has cabins, monsters, and pudding somewhere nearby." The Slytherin considered this with visible suspicion. "So the sword isn't a ministry breach?" "No," Cedric said, signing the Ravenclaw's copy before the line could become a cue. "The sword is not a ministry breach." Megan leaned towards Simon, delighted. "He says that as if he's had to check." Cedric handed the book back and reached for his toast, only for Tonks to slide another copy in front of him with a grin that made escape impossible. "Last one before porridge," she promised. "Unless the Ravenclaws mobilize." The Ravenclaws did mobilize, though not quite in the way Tonks threatened. Before Cedric escaped breakfast, a tawny owl dropped a stiff envelope beside his porridge, scattering toast crumbs across the table and making Megan snatch her signed book away as if fame might stain. Cedric recognized his mother's handwriting at once, neat, careful, and far too calm for anything simple. Inside were 2 clipped adverts, one from a Muggle paper and one from the Daily Prophet, both announcing Artemis Fowl for spring release in language that made his stomach tighten with equal parts pride and dread. Tonks leaned so close her shoulder bumped his. "Oh, this looks expensive. That means I'm allowed to read over your arm." Cedric flattened the Muggle advert before she could steal it. "You're not allowed to read over anyone's arm. That's why letters have fronts and backs." "You say that like privacy has ever stopped a Hufflepuff table," Simon said, reaching for the Prophet clipping with careful fingers. He read the headline aloud, then stopped, blinked, and read it again more slowly. "A boy genius, fairies, gold, crime, and a hidden underground civilization." "Cedric, did you publish a confession?" Megan made a small delighted noise. "That sounds brilliant." Across the aisle, The same Slytherin who had worried about Percy Jackson's sword leaned over as if pulled by the word gold. Fairies have gold? Real fairies? Because my aunt says most fairy gold stories are either tax traps or goblin warnings. Cedric pressed 2 fingers against the bridge of his nose and reminded himself that he had chosen this. Artemis Fowl had been too perfect to resist. A clever criminal child, a secret non-human society, gold theft, technology, arrogance, and the kind of magical world irony that would sell itself while making half the pure blood suspicious for completely wrong reasons. It's fiction, he said. The fairies aren't real fairies. The gold isn't real fairy gold. The criminal child is not a business model. Tonks took the profit clipping from Simon and grinned at the little boxed review. Says here older readers will enjoy the sharper humor. That means professors might read it. That is not comforting, Cedric said, because the thought of Professor Flitwick cheerfully analyzing fairy security or Professor Snape discovering a fictional child villain with better manners than most students was not as harmless as it should have been. The Slytherin frowned harder. But if the fairies aren't real, why use fairies? Because if I called them small secret people with gold, underground cities, and weapons, everyone would ask worse questions, Cedric said, then realized from Tonks's expression that he had only improved her morning. Megan hugged her signed Titan's curse to her chest and looked between the adverts with shining satisfaction. You're going to be impossible all spring. Cedric folded his mother's letter carefully, tucking the adverts back inside before the entire table could claim them. I'm going to class. Tonks stood with him, still smiling. Yes, famous author. Go learn things before your criminal fairy book convinces Ravenclaw to ask whether you've hidden gold under the greenhouses. Tonks's criminal fairy warning followed Cedric through the rest of term more efficiently than Peeves. By Easter break, it had become a clipping folded beside a royalty statement on the Diggory kitchen table, where his mother had arranged envelopes, contracts, account notes, and one publisher's letter into neat piles that made Cedric feel both safer and more trapped. The house smelled of tea, toast, and polish. Outside the window, Amos was telling a neighbor by the gate that his boy had written another book, and doing it in the voice of a man pretending not to brag while absolutely bragging. Mrs. Diggory closed the kitchen window with one firm hand. If your father says, international readership, one more time, I'm feeding him the contract. Cedric looked down at the marked pages and tried not to smile. He's happy. He is impossible, she said, but her mouth softened as she sat opposite him. Happy, yes. Proud, certainly. Impossible, completely. Now, before he comes back in and declares you the future of British letters, you and I are going through what you've actually signed. What you signed, Cedric said carefully. I'm not old enough to sign most of it. Exactly, she said, tapping the top page. Which means when adults write clever clauses, they're trying them on me, not on you. This one wanted expanded merchandising rights attached to the new book. I said no. Cedric pulled the page closer, saw her red ink in the margin, and felt old habits wake behind his eyes. The clause was broad, greedy, and written with the sort of politeness that meant it expected to be missed. Good, they can ask again when they bring numbers that make sense. His mother gave him a look over the rim of her teacup. Cedric. He stopped at once. That sounded too old. It sounded like a small banker had crawled into my son and was preparing to negotiate over biscuits. Her voice was dry, but not unkind. She turned the next paper toward him. Try again like a 12-year-old with a mother who has already said no. Cedric took a breath, glanced toward the window where Amos's voice rose on the words, clever lad, and let the child face answer honestly. I don't want them taking everything just because the book is doing well. That, she said, is better. Amos came in carrying cold air, cheer, and absolutely no shame. Old Bletchley says his niece in London saw a shop window with Artemis Fowl right in the middle. Front table, seed, front table. Mrs. Diggory slid the investment notes under her hand before Amos could wave them at the ceiling. And this is why I handle the accounts. Cedric saw the corner of one page before it vanished. Royalties, savings, reinvestment, foreign funds, currency timing. His old mind reached for it eagerly. His mother's fingers stayed on the paper, warm, loving, and immovable, and Cedric sat back before eagerness made him foolish. Looking away from the hidden investment notes was harder than Cedric liked admitting. Numbers had been safer than people in his old life, and the little glimpse of currency columns, royalty timing, and reinvestment plans pulled at him with the familiar comfort of a locked door he knew how to open. But his mother was watching him. Amos was still glowing by the stove, and 12-year-old boys were allowed to be clever, not disturbingly prepared for geopolitical collapse. Mrs. Diggory tapped the covered page once. "You may ask one sensible question." Cedric folded his hands on the table because reaching for the paper would make him look greedy, and worse, old. "Are we keeping most of it boring?" Amos blinked. "Boring?" "Safe," Cedric corrected, giving his father the smaller, warmer version. "Savings, school money, house money, things Mum understands." Mrs. Diggory's eyes softened with approval, though the sharpness beneath it remained. "Mostly. Some goes through the Muggle advisor your publisher recommended. Some stays at Gringotts. Some waits. I don't like anyone who says a child's earnings should move quickly." "Excellent woman," Amos said, pouring tea with enormous satisfaction. "My wife terrifies professionals." "She should," Cedric said, and then, carefully, "but some things are going to move whether we do or not. Eastern Europe is already changing. The Berlin Wall didn't fall because everyone agreed to stay sensible afterward." The kitchen quiet changed, not badly, not dangerously, but enough that Cedric knew he had stepped close to the line. Amos stopped stirring his tea. Mrs. Diggory did not look away from him. "That," she said slowly, "is a very large sentence." Cedric swallowed, then chose the truth that could survive daylight. It was in the papers at Hogwarts. And in the Muggle clippings. Everyone's writing as if the world is finished changing because one wall came down. But that's not how money works. Big things break in pieces. People pretend it's stable until it isn't. Amos looked impressed. Mrs. Diggory looked much more troublesome than impressed. "And what do you think we should do with that?" "Nothing dramatic," Cedric said at once. "No clever currency games. No strange foreign deals. No making it look like a boy author is guessing at governments. Just keep enough in hard currency and safe funds that if things shake, we're already standing somewhere sensible." His mother studied him for a long moment, then uncovered the edge of the page and wrote one calm note in the margin. "Believable positioning. No drama." Cedric breathed out. "Yes." Amos smiled, softer now. "That sounds like your mum's kind of terrifying." Mrs. Diggory covered the notes again and pushed the toast plate toward Cedric. "It also sounds like breakfast. Eat before you plan the fall of Europe." 48. The garden opens further. No drama, followed Cedric back to Hogwarts more stubbornly than any homework reminder his mother had ever sent. Through the last weeks of second year, he kept hearing her voice whenever he wanted to push too hard, so he let the days stay ordinary on purpose. He sliced routes to Snape's exacting standard until his fingers remembered patience before speed, cleaned greenhouse benches for Professor Sprout, tied stems, checked leaves, and listened when living things answered better to care than cleverness. He ran Quidditch reserve drills until his shoulders ached, helped younger Hufflepuffs with charms, visited the owls without treating them like tools, and kept the room secret with Fred and George as if it belonged to all three of them. The twins caught him outside the 7th floor corridor after one last cash check, both of them carrying nothing at all with the exaggerated innocence of boys who had definitely moved something before he arrived. Fred studied Cedric's face and frowned. "You look like you've been thinking again." George nodded gravely, leaning closer as if Cedric's thoughts might be visible if inspected from the correct angle. "Dangerous habit. Leads to Percy, paperwork, and sensible shoes." Cedric leaned against the wall and let himself smile because it was easier than admitting how much their trust still weighed on him. "I've been behaving. My mother ordered no drama." Fred looked horrified enough to make two passing Ravenclaws glance over their shoulders. "Cruel woman." "Wise woman," George corrected, then tilted his head when Cedric's hand drifted toward the faint jade mark hidden beneath his skin. His grin softened just enough to make the question dangerous in a different way. "That one of your not all things secrets acting up?" Cedric went still for half a breath, then lowered his hand before the gesture became confession. "Maybe." The twins did not pounce on the answer, and that was worse, somehow, because it proved they understood the weight of what they were not being told. Fred only knocked his shoulder lightly against Cedric's. "When maybe turns into wicked, remember your shareholders." "We are very patient shareholders," George said, spreading his hands with solemn magnificence. "Terrible at patience, obviously, but spiritually committed." That made the guild gentler and sharper at once. Cedric left them laughing near the tapestry, waited until he was safely alone, then entered the secret garden with dirt still under his nails from herbology and a Quidditch bruise warming along one hip. Inside, the cottage light was soft, the warehouse quiet, and the rows of pots stood in their careful armies. He watered by hand because labor mattered, trimmed a yellowing leaf from a magical cutting, straightened a stake, and pressed damp soil around a root that had worked itself loose. The jade mark warmed, the steel answered without words, and beyond the last ordered bed, the pale mist began to roll back. The mist did not vanish like a curtain. It loosened grudgingly, rolling back in low folds that slid across the soil and left damp silver beads clinging to leaves Cedric had not planted. He stayed crouched beside the bed with one hand still pressed to the warm earth, breathing carefully because excitement made people stupid, and secret spaces that answered effort deserved caution more than celebration. The old boundary line moved perhaps the length of the Hufflepuff common room, perhaps a little more, revealing a rough crescent beyond the existing orchard strip where the ground darkened into richer soil and small stones shone pale beneath the new light. The Kneazle leapt from the low wall, landed with insulting grace, and stalked to the fresh edge as if it had personally ordered the expansion and meant to inspect the workmanship. New ground, it scent, nose twitching. Deep smell, old roots gone, water hiding ahead, not for paws yet. Cedric rose slowly, wiping his hands on his work robe before reaching for the marked string he kept coiled near the cottage door. Not for paws means not for boys either, I assume. Smart boy asks after nearly walking closer. The Kneazle answered, sitting down exactly on the safer side of the new soil. That's unfair, Cedric said, though he set the string peg at the old bed corner and walked the new boundary one measured pace at a time instead of rushing forward. The newly revealed earth took his weight softly but didn't swallow his shoes, and when he knelt to pinch a handful between his fingers, the texture made his chest tighten. This was not the tired, careful soil of overworked pots. It held depth, warmth, and a faint living patience, as if the space had finally trusted him with ground that wanted trees rather than trays. He tested nothing dramatic. One pinch of soil went into a labeled cloth. A second went into a little glass jar for comparison. He pressed his palm flat against the farthest safe point and felt coolness beyond the mist, not close enough to touch, but clear enough that his mind shaped it as running water hidden behind a locked door. The stream was not open. The space was showing him the promise of it, which was both kinder and more irritating than silence. No stream yet, Cedric said, standing back before wanting made him press harder. He looked at the damp new ground, then forced himself to step away before the ache of wanting became a mistake. Better orchard soil, maybe deeper root beds, and a water boundary ahead. That's enough. The Kneazle looked toward the mist with the complete confidence of a creature that had never believed boyish ambition was sensible. Enough becomes more work. Boy smiles anyway. Cedric laughed softly, tired already and unable to deny it. Yes, he said, coiling the string again with dirty fingers. That does sound like me. Cedric carried the soil samples to the cottage instead of staying at the new edge and staring at what he wanted. The table was already scarred with years of quiet use, old life notebooks, Hogwarts parchment, seed labels, and the little ruler he had smuggled out of the warehouse because proper measurements soothed the part of him that still distrusted miracles. He set the cloth packet beside the glass jar, washed his hands at the basin, then sat with his ledger open and his quill poised above a clean page. The Kneazle jumped onto the opposite chair without permission, as usual, and watched the quill as if it were prey that had chosen a slow and disappointing life. Boy makes marks when land moves. Marks make boy calmer. Marks stop boy from doing something stupid, Cedric said, dipping the quill. He drew the first line straight because he needed the neatness more than he wanted to admit. There's a difference. Sometimes, the Kneazle agreed, eyes bright and tail curling around its paws. Small difference, still useful. Cedric wrote the end-of-year totals first because numbers had to be clean before ambition started lying. Strength 31, Agility 36, Constitution 39, Magic Power 34, Charisma 42. He did not let himself stare at them too long. They were not trophies. They were a map of work already done, and the new soil beyond the door was the immediate proof that every point of magic power, every careful plant, every creature conversation, every potion's correction, every Quidditch bruise, and every secret kept with the twins had weight. Below the totals, he wrote Book 2 rules and paused until the words stopped feeling like a joke. Rule 1, he said aloud, partly to the Kneazle and partly to the greedy warmth in his own chest. The garden serves the life. The life does not serve the garden. Good rule, the Kneazle sent, though its whiskers twitched with clear doubt. Hard rule, boy likes roots too much. I like results, Cedric said, then sighed because the Kneazle's tail flicked in obvious disbelief. He crossed out nothing, because the line needed to remain honest. Fine, I like roots too much. He wrote targets carefully: plants, fewer random additions, better magical sources, no reckless acquisitions. Potions, discipline first, private experiments only after understanding the recipe. Body, Quidditch, running, stretching, food, sleep, no treating exhaustion as proof of virtue. Money, mother's rule stands, adult fronts, boring safety, no drama. Secrecy, Fred and George trusted deeper than before, but not every truth, not reincarnation, not old life origin, not anything that made them carry more weight than friendship should. The quill hesitated at the last line. Actual life, classes, friends, laughter, feasts, letters home, games, mistakes, and being 12. Cedric looked out through the cottage window toward the new soil waiting under quiet light. There, he said softly. That's the part I'm most likely to forget. The Kneazle rose, stretched, and bumped its head against his wrist with grave condescension. Then keep loud red boys nearby. They interrupt well. Cedric closed the ledger before the rules could become another excuse to sit safely at a table. The new ground waited outside, quiet and dark, and rules meant very little if he didn't put his hands back in the soil. He chose 3 young trees from the prepared corner beside the cottage, all small enough to move without magic, all ordinary enough to test the fresh crescent before anything rarer risked its roots. The Kneazle followed him with the offended patience of a supervisor who had already warned the worker and expected to be ignored anyway. He set the first sapling where the soil felt deepest, pressed the spade in with his boot, and worked slowly because haste ruined roots. His shoulders ached from Quidditch. His knees complained from crouching. Dirt worked under his nails and smudged the cuff of his robe, and when he settled the little tree into its hole, the tiredness felt clean rather than frightening. He packed earth around the roots by hand, watered carefully from the well, then sat back long enough to see the slender stem stand on its own. Good, Cedric said softly. He touched one leaf with a knuckle, careful not to bruise it, and smiled when it stayed steady. You get the first place. Small tree does not care about place, the Kneazle sent, nosing the damp soil with severe professional interest. Tree cares about water, light, roots, and not being fussed to death by boy. Cedric wiped his forehead with his sleeve and laughed. That last part feels personal. In the headmaster's office far above him, where evening pressed gold against the windows and Fawkes watched from his perch, Albus Dumbledore unfolded the latest staff notes with the careful look of a man reading something pleasant that still troubled him. Pomona Sprout wrote of steady hands, plant patience, and a Hufflepuff child who remembered every living thing's needs. Severus Snape wrote less warmly, but not less sharply, Diggory listens before he acts. Instinct must be disciplined before confidence makes him reckless. Phileas had added charm control, peer assistance, and unusual steadiness under pressure. Even the Quidditch note praised a reserve who worked harder than he bragged. A beloved boy, Dumbledore murmured, setting one parchment over another with fingers that did not hurry. The praise should have been simple, but simple things rarely arrived at Hogwarts without shadows. Bright, kind, connected, secretive, and very young. Fawkes made a low sound that might have been agreement or warning. Dumbledore looked toward the darkening grounds, though he could not see the hidden garden or the dirty-handed boy smiling over a row of newly planted trees. Yes, he said quietly. That is rather the problem. Cedric planted the third sapling by the new edge and leaned both hands on the spade, happy, tired, and certain he had ended the year well. In the office, Dumbledore placed the reports into Cedric's slim file and left it within reach. Epilogue: The Boy at the Sorting. By the time Cedric returned to Hogwarts for third year, the castle no longer felt like a place he had to learn from the outside. It received him with the yellow glow of the Great Hall, the scrape of benches, the smell of polish and food waiting behind magic, and the warm roar of 4 houses pretending they were not all watching the staff table for signs that dinner might arrive soon. He sat at the Hufflepuff table with Simon Macmillan on one side and a second year he had helped through charms on the other, his shoulders broader than they had been last September, his robes properly fitted, and his hands folded loosely on the table because they still wanted soil, broom handle, wand, or work. Simon glanced at him, then followed his gaze toward the enchanted ceiling, the floating candles, and the staff arranged above them. You look like you're checking whether the castle moved anything while we were gone. Cedric smiled without taking his eyes fully off the hall. It probably did. Hogwarts seems like the sort of place that rearranges corridors and then blames children for getting lost. That's because children do get lost, Tamsin Fairburn said from across the table, leaning past two younger students with captain's authority still clinging to her even indoors. Third years are meant to be above looking impressed, Diggory. Cedric looked at the candles again, then at the high table where Professor Sprout was smiling down toward Hufflepuff. Snape was already wearing the expression of a man disappointed by soup before seeing it, and Dumbledore sat bright-eyed beneath all that silver hair. I'm not impressed, Cedric said. I'm appreciating architecture. Tamsin snorted, and the younger student beside Cedric tried unsuccessfully to hide a grin. That's worse. From the Gryffindor table, Fred Weasley somehow managed to be visible while sitting among 100 other students. George, beside him, lifted both hands and performed an elaborate silent gesture that might have meant welcome back, secret shareholders salute, or we have already done something and we'll tell you later. Cedric deliberately did not react too much, which only made both twins grin wider. Their trust sat under the noise of the hall like a hidden warm coal, not simple, not safe, but real. The Hufflepuff table felt different without Tonks there to make everything louder and less dignified, but not emptier. Younger students leaned toward Cedric now without quite meaning to. Older ones greeted him as if he belonged to the table's shape. He let himself sit in that ordinary affection and remembered, with faint amusement and sharper care, the rule he had written for himself in the garden. Actual life. Classes, friends, laughter, feasts, letters home, games, mistakes, and being 12. Then the side doors opened, and Professor McGonagall led the new first years into the hall. They came in as first years always seemed to come in, too small for the hall and trying not to show it. Their faces tipped upward toward the ceiling, the candles, the long tables, and the staff dais, and their damp black robes made them look like a flock of nervous birds that had been pushed through a storm and told to sing for supper. Cedric watched them with the same fond curiosity he had learned from older Hufflepuffs, already half choosing which ones looked likely to cry, which ones were pretending they never would, and which ones would need help finding the way back from breakfast tomorrow. Simon leaned closer, lowering his voice under the rising murmur. That one there is going to faint before the hat touches his hair. Cedric followed his glance to a pale boy near the front, then shook his head slightly. No, he's locked his knees. If McGonagall keeps them standing too long, maybe. Otherwise he'll survive on pride. Tamsin made a small approving sound across the table. Listen to him. 1 summer older and suddenly he's diagnosing first years. I've seen plants with better survival instincts, Cedric said, and the second year beside him gave a smothered laugh that turned into a cough when Professor Sprout glanced their way. Then the murmur changed. It did not grow louder all at once. It tightened, traveled, and gathered shape as heads turned not toward the Sorting Hat but toward one small boy in the line. Cedric felt the shift before he understood it, the same way a crowded room noticed a dropped glass before the sound fully arrived. Gryffindors leaned forward, Ravenclaws whispered, even a few Slytherins sharpened with interest, and from the staff table Cedric saw Dumbledore's face soften into something old, careful, and unreadable. Simon's humor thinned as he stared across the hall. Is that him? Cedric looked properly then, and the famous name reached him a heartbeat after the boy did. Harry Potter stood among the first years with round glasses, messy black hair, and a thin face made smaller by the attention trying to make him enormous. The school robe hid much, but not enough. The wrists were narrow, the neck was too slight. His shoulders held a stillness Cedric knew from small creatures that expected hands to grab rather than help. Awe moved around him like a crowd pressing at glass, but Harry himself looked as if he had learned to take up less room than a child should. Merlin, Tamsin murmured, and her voice had lost its teasing edge. He's tiny. Cedric did not answer at once. The old story in his head tried to supply hero, prophecy, chosen child, and scar, but his eyes kept returning to the sharpness under the cheekbones and the careful way Harry looked at the hall without trusting any of it. He's 11, Cedric said quietly, and the words felt heavier than they should have. He should look 11. Tamsin looked from Harry to Cedric, and the teasing did not return to her face. What do you mean? Cedric kept his hands folded on the table because reaching for anything would have shown too much. Nothing useful during a sorting, he said, which was not an answer and not quite a lie. Across the hall, Harry stood with the rest of the first years while names rose and fell through the great hall, each one turning into a table's cheer, a robe color, a new belonging. Hermione Granger went to Gryffindor with a fierce little stride that made several older students smile before they meant to. Ron Weasley followed later, red-eared and trying to look as if he had expected nothing else, and Fred and George made enough noise for three brothers before Percy tried to look proud and disapproving at the same time. Simon relaxed when the ordinary pattern resumed, but Cedric did not. The gap between Harry and the children around him kept catching at his eyes. Some first years were nervous. Some were overexcited. Some looked homesick already. Harry looked careful, as if the feast, the candles, and the whispering hundreds were things that might be taken away if he reached for them too quickly. Then Professor McGonagall's voice cut cleanly through the hall. Potter, Harry. The name struck the room like a thrown stone into still water. Conversation snapped off. Benches creaked as students leaned. At the Hufflepuff table, a second year whispered, "That's really him," with the soft awe of someone seeing a portrait step down from its frame. Cedric saw Harry flinch, not much, barely enough for anyone to notice unless they were already looking for hurt instead of legend. Harry walked to the stool. He climbed up, turned, and sat beneath the hat, small hands gripping the edge for 1 second before he forced them loose. Cedric found himself breathing more slowly, not because he feared where Harry would go, but because the whole hall seemed to be waiting to own a piece of him. The hat fell over Harry's eyes. Time stretched. The whispering began again, thinner this time, sharp with guesses and old stories. Simon leaned close enough that his sleeve brushed Cedric's elbow. Gryffindor, surely. Probably, Cedric said, though probably felt like a coward's word when the child under the hat looked so alone. The Sorting Hat opened its rip and shouted, "Gryffindor." The Gryffindor table erupted. Fred and George were on their feet at once, cheering with bright, delighted ownership, and the noise rolled through the hall until even students who did not know what they felt clapped because history had chosen a seat. Harry stumbled down from the stool and hurried toward the red and gold, smiling uncertainly when hands reached for him. Cedric clapped too, because not clapping would have been noticed, but his palms met softly. Tamsin watched Cedric instead of Harry. Diggory? Cedric looked across the hall as Harry sat among cheers with hunger hiding in the bones of his face and wonder held too cautiously in his eyes. "That's not a hero," Cedric said under the noise. "That's a boy someone forgot to feed." The feast appeared in a rush of gold plates, steam, roast meats, potatoes, puddings, vegetables, gravy boats, pumpkin juice, and the immediate thunder of hundreds of students remembering they had bodies. The Hufflepuff table surged into motion around Cedric. Simon reached for chicken, the second year beside Cedric nearly knocked over a jug, and Tamsin began directing serving bowls with the calm authority of a girl who believed no first year should be allowed to construct a plate unsupervised. Tamsin nudged a dish toward Cedric without looking away from the younger students. "Eat. You're doing that thing where you forget dinner because your head found a problem." Cedric took the spoon because refusing would only make her look harder. "I'm eating." "You're holding a spoon," Simon said, already reaching past him for the potatoes. "That's the preface to eating." Cedric put potatoes on his plate, then carrots, then enough chicken to satisfy the table's witnesses, but his gaze kept moving across the hall. At Gryffindor, Harry Potter sat between Ron Weasley and another first year, small hands hovering for half a second before he took food. Not too much. That was the part that caught. He did not pile his plate like a boy faced with a feast. He chose carefully, watched the others, then chose more only after Ron leaned in with some red-cheeked encouragement that made Harry's uncertain smile appear and vanish almost at once. Fred looked down the table, saw something, and stopped mid-laugh. George followed his glance. For one brief moment both twins were quiet, and that worried Cedric more than their noise ever could. Then Fred shoved a platter closer to Ron with exaggerated flourish, and George said something that made the first years near Harry laugh. It was not rescue, it was cover. It was exactly the kind of kindness the twins knew how to make look like mischief. Tamsin's shoulder brushed Cedric's as she leaned near enough that only he and Simon could hear. Someone should tell a professor. Cedric looked toward the staff table. Dumbledore was watching Gryffindor with soft, shining attention. McGonagall looked proud and stern. Hagrid was wiping at his eyes. Everyone saw Harry Potter. Cedric was no longer sure how many saw Harry. Not tonight, he said quietly. Not in the middle of this. But someone should notice properly. Simon swallowed, suddenly less amused. You're going to? Cedric looked at his own plate, at the food he had taken because people who cared had told him to eat, then back at the boy across the hall who still moved as if abundance might be a trick. I'm going to watch, he said. And I'm going to be careful. The hall roared on. Hogwarts welcomed its legend with candles, songs, food, and applause, and Cedric sat at the Hufflepuff table with his hands warm around his cup, feeling the shape of Book 2 settle before him. He would not chase the story. He would not make Harry the center of his own life. But Canon had finally walked into the room, and it looked hungry. End of Book 1.